Thump thump. In the dead of night, a knocking sound came from the bathroom. Xiao Fan tightly wrapped himself in his blanket. He had just finished watching a few horror videos. Damn it, during the day it's all beauties and legs, at night it's all ghosts and food. Toxic, truly toxic. Xiao Fan silently cursed in his mind, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. After a while there was no more noise. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Shameless developer, can't they make the floor thicker? Xiao Fan guessed the sound came from another apartment. He was alone in the house. Closing his eyes, Xiao Fan prepared to sleep. Thump thump. Suddenly the sound from the bathroom came again. Hiss. Xiao Fan gasped. This time the sound was louder. He heard clearly. It seemed to come from his own bathroom. What the hell? Xiao Fan was terrified. He quickly took out his phone, opened the music app, and searched for Buddhist scriptures. This one. Let the music play. Xiao Fan played the Earth Treasure Sutra and turned the volume to maximum. Instantly he felt a little braver. He turned on the light, got out of bed, and cautiously opened the bedroom door. Opening it a crack, he peered outside. Everything was normal. Just scaring myself, there are no ghosts in the world. Xiao Fan muttered to himself as he walked out of the bedroom toward the bathroom. In his hand, he tightly gripped a metal baton. He had bought it for self-defense at home. His parents died in a car accident a few years ago, leaving him alone. This thing gave him some courage. Phew, it really was a sound from another apartment. Xiao Fan looked into the bathroom. Nothing unusual. He let out a long breath. Splash. Sweating from the scare, Xiao Fan turned on the faucet and washed his face. He looked up and was so startled he stumbled backward. The mirror did not reflect himself, but his missing grandfather. His grandfather had disappeared 9 years ago. The family had searched hard and even reported to the police, but found nothing. Dear grandson, don't you recognize your grandfather? The figure in the mirror, Xiao Hai, spoke. You, Xiao Fan wanted to flee. Why such a coward? I'm your grandfather, not a ghost. 9 years ago I transmigrated. I cultivated and became a great general. The emperor is corrupt and cruel. Some time ago I rebelled. Xiao Hai said domineeringly. Xiao Fan stared blankly at the Xiao Hai in the mirror. His grandfather was burly, had served in the army when young, and had been to war and killed. In the past, thugs would even avoid him on the street. The Xiao Hai in the mirror was about 70 to 80% similar to the grandfather he remembered. Are you really my grandfather? Xiao Fan asked incredulously. Xiao Hai said impatiently, would a ghost play with you like this? Go call your father, I have something to discuss with him. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. Mom and Dad died in a car accident 5 years ago. The Xiao Hai in the mirror froze. His eyes gradually turned red. A fortune teller once said he would be hard to raise. Your grandmother and I worked hard to bring him up, but I never expected him to go before me. Xiao Hai said hoarsely. Xiao Fan looked at the Xiao Hai in the mirror. He began to believe that Xiao Hai was really his grandfather. The grief Xiao Hai showed did not seem fake. Grandfather, were you knocking on the mirror just now? You scared the hell out of me, knocking on the mirror in the middle of the night. Xiao Fan said as he turned off the music on his phone. Xiao Hai wiped his eyes. For now, this is the only convenient way to contact you. Dear grandson, your grandfather urgently needs your help. Xiao Fan was puzzled. What help can I offer? Xiao Hai cleared his throat and said, the emperor is corrupt and cruel and wants to kill me. My rebellion was a bit sudden. Currently I'm short on food and weapons. Winter is coming and we're short of warm clothes. I have 1,000 soldiers under my command. If I want them to fight for me, I must at least keep them fed and warm. Xiao Fan was shocked. 100,000 soldiers. That was a lot. He wondered if it was true. Grandfather, you're in another world. I can't help you from here. Besides, I only have a little money in my bank account. I can't buy much. Xiao Fan said helplessly. Xiao Hai said, your grandfather's cultivation is now quite high, and I obtained a powerful treasure called the Kongming Mirror. Through it I can contact you. You can also pass things from your side through the mirror. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. Is that possible? Dear grandson, help your grandfather rebel, and your grandfather will give you benefits too. First I'll improve your physique. Xiao Hai said, and a wisp of light flew out of the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's body. Instantly Xiao Fan felt a warm sensation inside him. Dear grandson, sleep on it, and your physique will be greatly improved. Your grandfather's most urgent need is food. Think of a way. I'll contact you again in 3 days. With that, the figure of Xiao Hai in the mirror became blurred and soon disappeared completely. Grandfather is still alive, and he's rebelling in another world. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. He couldn't believe it was true. He pinched himself. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Not a dream. Grandfather needs food, but I only have 1,000 yuan in my bank account. If I buy cheap rice, I can only get about 5,000 jin. Xiao Fan frowned. 50,000 jin of rice would be more than enough for one family, but for 100,000 men under Xiao Hai's command, it was only half a jin per person. Each person only gets half a jin. Even if they make porridge, it won't last long. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow. Maybe that wasn't really my grandfather in the mirror. Xiao Fan thought to himself. He only had 1,000 yuan. He couldn't just waste it. He tossed and turned until 2 a.m., finally falling asleep. So stinky. The next morning Xiao Fan woke up with a churning in his stomach. He almost threw up. Is this marrow cleansing? Xiao Fan saw his arm was black and covered with a layer of greasy black stains. His eyes lit up with joy. Last night his grandfather's promise to improve his physique was not a joke. He clenched his fist. Xiao Fan felt his strength had greatly increased. Huh. He grabbed the metal baton from the bedside and bent it with ease. Wow, my strength has at least doubled. Xiao Fan was ecstatic. Time to shower first. He rushed into the bathroom and quickly washed himself all over. After showering, Xiao Fan looked at himself in the mirror. He was stunned. He was originally 175 centimeters tall, ordinary. Last night, he must have grown 5 to 6 centimeters, now definitely reaching 180 centimeters. Moreover, his appearance and temperament had been greatly enhanced. He was elegant, definitely at the level of a campus heartthrob. So it really was Grandpa last night. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Who else could give him such benefits? Ding dong, ding dong. Someone was ringing the doorbell. Xiao Fan remembered that he had arranged for someone to come see the apartment yesterday. He had 2 rooms and planned to rent one out to earn some money. Coming. Xiao Fan went to open the door. Su Yue. Seeing the person at the door, Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yue was the school beauty of their university as sophomore. Xiao Fan had seen photos of Su Yue before. He was amazed but then thought that with makeup and filters, even a dog could look pretty clean. Now he realized he was a bit too hasty. Su Yue seemed to be wearing no makeup at all, and she was even more beautiful in person than in her photos. Are you the landlord? Su Yue asked doubtfully, her brows slightly furrowed. She was looking for a house to rent, having searched all the nearby ones. Today's place looked clean in the photos with a suitable distance and an acceptable price. Unexpectedly, the landlord turned out to be a male student. Xiao Fan nodded. Hello, I'm Xiao Fan. We're schoolmates. I'm a junior. Junior Su, if you want to rent it might not be appropriate. I need to live in one room myself, so please find another place. Su Yue was very beautiful, that goes without saying. Otherwise, she wouldn't have topped the campus beauty rankings upon entering school. Living with the campus beauty sounded nice, but Xiao Fan didn't want to invite trouble. Su Yue had many admirers, he was just a small fry. Besides, his grandfather was rebelling in another world, so he just wanted to lay low. Xiao Fan. Su Yue was startled, a high school boy's image appearing in her mind. That boy resembled Xiao Fan by 60 to 70%, but was shorter and not as handsome. That year she was just a freshman in high school. 2 thugs harassed her on the street, and that boy desperately protected her. She asked his name, and it was Xiao Fan. Senior Xiao, could I take a look at the room? If there's nothing better, I hope you can rent the room to me. Su Yue suddenly said. Originally, she had immediately dismissed this place. But now she changed her mind. The resemblance, the same name Xiao Fan, was likely that boy from years ago. This plus the fact that Xiao Fan had directly refused her, and that he was a schoolmate, made renting here safety-wise quite reliable. Xiao Fan frowned. Letting Su Yue rent here was not possible. But she was a junior, and refusing to even let her see the room seemed unreasonable. Please come in. Xiao Fan stepped aside. Su Yue entered the room. The room was very tidy, which pleased her. This room. Xiao Fan led Su Yue to the second bedroom. At first glance, Su Yue fell in love with the room. The room's colors and furnishings were all to her liking. Outside the window stood several kapok trees. She loved their bright red blossoms, making her eyes shine. Senior Xiao, don't your parents live with you? Su Yue asked. Xiao Fan shook his head, silent. They weren't close, and there was no need for Su Yue to know he was an orphan. Senior Xiao, may I take a few photos? Sure. After taking some photos, Su Yue quickly left. My physique has greatly improved. The person in the mirror must be Grandpa. How to get a lot of food? Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. In modern society, with money it was easy to buy a lot of food, but the problem was he had no money. The mere 100,000 in his card was nothing. His parents died in a car accident. In theory, the compensation should be over $1 million, but the driver fled. The case was unsolved, and there was no compensation. Sell the house. The thought flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Although it was only a 70 to 80 square meter 2-bedroom, it was close to the school and could sell for about $1 million. No. He quickly dismissed the idea. The house was left to him by his parents, carrying many memories. Alright, first find a warehouse. That was easy. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan rented a suitable warehouse. The location was a bit remote, and the warehouse was cheap. 500 square meters, 800 a month. Xiao Fan persuaded the other party for a while before they agreed to monthly payment. Now I only have a bit over 900 yuan. Even the cheapest rice costs 3 yuan per kilogram. I have to keep some living expenses, so at most I can buy 30 tons. Xiao Fan frowned. Let's buy first. He went to the rice wholesale market. There were many wholesale supermarkets. After comparing 7 or 8, he finally chose a large one. The low-price rice supermarket didn't have that much in stock. But with an order, 30 tons could be arranged without difficulty. Delivery to this address the day after tomorrow, no problem. After adding the boss on WeChat, Xiao Fan sent the warehouse location. Don't worry, boss, Xiao, no problem at all. Someone will contact you before delivery. The boss said cheerfully. Xiao Fan said, if this cooperation goes well, there may be more needs in the future. If the quantity is large, boss, so you'll have to give some discounts. Sure. Xiao Fan left. Looking at the 2,000 yuan balance on his card, he frowned. He still had to rent out the room. Otherwise, a mere 2,000 yuan wouldn't last long. He would starve before getting rich. He could put a mirror in the master bedroom. If his grandfather wanted to contact him, he could use the mirror. Half an hour later, he was almost home. Suddenly his phone rang. Xiao Fan glanced at it. It was Su Yue calling. Su Yue had called him yesterday. He recognized the number. Probably she found a place, and is calling to let me know quite polite. He muttered to himself. He answered. Senior Xiao, that room hasn't been rented out yet, right? I want to rent it. Su Yue's voice sounded a little off. Xiao Fan said doubtfully, the room is not rented out yet, but Junior Su, it's not convenient for you to live here. Please find another place. Senior Xiao, are you home? Can you please open the door? Su Yue's voice trembled. I'm not home, but I'll be there soon. Xiao Fan hung up and quickened his pace. Su Yue's voice sounded scared. 2 minutes later, Xiao Fan arrived at his doorstep. Su Yue was crouching in front of his door, hugging her knees, shoulders trembling slightly. Junior Su, what's wrong? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Su Yue quickly stood up, relieved to see Xiao Fan. I just saw a landlord. He didn't seem like a good person and even followed me for a while. Su Yue said with lingering fear. Xiao Fan said, if you're sure he followed you, just call the police directly. Let the police have a chat with him. Little girls speaking ill of others behind their back is not good. Kid, open the door, both of you get inside, or don't blame me for being rude. The stairwell door was pushed open and a man in a cap emerged. In his hand was a knife. He had been about to retreat, but then Xiao Fan mentioned calling the police. Xiao Fan's expression changed. Su Yue turned pale. Xiao. Senior Xiao, it's him. She couldn't believe the man was so bold, following her all the way and preparing to attack. Both of you get inside now, or I'll put in the white knife and pull out the red one and you'll both die. The man snarled. Xiao Fan stared at the man, feeling a sense of familiarity. Isn't this the 500K brother? Suddenly Xiao Fan was shocked. He remembered where he had seen him. A few days ago he saw a photo of this guy in the class group. His name was Lu Kuan, a Class A wanted fugitive. Official news said Lu Kuan had fled to their city with a bounty of 500 yuan. The group had been buzzing. 500K comes to my door. I wonder if Su Yue is a disaster or a blessing. He muttered to himself. If he had met this guy yesterday, he would have been done for. But now 3 or 5 strong men wouldn't be a problem. After marrow cleansing, his strength and reflexes had greatly improved. Brother, don't be agitated. No need for knives, I'll open the door, let's talk calmly. Xiao Fan reached into his pocket. The next second, he pulled out his phone and hurled it at Lu Kuan. Oh! Lu Kuan screamed. Xiao Fan was now extremely strong. Being hit by his phone was like being hit by a brick. Crack. At the same time, Xiao Fan rushed forward and kicked the man in the chest. Lu Kuan was kicked 2 or 3 meters away. Several of his bones were broken, and he curled up in pain. Su Yue stared dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. Xiao Fan kicked away Lu Kuan's dagger and breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had undergone marrow cleansing, he was still merely a mortal. If Lu Kuan had stabbed him with that blood-grooved blade, he would surely have met his end here. Senior Xiao Hai. I didn't expect him to follow me. I'm sorry, Su Yue said with lingering fear. Xiao Fan replied. Junior Su, go rest in the room for now. I'll call the police. You'll probably need to give a statement later. Su Yue nodded gently. Soon she entered the room. Xiao Fan picked up his phone and sighed helplessly. The phone was completely ruined. Lu Kuan, mind if I borrow your phone? Xiao Fan approached Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan's face changed. Xiao Fan had indeed figured out his identity. Taking Lu Kuan's phone, Xiao Fan dialed a very familiar number. Hello, who is this? A voice came from the receiver. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, Captain Liang, it's me, Xiao Fan. The other party was Liang Wu, the captain of the criminal investigation team. He was in charge of Xiao Fan's parents' case. Liang Wu sighed softly. Xiao Fan, there's still no new lead in your parents' case. With the current clues, it's hard for us to find the hit-and-run driver. Sorry, Xiao Fan said. Captain Liang, I know you'll do your best. This call isn't about that. I've dealt with Lu Kuan. The 500 reward won't be less, right? On the other end of the line, Liang Wu suddenly stood up. Xiao Fan, you've seen Lu Kuan. Don't get near him. He's involved in several murders. Where are you? I'll bring people over immediately. Liang Wu said urgently. Xiao Fan replied, Captain Liang, I'm at home. You know the address. You'll need to call an ambulance. After hanging up, Liang Wu rushed to Xiao Fan's place with his men. Captain Liang, he's over there. Don't forget the 500,000. Xiao Fan pointed at Lu Kuan lying on the ground. Lu Kuan's face was ashen. He knew that once arrested he would likely face the death penalty. This? Liang Wu looked at Lu Kuan in disbelief. He confirmed Lu Kuan's identity at first glance. But Lu Kuan, a fierce criminal, had been subdued by Xiao Fan, a college student. Captain Liang, he was following one of my junior schoolmates. Junior Su is in the room. If you need a statement, I'll call her out. Xiao Fan said. Liang Wu nodded. A statement was necessary. Su Yue soon came out. Seeing her, Liang Wu understood why Lu Kuan had followed her. Lu Kuan was a lecher. Xiao Fan, you'll need to come to the station too. Liang Wu said. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. An hour later, Xiao Fan and Su Yue walked out of the police station together. Junior Su, even though you let him, there the 500 reward won't include you. I can treat you to a meal though. Xiao Fan made it clear. Su Yue hadn't recognized Lu Kuan at all, and Xiao Fan wasn't foolish enough to split the reward. Su Yue quickly said, Senior, the reward has nothing to do with me. Besides, you saved me, so I should be the one treating you to a meal. Xiao Fan glanced at Su Yue. She was beautiful and had sound values. That was 500,000, not 50 yuan. Anyone else would have made a fuss to get a share. Junior Su, then it's your treat. Xiao Fan said. He didn't bother arguing with Su Yue. The 500 reward hadn't come through yet, and he only had 200 yuan in his account. A new phone would cost at least 1000 yuan. Su Yue looked at him pitifully. Senior, could you please rent me that room? I've looked at all the reasonably priced places nearby. Xiao Fan shook his head firmly. He no longer planned to rent out that room. Originally, he had only about 100 yuan in his account, and to avoid depleting it, he needed to rent one room out. With the 500 reward from capturing Lu Kuan, he would be fine. Junior Su, please wait a bit longer. I'm sure a suitable place will come up in a few days. With the 500 reward, I won't be renting out my place. Xiao Fan said. Su Yue felt helpless. Any other guy would have been eager to give up his master bedroom for her to rent, but Xiao Fan refused even to rent her a single room. Alright then. Su Yue nodded gently. Senior, I don't have much appetite today. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded. Being followed by a Class A wanted criminal must have frightened Su Yue badly. Wei. After parting with Xiao Fan, Su Yue went to an orphanage, the place she had grown up in. Though she was only a sophomore, Su Yue had already started earning money. Every month, she would return to visit the younger children in the orphanage and bring them gifts. Wei, focus on your studies. You don't need to come back so often. And you're still in school, spend your money on yourself. The orphanage director said, kindly watching Su Yue. She had raised Su Yue. Director Grandma, I've kept enough for myself. Don't worry. Su Yue smiled sweetly. This orphanage was her home. Being here, she felt completely at ease. Director Grandma, I'll go play with them. Go ahead. The director said with a smile. Time passed quickly to the next day. Xiao Fan got up early and washed his underwear. Last night, he had dreamed of Su Yue. He couldn't remember what happened in the dream. Beep. His phone rang. He had bought a new one yesterday afternoon. Another 10 red notes gone. Yesterday, he had 100 in his bank account. Now, only a pitiful 100 remained. Lao Si, why are you disturbing my sleep so early in the morning? Xiao Fan answered the phone grumpily. It was his dorm mate Shun whom he was close with. Third brother, when did you hook up with the campus beauty Su? Shin's surprised voice came through. Xiao Fan's expression changed. How did Shin know about his contact with Su Yue? Lao Si, it's nothing like that. Third brother, a photo of you walking with the campus beauty Su is already up on the forum. Xiao Fan logged into the school forum. Damn. Xiao Fan's face darkened. The photo was taken after they left the police station. It wasn't very clear, but those who knew him could identify him. Su Yue beside him was much clearer. The photographer must have focused on Su Yue. If you're taking a picture of a beauty, why did you have to include your grandpa Xiao? Xiao Fan complained helplessly. He scrolled through the post and found that someone had indeed revealed his information. Even his home address was exposed. Bang. Suddenly, there was a loud pounding on the door. Xiao Fan's face changed. Could Lu Kuan have accomplices? He grabbed a telescopic baton and went to the door, peering through the peephole. Young Master Yang, what brings you here with your people so early in the morning? Xiao Fan opened the door and said coldly. There were 3 people outside. One of them Xiao Fan recognized was Yang Rong. He was a wealthy second generation at school, often driving his sports car on a campus, very ostentatious. Yang Rong said coldly, Kid, I've taken a fancy to Su Yue. You'd best stay away from her. You're a poor nobody. Go take a leak and look at yourself in the mirror. If I see you with Su Yue again, I'll break your legs. A faint, barely perceptible smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips. Young Master Yang, there are many pursuing Su Yue, but you're the fulliest among them. Anger surged within Yang Rong. Xiao Fan's half-smile deepened as he asked, You already know I'm an orphan with nothing tying me down. Are you really looking to risk your life against me? Why, you wouldn't dare to kill someone, would you? Yang Rong blustered bravely while trembling inside. Xiao Fan smirked. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. And don't go scheming in the shadows. From now on, if anyone comes after me, I'll come after you instead. Have you no sense of justice? Yang Rong cursed angrily. Xiao Fan sneered, Justice? Did you bring your men here to reason things out? I'm standing right here. If you want to beat me, go ahead. If you can't kill me, just wait and see. Yang Rong's face darkened with fury. If Xiao Fan truly decided to fight to the death with him, he'd live in constant dread day after day. Su Yue, he's nothing but a toad. Don't even think about catching a swan. Let's go. Yang Rong left, holding back a surge of frustration. Xiao Fan shook his head. Was that it? Just a few words, and they'd scattered, leaving him without even a chance to stretch his legs. Of course, he'd prefer never to have such opportunities anyway. Provoking a rich second-generation heir like Yang Rong would only cause trouble. Besides, despite being an orphan, he valued his own life greatly. What an idiot. Just because of a single photo, he actually brought people over to cause trouble. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Could this Yang Rong have bought his way into their school? The phone buzzed. Back in his room it rang. It was Su Yue. Xiao Fan guessed she'd also seen the post. Senior, I saw the post on the school forum. I didn't expect to be secretly photographed. Senior, let me treat you to a meal in a few days. If they were photographed dining together, now who knew what rumors would spread? That's fine. No need to treat me. Xiao Fan said. After a few casual words he hung up. They weren't really connected anyway. They weren't even friends, and Su Yue didn't rent a place, so they weren't landlord and tenant either. On the other end of the phone, Su Yue held her phone and stared blankly. Xiao Fan thought yesterday's incident was nothing major, but Su Yue felt otherwise. Being followed by someone who was still an A-class fugitive made her shiver just thinking about it now. If Xiao Fan hadn't saved her, Su Yue knew she wouldn't have escaped unscathed. By the way, Senior Xiao's phone was smashed yesterday. I'll work hard to earn some money, and buy Senior Xiao a better phone when the time comes, Su Yue thought to herself. She had over 10,000 yuan in her account, but yesterday, she visited the orphanage and transferred 10,000 to their account. Now she had very little money on hand. Taking advantage of the empty dormitory, Su Yue opened her laptop and began typing code rapidly. She was helping a company fix security vulnerabilities. No one knew that besides being beautiful, Su Yue was also a top-tier hacker. The reason she never exploited her hacking skills for money was that every penny she earned was clean. P.S. There's an explanation later in the story for why she didn't use her hacking abilities to make big money. Please read on patiently. I know Microsoft offers bounties for finding vulnerabilities. Shortly after the dormitory door lock clicked, Su Yue quickly switched her computer screen. She sighed inwardly. She really needed to find a place to rent outside. Yue, are you and Xiao Fan really? The girl who entered the dormitory was named Song Jia, who spoke with gossip in her tone. Su Yue glanced at Song Jia. Given her intelligence, she already knew Song Jia had been bribed possibly by more than one person. Su Yue shook her head. Impossible. Yesterday we happened to encounter something, so we went to the police station to give a statement. Oh, I see. That explains it. Xiao Fan looks ordinary and comes from an ordinary family. He could never be worthy of Yue. Song Jia remarked glibly. An image of Xiao Fan appeared in Su Yue's mind. She felt he was much more handsome in person than in the photos, especially with that kick he delivered yesterday. He was absolutely amazing. Song Jia, Senior Xiao is a good person. Don't speak ill of him, Su Yue frowned inwardly. Song Jia pursed her lips. Yue, you're too kind. In these times, what good is being kind? Can being kind put food on the table? Su Yue's expression grew slightly displeased. Song Jia immediately fell silent, and she still hoped to benefit from Su Yue. I need to move out soon, Su Yue thought to herself. But housing around the school was in short supply, making it difficult to find a place that met her requirements in the short term. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was late at night and Xiao Fan was not in his house, but in a warehouse he had rented. Sacks of rice were stacked inside the warehouse. Located in a remote area with few people around, but having just watched several horror videos, Xiao Fan felt like there were people everywhere, inside and outside the warehouse. The 500 square meter warehouse wasn't particularly large or small, but being alone inside at this hour was indeed unsettling. It's ruined. This account is ruined. Should I register a new one and watch more videos of beautiful women to rebuild it? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Grandson, is this all you've prepared? Inside the warehouse stood a large mirror, and suddenly a voice emerged from within it. Xiao Fan quickly looked at the mirror. Inside it was none other than his grandfather Xiao Hai. This much? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. I only have 100,000 yuan in my account. 8,000 went toward renting the warehouse, and the rest is tied up in rice worth 90,000 yuan. Grandfather, do you really have 100,000 soldiers under your command? Xiao Hai sighed. Over the past couple of days we've absorbed another team, adding 20,000 more. We now have a total of 120,000. Grandson, how did you end up with only 100,000 yuan? Your parents have only been dead for a few years. Couldn't the compensation money last longer than this? Xiao Fan's expression darkened. Grandfather, the driver who caused the accident, fled back then. There were no surveillance cameras on that stretch of road, and we never caught that bastard. Xiao Hai's expression turned grave as well. Xiao Fan's parents were his own son and daughter-in-law. After several years, the driver responsible remained unpunished and at large. This is outrageous. Xiao Fan, as their son, you must find that scumbag. Xiao Hai declared in anger. Xiao Fan sighed softly. 5 years. Any leads from back then were likely gone by now. Finding the perpetrator was easier said than done. Grandfather, how should I give you these grains? Could you send over some gems or something? I can sell them and use the money to buy supplies for you, Xiao Fan suggested. Gold was difficult to move, but selling a fine gem would bring in substantial returns. Xiao Hai cleared his throat. I don't yet have the ability to send physical items to you. While it's easy for you to send things over, it's quite difficult for me to transmit anything back. Simply press the mirror against whatever you want to send. Xiao Fan lifted the mirror and pressed it against a large pile of rice, which swiftly vanished. Each pile weighed 5 tons, making 6 in total. Within moments, all 30 tons of rice had disappeared. Grandson, you'll need to find more solutions regarding food supplies. The remaining provisions combined with what you've sent won't last long either. One can't fight on an empty stomach, Xiao Hai said helplessly. Xiao Fan gazed at Xiao Hai with hopeful anticipation. I'm your grandfather. Do you think I'd withhold benefits from you? Xiao Hai retorted impatiently. The empty dark treasured mirror has its limitations, otherwise I'd give you everything I could. Xiao Fan coughed lightly. Grandfather, just giving me a little each time would suffice. I'll grant you the ability to see through obstacles. Your strength is insufficient, and misusing this power would drain your life force. You can only use it 3 times per day. Remember this well. Xiao Hai finished speaking and raised both hands, surging with formidable power. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. The energy in Xiao Hai's hands blazed with dazzling brilliance. Huh. With a sudden roar, a radiant beam of light shot through the mirror and plunged into Xiao Fan's left eye. Puffed. Xiao Hai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. Grandfather! Xiao Fan exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Hai waved his hand. Relax, I won't die. It's easy enough to alter your physique, but granting you an ability like X-ray vision is far more difficult. Use this power to earn some money. 120,000 mouths to feed. Even boiling me wouldn't give them enough soup. He then awkwardly slapped his own mouth. My dear grandson, I'm a rough man. Don't you pick up my coarse language. Xiao Fan said. Grandfather, say whatever you like. I'm already 21. Xiao Hai was stunned. He had been gone for 9 years back, then Xiao Fan was only 12. Dear grandson, if I carve out a kingdom, I'll find a way to bring you over and pass the throne to you. You'll be an emperor. Xiao Hai grinned. Xiao Fan gave a speechless look. That was a huge promise. He couldn't swallow it all at once. Grandfather, don't think too far ahead. Just stay alive. Oh, I've prepared something good for you. Xiao Fan ran off, and soon returned with a box. As soon as it touched the mirror, it passed through to Xiao Hai's side. Xiao Hai opened it, and saw a stack of military strategy books. Good. His eyes lit up. These books were indeed very useful to him. Well done, my grandson. I'm injured now. I'll contact you again in 5 days. With those words, the image in the mirror shifted instantly, and Xiao Fan saw only his own reflection. It doesn't seem like anything changed. Xiao Fan rubbed his left eye and leaned closer to the mirror, examining it carefully. No difference at all. Maybe it's like marrow cleansing. It takes time. Xiao Fan mused. Outside was pitch black. He wasn't going back now. He lay down again, and after a long while finally fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan woke up groggily. The empty warehouse quickly brought him to his senses. Last night, he had transferred the rice to his grandfather and gained the ability to see through objects. Still looks the same. He hurried to the mirror to check. His eyes were just as before, but he already sensed a difference. He had a feeling that if he focused his mind on his left eye, he could see through things. 3 times a day. Give it a try. He quickly gathered various materials. He stacked cardboard with bricks and iron plates together. Different materials might affect the penetration ability. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan concentrated on his left eye. The first layer of cardboard instantly turned transparent, followed by the wood. The bricks took more effort, and the iron plate even more. But he successfully saw through all the layers he had prepared, and was quite satisfied. He then stared at the ground, and saw through about half a meter. At that moment his left eye felt dry, and he couldn't help blinking. Everything returned to normal. So 1 blink, and 1 chance is gone. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Grandfather is amazing. He can grant me X-ray vision even across worlds. I wonder how powerful he really is. Xiao Fan continued murmuring. Unfortunately, his grandfather couldn't come back. If he had a superhuman grandfather, he could walk with impunity and might even find the person who hit his parents. Phew. Xiao Fan let out a long breath. His gaze turned resolute. Now that he had undergone marrow cleansing and gained X-ray vision, the future was bright. It was possible he could find the hit-and-run driver himself. A hit-and-run that killed 2 people was an extremely heinous act. If the driver had called the police and an ambulance at the time, perhaps his parents wouldn't have died. Bastard, I will find you. Xiao Fan's eyes glinted coldly. Now that I have X-ray vision, how do I make money? Xiao Fan whispered to himself. His first thought was lottery tickets, but he quickly dismissed it. His ability only worked on scratch-off tickets. Even if he scratched open a whole stack, finding the winning tickets among them wouldn't be easy. How much time did he have between blinks? Moreover, a lottery station might not produce a big prize in years. Going to Macau is out too. Small wins don't help, and big wins. The house would just cheat. X-ray vision would be useless then. Xiao Fan grumbled. Excluding those 2, he thought of a method he'd seen in novels: gambling on rough jade. But that required capital. With only 1,000 yuan, he could only pick from the trash piles. There might be jade in those cheap stones, but 1,000 yuan worth of rubble might not yield a single good piece. And he only had 3 chances a day. When will that 50,000 yuan prize be deposited? Xiao Fan wondered. He had submitted his bank account number. Liang Wu said the prize would definitely be paid, but he didn't know when. If the prize money came late, his grandfather's situation would be extremely dangerous. Soldiers need food, go hungry, and they collapse without enemy attack. First go check out the rough stones. I still have 2 chances today, can't waste them. Xiao Fan decided. The city of Z, where he lived, had a population of 10 million and a dedicated jade gambling street. Xiao Fan took a taxi there. Young man, if you're just here for fun, that's fine. But don't get addicted, or you might lose everything. The driver couldn't help warning, his expression bitter. He used to own 3 apartments worth over 10 million yuan and drove a Mercedes. Now he drove a taxi. Xiao Fan nodded. Brother, thanks for the warning. I'm just looking around. By the way, which shop is more honest? Dong's Rough Stones. They've been in business for over a decade. Their stuff is a bit pricier, but they sell genuine rough stones. Some shops mix in ordinary rocks. Xiao Fan thanked him, paid the fare, and got out. Soon he arrived at Dong's Rough Stones. The shop was large, with wooden shelves displaying many stones of various sizes. Hot sale 500, 3,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000. Each shelf had a price tag. The 500 yuan stones attracted many customers. Just a few hundred yuan for a taste of the experience. Ordinary people rarely touched the high-priced rough stones. Is this all they have? Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. The highest price tag was only 50,000 yuan. Excuse me, is this everything you have? Xiao Fan asked. He felt the chances of finding good jade in these stones were low. Wasting his 3 daily X-ray vision opportunities on them would be foolish. Sir, we have second and third floors. The second floor requires a net worth check of 200,000, and the third floor requires 1 million, the salesgirl said politely. Xiao Fan was speechless. That stung. He didn't even have 2,000 yuan in his card. The phone chimed with a notification sound. Xiao Fan pulled out his phone and saw a bank deposit alert. The 500 yuan bonus for dealing with Lu Kuan had been transferred so quickly. Xiao Fan glanced around, but recognized no one. That's unscientific. At a time like this, shouldn't someone show off and say a poor person like me can't enter? He muttered to himself. I'm going to the second floor. Xiao Fan showed his account balance and quickly made his way to the second floor of Dongji's rough stone shop. There were only 2 groups of customers on the second floor altogether. 2 of them were carefully examining stones with lamps looking like experts. Xiao Fan's eyes swept across the area. The total number of rough stones on the second floor was much smaller, but adding up all sizes there were still about 30 to 50 pieces. To see a stone clearly takes 3 to 10 seconds depending on its size, and using my clairvoyance ability for half a minute makes my eyes very dry, and I need to blink. If looking at slightly larger stones I can only check 3 to 5 at a time. Xiao Fan thought to himself. With a total of 30 to 50 stones he could only examine 1/10 at a time, and even using both chances here would only let him see 1/5. The odds of finding something good were not high. On the way over he had checked on his phone that 9 out of 10 gambling stones fail, meaning, even with his clairvoyance ability, out of 10 stones he might only get 1 that increases in value. Earning money to raise grain also takes time. I must make money today, and tomorrow, can't waste opportunities blindly. Xiao Fan paid attention to the movements of the other 2 groups. They were experts, so their professional ability gave them a higher chance of buying good goods. Manager Shin, this piece shows promise with a considerable probability of yielding quality results, though at 4600 yuan the cost-performance ratio isn't great. One of the elderly men spoke. He was Zhou Jewelry's gambling stone expert. Zhou Jewelry often procured finished jadites, but occasionally purchased raw stones as well. After all, top-quality sources aren't something you can just have whenever you want. Directorly, this piece is quite unusual. It could yield exceptional quality or nothing at all. The risk is rather high. Another one of the 2 people also spoke in a low voice. Their voices were actually kept quite low, others should not be able to hear, but Xiao Fan had undergone tempering of his body and marrow, and his hearing was much stronger than ordinary people. Time passed minute by minute with Xiao Fan pretending to examine stones, while carefully listening to the gambling stone experts from both groups explain their findings. Directorly, let's go upstairs and take a look. Manager Shin, let's go upstairs too. Half an hour passed, and both groups headed upstairs. Although they had found stones they liked on the second floor, they would not purchase them immediately. Letting them sit for a few days might still allow bargaining. Based on what they said, these 4 stones have a relatively high chance of increasing in value. But this one exceeds 500 yuan, so it has to be eliminated. That leaves these 3 plus these 2 smaller ones. Xiao Fan focused his concentration on his left eye and examined the first stone. This stone had been opened at a small window, revealing a vivid green color. According to the old man, this quality reached ice species, and as long as the green could penetrate 1 inch deeper inside, it would certainly be profitable. If it went even deeper, the profits would be substantial. Damn, what profit is there? Just a surface layer of green. If you buy this for over 400, you'd lose your underwear. Could the guy who opened this window have clairvoyance ability like me? Xiao Fan quickly finished examining this piece and looked at the one beside it. This one was slightly better, but it would only mean losing somewhat less. He did not understand jadeite values, but according to their assessment, buying this piece for 3500 would result in a conservative estimated loss of 200. What the hell? Xiao Fan quickly moved to stand before the third stone. This rough stone skin showed good characteristics, yet inside there was nothing at all. Could these 2 experts be fakes? Amidst the puzzled looks from the second floor waitress, Xiao Fan quickly arrived before the 4th rough stone, which was relatively small in size. Xiao Fan's heart trembled. Inside this rough stone he saw a fist-sized piece of jadeite. Even though Xiao Fan did not understand jadeite, he felt this particular piece was of excellent quality. His eyes were already quite dry now, so Xiao Fan quickly glanced at a rough stone beside him. The last piece contained jadeite inside, but the quality was mediocre. Xiao Fan estimated it could break, perhaps even make a small profit, but not expect a big gain. Customer, are you alright? The young waitress walked over. Xiao Fan's behavior was rather strange. He was tightly closing his eyes at this moment. It's nothing, some dust got into my eyes. Xiao Fan waved his hand, feeling some stinging pain in his eyes. Grandpa said I can use my clairvoyance ability 3 times a day, but probably cannot use all 3 times consecutively. Each use requires resting for most of the day. Xiao Fan thought to himself. After rubbing his eyes and waiting a good while, Xiao Fan finally opened them. He felt that unless it was particularly urgent, he would best not use all 3 times in the future. If he blinded himself, that would be a much bigger joke. Can this be cheaper? Xiao Fan pointed to the one with goods. The marked price was 270000. The young waitress shook her head. Xiao Fan said 250000. Ask your boss if that works, and if so, I'll take it. Also help me cut it open. Negotiating a bit more might have gotten it, but better safe than sorry. Young brother 2500, I'll sell it to you. The shop owner came over quickly after getting the news. After all, it was a 2500 transaction. Good. Xiao Fan nodded and cleanly completed the transfer. Boss, please help me cut the stone. You should be professionals when it comes to cutting stones. Xiao Fan said. The boss nodded and quickly gave instructions. The stone was taken to the first floor. As the machine started, many people gathered around. Cutting open a stone worth 2500 on the spot was far more exciting than cutting a 500 yuan stone. This speed is a bit slow. Xiao Fan idly scrolled through his phone. These young ladies, why don't they seem appealing anymore? Even scrolling through dozens of fair-skinned and beautiful young women, Xiao Fan lacked interest. Even with beauty filters in Xiao Fan's opinion, there was still a considerable gap between them and Xiao Hai, who seemed to not even wear makeup. It increased. Suddenly someone shouted. The machine stopped and water rushed over a pure green color, catching everyone's eyes. Congratulations, boss, on a big gain. Hai species just a bit more, and it would reach glass species. What a pity. It's also very good. I'll take it for 5000. Surrounding people began speaking one after another, and jewelers who bought goods also started making offers. Please continue cutting, cut it all out. Xiao Fan said calmly. After all, he already knew what was inside long ago. There was nothing to get excited about. But this looked different in everyone else's eyes. Bought for 2500, now worth 5000. That was already doubled. Even someone worth millions would find it hard to remain as calm as Xiao Fan. The machine sound started again. The stone-cutting master spent considerable time carefully cutting out the entire jadeite. Big gain. Looking at this color and water quality, at least 2 million. Young brother, I'll take it for 2 million. Everyone was amazed. This rough stone was definitely a big gain. Crackling. The boss had someone light firecrackers. The firecrackers attracted even more people over. The two groups Xiao Fan had seen upstairs also came down, and seeing the cut stone, they felt somewhat regretful. They had all seen the stone Xiao Fan cut, and some were interested, but the price was slightly high, so they planned to look at others first. They did not expect Xiao Fan to beat them to it. Handsome guy too. 8 million Zhou jewelry wants it. No one should be able to go higher than this price. Manager Shin spoke, her commanding presence sweeping across the surroundings. The rest fell silent. With Zhou jewelry's influence, buying at this price would only yield a small profit. If they bought it, they might even lose money. Deal. Seeing no one else bidding, Xiao Fan said directly. 8 million, he was quite satisfied with this price. Adding the remaining 2500, his funds exceeded 3 million. The transaction was complete, and Xiao Fan quickly left. With 3 million in his card, he could now enter the third floor to inspect goods, but his eyes were tired, and he decided not to look today. Boss Su, it's Xiao Fan. I need another 300 tons of the same rice from the other day. What price can you offer? Returning home, Xiao Fan called Su Yang, the owner of the grain and oil wholesale supermarket. Su Yang was stunned. Xiao Fan had previously bought 30 tons. Even if he were to order more, Su Yang had expected a considerable interval, but he didn't anticipate another 300 tons. According to the previous price, it was 900,000. This was a big deal. President Xiao, first-time strangers, second-time friends. Since you're a regular customer, I must give a discount. How about 10 cents off per caddy? This is already my best offer, Su Yang said after quickly considering. The rice quality was not high-priced at only 1 yuan 50 fun per caddy, so the profit margin was already slim, but with the volume, there was still some profit. All right. How long will it take? Xiao Fan asked. 3 days. Su Yang replied affirmatively. 300 tons of rice would have been hard to come by in a famine year, but now a single truck can carry dozens of tons. 300 tons is less than 10 truckloads. Deal. I'll transfer half the payment first, and the remaining half when the goods arrive. Xiao Fan quickly transferred 420,000 yuan to Su Yang. He wasn't afraid that Su Yang would abscond with the money. 42,000 was not enough to warrant that, and Su Yang's shop was sizable. The monk could run, but not the temple. Besides, if he tried to cheat him out of this money and run, getting caught by the police would land him in prison for many years. 300 tons, that's 600,000 caddies. For 120,000 soldiers, 1 caddy per person per day, that's only enough for 5 days. Xiao Fan calculated roughly and clicked his tongue in amazement. The consumption of so many people was terrifying. He now had over 3 million in his card, but he couldn't spend it all at once. To earn more, he naturally needed substantial capital. I'll go to the third floor of Dong's rough stone tomorrow. The rough stones on the third floor are more expensive, but if they yield a big gain, it's a massive profit. Xiao Fan thought to himself. A ringtone sounded. Xiao Fan pulled out his phone and saw that it was Liang Wu calling. He was a bit surprised. What could Liang Wu want? Could it be that Lu Kuan was a fake and they wanted to reclaim the reward of 500,000? Even so, Xiao Fan wasn't flustered. He answered the call. Captain Liang, what a surprise. You actually called me, Xiao Fan said. His parents' car accident had initially been handled by traffic police, but the hit-and-run driver had escaped and couldn't be found, so the case was eventually transferred to Liang Wu. At first he called every day, but gradually reduced the frequency. He had already lost hope. Liang Wu said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan, during the interrogation of Lu Kuan, he revealed some other information. There's progress in your parents' case. I'll continue investigating your parents' case, may be solved. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. He no longer cared about compensation for his parents' deaths, he just wanted the perpetrator to pay. If the other party hadn't fled, his parents might have survived. He was now 21. 5 years ago he was only 16. His parents' death had dealt him a heavy blow, and after 5 years he still hadn't fully recovered. Captain Liang, what kind of clue? Xiao Fan hurriedly asked. Liang Wu said gravely, I can't tell you about that. You've waited too long, otherwise I shouldn't have even made this call. In any case, we'll do our best. With that, Liang Wu hung up. He had many things to attend to every day. Xiao Fan's eyes turned red. Finally, there was hope. He hadn't expected that catching Lu Kuan would bring such a surprise. Su Yue seems not a jinx, but a lucky star, Xiao Fan thought to himself. If Su Yue hadn't led the person here, he would never have earned the 500,000 reward, and Liang Wu wouldn't have found the new clue. Lu Kuan had been wanted for 2 years. If he hadn't been caught this time, he might have remained free for several more years, or even longer. Ding dong ding dong. As evening fell, the doorbell suddenly rang. Xiao Fan was a bit puzzled. The houses near the school were frequently traded, the old neighbors had long moved away, and in recent years, he hadn't gotten to know any new neighbors. If someone like Yang Rong had come to cause trouble, they wouldn't ring the doorbell. Thinking this, Xiao Fan walked to the door and habitually looked through the peephole. When his parents were alive, he hadn't had this habit, it was something he developed later. Junior Su, what are you doing here? Xiao Fan opened the door in surprise. Outside the door was indeed Su Yue. Seeing the door open, she quickly entered the house. Senior, close the door quickly. If someone finds out I'm here, there might be trouble. Su Yue said hurriedly. Xiao Fan closed the door, but didn't latch it completely. Junior Su, I don't plan to rent out the house anymore. Besides, others already know about this place, it wouldn't be good for you to rent here. Xiao Fan said. He had no intention of moving out himself. If he lived with Su Yue, even if nothing happened, it would inevitably spread like wildfire. I know, Senior. That day you broke your phone to save me. This is a new phone I bought for you. Senior, turn it on, and see if it works. Su Yue took out a new phone from her bag. Xiao Fan was stunned. Su Yue actually remembered this. Junior Su, this phone must cost 4 or 5,000 yuan, right? My old crappy phone was bought for 2,000 yuan, and has been used for 3 years. Might as well take this opportunity to replace it. Xiao Fan waved the new phone in his hand. Su Yue's eyes were sharp, she instantly recognized that the phone Xiao Fan had just bought was a low-end model. Senior, you saved my life. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Su Yue put down the phone and was about to leave. To buy this phone, she had rented a small hotel room for 3 days, worked until 3 in the morning every day, and earned 6,000 yuan in payment. As a top hacker, it wouldn't be hard for her to make some easy money. If she revealed her online alias, Ugly Duckling, it would be easy to get big jobs. But if she took jobs as a newcomer, even with skills, it was difficult. Why would anyone trust a newcomer? Often the tasks Su Yue could get now had a price that didn't match the workload. A 6,000 yuan job might take others a month or more to complete. Junior Su, wait. Have you found a suitable place to live? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue shook her head. She hadn't looked for one at all these past few days. Even if she searched, she probably wouldn't find a satisfactory place in such a short time. Xiao Fan said, if you don't mind, you can stay here for the next few days. I need to leave for a while. He had to go back to his hometown. He needed to burn some incense at his parents' graves, tell them that Grandpa was still alive, and also mention the clue Liang Wu had found. Besides, he had to go to other places to purchase grain. He also needed to buy winter clothes. And he had to check out rough stone markets elsewhere. Taking care of all these things would take at least 10 days, or half a month. Senior Xiao, are you going on a long trip? Su Yue asked in surprise. It wasn't even vacation time yet. Xiao Fan nodded. I estimate I'll be out for half a month. If you're not afraid of rumors, you can stay here. In the meantime, hurry up and find a place. Thank you, Senior. I'll move in right away. Su Yue said joyfully. Xiao Fan hurriedly stopped Su Yue. You can move in tomorrow. I still need to sleep here tonight. Although there were 2 rooms, it would be rather inconvenient for Su Yue to move in. Oh. Su Yue's face flushed slightly. Xiao Fan retrieved a set of keys from his room. Here are the keys to the apartment door, Junior Sister Su. Just move in tomorrow. If anyone asks why you're staying here, you can simply say you've rented this place. You have half a month to find a new apartment. After receiving the keys, Su Yue departed quickly. Early the next morning, before Xiao Fan had even risen, the doorbell rang. Su Yue had arrived, dragging a suitcase behind her. Junior Sister Su, so early. Seeing Su Yue at the doorway, Xiao Fan was somewhat stunned. It had barely been light for long. The sun had not yet risen. Su Yue said helplessly, there are fewer people at this hour. If I come out later with this suitcase, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Xiao Fan glanced at Su Yue and nodded in agreement. Indeed, such trouble could arise. The troubles of possessing such beauty. Unlike him, he had never faced such concerns all his life. Now, having undergone the marrow cleansing, his appearance had reached campus heartthrob level, yet compared to Su Yue's ethereal beauty, the gap remained considerable. Moreover, a man's poverty overshadowed all other virtues. Once others knew he was poor, even greater handsomeness would not save him from being ignored. Junior Sister Su, you can unpack yourself. I'll go back to sleep for a while. Xiao Fan yawned. Today he planned to visit Dong Ji's Jadestone shop, first then return to the countryside. It was far too early in the morning. The shop was hardly open yet. Su Yue dragged her suitcase into the second bedroom. Xiao Fan returned to his room and soon drifted back into slumber. Whether the marrow cleansing had not yet fully concluded, or whether using his X-ray vision consumed too much energy, he felt he needed a full 10 hours of sleep to feel truly refreshed. How wonderful. Having settled her belongings, Su Yue quietly gazed at the kapok flowers outside the window. Morning sunlight bathed the crimson blossoms in breathtaking radiance. Having risen early, Su Yue lay down on the bed and slept peacefully as well. So comfortable. 2 hours later, Su Yue woke. She had been suffering from insomnia lately, her sleep restless and troubled, yet she had slept soundly here. Good morning. Xiao Fan also woke, emerging from the master bedroom, just as he spotted Su Yue. Well-rested and radiant, Su Yue looked astonishingly beautiful. Good morning, senior brother. Su Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. After speaking, she quickly retreated to her room. Tisk, having a campus beauty living together doesn't sound half bad, Xiao Fan thought to himself. But that was merely a fleeting thought. He harbored no such desires at present. His grandfather was still rising in rebellion in another world, fighting bloody battles. His parents had passed away, both being only children, and with Xiao Fan as their sole offspring, Xiao Hai was now his only remaining kin. Even setting aside familial bonds, if he helped Xiao Hai succeed, Xiao Hai would inevitably reward him generously, painting a bright future ahead. With wealth and strength, who would ever lack for companionship? Junior sister Su, hurry up and find a new place. Bye. After washing up, Xiao Fan departed promptly. Su Yue poked her head out from the room, glancing left and right. Only when she confirmed Xiao Fan was gone did she step out. It was not that she feared Xiao Fan would behave inappropriately. Having moved in, she naturally trusted his character. She simply felt that appearing before him so early in the morning, before washing her hair disheveled, would damage her image. Dongji Jadestone Shop. Xiao Fan's arrival caused little stir. Today's customers were largely different from yesterday's, and having gambled 2 million in jade was hardly extraordinary on this street. After Xiao Fan had left yesterday, someone at another shop cut open a stone worth 5 million. However, they had originally paid 3 million for that raw stone, so their profit was roughly comparable to Xiao Fan's. Young master, you're here early today? The owner of Dongji Jadestone Shop was present in the store and eagerly rushed over to greet Xiao Fan warmly. Xiao Fan had made a fortune yesterday, and the owner had profited handsomely as well. Xiao Fan's success at his shop had drawn many others to purchase raw stones, with yesterday's sales rivaling an entire week's normal business. One must seize the day to earn profits, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Boss, I'd like to check out the third floor. Is capital verification required? The boss shook his head vigorously. Xiao Fan had only made 3 million yesterday. Besides, on the third floor, without money in one's pocket, nothing was affordable. Soon Xiao Fan reached the third floor. As expected, the third floor had even fewer raw stones, totaling only about 10. Young master, all stones on the third floor are in the million yuan range. The prices are somewhat high, but the odds of discovering valuable jade are also greater. The owner of Dongji Jadestone Shop said with a smile. He estimated that the 3 million Xiao Fan had earned yesterday would soon find its way into his own pocket. Money earned by luck must surely be lost by skill. Xiao Fan nodded. Boss, carry on with your work. I'll browse slowly on my own. Very well. The boss left the third floor. Xiao Fan's gaze swept across the stones, about 10 in number, varying in size, with the larger ones quite substantial. He activated his X-ray vision, but it was impossible to examine them all at once. Examining half might be feasible. This one is over 3 million, eliminated. This one is so large, yet only costs around 1 million. I doubt it holds anything valuable. Eliminated. Xiao Fan did a cursory review. He selected 5 stones. If none of these 5 contained quality material, his visit today would have been in vain. Miss, what's with that look? Do you think I'm incompetent? Xiao Fan glanced at the third floor salesgirl. The ladies on the third floor were considerably more attractive than those on the first and second floors. And no. The salesgirl stammered quickly. She struggled to suppress her laughter. Xiao Fan had skill. She had not seen any sign of it. Xiao Fan pointed to the window. Miss, please look out the window and admire the view. Your staring makes me nervous. The salesgirl hastily turned her gaze toward the window. She could not afford to offend a customer who could afford the third floor. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on a raw stone and quickly activated his X-ray ability. 1 stone, 2, 3. Before fully examining the 5th, Xiao Fan could bear it no longer and blinked wearily. The 1st and 3rd, total losses. The 2nd is a small loss, the 4th may yield a modest gain, and the 5th should bring in 1 or 2 million. The night before, he had searched the internet for information and hastily studied jade knowledge. Absolute accuracy was impossible, but rough assessments were manageable. Fetch your boss. If this stone is 1 million, I'll take it. Xiao Fan pointed to the 5th raw stone. The mark price was 18 million. Such stones were difficult to move, and Xiao Fan estimated 1 million was quite achievable. Young master, 1 million is slightly low. Perhaps you could add a bit more. The boss quickly ascended to the 3rd floor. Xiao Fan shook his head. This stone has likely been sitting in your shop for quite some time. 1 million in cash is far more appealing than a rock. If you won't sell, I'll visit other shops. If you will move it downstairs for cutting immediately. The boss's eyes lit up. Cutting a million yuan stone on-site would certainly attract numerous onlookers. If Xiao Fan happened to discover fine jade, it would significantly boost the shop's sales. As for failure, gambling stones was prone to such outcomes, and it would not significantly impact the shop. Sold, the boss decided decisively. Hey bro, you're green. Xiao Fan was playing on his phone when someone beside the machine exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Fan glanced at the other person. Elsewhere such words would invite a beating. On this jade gambling street, everyone wanted to see green. To get rich one must first see green. Impressive young man. You had a big win yesterday, and now again today. Someone nearby spoke with envy. Many people gathered around. Among them some had witnessed Xiao Fan's big win yesterday, and now he was winning big again today. Boss, shall I continue cutting, or? The stonecutter asked Xiao Fan for his opinion. Green had appeared indicating a profit, but it wasn't substantial yet. Xiao Fan smiled, and said, same as yesterday, unveil it all. What boldness, young man, the owner of Dongji Raw Stone Store said cheerfully. It was beneficial for Xiao Fan to continue cutting. Most of the street's crowd was drawn to his spot. You can film the stone but don't include me. Someone was live streaming and Xiao Fan cautioned them. Sure, the person quickly agreed. They dared not offend someone who could spend millions on raw stones and remain unfazed. Amid the screeching machine the stone continued to be cut. Too noisy. Xiao Fan simply went upstairs. Why not spend the time watching videos of pretty girls or playing a few games? A couple of hours passed. The machine downstairs stopped and exclamations arose. Crackling sounds of firecrackers followed. Xiao Fan shook his head inwardly. Was it really necessary? He had glimpsed most of the stone with his X-ray vision and estimated it would yield a profit of 1 or 2 million. Spending $1 million to buy the stone and earning 1 or 2 million. Did that warrant firecrackers? Young man, it's a huge win. The boss rushed upstairs excitedly. Xiao Fan said calmly with a smile, boss, don't try to fool me. If it's not 3 to 5 times the cost, that's not a big win. Young man, it's more than 3 to 5 times. The value of the jadeite on Earth will definitely not be less than 8 million, the boss said with intense excitement. He already sensed that he would have another frenzy of sales today. Xiao Fan was stunned. It had increased that much. He had learned a bit about jadeite, and it shouldn't have increased this much. Could it be that the small part one didn't look at later contained a masterpiece, say? Xiao Fan hurried downstairs. The jadeite had been completely unearthed. A piece of jadeite had reached the glass-like quality worth a fortune. Damn, if I had known it would increase this much I wouldn't have had it done publicly. Xiao Fan thought to himself. A gain of 1 or 2 million might not attract much attention, but a gain of several million could easily make some people envious. I plan to sell this. Those who want it can start bidding, Xiao Fan said, scanning the crowd. Several jewelry merchants present immediately began to bid. Some store owners also joined in. Buying jadeite now could yield a profit of tens or hundreds of thousands if sold later. In the end, the jadeite was sold for 8 million yuan. Receiving the bank SMS notification, Xiao Fan's heart raced. His account balance had reached 8 digits, something he had never dared to dream of before. I can't come back to this street for a while. Xiao Fan left quickly. Having 2 consecutive big wins, if he came again, and one big once more, it would draw too much attention. My. From the taxi's rearview mirror, Xiao Fan keenly noticed a car following him. 2 big wins might have made someone want to skim some profit from him. Driver, I have an urgent matter and need to get to Leishan County as fast as possible. If you're fast enough, I'll give you 2,000, Xiao Fan said. The taxi driver's eyes lit up. Leishan County was only about 100 kilometers away, normally costing around 300 yuan. Buckle up, young man. The driver floored the accelerator, determined to earn that 2,000. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fan could no longer see the following car in the mirror. When it came to driving skills and road familiarity, ordinary people could hardly compare to a taxi driver. Driver, nice speed. I'll transfer the 2,000 now. When the car arrived in Leishan County, Xiao Fan transferred the 2,000 as promised. With an 8-digit bank balance, 2,000 was just pocket change to him now. Thanks, young man, thanks, the taxi driver said happily. To Liuhe town. After buying a ticket, Xiao Fan boarded a bus heading back to his hometown. Someone was vomiting and the bus smelled unpleasant. I guess I'll need to get a driver's license and buy a car later, Xiao Fan muttered to himself. After a bumpy ride of 1 or 2 hours, Xiao Fan arrived in town. He bought some offerings for worship. It was already evening when he reached the village. Xiao Fan, why are you back now? Fanboy, come eat dinner at Annie's place later. Your uncle just caught a big grass carp. The villagers were simple and warm, greeting Xiao Fan one after another. Xiao Fan responded warmly. When his parents died, it was the fellow villagers who helped with the burial. Xiao Fan had always kept that kindness in his heart. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fan reached the hill behind the ancestral house where his parents were buried. Dad, Mom, I'm back to see you. Lighting incense and candles, Xiao Fan respectfully kowtowed 3 times. I came back mainly to tell you 2 good news. First, Grandpa is still alive, and he even traveled to another world. Second, Captain Liang has found a lead. The bastards who killed you will definitely be caught and punished by the law. Xiao Fan burned paper money while talking to his parents. Men may not easily shed tears, but thinking of everything that had happened, Xiao Fan still wept. Brother Fan, my mom asked me to call you back for dinner. As dusk fell, someone came to fetch Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan stood up and looked at the newcomer. Huzi, your high school entrance exam is in 2 months. How do you feel? Confident. The newcomer was Chung Hu. He looked a bit gloomy and said, I'm confident, but I probably won't go to school. I'll likely go out to work and earn money. Most families in the village were poor. The tuition, accommodation, and living expenses for high school were unaffordable for them. Let's go back. I'll talk to your parents, Xiao Fan said, stamping out the embers on the ground. Brother Fan, don't talk to them. They have it hard and my younger siblings still need to study. I can help support the family by working. Chung Hu quickly said. The descent was fast, and soon they were back in the village. Xiao Fan had grown up in the village as a child. Later his family bought a house in the city and he went to school there when he was 15. But just after starting high school his parents had the accident. Fanboy, wash your hands and sit down to eat. Chung Hu's mother warmly invited Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan quickly sat down. Looking at the dishes on the table his eyes grew moist. There were 5 dishes in total: chicken, fish, and cured meat. Fanboy, this chicken was brought over by Uncle Tian, and this cured meat is from Grandpa Chen's house. Eat more, you need to nourish yourself. Chung Hu's mother said. Every time Xiao Fan returned to the village, when he ate at one family's house other families would send over dishes, making a sumptuous table. Their village wasn't big, only about 20 or 30 households, most of which were poor. But compared to the city the village was full of human warmth. Uncle Auntie Huzi should still continue his studies. I've recently made some money. For the village kids in high school, I'll give 10,000 each per year. For those admitted to a second-tier university, 15,000 per year. For first tier, 20,000, Xiao Fan said. On the way down the mountain he had already decided he wanted to do something for the villagers. Chung Hu and his family stared at Xiao Fan in shock. Fanboy, are you possessed by something in the mountains? Chung Hu's mother reached out to touch Xiao Fan's forehead. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Annie, I'm serious. Huzi and the others should study more. Now I have the ability to help everyone. If the villagers had treated him poorly he would never have been so kind. Not even if he were wealthy. But when his parents passed away he didn't even know the password to their bank card, and he had no money. It was the villagers who contributed money and effort to give his parents a proper burial. In the following years, every time he returned to the village he was treated to great meals. Chung Hu's father Chung Xing was said sternly, Fanyatsi, even if you have some money keep it for your own marriage. You have no one to rely on, you must depend on yourself. Xiao Fan chuckled, Uncle Chung, you're underestimating me. With my looks plenty of girls are chasing after me outside. Chung Xinghua and his wife clearly didn't believe it. Even Chung Hu didn't. Uncle Chung, our village is so small, how many go to high school or college each year? I calculated it, at most it costs 100,000 yuan a year. I can afford that money, Xiao Fan said with a smile. He now had over 10 million in his bank account. More importantly, he had X-ray vision, making money faster than robbing a bank. Fanyatsi, don't force yourself on this matter. Chung Xinghua frowned. Xiao Fan shook his head. No pressure, Uncle Chung. Let me first transfer 100,000 yuan to you. When I leave tomorrow you can discuss this with the others. Chung Xinghua shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. You come back to the village every year anyway. Give it to those who need it in person. Xiao Fan nodded. All right. Soon it was the next day. Xiao Fan visited every household. Currently no one in the village was in college. There were 3 in high school, and 2 about to start high school. In total he only gave out 50,000 yuan. Spending that money for a joyful mood was well worth it. Fanyatsi, come back soon with a wife. Your parents would be happy to see that. Chung Xinghua took Xiao Fan to the town on his motorcycle. Xiao Fan held up one hand. Chung Xinghua frowned. 5 years. You're 21 this year. 5 years is too long. You need to get married early and continue your family line. Xiao Fan laughed heartily. Uncle Chung, I meant I'll bring back 5 wives. Nonsense. Be careful on the road. Chung Xinghua said gruffly. Xiao Fan waved and boarded the bus to the county town. As the bus drove away, Chung Xinghua smoked and gazed after it for a long time, murmuring, Brother Xiao Fanyatsi has made it. You too can rest in peace in the afterlife. Grandpa said the soldiers are short of food and winter clothes. If those 300 tons of grain could be sent over it would sustain Grandpa and his men for a few days. Now I need to think about the clothing issue. Xiao Fan mused to himself. He figured that special combat training uniforms would be suitable. Of course, they wouldn't be military grade. Online they cost a few hundred yuan per set. If he only needed a few sets he could just buy them online, but he needed at least 120,000 sets. 1 set per person, not accounting for changes. That would cost tens of millions. Going directly to factories would certainly be cheaper. It would also attract less attention. If he ordered over 100,000 sets of such clothes online, he'd be summoned for questioning in no time. Returning to the city, Xiao Fan soon boarded the high-speed train south. In 3 days he visited 6 factories. Boss, I need a large batch this time, and more later. Give me your best price. Then I won't have to run around anymore. Xiao Fan pulled out several business cards from his pocket. The boss's pupils contracted. They were all from competing companies, and each one was larger than his own. Handsome guy, how many do you want? Xiao Fan smiled. For the first batch, I need 2,000 sets each of regular large and extra large sizes. If everything is satisfactory, the next batch could be 10 times that. The boss's breathing quickened. That was a substantial quantity. I'll give you 200 yuan per set. Can't go lower, or I can't guarantee the quality. The boss said after thinking for a while. Deal. I'll pay half the deposit up front. How long will it take? Xiao Fan asked. Without hesitation the boss replied. We've made plenty of these clothes. Daily output is about 800 pieces, maybe over 1,000 with overtime. About a week. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. 6,000 pieces a week. If all 120,000 were made here, it would take months. His grandfather couldn't wait that long. Guess I'll have to visit other places, Xiao Fan thought. The next day, he visited 2 more factories and ordered 6,000 pieces from one of them as well. Then Xiao Fan hurried back to Z City. It was already the 5th day. Tonight his grandfather would contact him, and the 300 tons of grain needed to be sent over. Manager Xiao, as you requested, 300 tons of grain have been unloaded into the warehouse. What about the balance? At the rented warehouse, Xiao Fan met the owner of the grain wholesale supermarket Su Yang. Before returning, Xiao Fan had told him where the warehouse key was hidden. Su Yang had opened the door and unloaded the goods himself. Let me do a spot check first. No problem. Xiao Fan randomly inspected 3 bags and found no issues. Mr. Su, I've transferred the money. Xiao Fan promptly paid the remaining amount to Su Yang. Su Yang sighed in relief and reminded him with a smile, Manager Xiao, now that there's a lot of grain in the warehouse, you should hire someone to watch over it. Xiao Fan nodded, thanks for the reminder. Su Yang left. A glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He had no intention of using this warehouse again. Su Yang was a shrewd man. If he continued buying grain from him and delivering it here, Su Yang might notice something unusual. Grumble. His stomach suddenly growled. He had eaten on the high-speed train for lunch, but the food was bland, and he hadn't eaten much. Grandpa always contacts me late at night. I can go have a good meal first. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Just then his phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. It was actually Su Yue calling. Junior Su, have you found a place to rent? Xiao Fan said. Su Yue's sweet soft voice came through. Senior, how could I have found one so quickly? I've been looking every day, but nothing suitable. Senior, I still owe you a meal. When would be convenient? Xiao Fan patted his stomach. Having the campus belle treat him to a big meal wouldn't be bad. How about tonight? You pick the place and let me know. After hanging up, Su Yue quickly chose a spot. Not too expensive, about 100 yuan per person. Far from the school. Su Yue didn't want to be seen by acquaintances while eating with Xiao Fan. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the restaurant. Su Yue had been there 2 minutes earlier. Senior, over here. Seeing Xiao Fan approach, she stood up and waved. She was still wearing a mask, but her voice caught the attention of several people. Junior Su, I won't take back your phone, but I won't go easy on this meal. Xiao Fan said cheerfully as he approached. Senior, eat as much as you like. Su Yue giggled. She then took off her mask. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned. Su Yue had put on a little light makeup and her beauty was nearly flawless. Su Yue chose a booth by the window where the sunset glow cascaded upon her. Infinite beauty. Her beauty would make fish sink and geese fall, the moon hide, and flowers blush. Such words flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. At that moment his heart skipped a beat, but he quickly suppressed that feeling. This was hardly the time for romance. His parents had died in a car accident and the hit-and-run driver had evaded justice for 5 years. His grandfather was still alive, but rebelling would surely be perilous. Su Yue, a goddess-level campus belle, drew many eyes. If he were seen too close to her, it would attract attention, and some of his secrets could not withstand scrutiny. For instance, the grain in the warehouse. If anyone discovered that hundreds of tons of grain had mysteriously vanished, would he be summoned by some mysterious department for questioning? Senior. Su Yue called out with a faint blush, sensing his unusual gaze. Ahem, let's order. Xiao Fan coughed lightly and unceremoniously ordered 2 of his favorites. Su Yue added 2 more dishes. Senior, you've taken half a month off. What about the exams? Su Yue asked curiously. Xiao Fan smiled. I've already finished self-studying this semester's material. I can't promise much, but passing the finals shouldn't be a big problem. Knowing he couldn't rely on others, Xiao Fan worked hard. He had already self-studied part of the senior year curriculum. His original plan was to finish learning early, then take the law exam for graduate school, and once he found the hit-and-run driver, he would personally see him behind bars. Senior, what have you been busy with lately? Su Yue asked with curiosity. Just busy work. Forget about me. Tell me, how many apartments have you viewed recently? Didn't any of them catch your fancy? Xiao Fan changed the subject. He couldn't exactly tell Su Yue what he'd been up to. Boast about how much money he'd made to attract her attention. No need. Su Yue said glumly. I didn't dare to look at the far ones. I viewed 3 nearby, but none were good. Yours is still the best. Xiao Fan. Was Su Yue planning to stay in his apartment indefinitely? Senior, I'll keep looking and find one soon. Su Yue quickly added. She was a bit disheartened. Xiao Fan's expression seemed to suggest he didn't want her to stay long. No need to rush. I said you could stay for half a month, and half a month it is. Xiao Fan smiled. He was only back for a visit tonight, he'd sleep at the warehouse, and tomorrow he'd leave. Thank you, Senior. Not long after the dishes they ordered arrived. Since he had no ulterior motives towards Su Yue, Xiao Fan was relaxed. He chatted with her about this and that, and the meal gradually came to an end. Hey, isn't that Su Yue? She actually has a boyfriend. She came all this way to eat with him. Someone came downstairs and spotted Su Yue. From her angle, she couldn't see Xiao Fan's face, only his back. She took out her phone and quickly snapped 2 photos. The distance was a bit far, so Su Yue didn't notice. Xiao Fan, facing away, was even less likely to detect the surreptitious photo. Shortly after leaving the restaurant, the young woman eagerly uploaded the photos to the school forum. The beauty has an owner exposing Su Youwei's mysterious boyfriend. Seeing the title, many cursed under their breath. Another clickbait. But their hands still guided the mouse to click into the thread. Holy crap, it really is Su Youwei. Who's that guy? I challenge him to a duel. 5 minutes, I want this beast's full info. In no time the thread garnered many replies. Ding dong. Su Youwei's phone rang. She checked, and saw it was Song Jia. Senior, I'll take this call. Su Youwei almost hung up, but since Song Jia was her roommate she answered. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Youwei answered. Song Jia asked, Youwei, what are you up to? I was thinking of visiting your place. Would it be convenient? Su Youwei frowned inwardly. She couldn't let anyone know she was eating with Xiao Fan. Bringing Song Jia to her apartment was also inconvenient. Song Jia, I'm eating out. Let's talk about the visit another time. I might have to move out of this apartment anyway. Song Jia said in surprise, eating out with Xiao Fan. The photo showed only Xiao Fan's back from the shoulders up, and from a distance, it was hard to tell for someone who didn't know him well. Song Jia couldn't be sure it was Xiao Fan. I'm alone. My phone's about to die, I'll hang up now. Su Youwei quickly ended the call. Xiao Fan frowned slightly. While Su Youwei was on the phone, he checked his phone. Xin sent him a message, a screenshot from the forum. It also included a question mark emoji. Su Youwei has too many admirers, we got caught. Xiao Fan sighed. He showed his phone to Su Youwei. Su Youwei's delicate brows furrowed. Song Jia must have seen the post, she called deliberately. Song Jia knows I lied. She'll think the guy is someone special to me. Su Youwei thought, regretfully wishing she hadn't answered the call. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to be spotted even this far away. Su Youwei apologized. Xiao Fan waved his hand. It's fine. They only got a shot of my back. Just tell them I'm a distant cousin or something. Su Youwei said quietly, Senior, I'm an orphan too. Sorry. Xiao Fan was taken aback. He hadn't known that. It's okay. I've long gotten used to it. I grew up in an orphanage, that's my home. Su Youwei's expression was calm. But Xiao Fan could see a trace of loneliness in her eyes. Su Youwei, let's not talk about this sad topic. Let's get out of here. Before someone rushes over and corners us. Xiao Fan said. Su Youwei nodded. They left the restaurant, and each took a taxi. Third bro, you there? Say something. Chen messaged again. Xiao Fan knew his roommates could certainly recognize him. It's me. Don't say anything. There's nothing between Su Youwei and me. Xiao Fan replied. Oh. Chen sent back a single word, full of meaning. Xiao Fan. It was impossible to explain, so he gave up trying. Chen and the others wouldn't spread rumors. This is getting hot. Su Youwei's appeal is massive. Xiao Fan browsed the forum. That thread had garnered hundreds of replies in just over 10 minutes. From the background it kind of looks like Xiao Fan. Suddenly Xiao Fan spotted such a reply. He sighed helplessly. Sure enough, someone had guessed it. The photos of him walking with Su Youwei from a few days ago were also dug up. It couldn't possibly be Xiao Fan. Could Su Youwei actually fancy him? I think so too, but it does look quite like him. The thread split into two factions arguing endlessly. Xiao Fan had a headache. These people had too much energy, wouldn't it be more comfortable to play a game? Master, stop here. A short distance before the warehouse, Xiao Fan had the taxi pull over. He walked back to the warehouse himself. Meanwhile, Su Youwei had also returned. She took out her laptop and rapidly tapped the keyboard. With her hacking skills, within half a minute she knew who had posted the thread. Luo Qingling. Su Youwei frowned slightly. She knew Luo Qingling. The other girl was also a campus belle, though ranked below her. After a moment's thought, Su Youwei swiftly hacked into Luo Qingling's phone. She quickly checked the recent album. A Luo Qingling hadn't captured Xiao Fan's face. Su Youwei breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If people found out it was Xiao Fan, she was sure someone would cause him trouble. Right, I can do this. Su Youwei had an idea. She swiftly modified the photos in Luo Qingling's phone. Then without a trace, she used them to replace the pictures in the thread. From the server backend, Su Youwei found that 5 people had downloaded the photos. Spending a little time, she replaced their downloaded copies as well. Hilarious, you actually think it's Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's hair whirl is on the left, the person in the photo has it on the right. What eyesight do you have? Su Youwei replied. She also placed Xiao Fan's previous photo alongside the one she had altered. Sharp eyes from upstairs. Exactly right, one left and one right. Confirmed not the same person. The others quickly compared. The argument immediately ceased. Su Youwei breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Xiao Fan was browsing the thread too, and he was dumbfounded by Su Youwei's reply. Is Junior Su a computer expert? Isn't her major finance? Xiao Fan mused to himself. The picture must have been altered, and the most likely person to do it was Su Youwei. But did Su Youwei have such ability? Junior Su, what's with the thread? During dinner, Xiao Fan had added Su Youwei on WeChat, and he sent a message. Senior, I asked a friend to help modify the photos. Su Youwei replied quickly. I see. Xiao Fan understood. It was quite normal for a goddess-level campus belle, like Su Youwei, to have a wide network. After a busy day, Xiao Fan soon fell asleep. Knock knock. Woken up in the middle of the night, Xiao Fan groggily looked at the upright mirror. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? In the mirror was naturally Xiao Hai covered in blood. Xiao Fan also noticed a long wound on his arm. Just had to fight a minor scratch. I'll recover soon. Xiao Hai waved his hand dismissively. Grandson, is all that behind you rice? Xiao Hai's eyes gleamed. They had obtained little grain in recent days, and the remaining food was scarce. More than 100,000 soldiers were about to go hungry. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandfather, you are a cultivator, but aren't the soldiers as well? Do cultivators need to eat? Can't they sustain themselves by absorbing spiritual energy from the world? Xiao Hai said with exasperation. How could ordinary soldiers reach the Bigu realm? Martial cultivators not only need to eat, but their appetites are much larger than normal people. Xiao Fan asked, Grandfather, with a powerful cultivator like you, can ordinary soldiers be of great use? While passing grain through the mirror, Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai explained, the world's laws here strictly forbid wanton slaughter of ordinary people. Killing 3 to 50 a year is fine, but more will incur heavenly punishment. Many cities also restrict powerful cultivators from acting. Xiao Fan thought to himself, I see. Do ordinary soldiers practice martial arts? Do they still need cotton clothes? Xiao Hai said, martial arts require talent. 80% of soldiers only know some crude fist and foot techniques. Of the remaining 20%, only about 30% can withstand severe cold. You need to prepare more cotton clothes. The soldiers here are about the same height as people in Hua Kingdom. Xiao Fan nodded. He had already started preparing. Grandson, you've made quite a bit of money, haven't you? This batch of grain is plenty. It should last about 5 or 6 days. Xiao Hai was overjoyed. As long as he had food, he wouldn't panic. They could endure the cold, but fighting on empty stomachs was truly impossible. Grandfather, should I try to get you some machine guns or something? Xiao Fan said. He couldn't get such things in Hua Kingdom, but he could go abroad. It would be easy to obtain them in other countries, and since they wouldn't be brought back, it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Hai frowned. You can try, but it may not be useful. I tried for a long time, but couldn't make gunpowder. Perhaps it's due to differences between the two worlds. Grandfather, wait. Xiao Fan ran to a corner and brought over a box. Soon the box was passed to Xiao Hai. When Xiao Hai opened it, inside were several strings of firecrackers. Xiao Hai waved his hand, and a ball of fire appeared beside him. He threw a string of firecrackers into the fire, but they didn't explode. Through the mirror, Xiao Fan also noticed this. Perhaps due to the differences between the two worlds, certain elements lost their effect when brought to Xiao Hai's side. Firearms probably won't work. If you get a chance, you can send some over, but don't force it if you can't. If it's convenient, get some cold weapons. The metallurgy here is mediocre. Powerful warriors have excellent weapons, but ordinary soldiers' gear is average. Xiao Hai shook his head with some regret. If machine guns worked, he could sweep across the entire world. All right. Xiao Fan nodded. 300 tons of grain was a lot, but with 10 tons per pile, there were only 30 piles. Before long, all 300 tons were passed to Xiao Hai. Grandfather, do you need fodder for the war horses? Xiao Hai cleared his throat and said, no rush for now. My troops are mostly infantry. The cavalry with war horses only numbers a few hundred, and most of them can't even ride. Grandson, I'm a bit injured, so I'm afraid I can't give you any benefits this time. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if Xiao Hai offered him something, he would refuse this time. Last time, after giving him the X-ray vision ability, Xiao Hai's face was pale, and he was in poor condition. Grandfather, just take care of yourself. I'll contact you in 5 days. Xiao Hai vanished in an instant. I hope Grandfather will be okay, Xiao Fan murmured, his eyes filled with worry. Xiao Hai had been injured, which meant that if the enemy were stronger, Xiao Hai might die. Wait. Grandfather was just an ordinary person in this world, but in 9 years over there, he became a powerful cultivator. Was it due to talent, or did he eat something? Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. If Xiao Hai's high talent was due to something he ate, Xiao Fan could definitely send some over. Even if the effect was much weaker, as long as it still worked, Xiao Hai could become stronger. In the other world, Xiao Hai flew through the air and soon entered the military camp. Commander. Xiao Hai landed, and many people in the tent hurried out to greet him. They looked at Xiao Hai with anticipation. The emperor was corrupt and cruel, so they had rebelled together. Now the entire army's morale was high, achieving victory after victory. Yet the generals were well aware of the lurking dangers. The food issue was the biggest problem. Xiao Hai said he would find a solution, and a few days ago he did produce some grain, but it was far too little for an army of over 100,000. Why are you all wearing such long faces? I said I can get food, and I will get it. Xiao Hai glared. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and instantly sacks of grain appeared. His Kongming mirror was a spatial treasure that could contact Xiao Fan and also store items. It could easily hold hundreds of tons of grain. Commander, is this the same kind of white rice as before? A general asked with great surprise. The rice Xiao Fan had bought was of average quality, but to the ordinary soldiers of Xiao Hai's world, it was extremely fine grain. Forced to rebel, one could imagine what common people had to eat. Many had nothing at all. They ate chaff, tree bark, and grass roots. Anything to survive. White rice porridge was already a luxury for them, not to mention fluffy white rice. Exactly. Follow me in conquering the realm, and I will never let you go hungry. Xiao Hai said with authority. With grain he had confidence. Several generals hurried over to open a few sacks, and check their faces filled with joy. Indeed, they were filled with pure white rice. This rice was better than what was sold in grain shops, where the rice was yellowish, mixed with many unhusked grains and some chaff. Distribute half of the rice to the battalions. Xiao Hai said as he stored the other half away. If he gave it all out now and something unexpected happened, he would have no one to blame. Rest for 2 days. In 2 days we will set out for Inwa City. Xiao Hai said in a deep voice. Inwa City was not small, capturing it would not be easy, but if they succeeded they would have a decent base. Yes, the generals replied in unison. Their expressions were solemn. If they could not enter Inua City before the first cold wave arrived, many soldiers who were thinly clad and wounded might not survive. The next day Xiao Fan woke up. Looking at his surroundings, he shook his head. After all, he was now worth several million, and instead of sleeping with a girl he was in a warehouse. A bit embarrassing to mention. Opening his phone, Xiao Fan checked the post from yesterday. The replies had already exceeded 3,000. Fortunately no one suspected him. Third brother, what the hell? The swirl on your head can move, eh? Shinshin sent a message on WeChat. Fourth brother, don't ask about things in society, you can't handle it. Xiao Fan replied. In return, Shinshin sent a string of eye-rolling emojis. Third brother, is there really no chance with school beauty Sue? If you can win her over, go for it. She knows plenty of pretty junior girls. Soon Shinshin sent another message. Do you think I have a chance with her? Seems a bit difficult. Shinshin knew Xiao Fan well. In other aspects he was excellent. If not for his parents' death affecting him in high school, he would have had a good chance of entering Tsinghua or Peking University. But Xiao Fan had no money. The house they had visited was an old building over a decade old, only about 70 or 80 square meters. In the future, if he married, he would have no family support. Several people openly pursued Su Youwei, each with money and power. So you should take your leave. Xiao Fan shook his head, locked the warehouse, and left. 2 hours later Xiao Fan arrived at the airport. He was going to really Yunnan, where there were plenty of rough stones. This time he planned to make a small goal. He had over 7 million in capital. If he could multiply it by more than 10 times, he could achieve a small goal. With his clairvoyance ability, it was entirely possible. Uncle Cheng, I want to ask you a favor. While waiting for his flight, Xiao Fan called Cheng Xinghua. Fan Yazi, just tell me what it is. Cheng Xinghua was working in the fields. He wiped his sweat and said. Xiao Fan said, Uncle Cheng, you should know what my grandfather ate in those days, right? Cheng Xinghua frowned. I'm not very clear about what your grandfather ate as a child, but the old folks in the village know. We can ask them. What are you going to do? Xiao Fan said, Uncle Cheng, I want you to help me collect everything my grandfather ate, or might have eaten back then, including tree bark and grass roots. Collecting these things will cost money. I'll transfer you a few tens of thousands first. Cheng Xinghua hurriedly said, Fan Yazi, don't transfer money. In those days of poverty, what good things could your grandfather have eaten? I'll just call out and have the villagers help you collect them. It's no big deal. Xiao Fan said, the items need to be refrigerated for preservation. You'll need to buy 2 larger refrigerators. Try to collect as comprehensively as possible. After hanging up, Xiao Fan transferred 20,000 yuan to Cheng Xinghua. If he transferred more, Cheng Xinghua might immediately return it. What is Fan Yazi up to? Cheng Xinghua was a bit puzzled, but he didn't dwell on it and hurried home. Knowing it was for Xiao Fan, many villagers soon gathered. The elderly recalled what they had eaten in those days while the younger ones searched urgently. With Uncle Cheng and the others collecting, it should be fine. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Even if not everything, most should be collected. A few hours later Xiao Fan's plane landed at Mongsher Airport. He took a taxi to Ruili. It was already evening, so he found a hotel to stay in. Knock knock. The door was knocked. Xiao Fan opened it to find a young woman outside. Handsome, need some service, she said with a flirtatious glance. Bang. Xiao Fan directly closed the door. The woman's appearance was actually quite good, above 80 points, but having seen Su Youwei a few times recently, his standards had become much pickier. Why am I thinking of Su Youwei again? I can't have any thoughts about her. Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Senior, someone followed me today? I reported it to the police, so they probably won't follow me anymore. No one will know I'm staying in your house. Lying in bed, Xiao Fan took out his phone and saw Su Youwei's WeChat message. Smart. Xiao Fan chuckled. A few days ago Su Youwei had been followed by Lu Kuan. At this time, reporting that someone was following her would definitely be accepted by the police, and they would track down the stalker. Logging onto the school forum, Xiao Fan indeed saw related news. With this incident, anyone else with similar ideas would certainly back off. Junior Su, you should hurry and find a place. Xiao Fan replied. This guy. Su Youwei rolled her eyes at Xiao Fan's message. I won't look, humph. She said that, but she wouldn't actually stop looking. She knew that staying at Xiao Fan's place for too long could easily cause misunderstandings. I need to earn more in the coming days, so I'll have more options. Su Youwei quickly started working as she took another order. Although it was tedious, completing it would earn her 20,000 yuan. Brother, I didn't expect to see you here. At the Ruili Jade Market, Dong Hui, the owner of Dong's Rough Stones, approached Xiao Fan with a smile. Boss Dong here to stock up. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up as he spoke, feeling dizzy from wandering around. There were far too many rough stones of all sizes in this area. His clairvoyance could only be used twice a day at most, so wasting the opportunity recklessly would be a pity. Thanks to you, brother, my shop's inventory is running low. I'm here to get some stock. Dong Hui said with a hearty laugh. Xiao Fan's 2 big wins had earned him a considerable amount. Xiao Fan said, Boss Dong, I'm not very familiar with this place. Could I tag along with you and learn a thing or two? Dong's Rough Stones was a decades-old shop, and Dong Hui, being in his 50s or 60s, had extensive experience in this field. Following him would likely help Xiao Fan avoid many pitfalls. Of course, no problem. Dong Hui replied with a warm smile. He had approached not just because Xiao Fan had made him money, but more importantly, he wanted to build a connection with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had left a deep impression on him with his 2 stone-cutting sessions. The first time he had been playing games the entire time, the second time, he had even gone upstairs to rest. After all, the first stone was worth 250,000, and the second one Xiao Fan bought was worth 1,000,000. Yet he remained so remarkably composed. Even someone with tens of millions of assets would find it hard to stay as calm as Xiao Fan. Dong Hui speculated that Xiao Fan might come from a powerful background and was just cutting stones for fun. Time passed minute by minute. Xiao Fan followed Dong Hui through many places, and along the way Dong Hui did his best to explain various things to Xiao Fan. These were things that were hard to learn online. Brother, this shop has good stuff, and the prices are fair. I buy most of my stock here. How about we go in and take a look? Following Dong Hui, Xiao Fan entered a large warehouse of rough stones. The warehouse was filled with all kinds of stones, and Xiao Fan was inwardly astonished. As an established rough stone merchant, Dong Hui's net worth was probably considerable, but compared to the owner of this shop, Dong Hui's wealth was far less. Boss Dong, you're quick. My new shipment just arrived, and you're already here. A lean old man approached, followed by 2 black-suited bodyguards. The 2 black-suited bodyguards exuded a fierce aura, and ordinary people would be no match for them. But Xiao Fan was not intimidated. Dong Hui secretly observed Xiao Fan's reaction. Impressive, he thought to himself. He knew that these 2 bodyguards of the lean old man had seen bloodshed, yet Xiao Fan, young as he was, showed no fear at all. Boss Tang, if I came late, wouldn't all the good stuff be picked over? Dong Hui greeted cheerfully. Brother Xiao, this is the big boss around here, surnamed Tang. Compared to Boss Tang, my business is just peanuts. Hello, Boss Tang. Xiao Fan nodded. The lean old man's name was Tang Ziqian. He initially thought Xiao Fan was just Dong Hui's assistant, but hearing Dong Hui's words, he finally turned his gaze to Xiao Fan. Oh, Tang Ziqian felt a hint of surprise. Xiao Fan gave him a peculiar impression, possessing a temperament rarely seen in young people. Hello, Xiao. Tang Ziqian smiled. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Boss Tang, I'm following Boss Dong to broaden my horizons. If I find a good rough stone, I might buy a few to cut for fun. Haha, no problem. Boss Dong, Xiao, feel free to pick anything. I'll give you a fair price. Other people arrived, and after saying this, Tang Ziqian went to greet them. Boss, that young man is not simple. One of Tang Ziqian's bodyguards leaned in and whispered. How is he not simple? Boss, my intuition tells me that without a gun, I might not be able to beat him. Tang Ziqian was inwardly astonished. This bodyguard of his was at the level of a warrior king. An interesting young man. What kind of background could he have? Tang Ziqian pondered, suspecting that Xiao Fan might come from a major family. As far as he knew, there were martial arts families in China, but they were deeply hidden, and ordinary people had no contact with them. Brother Xiao, these pieces are all good, but the prices are high. If you win good, if you lose, you'll lose a lot. Dong Hui explained to Xiao Fan. The pieces he pointed out were all priced over 5 million. He wouldn't touch stones of that level. They might not sell for 2 or 3 years. Xiao Fan smiled. Boss Dong, I'll take a closer look. You seem uninterested in them, so go about your business. All right. Dong Hui nodded. After Dong Hui left, Xiao Fan quietly activated his clairvoyant ability. The first piece. Junk. The skin looked good, and it was sizable, but inside there was nothing. The second piece Xiao Fan estimated would be a small loss. The third was still very mediocre. Moi. Upon seeing the fourth piece, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy. This stone had a rich green color at its center, and was also quite large. It should increase in value by 3 or 4 times. The stone was priced at 6,800,000. The profit margin would exceed 20 million. Xiao, have you found anything interesting? Since it's your first time here, I can give you a 20% discount. Even regular customers like Boss Dong only get 10%. Tang Ziqian approached Xiao Fan again and said. Xiao Fan's mind stirred. Tang Ziqian seemed interested in him. He was also interested in Tang Ziqian. Rueli was close to Myanmar, and major rough stone merchants here would have significant influence. Tang Ziqian likely had strong connections in Myanmar as well. Then thank you, Boss Tang. Boss Tang, I'll take this piece. If convenient, please have it cut for me directly. Xiao Fan said with a light smile. 6,800,000 with a 20% discount was 544,000. Xiao Fan paid it casually. Xiao, want to watch the cutting? Tang Ziqian smiled. Cutting would take a while, and he could probe Xiao Fan's background further. I can't be bothered. Boss Tang, just have someone cut it. Xiao Fan said indifferently. He knew exactly what was inside. The more indifferent he acted, the more Tang Ziqian would be wary, and the less likely he would be to cheat him. Alright, I'll arrange the best stone cutter for you, young Master Xiao. Tang Ziqian said with a smile, his address for Xiao Fan having changed. A stone worth over 5 million, and Xiao Fan didn't even bother to watch it being cut. That was far from ordinary. 2 or 3 hours passed. Xiao Fan looked at many rough stones with Dong Hui and listened to his explanations. Young Master Xiao, congratulations. A huge win. Tang Ziqian approached them with a beaming smile. Dong Hui asked in surprise, Boss Tang, did Brother Zhao's stone yield a big gain? Tang Ziqian nodded. Young Master Zhao's stone has been cut. Preliminary valuation is 32 million, and with more time it could sell for 35 million. As he spoke, Tang Ziqian watched Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was slightly surprised, but overall remained calm. He must be from a major family. Tang Ziqian thought to himself. Even Dong Hui beside him looked more shocked than Xiao Fan. Young Master Xiao, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you the entire video of the stone cutting. Tang Ziqian said. Xiao Fan took out his phone. Seeing that it was a phone worth only 1,000 or so, both Tang Ziqian and Dong Hui were a bit dumbfounded. Young Master Xiao, you are indeed frugal. Tang Ziqian cleared his throat. Xiao Fan. He had just been too busy lately to buy a new phone or go shopping for new clothes. Brother Xiao, let's add each other on WeChat too. Dong Hui said with a smile. He and Tang Ziqian quickly added Xiao Fan on WeChat. Young Master Xiao, let us go inspect that jade. Boss Dong is an expert. Do join us. Xiao Fan nodded. The three of them soon arrived at a luxuriously decorated room where the sliced jade rested quietly upon the table. Fine piece. Young Master Xiao has an excellent eye. 3 consecutive windfalls. Dong Hui exclaimed in astonishment as he closely examined the revealed jade. A sharp gleam flickered in Tang Ziqian's eyes. Had Xiao Fan also experienced 2 major gains earlier, he suspected it was no mere coincidence. Rumor has it that some in martial families cultivate inner qi. Could inner qi allow one to discern whether raw stones contain jade? Tang Ziqian thought to himself. Pure luck. Boss Tang, would you be interested in purchasing it? If so, I'll sell you this jade for 30 million. Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. Tang Ziqian shook his head. Young Master Xiao, this jade is preliminarily appraised at 32 million. I cannot take such a large advantage from you. How about this? I will buy it for 34 million. I should be able to resell it for 35 million, earning $1 million in profit, taking only a small advantage from you. Dong Hui was momentarily stunned. If Tang Ziqian paid 34 million, he would likely need to hold it for some time before selling. Reselling at 35 million meant he would barely make any profit. Tang Ziqian is exceedingly shrewd. Young Master Xiao must be quite formidable. Dong Hui thought to himself. Then I thank you, Boss Tang. Xiao Fan smiled. 34 million was a fair price. Tang Ziqian seemed to have misunderstood something and wished to cultivate a connection with him. Under such circumstances, Tang Ziqian would hardly plot against him. I am the one who benefits. Young Master Xiao, may I have your account number? Xiao Fan provided his account details to Tang Ziqian. Boss Tang, please transfer 20 million to me. As for the remaining 14 million, I would like to entrust you with purchasing something. Dong Hui promptly excused himself and departed. He had already added Xiao Fan on WeChat, so they could stay in touch that way. Young Master Xiao, may I ask what you wish to purchase? Tang Ziqian transferred the 20 million to Xiao Fan and personally poured him a cup of tea. Xiao Fan said, I wish to order a batch of Tang swords crafted from quality steel numbering 10,000 pieces custom made at a factory in Myanmar. I wonder if you have the connections, Boss Tang. Tang Ziqian was taken aback. 10,000 Tang swords. Did ordinary martial arts practice require such a quantity? I do have connections in this regard, though transporting the goods may prove difficult. Tang Ziqian considered for a moment before replying. Over 10,000 swords. If discovered, even his network would face considerable trouble. Xiao Fan smiled. There is no need to transport them in. Boss Tang, when the time comes, arrange for me to visit, and I will use other channels to take the goods away. By the way, Boss Tang, do you have connections to procure a few firearms for recreation? I will only use them there, and will not bring them back. Tang Ziqian harbored no suspicion. Even if Xiao Fan came from a prominent family, he likely had never encountered firearms. It was natural for young men to be interested in weapons. No problem at all. As long as they do not enter the country, it can be arranged. Tang Ziqian said with a smile, thinking of a warlord he knew in Myanmar. Boss Tang, I raise this cup of tea in gratitude. Let the 14 million serve as a deposit. I will make up any shortfall when the time comes. Xiao Fan raised his teacup. Young Master Xiao is too kind. It is a trivial matter. Tang Ziqian smiled. Boss Tang, I need these items somewhat urgently. Please expedite matters. I would be most grateful. Xiao Fan finished speaking and stood up. Boss Tang, we shall keep in touch via WeChat. Very well. Tang Ziqian escorted Xiao Fan to the doorway. Boss, shall we look into him? One of Tang Ziqian's bodyguards spoke after Xiao Fan had walked far enough away. Do not investigate him. The family behind him may be beyond our ability to provoke. If discovered, the trouble could be considerable. Tang Ziqian shook his head. Yes, boss. Tang Ziqian took out his mobile phone and soon placed a call. Boss, I have a business opportunity for you. 10,000 Tang swords made of fine suitable steel. What is your quote? Tang Ziqian asked with a smile. On the other end, boss, who was taken aback. 10,000 Tang swords. Boss Tang, I need to inquire about market rates for this. Boss Hu hung up. Though he was not a sword factory owner himself, his network ran deep. Soon enough, Boss Hu called back. Boss Tang, for such a large quantity, I can offer 3,500 per piece, but delivery is not included. You must arrange transportation yourself. Agreed. It is urgent, so please hurry. Having said that, Tang Ziqian ended the call and transferred the 14 million deposit. Young Master Xiao, the total amount is 35 million. Tang Ziqian sent a WeChat message to Xiao Fan. Upon seeing the message, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. His account currently held only 20+ million. If he did not hurry to earn more money, he would not be able to pay when the time came. Old Xiao fighting wars in another world is not easy, and neither is my role as quartermaster. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. After wandering around and resting for several hours, Xiao Fan felt his eyes recovering. He had taken a fancy to several raw stones at another shop. The cheapest piece was priced at 8 million, all of excellent quality. But with raw stones, whether they appreciate or depreciate ultimately depends on fate. Damn it. After using his clairvoyant eye to examine the stones, Xiao Fan cursed inwardly. All of these raw stones would result in losses if purchased. The buyer is always at a disadvantage compared to the seller. If I did not possess my clairvoyant ability, I would likely lose everything. Xiao Fan shook his head silently. He had hoped to make a small fortune on this trip, but it seemed he would have to wait until next time. The ordered clothing was ready, and he needed to return. The batch of grain he had ordered was also prepared and awaiting pickup. After booking his flight tickets, Xiao Fan departed that very night. The next day, Xiao Fan wasted no time in renting a sizable warehouse. Boss Wang, please deliver the 1,000 tons of grain to the following address. Xiao Fan placed the call. On his previous visit to order clothing, he had also arranged to purchase 1,000 tons of grain. The total price was 3 million. This shipment of grain should be sufficient for Xiao Hai and the others to last over half a month. After a long half-day of arrangements, the clothing and grain finally arrived at the warehouse. Over 2 million had been spent. His account now held only about 20 million. I wonder what condition Grandpa is in. If his state is relatively stable, I should be able to receive benefits tonight. Xiao Fan felt hopeful. It was already evening. Xiao Fan had a quick meal and checked into a hotel room. He needed to take a shower. Senior Sister Su, have you managed to find a suitable place to rent? Xiao Fan sent a WeChat message to Su Yue. Seeing the message, Su Yue felt slightly distressed. Was he urging her to leave? Senior brother. Not yet. Please give me just a little more time. Su Yue's reply came quickly. Hurry up, I am almost back. Okay. Setting down her phone, Su Yue searched online for rental listings again, but found no new options nearby. Knock knock. Someone knocked at the door. Su Yue's heart tightened. She crept quietly to the door and peered through the peephole. Third brother, open up. It was Shin calling from outside. Su Yue felt somewhat relieved, but she did not open the door. Strange. Third brother clearly said he had left, yet the light just turned on. Could there be a thief? Shin pulled out his phone to call Xiao Fan, but there was no answer. No ringtone echoed from within the room. Could there really be a thief? Shin grew anxious and was about to call the police. Su Yue hurriedly opened the door, then not wanting Shin to summon the police. Su Xiaohua. Shin's eyes widened in shock. Su Yue was actually living in Xiao Fan's house. What was going on? Su Yue quickly said, "You're Senior Zhao's roommate, right? I've temporarily rented one of Senior Zhao's rooms." Shin looked utterly incredulous. A campus belle like Su Yue bold enough to share a flat with a male student. Sister-in-law, I'm third brother's roommate. Sister-in-law, I know nothing. Goodbye. Shin turned to leave. Su Yue blushed and hurriedly said, "There's nothing between Senior Xiao and me. Don't talk nonsense. I'll move out in a few days. Sister-in-law, rest assured I'm known for being tight-lipped." With that, Shin vanished around the corner. Su Yue was speechless. She felt exasperated that Shin had come by and seen her there. "Senior, one of your roommates just came by and saw me." After closing the door, Su Yue quickly sent a message to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was in the shower and didn't reply immediately. Senior seems to have misunderstood something. Please talk to him. After waiting a while with no response, Su Yue sent 2 more messages to Xiao Fan. Third brother, from now on you're my idol. You're actually living with Su, the campus belle. Amazing. You've been keeping it quiet. Third brother asks sister-in-law to set me up with a girlfriend. Someone half as pretty as her would be fine. Shin sent a long string of messages to Xiao Fan. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fan finished his shower. What the heck? After reading the messages from Su Yue and Shin, he rolled his eyes. Stop spreading nonsense. Su Yue is just a tenant. She saw my rental ad a few days ago, and since I had to go out of town, I rented it to her short-term. Xiao Fan first sent a message to Shin. Junior Su, just find a place and move out as soon as possible. He quickly replied to Su Yue as well. Seeing Xiao Fan's message, Su Yue was left speechless. She began to seriously doubt her own charm. Could Senior Xiao be into men? Suddenly that thought popped into Su Yue's mind. If that were the case, no matter how beautiful a girl was, she wouldn't attract Xiao Fan. Senior Xiao is quite handsome. If he likes men, that's a bit of a shame. Su Yue's mind wandered with bizarre thoughts. If Xiao Fan knew what she was thinking, he'd probably roll his eyes at her. Xiao Fan was male, and his preference was women. He stopped paying attention to Su Yue, and Shin returned to the warehouse and went to sleep. He had been running around for days and was exhausted. Knock knock. It was still the middle of the night when Xiao Fan was woken up. Sure enough, Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the mirror. "Grandpa, why couldn't you contact me earlier? It's always the middle of the night." Xiao Fan yawned, annoyed at being woken up halfway through his sleep. Xiao Hai said sheepishly, "Good grandson, Grandpa has no choice. It's easier to contact you at this time." Xiao Fan got up, picked up the mirror, and began to transfer grain. "Grandpa, I've got you 1,000 tons of grain this time. Can your void mirror hold it?" Xiao Fan asked while transferring the grain. Xiao Hai chuckled. "Don't worry, the space inside the void mirror is huge. 1,000 tons is nothing. Even 10,000 tons would be fine. Grandpa, how's your situation? You were injured last time. Are you okay now?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a scratch, healed by the next day." The two chatted, and before long the 1,000 tons of grain had been transferred through the mirror. Grandpa, I prepared 12,000 sets of winter combat training uniforms. These clothes won't stop a blade, but they should keep you warm in winter. Xiao Fan carried the mirror to the pile of clothes. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. They had already reached the vicinity of Silvermoon City, but the city was heavily guarded, and it would be difficult to breach in a short time. The first wave of the cold snap was gradually approaching. Good. A large amount of clothing was transferred, and Xiao Hai was overjoyed. Although the number of clothes was only a tenth of the soldiers' count, it was enough for the wounded and the weaker ones to wear, allowing them to withstand the first wave of the cold snap. Grandpa, you said you're besieging the city. Can't powerful cultivators just bring soldiers in directly? If only it were that simple. When approaching Silvermoon City, even Grandpa's strength is greatly suppressed. We have to siege it like in ancient China. Xiao Hai shook his head. Cultivators like him were still stronger than ordinary soldiers near a powerful city, but under the city's suppression, they were no more than skilled martial artists. A city that had endured eons was no ordinary thing. Xiao Fan blinked and said, Grandpa, what if I got you a heavy truck filled with rocks? Could it ram the city gates open? Or what about an oil tanker full of fuel? Even if it doesn't break the gates, the explosion might blow them open. Xiao Hai said helplessly, with Grandpa's current cultivation, I can't transfer something that big. Maybe when I'm stronger we can try. Xiao Fan slapped his forehead. I almost forgot something. He carried the mirror to a corner of the warehouse, where 2 large refrigerators were packed full of various items. Back in Rueli, he had asked the villagers to send the goods by truck. Grandpa, this is stuff I had the villagers collect. Try some and see if any of it helps with your cultivation. Saying that, Xiao Fan transferred the 2 refrigerators. Scanning them with his spiritual sense, Xiao Hai was deeply moved. With these items, he could still taste the flavors of home, even in another world. Good grandson, Grandpa has something good for you too. As he spoke, 2 figures appeared behind Xiao Hai, each placing a hand on his back. With their assistance, Xiao Hai's aura rapidly intensified. Even across worlds, Xiao Fan could feel the terrifying might of Xiao Hai now. Go! Xiao Hai shouted, and a dazzling beam of light shot through the mirror into Xiao Fan's body. Good grandson, this time Grandpa gives you the telekinesis ability. You can move objects with your mental power. Practice often, and your mental strength will grow. I'll contact you in 10 days. With that, Xiao Hai's figure vanished. After the exertion, his expression turned extremely weary. Telekinesis, huh? Not bad. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. His physique was far stronger than an average person's, even surpassing a king of soldiers, but if he encountered an enemy relying solely on brute force, might mean death. A single bullet could kill him. If his mental power was strong enough, he could control the incoming bullet. However, he would only know the initial strength of this ability the next day. Can't sleep. Tossing and turning for a while, Xiao Fan gave up, locked the warehouse, and took a taxi to a hotel. The hotel bed was far more comfortable than the warehouse floor. After all that fuss, Xiao Fan finally fell asleep. He woke up to broad daylight. So this is mental power. With his eyes closed, Xiao Fan could clearly see everything within 2 meters around him, and it was a 360-degree unobstructed view. It felt as if countless tentacles had sprouted around him, each with an eye at the tip. Can I see inside objects? Xiao Fan focused his mind, trying to see through the bedside table. He succeeded, but it was extremely difficult. His mental energy drained more than 10 times faster. Up! Xiao Fan attempted to use his mental power to lift the nearby lamp. The lamp wobbled, but even with all his effort, he couldn't lift it. My mental power is still too weak. His gaze fell on a ballpoint pen, which wobbled and flew up. He could control objects of that weight, but he wasn't skilled yet. From now on, I'll carry a box of needles. Controlling a single needle is easy. Xiao Fan thought to himself. If he faced a life-threatening crisis, he could use a needle to attack an enemy's eye. Boss Yang, the quality of your clothes is acceptable. I'll order another 10,000 sets, deliver in 10 days. I'll need more later. See if you can expand production capacity. Xiao Fan made the call. Upon receiving Xiao Fan's call, factory owner Yang Anren was overjoyed. The quality of his factory's products was decent, but without high volume the price couldn't come down, making it hard to compete with larger factories. Such a large order was a rare opportunity. Yang Anren quickly asked, Boss Xiao, how many more will you need? If quality and quantity are guaranteed, at least 50,000, possibly 100,000. Xiao Fan said. Over 100,000 soldiers would require at least 1 set, each totaling over 100,000 sets. Boss Xiao, expanding production capacity is easy. There's a nearby factory I can take over, and the workers are already available. 20,000 sets in 10 days is no problem. Yang Anren quickly replied. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. This was perfect, saving him a lot of trouble. Boss Yang, I'll order 20,000 sets then. But don't compromise on quality. If there are defects, I'll reject the shipment, and the loss will be yours. Yang Anren promptly assured him. Boss Xiao, rest assured. Yang Anren, act with integrity. The quality of the clothes is definitely guaranteed. Alright. Same as before, I'll transfer half the deposit to you now. Get to work immediately. Xiao Fan ended the call and transferred 2 million yuan to Yang Anren's account. This young boss Xiao, though young, is really straightforward. Seeing the money arrive, Yang Anren felt delighted. Xiao Fan was prompt with deposits, and equally prompt with payments, never delaying on funds. Soon Xiao Fan called another garment factory owner. The other party was cautious and had no plans to expand capacity, So Xiao Fan only ordered 10,000 sets. 30,000 sets for Grandpa in 10 days. That should be about right, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Many soldiers under Xiao Hai practiced martial arts, so those with stronger physiques had better cold resistance. With 30,000 sets of clothes, the weaker ones could be prioritized. To order over 100,000 sets at once would require a deposit of over 10 million, but he only had about 2 million. With limited capital, making money wasn't so easy. In the other world, Xiao Hai flew back to the military camp from afar with 2 trusted subordinates. Their camp was about 10 kilometers from Inua City, far enough that the city's influence was greatly reduced, allowing them to fly without any issues. Commander. As Xiao Hai landed, many generals in the army quickly gathered around him. They looked at him expectantly. During the siege these days, they hadn't obtained much grain. The food from last time was nearly depleted, and if Xiao Hai hadn't secured more supplies, the situation would be dire. Xiao Hai waved his hand, and instantly a massive amount of grain appeared. Thousands of tons of grain formed a small mountain. Commander, is this all grain? A general asked excitedly. Xiao Hai grinned. Do you think I'd bring sand to fool you? This is enough for half a month. Within half a month, capture Inua City for me. Commander, should we wait a bit longer to attack? The cold wave has arrived, and some soldiers can't bear the chill. Sending them to attack in such weather might cost many lives. Another general cupped his fists. Xiao Hai waved his hand again, and a large pile of clothing appeared. There are 12,000 sets of uniforms here. Distribute them to those who need them most. Once they wear these, they won't feel cold. The special training uniforms were quickly handed out. Many soldiers were dressed in tattered rags, and these brand new uniforms were far better than their old clothes, keeping them warm. Long live the commander. Long live the commander. Cheers erupted throughout the camp, and the soldiers' morale soared. Xiao Hai's authoritative voice rang out across the entire camp. Listen up, everyone. Focus on fighting. Don't worry about food or clothing. More supplies are coming. We must capture Inua City within half a month. Do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. An earth-shaking roar erupted, carrying all the way to Inua City. Xiao Hai's eyes gleamed. The soldiers' morale was high, and he was confident they would take Inua City. There were many large cities like Inua City. If they couldn't even capture Inua, they might as well give up the rebellion and wait for death. On the high-speed train, Xiao Fan rested with his eyes closed. He had been away for a long time and needed to return. After all, he was still a student. Even if his grades were good, skipping too many classes was not acceptable. Although with his current abilities he didn't need a diploma, he was already a junior and had to give himself some closure. Not graduating from university would sound bad. Old man, are you all right? Please move aside. This elderly man seems to have something stuck in his throat. Suddenly someone cried out in alarm. Xiao Fan opened his eyes and turned to look. Only 2 rows away, an old man's face was flushed red, and he was clutching his throat in agony. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment before standing up. In the past, he might not have meddled. If something went wrong and he was falsely accused, his meager savings might not be enough to cover it. Now with 17 million yuan in his account, doing a good deed was no big deal. Old man, I'm a doctor. Let me help you. A young woman who stood up immediately began professional first aid. But after a dozen attempts, the old man's throat was still blocked, and his complexion worsened. Xiao Fan used his mental power to probe into the old man's throat, and immediately saw a fruit pit lodged tightly inside. Let me try. You might not have enough strength. Xiao Fan said. The girl quickly handed the old man over to him. Xiao Fan used the same method, while simultaneously pulling hard on the pit with his mental force. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally the old man coughed up the pit, and Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The others around also relaxed. Young man, young lady, thank you both. The old man's face returned to normal as he expressed his gratitude. If not for Xiao Fan and the girl, his old life might have ended here. Young man, where are you from? I must properly thank you. The old man said. Xiao Fan smiled. I'm from Z City, no need for thanks. It was just a small gesture. The girl laughed. I'm also from Z City. I'm a forensic pathologist. Thanks to this handsome guy here, otherwise that stuck fruit pit might not have come out. Xiao Fan was a bit surprised. The girl was quite pretty and actually a forensic pathologist. The old man said cheerfully, I live in Z City now as well. Seems we're fated. If you don't have rides, come with me. I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and nodded. The girl also nodded. As a police forensic pathologist, accepting a gift from the old man would be inappropriate, but a meal was fine. Half an hour later the train arrived at the station. Soon after, Xiao Fan and the others exited. Young friends, please get in the car, the old man said with a smile. Xiao Fan and the girl were stunned. The car picking up the old man was a Rolls-Royce. The girl hesitated slightly. The old man smiled and said, it's just a simple meal. It's dining time now, and you must let me show my appreciation. Let's go. There are quite a few people queuing for taxis right now, Xiao Fan said with a smile. The old man's status and influence were considerable, but Xiao Fan no longer felt intimidated. With his robust physique, his X-ray vision, and his telekinetic ability, he was no ordinary person himself. The girl nodded gently. The old man chuckled. I'll sit in the front today. You 2 young ones can sit in the back. You'll have more to talk about. The driver was somewhat surprised, but said nothing. Soon Xiao Fan and the others got into the car. So let's keep it simple. Something too extravagant might upset my stomach. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. Although he had made money recently, he had rarely enjoyed fine meals. Running around every day, he always solved his eating problem hastily. The best meal he had recently was still the one treated by Su Yue. Let's eat at my place. I've already sent a message. We'll be back just in time for dinner. The old man chuckled. He was somewhat surprised. Sitting in such a luxurious car, he knew his identity must be unusual, yet Xiao Fan showed not a hint of constraint or nervousness. How should I address you two young friends? Xiao Fan. Leah. Xiao Fan and Leah gave their names. The old man smiled and said, my surname is Wei. You may call me Elder Wei. Thank you both truly today. I was nearly fainting from the blockage. Thinking back to what had happened, Elder Wei still felt a chill of fear. If he had collapsed, the influence of the entire Wei family would have been significantly diminished. Elder Wei, it was but a small gesture. Xiao Fan said. Leah nodded. Xiao Fan turned to Leah and asked, Leah, you're a forensic doctor. Do you know Captain Liang Wu? He noticed Leah was somewhat nervous and deliberately found a topic to engage her. Leah said in surprise, Captain Liang of the criminal investigation team. I happen to be transferred there. From now on I'll be colleagues with Captain Liang. I've heard he's quite skilled at solving cases. Captain Liang is indeed remarkable. Xiao Fan nodded. Although his parents' case had not been solved, Xiao Fan was well aware that this was not Liang Wu's fault. Young Xiao, what is your relationship with Captain Liang? Elder Wei asked with a smile. Xiao Fan shook his head. No particular relationship. Captain Liang is currently investigating the car accident case involving my parents. I've been to the station quite a few times, so we became familiar. Young Xiao, what happened to your parents? Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Elder Wei's expression changed slightly. Car accident cases should not normally fall under the jurisdiction of the criminal investigation team. He guessed that something had happened to Xiao Fan's parents. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, 5 years ago my parents died in a car accident. The hit-and-run driver fled the scene. There were no surveillance cameras at the location and the culprit has not yet been found. However, some time ago Captain Liang called me and said there has been progress. A look of sympathy appeared in Leah's eyes. Xiao Fan appeared quite cheerful on the surface. She never expected such a tragedy had befallen him. Xiao Fan, let's add each other on WeChat. If there is any progress on your parents' case, I will notify you immediately provided it does not violate discipline. Captain Liang is a very busy man. He may not be able to respond so promptly. Leah took out her phone. All right. They quickly exchanged WeChat contacts. Elder Wei did not say more, but he kept this matter in mind. About half an hour later the car entered a quiet and elegant villa residential area. After the meal, Xiao Fan and the others soon departed. Elder Wei thought for a moment, and then dialed a phone number. Little Chun, do you have someone named Liang Wu under your command? On the other end of the phone was Chun Qinglin, a figure of considerable authority. Yet upon receiving the call, he immediately stood up, his body rigid and straight. Elder Wei, is there someone named Liang Wu? What are your instructions? Chun Qinglin was somewhat surprised. Liang Wu was merely a low-ranking criminal investigation captain. How had he come into contact with someone of Elder Wei's stature? I have a young friend named Xiao Fan. His parents' case is being handled by Liang Wu. It has been 5 years, and it remains unsolved. Please urge Liang Wu to put more effort into it. Chun Qinglin said solemnly. Yes, I will personally look into it. After hanging up, a heavy feeling weighed on Chun Qinglin's heart. Elder Wei's young friend. He had heard about the case of Xiao Fan's parents. A 5-year cold case was difficult to crack, but since Elder Wei had called personally himself, no matter how difficult the case, must be solved. Have Liang Wu come to the headquarters. Chun Qinglin made another call. He did not have Liang Wu's phone number, but he had the number of Liang Wu's superior. A little over half an hour later, Liang Wu arrived hurriedly at the headquarters and stood before Chun Qinglin. Director Chun. Liang Wu saluted. Young Liang, how is the investigation into the car accident case involving Xiao Fan's parents 5 years ago proceeding? Chun Qinglin asked. Liang Wu frowned internally. He had discovered that the car accident case involving Xiao Fan's parents harbored hidden complexities. Now Chun Qinglin was inquiring about it. Could there be some connection between them? But thinking about Chun Qinglin's distinguished record, Liang Wu felt Chun Qinglin should be beyond suspicion. Director Chun, there has recently been progress. We have apprehended Lu Kuan. He served time in prison 4 years ago and revealed that a fellow inmate Wang Xiong was connected to this matter. Wang Xiong is a witness. Liang Wu reported. Chun Qinglin's eyes lit up. Does that mean we can solve it quickly? If he could resolve Elder Wei's entrusted matter swiftly, it would be a significant achievement. Liang Wu shook his head. He furrowed his brow and said, this matter is not that straightforward. Wang Xiong saw someone push Xiao Fan's parents into the middle of the road, after which a vehicle struck them and fled. At the time, Wang Xiong cried out in fright and fled hastily, fearing being silenced. Chun Qinglin's eyes flashed with sharpness. In that case, this is not a hit and run, but deliberate murder. Have you found Wang Xiong? Liang Wu shook his head. My. Chun Qinglin's brows knitted. Knowing who the person was, how could they fail to find him? Liang Wu explained. Although Wang Xiong witnessed the incident, he was afraid of retaliation and dared not report to the police. A year later, he was arrested for telecom fraud and sentenced to 7 years. After telling the matter to Lu Kuan, Wang Xiong soon died unexpectedly in prison. Chun Qinglin paced back and forth, his voice deepening. If Wang Xiong's death was not accidental, it could be that the mastermind behind the scenes killed him for fear of being exposed. Liang Wu nodded. I think the same. Chen Qinglin said gravely. The nature of this case is extremely vile. From now on you will focus solely on this case. You must investigate thoroughly and bring the truth to light, giving both the deceased and their families proper closure. If you need any personnel, feel free to request them. I grant you this authority. A look of excitement appeared in Liang Wu's eyes. With Chen Qinglin's full support, things would be much easier. Yes, Director Chen. Liang Wu saluted again. Chen Qinglin said, go now. Whether there is progress or difficulties, report to me immediately. Yes. Liang Wu turned and left. Chen Qinglin pondered deeply. By his intuition, this case was far from simple. Xiao Fan's parents were merely ordinary people. Why would someone deliberately murder them? Chen Qinglin thought to himself. Xiao Fan returned home to find Su Youwei's shoes at the doorstep. Still haven't found a suitable place, he frowned inwardly. If she stayed here too long, she would inevitably be discovered. It would be fine if Shunshin saw her. He was a brother who wouldn't gossip. But if anyone else caught sight of her, the school forum would explode with chatter. Junior Su, I'm back. Xiao Fan sent Su Youwei a message. He believed she would understand his implication. He wasn't reporting to her, but hinting that her continued stay here was inconvenient. Soon his phone buzzed with Su Youwei's call. Xiao Fan answered and her voice came through tinged with bitterness. Senior, could I stay a few more days at your place? My little sister is in surgery. I've used all my money for her medical bills and can't rent another place for now. I'll definitely pay you the rent later. Xiao Fan was surprised. Junior Su, aren't you an orphan? It's a younger sister from the orphanage, she replied. She had a sudden brain hemorrhage. The orphanage's funds are already stretched thin. Senior, please. Su Youwei pleaded. If she moved into the dormitory, she would lose the environment to work and earn money. The money she had paid barely covered the surgery, though further recovery would require additional funds. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. Su Youwei was truly a person of deep loyalty. Many who left the orphanage never looked back, let alone returned to help. Where are you? Xiao Fan asked. Su Youwei gave him the location and he hailed a taxi. He wasn't about to be swayed by mere words. What if she was deceiving him? Half an hour later, Xiao Fan found Su Youwei at the Provincial People's Hospital. Outside the operating room, she was comforting an elderly woman whose eyes were red and swollen. Junior Su, what's the situation? Xiao Fan approached and asked. Su Youwei looked up at him, her voice choked with tears. Yi was fine this morning, but she suddenly collapsed. The county doctor diagnosed a brain hemorrhage. The headmistress rushed her here. The elderly woman turned to Xiao Fan. You're Youwei's boyfriend, aren't you? She's a good girl with a kind heart. She's given so much of her own money to the orphanage. But we won't hold her back. If you two get married, we won't take any more of her money. She should focus on her own little family. Xiao Fan was speechless. Su Youwei's face flushed crimson. Headmistress, what are you saying? Senior Xiao is just a senior and my landlord. The old woman looked puzzled. She had noticed changes in Su Youwei lately, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes breaking into a silly smile. From her decades of experience, she suspected Su Youwei was in love. Why else would she call another guy over at a time like this? Ahem, headmistress, you've misunderstood. Junior Su and I are not in a romantic relationship. She's the campus belle, while I'm just an ordinary guy. I wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. Su Youwei opened her mouth as if to say something, but she felt too shy to speak. Just then the operating room light clicked off and the doctor emerged. Su Youwei and the headmistress stood up nervously. The doctor announced, the surgery was successful and the child's condition is stable. However, due to her young age, she'll need to stay in the intensive care unit for a few days. The total treatment cost is estimated at around 80,000 yuan. Please prepare the funds. Su Youwei and the headmistress exchanged worried glances. They had only managed to scrape together 50,000, far from the required amount. Doctor, money is not an issue. Just make sure she recovers. Xiao Fan spoke up. The doctor nodded and left. Su Youwei said, Senior, thank you for continuing to rent me the apartment. This matter is none of your concern. You should go back now. Su Youwei knew Xiao Fan had recently come into possession of 500,000 yuan, but she had already asked him to let her stay. She felt too embarrassed to borrow money from him as well. Goodbye. Xiao Fan turned and left. A flicker of dismay passed through Su Youwei's eyes. Though she didn't want to trouble him further, his quick departure still stung. If Xiao Fan were merely an ordinary friend, she wouldn't have felt this way. But he had saved her life. He was different in her heart. Wei, do you like this, Senior? The headmistress suddenly asked. Su Youwei quickly denied it. No, headmistress, don't say that. The headmistress said gently. Your senior is still a student himself. Even if he didn't lend you the money, don't blame him. Since you have feelings for him, he must be a good person in other ways. I won't say any more. Su Youwei hurried away, wondering whom she could borrow money from. She could easily ask one of her suitors, but she didn't want to stoop to that. When she opened her phone, Su Youwei was stunned. Xiao Fan had transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Junior Su, this isn't a loan. It's a donation to the orphanage. You don't need to pay it back, but the rent is still due. Su Youwei clutched her phone tightly, a warm current flowing through her heart. Senior, I don't need that much. 30,000 is enough. Su Youwei quickly sent Xiao Fan a message. Are you sure that's enough? The orphanage probably doesn't even have money for meals next month. Keep it. Tears glistened in Su Youwei's eyes. Wei, what's wrong? Don't humiliate yourself by borrowing money. I can make more calls. Maybe I can still raise 30,000. The headmistress approached Su Yue, her voice tense with concern. Su Yue wiped her tears and said, Headmistress, you don't need to call anyone. I just saw that Senior Xiao transferred 100,000 yuan to me. He said it's a donation to the orphanage. The headmistress was stunned. 100,000 is no small sum. Should I accept it? Su Yue looked away. Since Senior donated it, you should keep it. The headmistress chuckled knowingly as she watched Su Yue. If Su Yue didn't have strong feelings for Xiao Fan, she would never have said that. Alright. Since you say so, I'll treat this as a betrothal gift. Headmistress. Su Yue stamped her foot, her face burning with embarrassment again. Xiao Fan had already left the hospital unaware of the conversation. If 100,000 yuan could win Su Yue's hand, countless men would be lining up to pay it. I wonder how my parents' case is going. Xiao Fan muttered to himself as he hailed a taxi. Driver to the Southern District Criminal Investigation Brigade. The taxi arrived in less than half an hour. Xiao Fan gazed at the building before him with a complicated expression. He had been to the Southern District Criminal Investigation Brigade many times before. Xiao Fan, you're here. Have a seat. Soon Xiao Fan was inside, and Liang Wu nodded at him. Captain Liang, any progress on my parents' case? Xiao Fan remained standing as he asked. Liang Wu hesitated. There's been some progress, but I can't share the details right now. Give me 2 months. I'll find the truth. Before the culprit was caught, Liang Wu didn't intend to reveal the full story. On one hand, if Xiao Fan knew, the killer might catch on. On the other hand, if the real culprit couldn't be found, Xiao Fan might find it easier to accept that his parents died in a traffic accident. Xiao Fan looked at Liang Wu in surprise. Liang, are you sure you can crack this in 2 months? Even making progress, a 5-year-old cold case wouldn't be easy to solve. Liang Wu smiled. I've been specially assigned by above to handle this case exclusively with no other cases to delay me. 2 months should be about right. 2 months to investigate a case was already very generous for Liang Wu. Under normal circumstances, even an unsolved case from a few years back wouldn't be allocated so much time. Something stirred in Xiao Fan's heart. So coincidental. A task force being formed right now. 9 out of 10 old man Wei had helped. Liang, then I leave it to you. Xiao Fan rose to his feet. Liang Wu patted Xiao Fan's shoulder. It's been 5 years. You should have moved on by now. You're young. You ought to find a girlfriend and enjoy life. I have a niece, pretty and delicate. Want me to set you two up? Xiao Fan quickly stepped back. Liang, I'm still too young. I'm not looking to date. He turned and speed walked away. He had the misfortune of once meeting Liang Wu's niece, 6 meters tall and weighing 80 kilograms. Xiao Fan seems more cheerful and confident lately. Have you noticed? Liang Wu asked the people around him. Looks like it. Maybe it has something to do with that pretty girl from before. Her name was Su Yue, I think. Personally, Liang, I don't think your niece stands a chance. Liang Wu glared. My niece is inferior to Su Yue. Those around him bit back their laughter. Su Yue's beauty was unforgettable. They doubted they could find anyone prettier on television. Liang Wu's niece was hard to describe as pretty. Get to work, Liang Wu said gruffly. If this case isn't cracked within 2 months, I'll be reprimanded and none of you will escape unscathed. Leaving the Criminal Investigation Department, building a smile spread across Xiao Fan's face. 2 months. He could certainly wait that long. He had already endured 5 years, 2 more months was nothing. Within these 2 months I'll focus on making myself stronger. When I burn incense at my parents' grave, their spirits in heaven will be more at peace. Xiao Fan murmured to himself. A light drizzle began to fall. He hurried under a tree to take shelter, but after waiting a considerable while no taxi appeared. Guess I need to get my driver's license sooner rather than later, Xiao Fan thought to himself. His physical constitution had improved significantly, and so had his mental powers. His reflexes and body control were both excellent. Getting a license should be quite easy. Beep. A car pulled up beside Xiao Fan. The window rolled down. It was Leah. Xiao Fan, get in. I'm heading your way, I'll give you a ride. Leah smiled. Xiao Fan quickly opened the door and got in. Leah, have you finished your onboarding? Yes, I'm officially starting tomorrow. Where are we going? Let me clarify. I'm not giving you a ride because you're handsome. I have a boyfriend. Xiao Fan chuckled. With your looks and aura, Leah, you're definitely not single anywhere nearby. Let's find a decent shopping mall. I need to pick up a few things. His old phone was terrible and needed replacing. Clothes and shoes needed attention too. He was now worth tens of millions. There was no need to pretend to be poor. Wanting to help you pick things out? Leah asked with a smile. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. I'd be delighted. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Soon Leah drove to a shopping mall. Inside the fitting room, Xiao Fan had changed into a well-tailored, high-quality outfit. When Xiao Fan emerged, Leah's eyes brightened. People really do improve with good clothes. You look much handsomer in this. Xiao Fan smiled. It's all thanks to your excellent taste, Leah. Since we're here, trouble yourself to help me pick a few more sets. Leah nodded. She knew Xiao Fan had recently received a 50,000 reward. A few expensive outfits wouldn't be a problem. An hour later, they had bought clothes and shoes. Xiao Fan made no mention of gifting Leah anything. She had a boyfriend, and it would be inappropriate. Let's go. Time to eat. I didn't dare eat much at Old Man Wei's place at noon. I'm starving, Leah said cheerfully. Though Old Man Wei projected approachability, his long years of authority still made Leah feel immense pressure. Xiao Fan, however, felt no pressure at all. Soon Xiao Fan and Leah entered a restaurant. Isn't that Xiao Fan? The forum says he doesn't even have a girlfriend. What a jerk. Song Jia was dining inside the restaurant. She took out her phone and quickly snapped several photos capturing Xiao Fan clearly. Leah's angle only showed her profile, but her striking features made even a side view beautiful. Yue, look. Poor people aren't necessarily good people either. Xiao Fan's family is clearly ordinary, yet he's out there wearing thousands worth of clothes to deceive people. Men are all unfaithful by nature. If he's like this, why not find yourself a wealthy man? What do you think? After settling the bill and leaving, Song Jia sent a photo to Su Yue and launched into a barrage of messages. Inside the apartment, Su Yue was cooking. She didn't know how to thank Xiao Fan, so she decided to cook him a meal. After leaving the hospital, she had rushed to buy groceries, and now the dish was nearly ready. I should call senior brother to come home and eat. Su Yue murmured, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Though her cooking skills were decent, she had never before cooked a meal for a boy. She picked up her phone and opened WeChat first. Perhaps there was a message from Xiao Fan. Over the past few days, she had checked WeChat far more often than usual. What is Song Jia up to now? Su Yue saw over a dozen messages from Song Jia. Soon she saw the photos. Xiao Fan was actually dining with a beautiful girl. She noticed Xiao Fan had changed clothes too. It was likely that girl had accompanied him shopping. A heaviness settled in Su Yue's chest. The pork ribs simmering on the stove suddenly lost their appeal. Senior brother and her. I wonder if they're together. Aye. A sudden urge to compete welled up inside Su Yue. But she quickly dismissed the thought. If Xiao Fan were already with that girl, inserting herself would make her the other woman. Song Jia, you're so boring. Su Yue sent this message to Song Jia, then blocked her outright. When living in the dormitory, they saw each other daily, so she had spared Song Jia some dignity. But now that Song Jia had spoken ill of Xiao Fan, she had no patience left. If senior brother already has a girlfriend, it might not be appropriate for me to keep living here. Scooping the braised pork ribs from the pot, Su Yue gazed at the perfectly cooked dish, but had lost her appetite. Senior brother, do you have a girlfriend? After much deliberation, Su Yue sent a WeChat message to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was on his way back in a taxi when he saw the message. His heartbeat quickened. Though he wasn't looking to date, that didn't mean he was immune to Su Yue's beauty. She was absolutely the most stunning girl he had ever seen. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. I just suddenly thought of this. If you have a girlfriend, it's truly not suitable for me to keep renting here. I'll move out immediately. Almost immediately, another message from Su Yue arrived. Xiao Fan pursed his lips. The urgency in her messages, it made his heart flutter. No. Live here with peace of mind. By the way, I'll take that phone you bought. How much was it? I'll transfer the money to you. Xiao Fan replied. Su Yue's eyes brightened. Xiao Fan said he had no girlfriend. She believed him. Can that phone offset 2 months' rent, senior brother? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. He had just seen that same model at the mall. The price tag exceeded 5,000. Rent is 800 a month. I'll let it offset 6 months. Su Yue felt a surge of joy. She could stay here for another 6 months. How wonderful. She truly liked Xiao Fan's place. Thank you, senior. Xiao Fan did not reply further. He closed his eyes to rest his mind, pondering his next plan. The primary issue, of course, was to make money. He had entrusted Tang Ziqian with ordering 10,000 Tang Dao swords totaling 35 million yuan with a prepayment of 14 million, leaving a balance of 21 million. On Yang Anren's side, Xiao Fan had ordered 30,000 sets of clothing with a remaining balance of 3 million yuan. The total outstanding payment reached 24 million. This did not even include the money needed for purchasing grain and other supplies. His card currently had only about 17 million, not enough to clear the payments. Of course, the next contact with Xiao Hai was in 10 days, giving him ample time to earn money. With 17 million in his card, his capital was sufficient. I don't know how long it will take to deliver the Tang Dao. If they can be delivered within 10 days, it would be best to send them to Grandpa together, but the items are not in the same place. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. This was a troublesome matter. 10,000 sharpened Tang Dao swords. These could only be transferred through Myanmar. However, transferring 30,000 sets of special combat training suits was also not easy. The paperwork was manageable, but the main issue was time. Yang Anren and his team would need at least 8 or 9 days to produce them. If the warehouse was in the same city, they could manage delivery, but sending them to Myanmar would be completely impossible. Why not order a batch directly in Myanmar? Such a thought arose in Xiao Fan's mind. Myanmar's manufacturing industry lagged far behind, so the price would certainly not be as cheap, but if he spent more money ordering a batch of special combat training suits in Myanmar was feasible. However, if he asked Tang Ziqian for help, Tang would find it strange. There were plenty of such factories domestically. Why order from Myanmar? After much deliberation, Xiao Fan abandoned this idea. Tang Ziqian had been polite to him before, but he was by no means an easygoing person. If Tang became suspicious, he might send people to investigate, or even tail him. I'll just have Grandpa contact again in a few days. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. The first and second contacts were only 3 days apart, indicating that a slightly shorter interval was not a big problem for Xiao Hai. At worst, he would not ask for any benefits next time, so Xiao Hai's consumption would not be too great. If the Tang Dao can be produced in time, I'll have to go to Myanmar within 10 days. Xiao Fan's car unconsciously arrived near the house as he was lost in thought. These days I need to practice my telekinetic control well. Click. Xiao Fan took out his key and unlocked the door. Immediately he smelled a fragrant aroma. Senior, you're back. Su Youwei's pleasant voice sounded as she walked out of her room. She was wearing a beautiful outfit with a touch of light makeup, and even though Xiao Fan had seen her several times before, he still felt a sense of amazement. I don't know how to thank you, so I made a meal, but it seems you've already eaten, Su Youwei said. Xiao Fan looked at the table. There were 4 dishes in total, 3 meat and 1 soup. They all looked quite good and smelled fragrant. Su Youwei, a goddess-level campus belle, surprisingly had excellent culinary skills. At this moment, to be honest, Xiao Fan felt a flutter in his heart. He had been alone for a long time. Now coming back to find prepared dishes on the table gave him a hint of the warmth of home. Junior Su, whoever marries you in the future will be blessed. Capable in the hall and skilled in the kitchen, Xiao Fan said with a chuckle. Su Youwei glanced at Xiao Fan, her eyes flickering slightly. Senior, would you like to have a taste? If it doesn't suit your palate, I'll adjust it next time. Xiao Fan picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised spare ribs. His eyes lit up. Su Youwei's cooking was far more delicious than his own. He usually ate at the school cafeteria. Excellent. Junior Su, your cooking skills are top-notch at the level of a professional chef. Xiao Fan tried the other 3 dishes and praised them. He was not exaggerating. Su Youwei was indeed very skilled in cooking. Senior, I'm glad you like it. Xiao Fan patted his stomach. Unfortunately, I'm quite full tonight and really can't eat anymore. You haven't eaten yet, so go ahead and eat. Leave half for me to eat tomorrow. You don't need to cook another meal to thank me. By the way, what's the situation at the hospital? Su Youwei went to the kitchen to serve herself half a bowl of rice. Yaya is in the intensive care unit. The headmistress has gone back, and I go to see Yaya every day. Xiao Fan nodded. Senior, if I stay here for 6 months, I'll eventually be discovered. Will it affect you? Xiao Fan said, I'll pack some things and move to the dormitory. If someone finds out, just tell them you rented my house. It's normal for me to rent out my property. Off. Su Youwei stared at Xiao Fan in a daze. She had thought that Xiao Fan would also be living here. I used to live in the dormitory often. My bedding is still there, and my 3 roommates are all pretty good. Living in the dormitory is fine. Xiao Fan smiled. While living with a goddess-level campus belle was enjoyable, he knew that he was not suited for a relationship right now, let alone one with someone like Su Youwei. Senior, actually you can stay here too, Su Youwei said weakly. Xiao Fan looked at her. Even with his slow perception, he knew that Su Youwei likely had feelings for him. Perhaps from the moment he saved her, she had developed some affection for him. Living in the dormitory is better. Playing games with those 3 animals is a lot of fun. Take your time eating. I'm going to play a few rounds first. Xiao Fan finished speaking, entered his master bedroom, and locked the door behind him. Su Youwei. She recalled how many people had secretly watched her when she ate in the cafeteria, but now with just the 2 of them, Xiao Fan actually wanted to go to his room to play games. He even refused to cohabitate with her. Could it be that because of his parents' accident, Senior has some mental issues, eh? Su Youwei's little mind churned with some strange thoughts again. Rise. In the room, Xiao Fan controlled a needle to float in front of him. Forward. Backward. Under Xiao Fan's psychic power, the needle trembled as it flew. Xiao Fan had just started his telekinetic training and was not yet familiar with it. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan could control the needle to move freely within 2 meters. Go. Xiao Fan looked at a book 2 meters away. The embroidery needle instantly accelerated. When it left the 2-meter range, its speed reached about 50 meters per second, piercing nearly a centimeter deep into the thick book. Xiao Fan pulled out the needle, excitement flashing in his eyes. This attack power was already considerable. At close range, if it hit a person's eye, the needle could directly penetrate the skull. Just half an hour of practice yields such results. With more practice, the needle's speed should double. Xiao Fan thought to himself. 100 meters per second was close to the initial speed of a crossbow bolt capable of penetrating a skull. Rise. Xiao Fan tried to control 2 needles simultaneously. The second needle moved, but the first one fell. Controlling 2 needles at the same time was not as simple as 1 plus 1. He needed more practice. 2 hours had passed. Under Xiao Fan's control, the 2 needles swam around him like tiny fish. Though not particularly fast, it was a significant improvement. I'm so exhausted. My spiritual willpower must be nearly depleted. Xiao Fan prepared to wash up and sleep. Tomorrow he would move back to the dormitory, and in his free time, he could play games with Shin Chun and the others, which would be quite enjoyable. As for his study, Xiao Fan had no worries at all. He had already finished self-studying the semester's material. Moreover, with his enhanced mental strength, he discovered a remarkable improvement in his memory. Academics would never be a problem. In the bathroom, Su Youwei pressed her ear against the door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. She had been lost in thought earlier, and had forgotten to bring her clothes into the shower. The bath towel was a bit short. He probably won't come out, Su Youwei murmured to herself. From the bathroom to the adjacent bedroom, it would take her 5 seconds at most. Xiao Fan had been in the master bedroom for over 2 hours and hadn't come out. Trying to avoid making any noise, Su Youwei carefully turned the doorknob, cracked it open, and peered toward the master bedroom. No movement. Phew. Su Youwei breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried out of the bathroom. Just then, click. The master bedroom door suddenly swung open. The 2 stared at each other. The bath towel naturally wrapped around Su Youwei's vital parts, but her fair arms, delicate collarbone, and slender legs were still exposed. Sorry. Xiao Fan quickly closed the door. Su Youwei's face flushed crimson. She dashed into her own room as fast as she could and buried herself under the blanket. How could this happen? Su Youwei felt utterly mortified. Senior, I forgot to bring my clothes. Please wait a moment before entering the bathroom. Su Youwei grabbed her phone and quickly sent 2 messages to Xiao Fan. She remembered that her discarded clothes were still in the bathroom. Okay, Xiao Fan replied. He thought carefully, should he really move back to the dormitory? Doing so might mean missing out on quite a few sights. She quickly dressed, hurried to the bathroom to retrieve her clothes. Senior, it's fine now, she said from outside the door, then retreated to her room with a red face. After showering, Xiao Fan quickly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake until past 8 the next morning. The heavy consumption of mental energy had led to a profound slumber. Senior, I've gone to the hospital. This is your breakfast. On the dining table, Xiao Fan found a note left by Su Youwei. The handwriting was beautiful, just like the girl herself. Women will slow down my blade drawing speed. Time to go. After breakfast, Xiao Fan packed a few things and swiftly left. If he continued to cohabitate with Su Youwei for a few more days, Xiao Fan figured he might not want to leave. He had many things to do and no time to deal with various love rivals. A girl like Su Youwei would make a wonderful girlfriend, but not now. She had feelings for him, and no one could steal her away in a short time. If Su Youwei easily fell for someone else, then there was nothing to regret. Grandsons, your grandpa is back. Pushing open the dormitory door, Xiao Fan yelled. In response, Shin Shun and the other 2 raised their middle fingers in perfect unison. Third bro, you finally remembered to come back. Laosan, we thought you'd abandoned us for good. Laosan, you're amazing. Weren't you just recently in a scandal with Su Youwei? Shin Shun and the others chimed in. Their dorm had 4 people, the eldest Kong, Su, a burly man from Shandong 1. 9 meters tall, claiming to be a descendant of Confucius, generous and straightforward. The second Yifei looked ordinary, but once when Xiao Fan got into a fight, and Kong Su couldn't subdue the opponent, Yifei single-handedly took down all 6 of them. Shin Shun was a rich second-generation goofball. Xiao Fan had accidentally learned that Shin Shin's family assets were at least $1 billion, yet his behavior on campus was completely unlike other rich kids. Xiao Fan had previously speculated that the 3 of them had been assigned together intentionally. None of them were ordinary students. As for him, he might have just been a filler because of his grades. The house is rented out now, so I'll be staying in the dorm from now on. Xiao Fan put down his things. Shin Shin was surprised. He knew the person renting from Xiao Fan was likely Su Youwei. Xiao Fan actually chose to share a dorm with them instead of living with the campus beauty. If it were him, he would unhesitatingly choose cohabitation over the cramped dorm. Third bro really has it tough renting out his place just to earn some rent, Shun Shin thought to himself. Don't you guys notice that Lao Sen has gotten better looking after being away? Did he go to some cosmetic country? Yifei said with some doubt, sensing that Xiao Fan had undergone a significant change. He seemed a bit taller, his demeanor different, and his overall aura much stronger. Shin Shun said gloomily, maybe it's the taste of love. Who knows if he's been secretly dating someone while we weren't around. Kong Su's eyes lit up. Laosan, are you really involved with Su Youwei? If so, we 3 brothers fully support you with all 6 hands and feet. Xiao Fan curled his lip. Didn't you see I changed clothes? As they say, clothes make the man. I used to dress plainly, hiding my stunning looks. All 3 gave him another middle finger. Yifei stopped caring about Xiao Fan's changes, as long as he was still the same person. Guys, I made some money recently. Let's go grab a meal somewhere at noon. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Kong Su waved his hand. Laosan, a meal is fine, but it's not your turn to treat. Last time Yifei paid, this time it's the youngest's turn. Shin Shin chuckled. Third bro, we're brothers, don't be polite. Keep your money for a wife. I hear dowries are expensive these days. Yifei nodded. Xiao Fan was moved. Ever since they learned about his family situation, Kong Su and the others never let him pay for group meals. For nearly 3 years he had been freeloading off them. Laosan, who pays for dinner, is trivial. Come on, let's play around first. With you joining, we 4 brothers will be unstoppable. Kong Su's eyes gleamed. He was built like an ox, but lacked dexterity in his fingers. He was terrible at games. Yifei was good, but with Kong Su dragging them down, they barely managed. When Xiao Fan joined, they soared. Let's go. Fire it up. Yifei and Shin Shin quickly sat in front of their computers, which booted in under 10 seconds. Alright. Xiao Fan sat down, and his computer also booted quickly. This computer wasn't bought by him at all. Kong Su had bought it saying it was a loan, but that loan had already lasted 2 years. Awesome. 5 consecutive wins, ha. This game still needs Laosan's participation. After 5 straight rounds, Kong Su and the others were beaming. They had been crushed yesterday. I'll go talk to the counselor to cancel my leave. You guys think of a place to eat. I really made a lot of money recently. Treating you is nothing. If you don't let me pay, I won't hang out with you. Xiao Fan stood up. Half an hour later, he appeared in front of a steamed vegetable restaurant. Are you guys trying to save me money this much? With my looks, do I need a dowry? Xiao Fan walked up to Kong Su and the others, sounding exasperated. Shin Shin grinned. Third bro, if you don't pay a dowry, are you planning to receive one? Xiao Fan glared at Shin Shin in irritation. Did he, Xiao Fan, need to rely on a wealthy wife? Big brother, you really know how to save me money. I'm not that poor really. Xiao Fan sat down and said. Kong Su waved his hand. We 4 brothers are having a meal together. What we eat doesn't matter. Let's finish quickly, and then you help this guy Yi Fei with his studies when we get back. Otherwise he might fail several courses this semester. Xiao Fan looked at Yi Fei, who had a bitter expression. He was formidable in fistfights and a gaming virtuoso, yet his academic performance was mediocre, barely scraping through each year with Xiao Fan's help. Yi Fei gives off an aura unlike ordinary people. Could internal martial arts actually exist? Has he cultivated Nigong? Xiao Fan pondered silently to himself. His mental energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, and his sensitivity was correspondingly heightened. According to Yi Fei, he had legitimately earned his place through examination, so his intelligence was unquestionable. Perhaps he had devoted the vast majority of his time to martial cultivation. Third brother, I'm begging you. Yi Fei raised his beer cup. Save the formalities. Xiao Fan clinked his cup against Yi Fei's and drained it in one gulp. Tutoring Yi Fei wasn't particularly difficult. Xiao Fan mainly needed to mark the key points, and as a top student, he knew precisely which areas were likely to appear on exams. Third brother, have you made any progress with junior sister Su? Shin Shin whispered with a series of suggestive glances. He had spotted Su Yue at Xiao Fan's apartment, but kept it to himself. Kong Su and the others knew nothing, and the secret was eating at him. Kong Su and the others fixated on Xiao Fan with keen interest. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. She rents a room from me. That's all. I'm just her landlord. Don't go spreading baseless rumors. My. Kong Su and Yi Fei stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Su Yue was actually renting from Xiao Fan. She was renowned for her aloofness, completely ignoring wealthy heirs like Yang Rong. For her to rent from Xiao Fan, surely there must be something more to it, they thought. Su Yue wouldn't casually rent a room in a man's apartment. Third brother, you know our policy. Spill everything when we get back. Sun Su noticed other customers entering the shop and exchanged a glance before speaking. This wasn't something to broadcast. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them had spent only about 100 yuan in total. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he was being stingy, but Sun Su and the others wouldn't let him spend more. He certainly wasn't going to show them his bank balance. His balance exceeded 17 million yuan, which would be tedious to explain. Back at the dorm, Shin Chen locked the door. Sun Su and Yi Fei pushed Xiao Fan onto the bed. Third brother, confess quickly. What exactly is your relationship with Su Yue? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. What relationship? I helped her out with something significant, and she bought me a phone as a thank you gesture. Would I just accept a free phone from her? So I let her rent the place for a while and come live with you all. Shin Chen chuckled. Third brother, you came back yesterday. Where did you sleep last night? Sun Su and the others eyed Xiao Fan predatorily. Xiao Fan confessed at home. I took the master bedroom, and Su Yue slept in the guest room. Damn it. Bullshit. Sun Su and the others were consumed with envy. All 3 of them were still single. Given their circumstances, finding a girlfriend would come easily enough, but their standards were impossibly high. Ordinary girls didn't even register on their radar. I'm just a landlord. Xiao Fan protested. Shin Chun murmured melancholically, there's a phrase. To keep a beauty in a golden house. Third brother, you're not the same person you used to be. I regret not insisting we go eat seafood instead. Exactly. Sun Su and Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Of course they were only saying it out of jest. They couldn't possibly bring themselves to fleece Xiao Fan, given his family's modest means. Second brother, let me walk you through the key points for the upcoming exams. Xiao Fan deftly changed the subject, and Sun Su and the others didn't press further. For all their horseplay, they knew when to draw the line. 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan attended classes like any other student, carving out 2 or 3 hours each day to hone his spiritual consciousness. He could now barely control 3 needles flying simultaneously. If he focused on just 2 needles, they could dart at tremendous speed within a 2-meter radius. When controlling a single needle independently, it could be launched at 150 meters per second, faster than a crossbow bolt. Xiao Fan, you're asking for leave again. Xiao Fan's academic advisor Feng Haichuan said with a headache, as Xiao Fan had only taken half a month off recently. MHM. Xiao Fan nodded. The previous night he had received word from Tang Ziqian that the 10,000 Tang swords he had ordered were ready. He needed to go to Ruili, then accompany Tang Ziqian's people into Myanmar. All your finals must be straight A's. Feng Haichuan still approved Xiao Fan's leave request. Though strict about absences, he made an exception since Xiao Fan earned scholarships every semester. Thanks, old Feng. Grabbing the approved leave slip, Xiao Fan quickly made his escape. By afternoon he had arrived in Ruili, but he didn't go to see Tang Ziqian right away. His account balance was only 17 million. It wasn't even enough for the payment, so he needed to make some money first. With his enhanced spiritual consciousness, Xiao Fan discovered his clairvoyant abilities had also improved. He could now use his clairvoyant eye twice within an hour without strain. 4 times a day was now achievable. Previously he could barely manage 3 attempts, so this was a significant improvement. At a large raw stone dealer, Xiao Fan soon spotted several substantial pieces, each priced over 10 million. Many collectors admired stones of this caliber, yet half a year might pass without a single buyer. With high prices and greater risks, even someone worth over 100 million would carefully consider purchasing such raw stones. Damn, Using his clairvoyant ability, Xiao Fan quickly examined the 4 selected stones. Their appearances were promising, yet none showed signs of jadeite within, though they all contained jade. Even the best of them would lose at least 5 million. Anyone who bought all 4 would suffer catastrophic losses. Tisk, I wondered why you looked familiar. It really is you. Xiao Fan, you destitute wretch, what are you doing looking at stones here? A familiar voice called out. Xiao Fan looked up, and saw it was Yang Rong accompanied by an elderly man who appeared to be a jade stone appraisal expert based on his attire and demeanor. If young Master Yang can come, why can't I? Xiao Fan replied coolly. He turned to leave. Arguing with Yang Rong served no purpose. Huh. You may be able to come, but why would you look at stones of this caliber? Even if you sold your house, you couldn't afford 1/10 of a single piece like this. Yang Rong sneered. He still harbored resentment from being scared away by Xiao Fan last time. If you have money, buy them then. Xiao Fan glanced at Yang Rong and said. After speaking, he ignored Yang Rong and began examining other stones. He could only use his clairvoyant eye twice per hour with at least 30 minutes between each use. Young Master Rong, these stones showed decent potential. However, the price. The gamble is quite risky. At Yang Rong's request, the elderly man beside him inspected the stones Xiao Fan had been examining. Yang Rong's eyes gleamed with intensity. I feel a connection with these stones. I have a strong intuition that they'll bring me tremendous profit today. I'll take them. For this trip to procure raw stones for his family, Yang Rong had 50 million yuan at his disposal. The 4 stones Xiao Fan had examined totaled over 48 million yuan. Young Master Rong, perhaps you should consider other options. The elder advised cautiously. Spreading the 50 million across more purchases would substantially reduce the risk. No need. I'll take these. Yang Rong's eyes flashed with determination. He wanted to prove to Xiao Fan that whatever the latter couldn't afford, he could acquire. A man lives for his pride, just as Buddha is worshipped for incense. He intended to reclaim the face he had lost before Xiao Fan that day. Bought it already. What a complete fool. Seeing Yang Rong pay, Xiao Fan felt sorry for his father on his behalf. That good-for-nothing son deserved a beating. After cutting the jade from those 4 raw stones, they could sell for at most 15 million. At least 30 million would be lost. Yang Rong had bargained and paid 45 million for them. Xiao Fan, did you see that? That is what power is about. Only with strength can you obtain what you desire. Without it, you will get nothing. Yang Rong approached Xiao Fan with an air of triumph. He had designs on Su Youwei, who had first been linked to Xiao Fan in rumors and later appeared to have been seen dining with him. Both incidents had soured his mood. Young Master Yang's words carry hidden meaning, Xiao Fan remarked lazily. Yang Rong sneered. I want you to understand. Stop dreaming of impossible things. Su Youwei is not for you to entertain. Xiao Fan chuckled warmly. Thank you for your recognition, young Master Yang. Among all those suitors pursuing Su Youwei, you somehow chose me. Yang Rong faltered. Xiao Fan's remark sounded suspiciously like an insult. Was he being called a fool? Don't flatter yourself, he continued coldly. You are not worth my attention. Yang Rong spoke with a chilling tone. Xiao Fan waved his hand as if shooing flies. He had no patience for such rich second-generation heirs. They were simply the worst of their kind. You will soon see, Yang Rong boasted. The profit I make today will outearn anything you could achieve in a lifetime. Coming here merely to purchase raw stones and return home felt insufficient. His plan was to cut and sell them first, then invest in more. Tisk, actually cutting the stones right away. What a fool, Xiao Fan muttered under his breath. If he had taken the raw stones back and sold them, he might have made some profit. But cutting them on-site meant losing everything, even his underwear. Even for Yang Rong's wealthy family, losing 30 million in one go would sting badly. Although the shop still had a few stones that caught his eye, they were too far away. Xiao Fan decisively moved to another store. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan had selected several more raw stones. X-ray vision. No one was watching him as he focused his spiritual sense. The first stone was quickly revealed. It was a loss. The second and third were equally poor, and the fourth fared no better. Damn it. Xiao Fan felt helpless in his heart. His eyes were strained, and he could not continue scanning larger stones. Was he just chasing nothing? What is that rock doing on the ground? Xiao Fan glanced down. He had noticed it earlier. It was not large and its skin was extremely poor. His breath hitched. Beneath that crude exterior lay mostly high-quality jadeite. Moreover, the quality was exceptional. Xiao Fan judged it to be very likely glass grade. Such a large piece of glass grade jadeite would be worth at least 50 million. His pulse quickened. While using his supernatural vision to make money was not difficult, accumulating tens of millions still required luck. Out of the 8 stones he had examined, only 2 had yielded small profits. The rest were losses. Boss, how much is this? Xiao Fan rubbed his tired eyes and called out. Seeing him standing beside what appeared to be expensive stones, the shopkeeper hurried over with enthusiasm. Which one? Xiao Fan pointed to the stone on the ground. The boss's expression darkened instantly. He had assumed a big sale was coming. That stone sat there merely to cover a hole in the floorboards that had not been repaired yet. The owner had grabbed it as a temporary fix. This piece. 100,000, the boss said slyly. Gold is sold nearby, and you expect iron to fetch gold prices. Xiao Fan retorted irritably. The boss forced a laugh and held up 5 fingers. 500. Deal, Xiao Fan proposed. The boss's eyes widened. Who said 500? 50,000. I will pay 3,000 to cut it for fun. Anything above that you keep for yourself. The boss hesitated. From his appearance, Xiao Fan did not seem like an expert, so the chances of this stone being valuable were extremely slim. Alright, I will sell it to you, young brother. Seeing Xiao Fan turn to leave, the boss quickly spoke up. 3,000 was still money. Scanning the code to transfer 3,000, Xiao Fan picked up the stone and walked away, cutting it at the shop. Ridiculous. If he sliced it open and found jade worth tens of millions, the boss would regret it bitterly. Well, Xiao Fan, you bought raw stones too. How much did you pay for yours? Yang Rong's stones had not yet been cut. Seeing Xiao Fan approach, he sneered mockingly. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Yang Rong kept provoking him, but even an honest person has limits. Hello, young Master Xiao. Just then someone spotted Xiao Fan and hurried over. Manager Miao. Xiao Fan acknowledged with a nod. He recognized the person. It was one of Tang Ziqian's subordinates. Manager Miao, named Miao Xiaoyan, was in her 30s or 40s. She smiled warmly. Young Master Xiao, why did you not give us advance notice? We could have come to pick you up. The boss is waiting for you. Xiao Fan nodded. Then please take me to see Boss Tang. Yang Rong wanted to burst out. Was he being ignored? The elderly man beside him quickly pulled him aside. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Yang Rong said discontentedly. Only after Xiao Fan and the others had left did Old Zhao speak. Young Master Yang, do you know who that woman is? Yang Rong frowned. How would I know? This was his first time here. Old Zhao said gravely. She belongs to Boss Tang Ziqian. In this area, Boss Tang is one of the most influential figures. We cannot afford to offend him. In terms of assets, the Yang family was not inferior to Tang Ziqian. However, Tang Ziqian was a local power broker here, while the Yang family would certainly lose any confrontation against him. Old Zhao, are you mistaken? Yang Rong could not believe it. Xiao Fan was merely a poor student. How could he possibly know such an important figure? Old Zhao shook his head. I have been here nearly 80 times out of 100 visits. How could I be wrong? Your classmate is not as simple as he appears. Yang Rong furrowed his brow, still unconvinced. Xiao Fan's information had been exposed online. An orphan whose parents had both passed away, living in a modest 70 to 80 square meter apartment, utterly ordinary. Young Master Xiao, long time no see. Upon hearing the news, Tang Ziqian came to the store entrance to welcome Xiao Fan. Some who knew Tang Ziqian were secretly stunned. Xiao Fan appeared completely ordinary, yet Tang Ziqian personally welcomed him and addressed him as Young Master Xiao. Boss Tang, let us talk inside, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Soon they entered a room. Young Master Xiao, regarding this. Tang Ziqian pointed at the raw stone in Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. Boss Tang, thank you for your assistance. I will sell this to you for 50 million. Are you interested? While he could earn money quickly, he lacked connections. Tang Ziqian's networks, especially in Myanmar, were useful to him. 50 million to me, Tang Ziqian said in surprise. Xiao Fan nodded. Tang Ziqian's gaze sharpened. 50 million was no small sum for him either. Then I will take advantage of this opportunity from young Master Xiao. After a brief consideration, Tang Ziqian chuckled. Even if these 50 million were wasted, as long as Xiao Fan belonged to a martial arts family, and he could establish a relationship with him, it was entirely worth it in Tang Ziqian's view. Moreover, he suspected Xiao Fan was not attempting to scam him out of 50 million. Such a small raw stone could be cut quickly. Boss Tang, please arrange someone to cut the stone carefully, Xiao Fan said, setting down the raw stone. Tang Ziqian promptly transferred 29 million to Xiao Fan, with the remaining 21 million being payment for Tang Dao's goods. Xiao Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. His bank deposit had surged to 46 million. Young Master Xiao, you did not pay much for this raw stone, did you? Tang Ziqian asked while pouring tea for Xiao Fan, smiling. Xiao Fan nodded. I bought it for 3,000. Tang Ziqian's hand trembled. Good heavens. Purchased for 3,000 and resold for 50 million, a markup of over 10,000 times. Boss Tang, have someone cut this stone, but don't do it in public, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Tang Ziqian nodded and gestured for someone to take the stone away. A sample from that batch of Tang swords has been sent over. Would you like to take a look, young Master Xiao? Tang Ziqian said. Bringing over 10,000 Tang swords was troublesome, but one was easy to carry. Of course. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. As a man, he had a fondness for blades, swords, and firearms. Go fetch it, Tang Ziqian ordered. One of the two bodyguards beside him nodded. The sword was quickly brought over. Tang Ziqian took the sword and cleared his throat. Young Master Xiao, the price of 3,500 yuan is mostly for the blade itself. The scabbard is quite simple. Xiao Fan nodded. He didn't care about the scabbard. Even without one, Xiao Hai and the others could easily make a simple scabbard. Chua? Tang Ziqian drew the sword from its scabbard, and a cold gleam flashed. Although this sword is machine-forged, the materials are solid. Its hardness and sharpness are fine, but it can't cut through iron like mud, but cutting through iron wire is easy. Tang Ziqian ran his fingers over the blade and smiled. Xiao Fan reached out, and Tang Ziqian handed the sword to him. Blade length 75 centimeters, handle length 28 centimeters, width 3.2 centimeters, thickness 0.7 centimeters. The dimensions are good, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Tang Ziqian's eyes showed surprise. Xiao Fan had accurately reported the sword's precise measurements. How deep was his understanding of weapons? He had no idea that Xiao Fan was measuring using his spiritual telekinetic power. Not to mention millimeters, even micrometers were no problem. Young Master Xiao is formidable. Tang Ziqian exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Fan asked the quality of the rest is the same. Tang Ziqian assured you can rest assured on that, young Master Xiao. Forged by the same machine, the quality won't vary much. Xiao Fan nodded. Boss Tang, please arrange for someone to take me to receive the goods. If there are no issues with use, I may need more later. Tang Ziqian was secretly astonished. 10,000 swords weren't enough for him to use. Just then Tang Ziqian's more capable bodyguard let out a muffled groan. A pained expression appeared on his face and beads of sweat the size of beans emerged. Xiao Fan looked at him. Tang Ziqian quickly said, Yang Jun, sit down, you'll be more comfortable sitting. Yang Jun did not sit, he stood bearing the pain. Boss Tang, what's going on? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Tang Ziqian sighed lightly. Yang Jun participated in battles before. A piece of shrapnel got stuck inside his body and couldn't be removed surgically. He suffers pain like this every month. Boss, I'm fine. Yang Jun said, stubbornly clenching his teeth as sweat kept pouring out. Where's the shrapnel lodged? Xiao Fan inquired. Tang Ziqian said, between the heart and the spine. Surgery at that position is very tricky. A careless move could damage the heart or spine. A thread of Xiao Fan's spiritual telekinetic power instantly entered Yang Jun's body. X-ray vision was temporarily unavailable, but his spiritual power could do the job. When he first gained his spiritual telekinetic power, Xiao Fan didn't know how to use it. Even penetrating a bedside table was difficult. Now of course it was much easier. Soon Xiao Fan's spiritual power located the shrapnel inside Yang Jun's body. The shrapnel was smaller than a fingernail, very close to the heart, blood vessels, and spine. If surgery were performed to remove it, Yang Jun would likely not survive the operation. Yang Jun, if you trust me, I can remove it for you, Xiao Fan said. Tang Wanjun looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Yang Jun had saved his life, and he valued this bodyguard highly. Young Master Xiao, I trust you, Yang Jun said through gritted teeth. He was a top soldier with strong instincts, and his intuition told him that Xiao Fan was no ordinary man. Tang Ziqian quickly said, Young Master Xiao, whatever you need, just say the word. Xiao Fan waved his hand. He stood up, placed his hand on Yang Jun's back, and sent more spiritual telekinetic power into Yang Jun's body. Soon Xiao Fan found a safe path. Come out. Xiao Fan shouted softly, and the shrapnel was instantly pulled out. Xiao Fan's spiritual telekinetic power could accelerate a steel needle to over 100 meters per second, enough to pierce a human skull. Removing a piece of shrapnel from inside the body was not difficult. Just this little thing. Xiao Fan extended his hand and smiled, the bloodstained shrapnel hovering in his palm. It didn't damage any major blood vessels or nerves. After a few days of rest, you should recover. Tang Ziqian and the others stared at the small shrapnel in Xiao Fan's palm in utter shock. Newton's coffin lid would be about to burst open. Ding! The shrapnel fell onto the table. Thank you, young Master Xiao, Yang Jun said with immense gratitude. The moment the shrapnel was removed, he felt a sharp pain, but soon he felt much more relaxed. Young Master Xiao, thank you so much, Tang Ziqian also said. Yang Jun has been to over 10 major hospitals, and none could help. I never expected you to solve it so easily. Xiao Fan smiled, and said, my method is a bit different from hospital methods. Boss Tang, you need to keep it secret, or we'll both be in trouble. Tang Ziqian and the others quickly nodded. Originally Tang Ziqian had some doubts about Xiao Fan's identity, but now all doubt was gone. He believed that Xiao Fan must come from a martial arts family. To have such ability at such a young age, he was probably a core member. Yang Jun, go tend to your wound. Rest well. If your condition allows, tomorrow you will accompany young Master Xiao to Myanmar. Tang Ziqian instructed. Tomorrow? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Tang Ziqian said with a chuckle, it's already this late, young Master Xiao. You can stay here tonight, and we'll have a few drinks this evening. In reality, it was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, still early. But since Tang Ziqian said so, Xiao Fan had no objection. After all, Xiao Hai had said they would contact him in 10 days, and counting the days today was only the 7th day. Alright, Xiao Fan nodded. The two drank tea, and half an hour passed. Miao Xiaoyan came over carefully holding a wooden box. Boss, the rough stone has been cut, Miao Xiaoyan said respectfully. Tang Ziqian opened the wooden box, and immediately his eyes showed surprise. This, young Master Xiao, I've taken too much advantage. No, how can I take such a big advantage of you? Tang Ziqian shook his head repeatedly. This jadeite is of the glass variety. Preliminary estimate puts its value at no less than 68 million yuan. Miao Xiaoyan nodded. She was also skilled in this area, and Tang Ziqian's valuation was accurate. Xiao Fan smiled, and said, you had the courage to spend 50 million on it. It's only right that you make a profit. Tang Ziqian said, I trusted you, young Master Xiao. If someone else had brought that stone and asked for 50 million, I would have had them beaten out with sticks. Young Master Xiao, I really can't take advantage of you like this. He was still thinking of currying favor with Xiao Fan. Who knew if Xiao Fan would have a bad impression of him after taking such a big advantage? Saying this, Tang Ziqian picked up his phone to transfer the money. Xiao Fan quickly said, keep that money for now. I'll probably need to order more Tang swords later. Alright then. Tang Ziqian nodded with a smile. Up. Yang Rong roared with bloodshot eyes surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Xiao Fan also strolled over. After having tea with Tang Ziqian for half an hour, he wandered off on his own, hoping to spot some promising rough stones and make a bit of profit. As the logistics chief, life wasn't easy for him. There wasn't even a single small target in his bank account, yet he had to support over 100,000 soldiers under Xiao Hai. "Hey buddy, what's all the commotion about?" Xiao Fan asked. From the outskirts, he couldn't see Yang Rong inside at all. As some big fool spent tens of millions on 4 overpriced rough stones. The first 3 yielded less than 10 million in jadeite. This one's probably going to flop too. The young man who answered grinned. Xiao Fan realized it was Yang Rong who still hadn't left after all this time. It had been nearly 3 hours. After leaving Tang Ziqian, he had wandered around for over 2 hours. It's a bust. The third cut looks the same. This one's hopeless. 3 cuts in a row, all failures. Let's call it a day. The machine stopped, and many people murmured as they dispersed to other areas. Xiao Fan's heart stirred. The jade from the first 3 pieces was worth less than 10 million, so the last one must be the most valuable. The jade inside it was worth around 6 or 7 million. This is the one. Drawing closer, Xiao Fan spotted the rough stone on the cutting machine. The originally large stone had been split into 4 pieces. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on the smallest one. He remembered the jade was inside this piece, barely missing being cut out. How could this happen? Yang Rong couldn't believe it. He had begged his father for ages before being allowed to handle the stone purchase, and this was the result. The rough stones cost 45 million, but the jade extracted was only worth 8 or 9 million. He had lost his shirt. Master Yang, a few more cuts might still hold hope. Xiao Fan spoke up. After all, they were schoolmates, and it was better to end a feud than to keep it going. He and Yang Rong had no major grudge. A reconciliation wouldn't be bad. "Cut your mother. I'll sell you one for 10,000. Would you cut it?" Yang Rong fumed. Xiao Fan's good intentions came across as mockery to him. Biting the hand that feeds you. Xiao Fan's face turned cold. "Pa, if you're so kind, why don't you buy them?" Yang Rong gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll buy them. 4 stones at 40,000 in total, right? I can afford that. Don't regret it." Xiao Fan sneered. Old Zhao beside Yang Rong quickly said, "Master Yang, even if these stones are a bust, selling them at 50,000 each is no problem." Xiao Fan turned to leave. "Don't go. I said 10,000 each. Do you think I'd go back on my word? But there's one condition: you must cut the stones. If they appreciate, you can sell them. If not, you cut to the end." Yang Rong sneered. He'd rather take a loss himself, just to make Xiao Fan lose 40,000. Losing over 100,000 was nothing to him, but 40,000. He was sure Xiao Fan would feel the sting. The idea that Xiao Fan came from a notable background was utterly unbelievable. During the stone cutting, he had looked up Xiao Fan's info online again. Everything was exposed on forums. Aside from decent grades, everything else seemed utterly ordinary to Yang Rong. Even if he knew Tang Ziqian, how deep could that connection be? "Scan to pay," Xiao Fan said coldly. He quickly transferred 40,000 to Yang Rong. "Please cut this small one first, right down the middle." Xiao Fan pointed at the stone containing the jade. Cutting it down the middle would reduce its value, but only by about 80 to 100,000. Zzz. A piercing noise rang out. A few more onlookers gathered, but far fewer than before. After over 10 minutes, the machine stopped. "Whoa, green. Ice-type Yang green, a decent size. Big win, big win." A house just came out of that. The crowd buzzed with excitement. "What the?" Yang Rong stared at the cut stone, wanting to die. He had hoped to make Xiao Fan bleed, only to see him about to rake in millions. If not for the many eyes around, Yang Rong would have reneged and snatched it back. "Master Yang, seems my luck is better than yours." Xiao Fan chuckled. Yang Rong gritted his teeth. "I want to buy back the 3 uncut stones. Name your price." "I'll take all 3 for 100,000. 300,000 for the lot. 500,000. Before Xiao Fan could speak, several people around made offers. Just now, with 3 failed cuts, they wouldn't have paid 50,000 each. But now that Xiao Fan's smallest stone had paid off, it was a different story. The other 3 were even bigger. If even one of them turned out big, it would be a massive profit. 1 million. Give them to me. Yang Rong gritted his teeth. If others kept bidding like this, even 1 million might not be enough. "All right, Master Yang, you're straightforward. Manager Miao, can I use your account?" Xiao Fan turned to Miao Xiaoyan, who had just approached. He didn't want Yang Rong to know his bank account. "Of course, Master Xiao." Miao Xiaoyan quickly provided her account number, and Yang Rong transferred the money. "Manager Miao, please take care of this stone." Xiao Fan smiled. Fully extracting the jade would take time, and Tang Ziqian was waiting for him to have dinner. "Sure, Master Xiao." Miao Xiaoyan nodded. With her influence here, handling this was a breeze. "Master Yang, good luck." Xiao Fan waved and left, spotting Tang Ziqian's car. Yang Rong's heart sank. Had that million he'd just given out gone down the drain? Old Zhao looked into the distance and saw Xiao Fan getting into Tang Ziqian's car. "Must be heading to dinner now." "Mr. Tang personally inviting Xiao Fan. This classmate of yours is no ordinary person." Old Zhao felt uneasy knowing Tang Ziqian was no pushover. "Master Xiao, seems you've had quite a haul." As the car started, Tang Ziqian said with a grin. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. "Just a few million, and not even worth as much as your car, Mr. Tang. Do you like cars, Master Xiao? I have plenty of fine ones in my garage. Pick any one you fancy." An old man like me just keeps them as a collection. Xiao Fan said helplessly, I don't have a driver's license. Getting a license is easy. Tang Ziqian laughed. He thought to himself martial arts families really are strict. Kids from ordinary families often get their licenses right after high school. Then thanks. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. A car was nothing to fuss over with polite refusals. Tang Ziqian chuckled. Tonight Master Xiao you'll stay at my place. I have plenty of guest rooms, and you can check out the garage to see which car you like. 2 hours later after dinner Xiao Fan and Tang Ziqian returned to the latter's mansion. In the spacious garage sat a dozen or so sports cars of various models. In the spacious and tidy garage over a dozen sports cars were arranged in 2 rows. Even without a driver's license, Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beautiful cars and gorgeous women. Few men could resist such allure. Boss Tang, how long would it take you to recover if I take one of these? Xiao Fan joked. Tang Ziqian chuckled. You flatter me, young Master Xiao. Pick whichever you like and don't be shy. Xiao Fan swept his gaze across the cars, a wave of emotion washing over him. The most expensive of these vehicles probably cost tens of millions, while even the modest ones were priced at several million. An ordinary person could labor their entire life and still never afford a single one. He had been just like that before. Now, however, he could pick any one of them freely. Yet if he were to take the most expensive one, Tang Ziqian might not say anything, but a hint of discomfort would likely linger in his heart. Boss Tang, could you introduce them? I'm not familiar with these cars, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Tang Ziqian cheerfully began to introduce the cars. The most expensive one was a Koenigsegg worth 40 to 50 million. The Porsche 918 was merely mid-range here. The Lamborghini Aventador languished pitifully at the bottom. Xiao Fan calculated that the dozen or so cars together were worth 200 or 300 million, but his own savings hadn't even reached 100 million yet. I'm so poor, Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. He now had 46 million in his account, which was considered somewhat wealthy, but compared to magnates like Tang Ziqian, it was nothing. Which one have you set your heart on, young Master Xiao? Once your driver's license is almost ready, I'll have the car delivered to you, Tang Ziqian said with a smile. Xiao Fan pointed at the Lamborghini Aventador. That one. I've always liked Lamborghinis. I used to own one before. It's stylish and fast, though it eats up a lot of battery. Tang Ziqian chuckled. Are you sure, young Master Xiao? You can pick any car here. Honestly, this Aventador doesn't quite match your status. Xiao Fan shook his head. I have no status, just an ordinary student. This car is already too flashy. Alright then. Just let me know when your license is ready, Tang Ziqian said with a laugh. He simply ignored Xiao Fan's claim of being an ordinary student. Could an ordinary student possess such abilities? The image of the shrapnel hovering in Xiao Fan's hand still shocked Tang Ziqian when he thought about it. In the other world, Inua City. Boom. Thunder and lightning crackled across the sky as a storm was about to break. Lanterns flickered on the walls of Inua City, but in this pitch-black night, even their light could not reach far. Outside the city, all was quiet. The patrolling soldiers had grown somewhat lax. Their morale was low. The emperor was fatuous and cruel, slaughtering innocents, while the leader of the rebel forces besieging Inua City was Xiao Hai, a famed general who had shaken the world. In recent decades, pirates had frequently raided the coast. Xiao Hai led his troops to crush them, engaging in bloody battles that made the pirates tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. In the past 2 years, the pirates had virtually vanished. After pacifying the seas, Xiao Hai was transferred to the northern frontier. When the barbarians invaded, he won 7 consecutive victories, spreading his renown far and wide. Why do you think General Xiao has rebelled? His achievements overshadowed the emperor, and his cultivation advanced too quickly. The emperor grew wary. General Xiao is a good man. Oh, I never thought he would become our enemy. Alas. In a corner of the city wall, some soldiers murmured among themselves. Xiao Hai now had his army tightly surrounding Inua City, yet many commoners and soldiers did not hate him. Instead, they held him in high esteem. Pirates ravaged the coast, barbarians frequently encroached, and countless people had long gnashed their teeth in anger. It was Xiao Hai who had brought them hope. The time is almost here. Xiao Hai gazed into the distance toward Inua City. He had already arranged for insiders within the city who would rise up and, with luck, directly open the gates. His men would launch an attack from the outside. Beat the drums. Xiao Hai roared, his voice carrying far. Bang! 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 The thunderous drumbeats resounded, echoing through the entire Inua City. Countless torches flared to life, dense and innumerable. At the eastern gate of Inua City, soldiers on the wall panicked and sent out word. They're assaulting the east gate. Quick, dispatch reinforcements to the east gate. When Inua City's governor Huang Heian received the news, he bellowed orders. The shadow of a formidable man casts a long shadow. He dared not underestimate Xiao Hai in the slightest. If Xiao Hai was determined to storm the city, even the slightest slack on their part could lead to its fall. Halt! Xiao Hai thundered. The drumming ceased as he rode forward on a lion-tiger beast over 4 meters long. Listen up, soldiers of Inua City. I am Xiao Hai. Tonight I will take Inua City, and I will succeed. Will you perish here tonight, or will you follow me and carve out a future? Think it over carefully. Xiao Hai's voice, brimming with authority, carried across the city. On the city wall, many soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. They admired Xiao Hai, and could Inua City really hold out against him? There were 50,000 troops stationed inside the city, but many of them had been transferred from other places before Xiao Hai's arrival. The army's morale was unreliable, and the people's hearts were not with the emperor. Even with a fortified city like Yue, it was a daunting task to withstand a fierce general like Xiao Hai. Time ticked by. Troops from other parts of Yue City were redeployed to the east. Anyone who attempts treason will be executed on the spot. Yue City's governor Huang Heian arrived, as well his expression icy. Clatter. The execution squad he brought with them ascended the walls drawing their blades. Governor Xiao Hai seems to have concentrated all his forces here. There are over 10,000 torches with about a dozen soldiers around each torch. Someone reported to Huang Heian. He nodded and approached the edge of the wall to look outward. The distance was considerable, he could only make out a vague outline. In truth, Huang Heian's cultivation was not low, but the city of Yue suppressed one's power, rendering even superior strength useless. If not for the suppression, Huang Heian knew he was no match for Xiao Hai, and Yue City would have fallen long ago. Beat the drums. Xiao Hai commanded. Bang bang bang. The drumbeats sounded again, this time more urgent. Charge. Hearing the drums, 100,000 troops near the western gate of Yue City stormed forward at full speed. Charge. Inside the western gate, many people also surged madly toward the gate. Not good. Huang Heian's face drained of color. He realized he had fallen for Xiao Hai's ruse. He had moved most of his troops to the east only to find that Xiao Hai's main assault was not on the east gate at all. Hep. A smile spread across Xiao Hai's face. He looked behind him. Every soldier holding a torch was surrounded by several scarecrows. On such a night, Huang Heian could not see clearly. Under immense pressure, he was bound to redeploy many defenders. Having lost the people's support with the army's morale wavering, if I can't take Yue City tonight, I'll have no face to contact my dear grandson. Xiao Hai muttered to himself. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan set off with Yang Jun. The wound left from the shrapnel extraction the previous day was small, and Yang Jun paid it no mind. Brother Yang, how are we getting there? Xiao Fan inquired. Yang Jun chuckled. Do you think we're sneaking in, young Master Xiao? That would be illegal. We have permits. We can cross the border with them directly. The boss has prepared everything for you. With that, Yang Jun pulled 2 documents from the armrest compartment and handed one to Xiao Fan. Inside was unmistakably Xiao Fan's photo. That easy? Xiao Fan asked in surprise. Yang Jun smiled lightly. The boss has connections both here and in Myanmar. Rest assured, young Master Xiao, these are completely legitimate. Xiao Fan nodded. After presenting the documents, their car glided effortlessly into Myanmar. What's the public security like around here? Xiao Fan asked. Yang Jun smiled. We won't be going into remote areas, so it's definitely safe. It'll take about 4 or 5 hours by car though. You'll have to bear with it, young Master Xiao. Xiao Fan shook his head. It's fine. I'm no pampered young master. The car drove on, and Xiao Fan gazed out the window with keen interest. This was his first time abroad. Unconsciously 4.5 hours passed, and the car pulled up safely before a warehouse. The boss rented this warehouse. The goods have all been delivered inside. You can inspect them when you're ready. Yang Jun jumped out of the car. The warehouse was not large, he quickly opened it. After closing the door, he turned on the lights, flooding the entire space with brightness. Inside were hundreds of wooden crates. Each crate holds 100 tang swords and several special whetstones. The swords are forged from high-strength steel, ordinary whetstones won't do. As he spoke, Yang Jun opened one crate. He lifted a sword and drew it. A cold gleam flashed identical to the sample Tang Zietian had received. Xiao Fan opened a dozen crates and thoroughly inspected each one. These supplies were meant for Xiao Hai on the battlefield. The quality could not be compromised. Not bad, Xiao Fan remarked with a smile. These blades were far superior to the craft items sold by streamers. Young Master Xiao, let's move these crates aside. The boss mentioned you wanted to try some guns. They've been delivered. They're behind here. Yang Jun gestured. Xiao Fan approached. Brother Yang, don't strain yourself. If you exert, the wound on your back will reopen. Saying this, Xiao Fan lifted a crate with both hands and moved it to the side. Yang Jun stared at him in astonishment. The crate along with its 100 Tang swords weighed 4 to 500 jin, a burden that would make 2 ordinary men struggle. Yet Xiao Fan lifted it alone. He seemed to do it with ease. Young Master Xiao truly has profound inner strength, Yang Jun mused. Little did he know Xiao Fan possessed no inner strength whatsoever. His strength came purely from his physique. Soon, without a flush or a heave, Xiao Fan had moved several heavy crates aside. On the floor lay a flat metal case. Xiao Fan opened it, revealing a dozen or so firearms, pistols, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, and even a light machine gun. Sniper rifles and heavy machine guns were absent. Alongside the guns were various types of ammunition, each with over 100 rounds. Young Master Xiao, the boss, said it's fine to play around here, but don't take them back. Yang Jun smiled. He reached into the bottom of the case and pulled out a document, handing it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took it. It was a gun permit. Myanmar has strict gun laws, but with Tang Zietian's influence there, obtaining a permit was no problem. Mr. Tang thought of everything. Xiao Fan smiled. Let's find a place to test these guns. All right. Yang Jun nodded. Before leaving, Tang Zietian had told Yang Jun to accommodate Xiao Fan's requests as much as possible, as long as they weren't too extreme. Soon they arrived at a shooting range with the firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Fan began firing. Yang Jun guided him astonished. From the way Xiao Fan held the gun, Yang Jun could tell he had never handled one before. Yet before he had even finished 10 rounds of each type, his accuracy was already impressive. After 100 rounds, Xiao Fan had reached the level of a sharpshooter. Yang Jun was dumbfounded. It had taken him tens of thousands of rounds to reach that proficiency, and a considerable amount of time. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, had caught up with him in just a few hours, pistol, rifle and all. In Yang Jun's eyes, Xiao Fan lacked only real combat experience. 2 days passed, and Xiao Fan spent most of them at the shooting range. Yang Jun's initial shock gradually gave way to numbness. Xiao Fan had even mastered the sniper rifle, hitting an apple at over 1,000 meters. In terms of pure marksmanship, Yang Jun knew he was now inferior to Xiao Fan. Yang Jun, take the day off. I also need to arrange for the goods to be shipped out. It's better you don't get involved. They returned to the warehouse. Today was the agreed time. If nothing went wrong, Xiao Hai would contact him that evening. Understood, young Master Xiao. Yang Jun nodded. He no longer worried about Xiao Fan's safety. If anyone dared to trouble Xiao Fan, they would be courting death. Soon Yang Jun left, and the night deepened. A dull thud sounded, waking Xiao Fan. He immediately looked toward the mirror beside him. Dear grandson, what goodies have you got this time? Xiao Hai asked with a grin. Xiao Fan yawned. Grandfather, you seem in high spirits. Have you conquered Silver Moon City? Haha, of course. If I couldn't take a small city like Silver Moon, how could I call myself a commander? Xiao Hai said with some pride. They had taken Silver Moon City 2 days ago with minimal casualties. After seizing it, his army actually gained 30,000 additional soldiers. By the way, grandson, I've tried most of the things you sent last time. One of them helps my cultivation. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. What is it? Xiao Hai grinned. The most ordinary radish. I never thought of it until yesterday. It turns out the radish is useful. Eating it doubles my cultivation speed. It even slowly increases my talent. If I eat more radishes in the future, I might become the #1 expert in the world. Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy. The stronger Xiao Hai became, the safer he would be, and the more benefits Xiao Fan would reap. Grandfather, this time, I'm not sending food. It's 10,000 Tang swords. I also prepared some firearms. See if you can use them over there. Xiao Fan began working with the mirror. Within minutes, all the hundreds of wooden crates in the warehouse vanished. The crate containing the firearms also disappeared. These swords are excellent. Far better than the ordinary blades our soldiers use. 10,000 is a bit too few though. Xiao Hai tested the sword. For ordinary soldiers, the Tang swords Xiao Fan sent were treasures. Equipped with such blades, their combat power would increase significantly. I'll place another order. Grandfather, do you need anything else? Food supplies? Xiao Fan inquired. Xiao Hai said, we captured a batch of supplies in Silver Moon City, so food is fine for now. Staying in the city, it's not too cold. But if we march out, we'll need more clothing. Also, grandson, the city is short on salt. The high prices are angering the people. Buy more salt when you can. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandfather, when can you contact me again? I'll send clothing, salt, radishes, and other things. Xiao Hai chuckled. I'm not in a hurry. Let me first give you some benefits. You've been busy with these transactions. It might draw attention. You mustn't get into trouble. With that, 2 powerful figures appeared behind Xiao Hai, channeling immense strength into him. This time I won't give you a new ability. I'll further enhance your psychic power. A dazzling light pierced through the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan felt his head swelling. The expressions of Xiao Hai and the other 2 became visibly weary. I'll contact you in 7 days. With that, Xiao Hai's figure in the mirror vanished instantly. Xiao Fan quickly fell asleep. The next day, the feeling of distension had vanished. I wonder how much my spiritual telekinesis has improved. He mused inwardly. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his spiritual telekinesis with full force, instantly sensing everything within 3 to 4 meters around him. Such a massive increase. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Previously, his spiritual telekinesis could only cover a radius of 2.1 meters, but now it extended to approximately 3.7 meters. It seemed the increase was not even twofold. But that was not how it was calculated. His spiritual telekinesis spread out in a planar area. The improvement in spiritual power was measured by area. Now his spiritual telekinesis was roughly 3 times stronger than before. Grandfather granted me the telekinesis ability last time. Purely enhancing spiritual telekinesis should be somewhat easier, which is why I've achieved such a substantial increase. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Although he had gained no new abilities, he was more than satisfied with this improvement. A jumble of random powers was far less valuable than mastering a few specialized ones. I wonder how fast the needle can go now. A steel needle appeared in Xiao Fan's hand. Within the range of his spiritual telekinesis, the needle accelerated continuously. Whooshed. Once it left the range of his spiritual telekinesis, the needle's speed became terrifying, instantly burying itself into the thick concrete wall of the warehouse. Initial velocity of 400 meters per second. Xiao Fan's heart trembled. The muzzle velocity of a pistol bullet was generally around that level, sometimes even lower. The increase is this much. Xiao Fan found it hard to believe. He pondered carefully. Such a significant improvement must be due to 2 reasons. First, his spiritual power was stronger, allowing him to exert more force per unit time. Second, his spiritual telekinesis domain had expanded, extending the duration of its effect. Impressive. Xiao Fan approached and saw that the needle had penetrated over 3 inches deep. The concrete was extremely solid. A pistol bullet with its larger frontal impact area could not penetrate as deeply into such a concrete wall. With such a substantial increase in spiritual telekinesis, I no longer need to use steel needles. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Steel needles were decent as hidden weapons, but they were not easy to carry. Using them as a weapon also reminded him of Dongfang Bubi. I'll use this from now on. Xiao Fan pulled a coin from his pocket. With his spiritual telekinesis strengthened, using a coin as a hidden weapon could achieve a considerable initial velocity, and it was perfectly normal to carry one in a pocket. Go! The coin in Xiao Fan's hand shot out instantly. Bang! The coin struck the concrete wall, and also embedded itself, but not as deeply. Initial velocity 350 meters per second. Not as fast as the steel needle, but the coin is heavier, so it could cause even greater damage to a human body. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Fan's face. Beep beep. His phone rang. This phone was the one Yang Jun had left for him. Young Master Xiao, when should I come to find you? When he answered, Yang Jun's voice came through. Xiao Fan said, you can come over now. He retrieved the steel needle and coin embedded in the concrete, then exited the warehouse and locked the door. Less than half an hour later, Yang Jun arrived. Let's go. Someone will handle the things here. Xiao Fan got into the car. Yang Jun nodded. As a bodyguard, he knew not to ask about things he shouldn't. That was his principle. Young Master Xiao, shall we head straight back? Yang Jun stepped on the accelerator, and the car surged forward like a beast. 2 hours later, Yang Jun glanced at the rearview mirror and frowned. Young Master Xiao, it seems someone is following us, Yang Jun said in a low voice. The pursuers were cautious, but he had spotted the same vehicle 3 times in half an hour, which was unusual. Oh. Xiao Fan looked at the rearview mirror as Yang Jun sped up. Indeed, someone is tailing us, Xiao Fan said. Yang Jun said apologetically, this is your first time in Myanmar. They're probably after me. How about you get off at the next town, and I'll deal with them before picking you up? Xiao Fan asked in confusion, your boss Tang's bodyguard. Why would they target you instead of him? Yang Jun was silent for a moment before saying, I once offended a major drug lord when I was in the army. After I was discharged, I became the boss's bodyguard. When I was by the boss's side, they were too afraid to act recklessly. But since the boss didn't come this time, they probably see this as a good chance to kill me. With that, Yang Jun's face showed regret. Young Master Xiao, I didn't expect them to still be after me after all these years. You should get off at the town ahead. For the next few dozen kilometers, it's all wilderness. They're likely to make a move. Xiao Fan's heart raced. This was his first time encountering such a situation, and he was nervous. But abandoning Yang Jun was something he simply could not do. Don't stop. Keep driving. There might be their people in the town too. Xiao Fan shook his head. Yang Jun frowned. That was indeed a possibility. If he dropped Xiao Fan off there, Xiao Fan might be in even greater danger. Young Master Xiao, hold on tight. Yang Jun floored the accelerator, pushing the car even faster. Virum. Virum. Just as Xiao Fan's car sped through the town, the pursuing car accelerated in pursuit along with 4 motorcycles. Young Master Xiao, did you bring those guns? Yang Jun asked. Xiao Fan shook his head. He had transferred all the guns and ammunition to Xiao Hai. Yang Jun frowned. He did have a gun on him, but it was only one pistol. The enemy had several guns, possibly even heavy weapons. Virum. Yang Jun pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The off-road vehicle tore down the dirt road, but the motorcycles behind were faster. Bang. Bang. One of the men drew a pistol and fired bullets, hitting the trunk. Young Master Xiao, get down. Yang Jun said in a low voice, driving with one hand and holding his gun with the other ready to return fire. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, focus on driving. Leave them to me. Their audacity in firing so recklessly infuriated Xiao Fan. Bang. Another shot rang out. A motorcycle had pulled up alongside the car, and a bullet was aimed at Xiao Fan. Bastards. Xiao Fan reached out his hand and actually caught the bullet heading toward him. When the bullet entered his spiritual telekinesis domain, it began to decelerate. By the time it reached Xiao Fan, its speed had dropped drastically. Go! Xiao Fan flicked his wrist, sending the bullet he had caught flying back, striking the shooter with pinpoint accuracy. Then he leaned out of the car. Within 2 seconds, he shot out 3 coins from his hand. The other 3 motorcycles trailing closely all had their tires blown out. Crash! The pursuing car slammed into one of the motorcycles. The car lost control, tumbling and crashing into the roadside. Yang Jun did not stop. Xiao Fan's car sped away. Phew! Xiao Fan let out a long breath, his face pale. He did not know if the 3 motorcyclists behind had died, but the first one certainly had. The feeling of killing was not pleasant. Young Master Xiao, you acted in self-defense. Under both Myanmar's law and our country's law, you bear no responsibility. Yang Jun comforted him, noticing the pallor on Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan nodded lightly. Since they had tried to kill him, he naturally had no regrets about killing them. Are we just leaving like this without doing anything else? Xiao Fan asked. Yang Jun said, they're drug dealers and wouldn't dare call the police. There won't be any trouble on the surface, but they might investigate in secret. I'll call the boss to handle it. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. He had followed Yang Jun here, so the other party could definitely find out and might trace it back to him in the future. Master Xiao, I'm truly sorry about this. I never expected that my old troubles from the past would involve you, Yang Jun said with deep apology. Xiao Fan shook his head. Brother Yang, you don't need to apologize. You offended the drug lord back, then to protect ordinary people like us. I really admire someone like you. Master Xiao, I'll call the boss, Yang Jun said. Xiao Fan nodded. Soon Yang Jun dialed Tang Ziqian's number. What? Upon hearing the news, Tang Ziqian's face changed drastically. In his view, Xiao Fan came from a major martial arts family. If Yang Jun took Xiao Fan out, and something happened to him, Tang Ziqian would also be in huge trouble. Boss, we're fine. Master Xiao killed one of them, and the fate of the others is unknown, Yang Jun quickly said. Tang Ziqian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Yang Jun, protect Master Xiao well. Do not let anything happen to him. I'll send someone to pick you up. After hanging up, Tang Ziqian was furious. He directly dialed another number. Sang Wei, you sent people to hunt down my bodyguard. Do you think I'm dead? Tang Ziqian roared. If you don't give me an explanation for this within 3 days, General Jin's men will sweep through all your territory. On the other end of the phone, the big drug lord Sang Wei was smoking a cigar with a blonde beauty in his arms. Director Tang, is that so? It must be my men acting recklessly. I'll teach them a good lesson, Sang Wei said with a chuckle. Tang Ziqian said sternly, Sang Wei, I'm not joking with you. If you don't give me an explanation within 3 days, if General Jin's men don't go after you, my surname isn't Tang. After saying this, Tang Ziqian hung up directly. Tang Ziqian is so angry it must have succeeded. Sang Wei smiled, feeling very pleased inside. Even if it cost him something, he thought Yang Jun's death was worth it. Beep beep. Just then the phone rang again. It was from one of the subordinates he had sent out. Bring Yang Jun's body back. Sang Wei answered coldly. Boss, Yang Jun isn't dead. We're in trouble. The rest are all dead. On the other end, Sang Wei's subordinate Senji said painfully. Sang Wei's face changed. What did you say? Senji recounted the situation. After hanging up looking at the 3 corpses in the car, he felt a lingering fear. At that time the speed was over 150 kilometers per hour. He survived because he was wearing a seatbelt, but even so his face was covered in blood, and he had just been unconscious for a while. Tang Ziqian, my men. 8 of them, 7 dead. And you still want me to give you an explanation? Sang Wei dialed Tang Ziqian and roared. Tang Ziqian was somewhat surprised. 7 dead. Your men died because they were useless. Your people started the trouble, so you must give me an explanation, or else we'll see. Tang Ziqian said harshly. After hanging up, Sang Wei's face was very ugly. If it weren't for Tang Ziqian's good relationship with General Jin and their intertwined interests, he would have killed Tang Ziqian long ago. Find out what exactly happened. Focus on who was beside Yang Jun, Sang Wei said in a deep voice. He felt something was very strange. Was Yang Jun really that formidable? Master Xiao, I'm truly sorry. I never expected this to happen. Before they had even left Myanmar, Xiao Fan and the others met the people sent to pick them up. Tang Ziqian came in person. Xiao Fan shook his head. It's nothing. Just try to make sure this doesn't affect me later. By the way, those Tang swords were good. I'll order another 20,000. At 3500 each, 20,000 would cost 70 million. He currently had 54 million in his card, and Tang Ziqian still had an 18 million deposit. In total, he had 70 million. Master Xiao, you don't need to pay for these 20,000 Tang swords. Sang Wei did something like this. He won't settle for less than tens of millions. I'll get that money from him, Tang Ziqian said solemnly. Even if Sang Wei didn't pay, he would take the money out himself. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Tang Ziqian breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fan refused, he figured the hard-won relationship would be over. An hour later, Xiao Fan and the others returned to Rueli. Instead of going to Tang Ziqian's place, Xiao Fan checked into a 5-star hotel. He planned to stay here for another couple of days to earn some more money. Yang Jun, tell me in detail. Back at his home, Tang Ziqian said solemnly. It wasn't convenient for Yang Jun to go into detail over the phone, and Tang Ziqian hadn't asked on the way. Yang Jun recounted everything from beginning to end. Suddenly Tang Ziqian was stunned. Did you just say that Master Xiao caught a bullet and then threw it back, killing one of their drivers? Yang Jun nodded. Tang Ziqian was shocked. He knew that Xiao Fan must have considerable internal energy, but he never expected Xiao Fan to catch a bullet barehanded. Even among martial arts families, such a person would be rare. Master Xiao must be a core member of a martial arts family, perhaps even the heir. I must maintain a good relationship with him. Tang Ziqian's eyes glittered. Senior, are you in City Z? Yaya has been discharged. The headmistress wants to invite you to dinner to express her gratitude. Yaya also wants to thank you in person. After waking up from a nap, Xiao Fan received a message from Su Yue on WeChat. I'm not in City Z. I'll go with you to the orphanage to visit Yaya and the others when I get back. Xiao Fan replied. The image of Su Yue appeared in his mind. When he was shot at, Xiao Fan had thought of Su Yue. At that time he thought that if he died, without ever having been in love, wouldn't that be a loss in this life? Now that his strength had increased, even if some things were known, he wasn't so afraid. At school, Su Yue stared at her phone, lost in thought. Together, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Okay, senior. After a long while, Su Yue replied to Xiao Fan. Yue, you're acting a bit off. Have you secretly found a boyfriend? A girl next to Su Yue said. She was a bit blunt and had a fairly good relationship with Su Yue. No, not at all. Su Yue quickly said. The girl stared at her, blinked, and said, you seem a bit flustered. From what I know about you, even if you haven't found one, you must have someone you like. Come on, tell me who my love rival is. Su Yue said helplessly, really there isn't. The teacher is coming soon. Let's focus on class. The girl pouted. I don't like Teacher Huang's class. The way he looks at you is weird. Su Yue looked resigned. She didn't like it either. But she had already chosen the course, and she couldn't skip class just because she didn't like the teacher. After a nap at the hotel, Xiao Fan headed to the rough stone market. He was pleasantly surprised to find that with the enhancement of his spiritual psionic power, the number of times he could use his clairvoyance each day had increased. Within 2 hours he could manage about 4 times. Over the entire day it might reach 10 times. This was far better than the beginning. 2 days passed in a flash. Xiao Fan had used his clairvoyance about 20 times, examined 80 to 90 rough stones, and spent 30 million to purchase 5 stones. The 5 rough stones were all delivered to Tang Ziqian's place. Xiao Fan left before the stones were cut. Boss, all 5 of young Master Zhao's stones have been cut, and every one of them yielded a huge profit. The total estimated value of the jadeite from the 5 stones is 156 million. Miao Xiaoyan exclaimed in amazement. She knew Xiao Fan was skilled at gambling on stones, but she hadn't expected him to be this good. All 5 stones had yielded immense profits. This money-making speed was faster than robbing a bank. What is the expected selling price? Tang Ziqian inquired. Miao Xiaoyan's estimates were often somewhat lower than the actual selling price. Miao Xiaoyan thought for a moment and said, if sold over 2 months it should fetch around 170 million, but holding inventory carries the risk of price fluctuations. Tang Ziqian said calmly, while there is a risk of price decline, there is also a possibility of increase. Let's take it at 170 million and transfer the money to young Master Xiao immediately. Tang Ziqian had no intention of making a profit from Xiao Fan. Even if it cost a little money to maintain their relationship, he considered it worthwhile. Ding! In cities, Xiao Fan had just gotten off the plane and turned on his phone when he received a bank SMS. Your savings account ending in 9312 received a deposit of 1700 yuan at 1655 on May 10th. The current balance is 1943.8653. 12 yuan. Xiao Fan stared at the message in a daze. The small goal had been achieved just like that, and it was close to 2 small goals. Boss Tang, I've landed and received the transfer. You didn't lose money, did you? Business should be mutually beneficial for long-term success. Xiao Fan sent a message to Tang Ziqian via WeChat. Tang Ziqian replied quickly, young Master Xiao, rest assured, I won't lose money. If I hold it for a little while, selling at this price will definitely be no problem. Xiao Fan mused inwardly that Tang Ziqian had indeed given him a favorable price. He could now estimate fairly accurately that others would not offer more than 160 million. Boss Tang, from now on please use the market price when purchasing from me. Otherwise I'll have to sell the rough stones I buy to someone else. Xiao Fan replied. For him, making money was no longer difficult, and he didn't want to owe Tang Ziqian a favor in this regard. Young Master Xiao, you are a long-term major client. There's no reason to use the market price. I will never treat you unfairly, but in the future, I will also keep some profit for myself. Tang Ziqian thought for a moment and replied. Let's leave it at that. Xiao Fan exited the station and looked at the queue for taxis. There were quite a few people. Nearly 2 small goals in my account, and I still have to wait for a taxi. Who would believe that? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He resolved to go back and sign up for driver's license lessons immediately. The car Tang Ziqian had given him was still gathering dust. Xiao Fan. 2 people approached him. Xiao Fan nodded and asked, I'm Xiao Fan. Who are you? One of them took out a badge and said, Mr. Xiao, this is my identification. The system has detected a large, unusual fund movement in your account, and we need to verify the source of the funds. If the source is legitimate, perhaps you might consider converting the funds into a fixed deposit. Xiao Fan asked curiously, couldn't you just call me about this? The other person cleared his throat and said, Mr. Xiao, the amount is quite substantial, so we thought it more appropriate to ask you in person. Xiao Fan said, did you drive here? They nodded. Xiao Fan smiled. Let me hitch a ride back to the city with you. You can ask me whatever you need in the car. The 2 exchanged speechless glances. They knew Xiao Fan had nearly 200 million in his account, yet he didn't even have a car. Soon Xiao Fan was seated in their vehicle. You should already know the source of my first 500,000. It was the reward for discovering a Class A wanted fugitive. As for the subsequent amounts, you should be able to find out. They came from gambling on stones. Xiao Fan said. One of them was driving while the other sat in the back with Xiao Fan and said, Mr. Xiao, you mainly need to explain the most recent transaction of 170 million. That amount was too large, even the head office had sent an inquiry. Xiao Fan said, it was also from gambling on stones. I spent 30 million to buy 5 rough stones and sold them to Boss Tang Ziqian in Ruili for 170 million. If you don't believe me, you can check with Boss Tang. His money shouldn't be a problem, right? The bank employee while recording said, Mr. Xiao, we've noticed you've been abroad. If the funds involve illegal activities, our bank will freeze them. Xiao Fan nodded. If there's a problem, you can freeze it. I won't make a fixed deposit or transfer to another bank, but I have one condition. Please go ahead, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Fan said, increase my daily transfer limit to 100 million. I've asked you several times, and you only grudgingly raised it to 10 million. That's too little for me. It was convenient for Tang Ziqian to transfer large sums to him, but it was troublesome for him to send money out. Mr. Xiao, we need 2 days to verify the relevant information. If everything checks out, we can apply for a daily transfer limit of up to 50 million for you. A limit of 100 million may not be feasible for now. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly. Tang Ziqian had easily transferred 170 million. His account balance was likely over 1 billion. He was still poor. All right, 50 million it is. Xiao Fan nodded. Even if he were to buy rough stones under normal circumstances, a limit of 50 million would be sufficient. Mr. Xiao, your account may be temporarily frozen for 2 days. We apologize for any inconvenience. Xiao Fan thought about it. He would meet Yang Onren and the others in 4 days. That was when he would need to pay the remaining balance. Having the account frozen for 2 days wasn't a big problem. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded. The 2 bank employees breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan was an important client they couldn't afford to offend. Mr. Xiao, you might consider converting part of the funds into a fixed deposit. Additionally, we have professional financial advisors who can provide you with services. Xiao Fan shook his head, closed his eyes, and didn't want to say more. Half an hour later, the car arrived in the city. Stop by the curb. Xiao Fan said. After getting out, he hailed a taxi to go to school. When he tried to pay the fare, the payment failed. Damn, already frozen. Xiao Fan quickly checked his WeChat balance. It was less than 5 yuan. Driver, please wait a moment. Xiao Fan said awkwardly. He immediately called Shinshin, Old Fourth Emergency. Transfer me 1,000 yuan on WeChat. Shinshin didn't ask questions. He hung up and directly transferred money to Xiao Fan. Not 1,000, but 5,000. Third brother used this first. If you need more, just say the word. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. His 3 roommates were truly reliable. In the dormitory, Shinshan said to Kong Su and Yi Fei with curiosity, Boss, second brother, third brother has never borrowed money from us. Why do you think he's borrowing money now? Kong Su looked thoughtful and said, could it be that he's in love recently? Love costs money. Yi Fei shook his head. Boss, you still don't know third brother well enough. He has no family support, so it's unlikely he'd normally spend himself into needing to borrow money. I think something unexpected happened. Shin Chen's eyes widened. Could it be that Su Yue is pregnant and they don't have enough money for an abortion? Kong Su. Yi Fei. Shin Chen chuckled awkwardly. I'm just making a reasonable guess. Third brother keeps a beauty hidden away, a man and a woman alone. Isn't it normal for sparks to fly in the quiet of the night? Kong Su said. If that's the case, shouldn't we remind third brother? An abortion is bad for the sister-in-law's health. Why not just let her have the baby? Yi Fei nodded. Makes sense. The 3 of us can be godfathers. The kid won't lack for food or drink. The 3 of them started discussing eagerly. Creak. Soon after Xiao Fan returned to the dorm, Kong Su and the other 2 stared at him with strange looks. What's with you 3? Constipated? Xiao Fan said in confusion. Shin Shin came over and closed the door tightly. Kong Su cleared his throat and said, Third brother, how far have things gone between you and the school beauty Su? We're your brothers, don't hide it from us. Yi Fei said, if you need money, just tell us. Shin Shin said, third brother, what the boss and second brother mean is if the school beauty is pregnant, she should have the baby. The child's expenses will be covered by us 3 godfathers. Xiao Fan nearly spat out blood. What nonsense are you talking? Didn't I tell you? She's my tenant, that's it. A baby. You guys have such wild imaginations, why don't you go write novels on tomato? Xiao Fan complained. Just then his phone rang. It was Su Yue. Shin Shin caught a glimpse and blinked. It's Su Yue. Don't say anything stupid. There's really nothing between us. Xiao Fan answered the phone. On the other end, Su Yue said, Senior, are you back? You donated 100,000 yuan. The headmaster's grandma issued a donation certificate and mailed it to me. How about I buy some groceries, and you come over for dinner tonight to pick up the certificate? Su Yue blushed slightly as she said that. Xiao Fan said, that thing is useless to me. Just put it somewhere. I just got back to Z City, so I won't come over. Let's go visit Yaya and the others together tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up, Yi Fei said, third brother, I vaguely heard Su Yue say you donated 100 yuan. Xiao Fan glanced at Yi Fei. Yi Fei had probably heard it clearly. The orphanage Su Yue came from needed money for a child's surgery a few days ago, so I donated some money. Second brother, your ears are really sharp. Xiao Fan said. Kong Su frowned and said, third brother, if Su Yue has feelings for you, then it's fine to donate the money. But if she doesn't, we can't be simps. You're not well off yourself, you need to take care of yourself first. Yi Fei said slyly. Su Yue just invited third brother to dinner. Boss, let's worry about ourselves. Third brother will be enjoying a cozy 2-person world. We 3 are still single dogs. Shin Shin stared at Xiao Fan. Third brother, you're going to the orphanage with the school beauty, Su, tomorrow. If she didn't have feelings for you, she definitely wouldn't agree to go back with you. Boss, second brother, I'm jealous. Xiao Fan said irritably. It's not even close to happening yet. Kong Su chuckled. Since Su Yue is interested in you, that's fine. We'll fully support you in winning her over. If you need money, just say the word. Xiao Fan said. Let's let feelings take their natural course. Go grab some food. Let's go. The 4 of them left the dormitory arm in arm. After 2 bottles of beer, Shin Chun said mysteriously, Third brother, did you know a girl died at school recently? Rumor has it she was murdered. A pretty junior, what a pity. Xiao Fan said in surprise, really. No one mentioned it on the school forum. Kong Su said, at first someone posted about it, but it was quickly deleted. The counselor also told the class not to spread such rumors. Yi Fei said, the school says it was an accidental death, but rumors say the girl named Dong Jia was murdered and might have been assaulted before death. If the rumors are true, there might be a perverted killer in the school. You need to warn Su to be careful. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. If there really was such a perverted killer, he indeed had to warn Su Yue to be careful. She was beautiful and could become a target. I'll ask someone to find out if it's true. Xiao Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Leah. She was a forensic doctor in charge of this area, so she would definitely know the situation. Dong Jia was indeed murdered. The perpetrator used knockout drugs, and the killing was clean, not like a first-time offender. Your school has never had such an incident before. It might be an outsider. You don't need to worry too much. Leah's reply came quickly. Such information wasn't confidential, so telling Xiao Fan was fine. It's true, Xiao Fan said solemnly. Leah said it might be an outsider, but many cases are often committed by acquaintances. Kong Su said, third brother, you need to warn Su. Xiao Fan nodded and sent a message to Su Yue. 5 minutes passed, but Su Yue still hadn't replied. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. Su Yue used to reply quickly, usually within 2 minutes. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Xiao Fan called Su Yue's phone, and it was indeed turned off. Shut off at this hour. Xiao Fan's expression changed. This was abnormal. It was only a little past 6, not many people turn off their phones at this time. Besides, Su Yue had just called him in the dorm. Boss, you guys take your time eating. Su Yue's phone is off. I'm going back to check and make sure nothing's wrong. Xiao Fan stood up. Yi Fei said, third brother want us to come with you. If something's wrong, we can help. No need. You guys keep eating. It's just a phone being off. The 4 of us going would be too much fuss. Xiao Fan shook his head. Even if he really encountered the killer with his current strength, dealing with him would be easy. Third brother call if anything happens. Kong Su said, and they didn't insist too much. Xiao Fan left quickly. They had eaten near the campus not far from where he lived. Xiao Fan jogged and reached the downstairs of his building in less than 5 minutes. The building had 5 floors, he lived on the 3rd floor. In the stairwell, Xiao Fan encountered a man wearing a mask and carrying a large suitcase. The man carried it easily, the suitcase seemed empty. New tenant. Xiao Fan greeted. The other nodded. Xiao Fan didn't say much and quickly passed him. When he reached the 3rd floor, he paused and then headed to the 4th floor. The man with the suitcase arrived at the 3rd floor. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 apartments on the 3rd floor. He released his psychic sense and saw the man walking toward his door. Click. The man easily opened his door. Brother, do you live here? This apartment seems to be rented by a girl. Xiao Fan returned to the 3rd floor and said. The man with the suitcase nodded. She's my daughter. I have things to do, I'll go now. Xiao Fan's face darkened. Su Yue was an orphan and he hadn't sublet the apartment. Carrying such a large suitcase, something must have happened to Su Yue, right? A chill ran down his spine. He immediately used his telekinetic sense to check the man who was carrying a knife. Damn it. The man was about to pull the door open and enter the room. Xiao Fan kicked him hard in the backside. Bang. The door slammed shut again, and the man cried out in pain. His body slammed heavily against the security door, and 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. Shut up. Without giving the man a chance to fight back, Xiao Fan stepped forward and punched him right on the forehead. His screams abruptly ceased as he passed out. Su Yue, you can't be in trouble. Xiao Fan pulled out the key and quickly opened the door. He grabbed the unconscious man's head and dragged him into the room like a dead dog. Phew. Xiao Fan exhaled in relief. Su Yue was lying on the floor with no blood nearby. Her chest was rising and falling slightly, and her face was rosy. She was probably just unconscious. Beside her, Xiao Fan saw her broken phone. Su Yue, wake up, wake up. He shook her, but there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. He took out his phone and immediately dialed 120. Bastard. From the cabinet, he fetched a large roll of tape, bound the man's hands and feet tightly, and finally wrapped several layers of tape around his mouth. Captain Liang, it's still my apartment. Bring 2 men over. I might have caught another big fish. Xiao Fan called Liang Wu. Liang Wu was taken aback. Something had happened at Xiao Fan's place again. Could the mastermind be trying to silence someone? I'll be right there. Liang Wu hung up and set off immediately. Before long, Xiao Fan heard the ambulance siren. He immediately picked up Su Yue and went downstairs. She weighed less than 100 Jin, and even before his physique enhancement, Xiao Fan could lift her easily. She smells quite nice. What perfume did she use? It smells good. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He didn't know that Su Yue didn't wear perfume. What he smelled was the faint natural fragrance from her body. I made the call. My tenant has fainted, probably drugged. The ambulance stopped, and Xiao Fan immediately carried Su Yue onto it. The 2 doctors on the ambulance looked at Xiao Fan with suspicion. Treat her first. I have something to deal with. I'll be back soon to pay the medical bills. Xiao Fan stepped off the ambulance. Liang Wu and his men hadn't arrived yet, and there was still a pervert in the room. Xiao Fan had a faint feeling that the man might be the murderer. The ambulance left, and Xiao Fan went back upstairs to the room. Knock. Knock. In less than 20 minutes a knock came at the door. Liang Wu arrived with 2 men. Captain Liang, the man, is over there. Su Yue's phone was unreachable, so I came to check. This guy opened my door and claimed Su Yue was his daughter, but she's an orphan. Xiao Fan pointed at the bound man, who had regained consciousness. Liang Wu looked at the large suitcase Xiao Fan had picked up. Did he bring this? Liang Wu asked. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes. Su Yue was unconscious. I just called an ambulance. Liang Wu's sharp gaze fell on the bound man. His intuition told him this guy was deeply problematic. Bringing such a large suitcase, most likely he intended to hide Su Yue inside and take her away. Hey, Captain Liang, he looks like a teacher from D University, said a young man beside Liang Wu. D University was Xiao Fan's school. This young man had recently worked on the D University murder case and had reviewed the profiles of all D University teachers that morning, so he remembered. Xiao Fan was surprised. A teacher from D University. That made it much more likely that this guy was the murderer. Captain Liang, Su Yue was lying here just now. That's her water cup. You can investigate as you need. Should I head to the hospital? Xiao Fan said. Liang Wu nodded. Go ahead. With the man caught, this case will be easy. Soon Xiao Fan took a taxi to the hospital. In the ward he saw Su Yue, who had already woken up. Senior, what happened to me? Su Yue asked in confusion. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell her. Though she might be frightened, she was beautiful and should be more cautious in the future. For instance, she should lock the door at home. After listening to Xiao Fan, Su Yue's face turned pale. She had heard the rumors at school, and with her intelligence, she could easily connect the dots. If Xiao Fan hadn't come back to save her, the consequences would have been dire. Senior, thank you. You've saved me twice. Su Yue looked straight at Xiao Fan. He smiled. You were lucky too. Shen Xuan and I were just talking about the school incident, and I sent you a message to warn you. When you didn't reply, I called. With that, Xiao Fan pulled out her phone from his pocket. Your phone is broken. Rest for now. I'll go pay your medical bill. Remember to pay me back. Xiao Fan left, and Su Yue clutched the blanket tightly. Even now she was still terrified. Soon Xiao Fan returned after paying the bill, and he saw her frightened expression. Junior Su, don't worry too much. The man has been arrested, and is probably being interrogated now. He won't get off easy. Xiao Fan comforted her. Just then his phone rang. It was Liang Wu. Xiao Fan, Xiao Yiming has confessed. He killed 3 people before. Su Yue was his 4th target. Lucky you arrived in time. He had no bounty, but I'll apply for a reward for you. Xiao Fan chuckled. Captain Liang, thanks then. A reward was welcome. Even though he had nearly 2 small goals in his account, every bit counts. He never had enough money. I should thank you. I got a free credit. Liang Wu hung up. He was handling Xiao Fan's case, and no one would steal the credit that fell into his lap. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with her beautiful eyes. He smiled lightly. That guy's name is Xiao Yiming. He killed 3 people. He's definitely getting the death penalty, so don't worry. Su Yue was stunned. A teacher of mine is named Xiao Yiming. Xiao Fan said, that must be him. You need to be careful from now on. Su Yue looked at him pitifully. Senior, can you move back in? It's been so short a time, and I've already run into trouble twice. I'm scared. Well, Xiao Fan hesitated slightly. Before his telekinetic enhancement, he might have refused. Given Su Yue's beauty, she easily attracted trouble, and without enough strength, it was hard to handle. After the incident in Miangua and his improvement in power, his mindset had changed. Senior, please. Su Yue said with a hint of coquettishness. Xiao Fan nodded. I'll move back for a few days. Once you've recovered a bit, I'll go back to the dorm. Thank you, Senior. Su Yue said joyfully. Su Yue was merely knocked unconscious. Xiao Fan and the others quickly arranged her discharge. We need to go to Captain Liang's place, Xiao Fan said to Su Yue, as they had to go back to supplement the statement. It wasn't too late. Such an incident had occurred, so Liang Wu and his team hadn't left work yet. Su Yue nodded. They hailed a taxi and soon arrived at the Chengnan Criminal Investigation Brigade. Su Yue caught a glimpse of a familiar profile. It was Liya. Although she knew Xiao Fan probably didn't have a girlfriend, he had once had dinner with a pretty girl, and Su Yue was quite curious about her identity. Sister Liya, you haven't left work yet either, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Liya turned and walked toward them, chuckling. Our criminal catcher has arrived. With a case like this, how could we leave on time? Xiao Fan, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Su Yue's face flushed. Xiao Fan shook his head. Sister Liya, don't say that. Her name is Su Yue, a friend of mine. We came to give a statement. Liya rolled her eyes. The girl didn't rush to deny it. Why are you in such a hurry? You know where the statement room is. Just go ahead. Xiao Fan. Soon they reached the statement room, and Liang Wu arrived shortly after. He said with a grin, Xiao Fan, impressive. Not long ago you took down a violent criminal, and now you've caught a serial killer. Su Yue felt a bit awkward. Both criminals had been targeting her. Xiao Fan was a criminal catcher, as she felt like a jinx. Captain Liang, how did Xiao Yiming drug Su Yue? Xiao Fan inquired. He wanted to know the details, so Su Yue could be more cautious in the future. Liang Wu said, Xiao Yiming sneaked into your home, and put the sedative in the kettle. We found traces of the drug in the kettle. The lock on your door isn't very secure. You might consider replacing it. Xiao Fan nodded. After such an incident, it was definitely necessary to change it. The case was already solved in Xiao Fan, and Su Yue soon completed the supplementary statement. Captain Liang, about my parents' case, Xiao Fan began. Liang Wu hesitated. The case has made some progress, but I can't tell you yet. Please be patient a little longer, it will be solved. Xiao Fan nodded. Leaving the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Su Yue immediately put on a mask. The last time she gave a statement, she was photographed secretly, as she couldn't fall into the same trap. Soon they hailed a taxi. Senior, you don't need to go back to the dormitory, do you? Su Yue asked nervously as the taxi neared the school. Xiao Fan thought for a moment he had a change of clothes at home. No, I won't go back, he shook his head. The taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror, sighing inwardly that youth was wonderful. Soon they arrived home. Su Yue's cheeks, slightly flushed, coming back with Xiao Fan, gave her a strange feeling. Junior Su, you can take a shower first. Then you should rest early. By the way, you were frightened today. Should we still go see Yaya and the others tomorrow? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue nodded. Senior, I'm fine. I've already talked to the headmistress. Yaya and the others are looking forward to it. Xiao Fan nodded. Without further words, he entered the master bedroom. Thinking about the upcoming days of cohabitation, with Su Yue he was also a bit nervous. He had always lived alone. Phew, Su Yue returned to her room. She patted her chest and let out a long breath. She was also nervous. But it wasn't the kind of fear that Xiao Fan would do something to her. I won't be back tonight. Xiao Fan sent a message to Shin-chun. Shin-chun was watching a movie. When his phone buzzed, he glanced at it, and suddenly felt the movie wasn't as enjoyable. Boss' second brother, third brother, is not coming back tonight. He's cohabiting with the campus belle Su, while I'm stuck cohabiting with you two old men. Shin-chun said gloomily. Kong Su, Yi Fei. They were playing games, and suddenly felt the games weren't fun anymore. Kong Su said solemnly, we'll have to make him treat us to a big meal. Don't you dare save money for him. This is the price for abandoning us. Agreed. Yi Fei and Shin-chun said in unison. But talk was talk. They wouldn't really drag Xiao Fan to an expensive restaurant. They had no idea that Xiao Fan's bank card now had nearly 2 small goals. Third brother, be careful. Try not to cause any fatalities. Shin-chun sent a message to Xiao Fan. Get lost. Xiao Fan tossed his phone aside and pulled a few coins from his pocket. He controlled the coins, making them dance around him. Xiao Hai could enhance his mental strength, but control required his own practice. He spent a lot of time training every day. In the bathroom, Su Yue hurriedly finished her shower. These clothes. She stared at the clothes she had changed out of. She would definitely hand wash her underwear, but what about the rest? Should she wash them together with Xiao Fan's clothes? If not, running the washing machine for just one person's clothes seemed wasteful. Let's just wash them together, she murmured, quickly washing her underwear. When hanging the clothes, she noticed another small issue. The apartment wasn't big, and there was only one balcony, so their clothes had to be hung together, including her intimate apparel. Living with a boy is really inconvenient. But with Senior Xiao it's not so bad, she thought to herself, quickly hanging her clothes. Senior, I'm done. Good night. Su Yue knocked on Xiao Fan's door. Good night, Xiao Fan replied, but he didn't stop practicing immediately. After Xiao Fan finished his shower, he saw Su Yue's clothes in the washing machine. Wash them together. All right, he muttered, not thinking much of it. But when he looked up and saw Su Yue's intimate apparel, he felt a little flustered. One night passed. In the morning, so fragrant, Xiao Fan smelled a pleasant aroma as he left his room. Senior, hurry and freshen up. Breakfast is almost ready. We're having noodles today. Su Yue's voice came from the kitchen. Xiao Fan walked into the living room and saw Su Yue busy in the kitchen. The clothes were already hung on the balcony. A warm current stirred in Xiao Fan's heart. This apartment seemed to have the feeling of a home. Xiao Fan considered asking Su Yue if she would be his girlfriend. But in the end he didn't ask. Su Yue might only be grateful to him for saving her. If he asked now, it would be like taking advantage of her gratitude. Let it be, I'll ask later, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Senior, what? What are you looking at? Su Yue turned around, her face slightly red. She had sensed Xiao Fan's gaze on her while her back was turned. Cough, nothing. Xiao Fan quickly slipped into the bathroom to wash up. A faint smile appeared on Su Yue's lips. So she did have some allure after all. After finishing his ablutions, Xiao Fan found the noodles already cooked and served. Su Yue had prepared shredded pork noodles with a touch of green vegetables and wood ear mushrooms, an appetizing sight. Xiao Fan swallowed hard. He had dined with Kong Su and the others the night before, but departed before finishing, so his stomach was already growling. Senior sister Su, your noodles look far better than what I could manage. Xiao Fan praised, quickly picking up his chopsticks to taste a bite. His eyes instantly lit up. The noodles looked splendid and tasted equally magnificent, far superior to most noodle shops in town. How does it taste, senior brother? Su Yue asked, watching him intently. Xiao Fan nodded enthusiastically, delicious. It's been ages since I've had noodles this good. Su Yue smiled sweetly. Then I'll cook for you often from now on. Moi. Xiao Fan paused, finding the words oddly awkward. Realizing her slip, Su Yue blushed crimson. Ahem, senior sister Su, you should eat too. Once we finish, let's hurry over. We still need to buy some gifts when we arrive. Xiao Fan quickly changed the subject. Su Yue lowered her head and ate her noodles in small, delicate bites, far more graceful than Xiao Fan's manner. Xiao Fan devoured his noodles in large bites, even drinking the broth. His face showed pure satisfaction. Eating a bowl of noodles like this when hungry was truly comforting. Senior sister Su, you cook and I'll wash the dishes. Let's split the work. After Su Yue finished, Xiao Fan quickly gathered the bowls and carried them to the kitchen. Senior brother Xiao, how about I do it instead? Su Yue offered. Xiao Fan shook his head. If you cook, you shouldn't have to wash dishes too. Although my cooking isn't great, washing dishes is no problem for me. Go get ready, we'll leave shortly. With only 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, Xiao Fan finished tidying up quickly, and the two set off. The orphanage was in the county seat, so Xiao Fan and Su Yue headed to the long-distance bus station first. With his former wealth, taking a taxi would have been effortless, but with his card frozen and only 4,000 yuan remaining in his WeChat account, he needed to save money for gifts. Beep beep. The engine started, and Su Yue sat by the window, a sweet smile gracing her features as she gazed outside. In the past, she always returned alone. Now with Xiao Fan accompanying her, even if they were merely friends, Su Yue felt it was beautiful enough. Su Yue's looks are absolutely stunning, Xiao Fan mused to himself. He also looked out the window, naturally able to see Su Yue's profile. Up close, as Xiao Fan could find not a single flaw in her appearance. Ding! A text message notification sounded. Xiao Fan took out his phone and saw it was news that his bank card had been unfrozen. Already unfrozen. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. The bank had said 2 days, but it had only been frozen since yesterday afternoon. Less than a full day? The efficiency was impressive. Ding! Another message arrived. It was a notification about an increased transfer limit. His quota had been raised to 100 million. My. Xiao Fan was puzzled. Hadn't they discussed 50 million yesterday? How did it suddenly double? Boss Tang, did the bank people come to see you? Xiao Fan thought for a moment and sent a message to Tang Ziqian. Tang Ziqian replied quickly, Young Master Xiao, the bank people indeed came to me. I provided a guarantee on your behalf, so your limit should have increased significantly. Thanks. Xiao Fan had suspected as much. While 50 million was sufficient, a full 100 million was naturally even better. As for repaying Shunchen, I'll wait a bit longer, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Having just borrowed money yesterday, and returning it today would only leave Shunchen bewildered. The journey passed smoothly, and the bus arrived at the county town. Senior sister Su, what kind of things do those younger brothers and sisters at the orphanage need? Let's buy something for them. Upon exiting the bus station, Xiao Fan said. Su Yue replied, Senior brother, your donation of 100,000 yuan to the orphanage has already been a great help. It would be perfectly fine if you returned without buying anything. Xiao Fan shook his head. He felt Su Yue still harbored strong goodwill toward him, with considerable potential of becoming his girlfriend someday. The orphanage was like her home. One couldn't visit for the first time empty-handed. Then let's buy some books. A few days ago, the heavy rain collapsed the roof of the library and many books were damaged by water. Books are the most likely to change their fate, Su Yue suggested after some thought. She herself had fallen in love with computer books as a child, which later led her to become a hacker. She possessed extraordinary talent in this area. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yue knew them best. Following her advice was the right choice. Soon Xiao Fan and Su Yue arrived at the largest Xinhua bookstore in the county. They went to the children's section where thousands of different titles were available. Senior brother Xiao, picking about 20 books should be enough, Su Yue said. Authentic books weren't cheap. 20 would cost several hundred yuan. Xiao Fan smiled, trying to save money for me. You should know I received a windfall recently, and another payment may be coming in soon. You also contributed to that, of course. Are you calling me a disaster star? Su Yue retorted gloomily. Xiao Fan smiled mischievously. You're the tank who draws aggro, I'm the DPS who deals damage. What perfect teamwork. Su Yue. Xiao Fan waved over a nearby clerk. Hello, young man. What books would you like to buy? Xiao Fan swept his hand across the area. 1 copy of every book in the children's section, please. Deliver them to the county orphanage afterward. Hurry and calculate the total. Off. The clerk was dumbfounded. Su Yue also stared in shock. Quickly recovering, she hurriedly said, Senior brother Xiao, there are probably over 1,000 titles here. Buying one of each would cost around 20,000 yuan. Xiao Fan nodded. Nearly 200 million in his card. 20,000 was pocket change. Senior brother Xiao, please don't buy so much. Life isn't easy for you either, Su Yue continued to persuade. Xiao Fan smiled. This amount is no trouble for me. Even if these books can only change one child's fate, the money is well spent. Thank you. Su Yue whispered softly. The clerk efficiently began counting. A considerable sale for them. Half an hour later, several clerks brought out all the books packed into several large boxes. Young man, the total comes to 20,872 yuan. Xiao Fan paid without hesitation. Su Yue felt a pang of sympathy beside him. In her view, although Xiao Fan had recently obtained some money with no parents to rely on, and everything earned through his own efforts, the future wouldn't be easy. If I end up being with senior brother in the future, I'll need to earn more money, Su Yue thought to herself. She already earned quite well, 3 to 5,000 yuan per month. Once she built more reputation and secured better contracts, she could earn even more. Senior, we're almost there, Su Yue said as she and Xiao Fan took a taxi to the orphanage. Glancing sideways at Xiao Fan, Su Yue felt a bit nervous. The headmistress and the others were her family, and this was the first time she had brought someone back, especially a boy. Xiao Fan nodded. He looked around at everything. This was the place where Su Yue had grown up. Handsome man and beautiful lady, we're here, said the taxi driver. The taxi driver stopped. Xiao Fan scanned the code to pay and got out. Sister Wei Wei is back. Sister Wei Wei. Hearing the car, several children ran out of the orphanage. Xiaohu Momo Cici. Su Youwei's face lit up with a smile as she happily called out to the children. Headmistress Sister Wei Wei is back, and she brought her boyfriend. One of the children around 6 or 7 ran into the yard and shouted. Su Youwei's face flushed. Xiao Fan chuckled as he looked at Su Youwei. She said shyly, Senior, these little rascals don't know anything. Don't listen to their nonsense. Make way, the truck is coming. A small truck drove directly into the orphanage. The headmistress came out, and more children ran over. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Headmistress Junior Su mentioned that many books in the library are damaged, so I bought some books for the children to read. Xiao Fan, you've spent money again, the headmistress said apologetically. It's nothing, he replied. The truck's container was opened, and soon boxes of books were unloaded. Each box held about 100 books, so over 1,000 books filled 12 boxes. So many. Wei Wei, why didn't you persuade Xiao Fan? This must have cost a lot. The headmistress said with a hint of reproach. Xiao Fan laughed. Headmistress, don't blame Junior Su. This amount of money is nothing to me, but it might help these children a lot. Xiao Fan, thank you. Children thank Brother Xiao Fan, the headmistress said. The surrounding 2 or 3 dozen children said in unison, Thank you, Brother Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, are you and Sister Wei Wei dating? Brother Xiao Fan, when you date you have babies. Do you have a baby? The truck driver left, and many children gathered around Xiao Fan and Su Youwei. Don't talk nonsense, Su Youwei said, blushing at their questions. Headmistress, where is the library? I'll carry these books over, Xiao Fan asked with a smile. The headmistress quickly said, Xiao Fan, you don't need to carry them. Let the children do it themselves. The children immediately started moving. Xiao Fan also picked up a box of books and carried it to the library. Though called a library, it was actually just a dilapidated room with several large bookshelves along the walls, an old table in the middle, and 2 long benches beside it. The only commendable thing about the library was the good lighting. Xiao Fan Wei Wei used to like sitting there reading, the headmistress said. She was the child who loved reading the most in the whole orphanage, the headmistress said while organizing the books. Su Youwei had not followed them. She was outside playing games with some younger children. Xiao Fan looked around the room and said, Headmistress, the orphanage's conditions are rather tough. The headmistress smiled and said, Actually, it's not too bad. At least the children are well fed and warmly dressed. The current conditions are largely thanks to Wei Wei. She is a good child, and so are you. If you two end up together, I'll be very happy that Wei Wei has found a good home. Xiao Fan looked out the window. From there, he could see Su Youwei, and from time to time her silvery laughter rang out in the yard. The children quickly brought all the books inside, and Xiao Fan and the headmistress organized them together. Headmistress, I'll donate another 1 million to the orphanage, Xiao Fan said. Use the money to renovate the entire orphanage, but don't tell anyone it was from me. Xiao Fan spoke. The headmistress was stunned. Xiao Fan, did you say 1 million? Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, don't worry, I can easily afford this money. But you must keep it a secret. If Su and I end up together, I don't want it to be out of gratitude. The headmistress looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. She had heard from Su Youwei that Xiao Fan was also an orphan, yet he could easily take out 1 million. Xiao Fan, don't take the money yet, the headmistress said. Wei Wei is very smart. If there's such a big commotion in the orphanage, she'll definitely find out. Besides, if I accept your money, she'll feel pressured when getting along with you. The headmistress said after thinking for a while. Xiao Fan was a bit surprised. 1 million was no small amount. The headmistress looked out the window affectionately and said, Many children have left the orphanage, but the one I have the deepest feelings for is Wei Wei. When we found her at the orphanage gate, she was just 1 month old. Later some children her age were adopted, but she stayed in the orphanage. It's been almost 20 years now. Xiao Fan said, Headmistress, I'll listen to you. Don't worry whether she and I end up together or not, the 1 million I promised will definitely be provided. It's May now, and the money will definitely arrive before the end of the year. The headmistress chuckled. It seems you're confident you'll be with Wei Wei within the year. Xiao Fan smiled. They were currently living together. If they couldn't confirm their relationship by the end of the year, it would mean they simply weren't meant to be. Xiao Fan, go play with the children with Wei Wei, the headmistress said. Stay for lunch. Xiao Fan nodded and left the library. The headmistress's smile deepened. Even if Xiao Fan had no money, she would still bless Su Youwei if she chose him. Now that Xiao Fan was quite wealthy, it was even better. Su Youwei's future life could be even more prosperous. Children, the monster is coming. Hide quickly. Seeing Xiao Fan approach, Su Youwei shouted. The children quickly hid behind her, and Xiao Fan pretended to pounce. Time passed, and Xiao Fan and the others had a great time playing. Beep beep. Around noon, a car drove into the orphanage. Su Youwei frowned slightly. The car door opened, and a somewhat chubby young man in his late 20s stepped out. Seeing Su Youwei, his eyes immediately lit up. Director Shin, have you made up your mind? He said. This orphanage is shabby. If Su Youwei becomes my girlfriend, I'll immediately donate 300 to renovate it. If we get married, I'll give 500. The young man looked at the headmistress who had just come out of the library. The headmistress, whose name was Shun On Mei, said sternly, Feng Ping, I don't want your dirty money. Who Wei Wei likes is her own business. No one can interfere. Feng Ping turned to Su Youwei. Su Youwei, what do you say? You grew up here. Can you bear to see the orphanage in such a dilapidated state? The whole orphanage might collapse at any moment. If you become my girlfriend, 300 will be transferred immediately. Su Yue said coldly. Feng Ping stopped dreaming. I already have a boyfriend. Feng Ping's fierce gaze fell upon Xiao Fan. You, kid, I advise you to be smart about this. Su Yue is mine. You didn't even drive back here. I don't think you're wealthy. Know your place. Speaking of which, he pointed at his car. See that? A brand new BMW. 4 or 500,000. You could work for 10 years and still not afford it. Xiao Fan smiled. Among those pursuing Su Yue at their school, none had shown such blatant foolishness. Take Yang Rong for instance. While not particularly bright, his family was comfortably well off enough to produce 50 million for him to purchase raw stones in Ruili. What the hell are you laughing at? I'll beat the living daylights out of you. Feng Ping snarled and strode toward Xiao Fan, delivering a vicious slap. Smack! Xiao Fan raised his hand and met Feng Ping's palm with an open palm strike. Oh! Feng Ping screamed in agony, his palm feeling as though it had been slammed against an iron plate. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Unless you grovel and beg on your knees for me, and Su Yue doesn't become my girlfriend, none of you will have it easy. This wretched orphanage won't escape unscathed either. It's not just about broken walls anymore. Feng Ping roared furiously. Su Yue's expression darkened. The orphanage walls have collapsed 3 times. That's your doing. The walls had fallen 3 times in good condition, and they had always harbored suspicions. Feng Ping snarled. Who told that old woman Shen On Mei to block me from coming in to see you? If I can't enter through the front gate, I'll tear down your walls and come in through them. Nobody's stopping me. Cold fury flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. This man was truly despicable, tearing down walls at an orphanage. Su Yue exclaimed in anger. Feng Ping, do you have any conscience left? Last time the wall collapsed, it nearly crushed Momo. Senior, let's call the police and have him arrested. Feng Ping sneered. Call the police. Go ahead, call the police. I'll only be inside for a few days. You'll leave eventually anyway. I'm a rookie driver. If my car lost control and crashed into the orphanage, that's plausible too. I bought 3 million in insurance. Their lives aren't worth much. I can surely afford the compensation. You. Su Yue burned with rage. Junior Su, let me handle this. Feng Ping, stop your screaming. What if you scare the children? Let's talk outside. Xiao Fan frowned, reaching out to grip Feng Ping's throat in an instant. The next moment, he lifted him into the air with one hand. Amid the stunned gazes of Su Yue and Shen Onmei, Xiao Fan carried Feng Ping outside the orphanage. With his throat gripped, Feng Ping's eyes rolled back from lack of air. Can we talk properly now? Xiao Fan set him down and asked calmly. Feng Ping gazed at Xiao Fan in terror. Weighing over 150 kg, Xiao Fan had somehow lifted him with one hand and walked 20 or 30 paces without difficulty. Big brother, I was wrong, Feng Ping pleaded subserviently. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Where were you wrong? You weren't wrong. You crashed into the wall and nearly killed someone, then came to the orphanage to offer a car as compensation. Wasn't that the plan? Reasoning with someone like Feng Ping was utterly pointless. Feng Ping was dumbfounded. Donate a car. That was his brand new vehicle, driven for barely half a month. Aren't you here to make amends? If not, we need to talk. Driving a car into an orphanage to frighten children is unacceptable. As he spoke, Xiao Fan picked up a scrap steel bar as thick as his thumb nearby. Before Feng Ping's fearful eyes, Xiao Fan bent the steel bar with his bare hands. Big brother, who said I'm not here to compensate? I clearly am, Feng Ping quickly insisted. Xiao Fan reached out and patted Feng Ping's shoulder. The immense pressure made Feng Ping's legs tremble. That kind of awareness is quite commendable. However, the orphanage may not need a car. Why not just convert it to cash? It'd be more convenient for everyone. You just mentioned 4 or 500,000. Let's settle on 450,000. Feng Ping. In reality, the car had only cost him 350,000 out the door. Any objections? If so, I can have people from the Zhao family have a word with you, Xiao Fan asked with a smile. The Zhao family were the local overlords of Leishan County, and Feng Ping should certainly know of them. Feng Ping stammered. Big brother, no objections. If you've done wrong, you must compensate. Nearly hitting a child, 450,000 is entirely reasonable. Whether Xiao Fan had ties to the Zhao family, Feng Ping didn't know, but given Xiao Fan's abilities, the Zhao family would gladly welcome him. If the Zhao family intervened, this wouldn't be a matter of dozens or hundreds of thousands. See, the perspective just expanded considerably. Not bad. Xiao Fan tossed the steel bar aside and said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Fan and Feng Ping entered the orphanage together. After obtaining the orphanage's account details, Feng Ping transferred 450,000 via mobile banking. As the money left his account, he felt his heart bleeding. His family had given him 1 million to support his entrepreneurial venture. He spent 350,000 on a car, and now 450,000 had gone here. Only a pitiful 200,000 remained. Senior, could there be problems? Su Yue asked anxiously as Feng Ping drove away in disgrace. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Given Feng Ping's courage, Xiao Fan reckoned he wouldn't dare report to the police. Moreover, even if he did, what then? The facts were clear. He had damaged the walls and nearly struck someone. Xiao Fan, this money. Shen Onmei hesitated. 450,000 was no small sum. Xiao Fan smiled. Grandma Director used this money with confidence. Start with the most urgent repairs. I can see quite a few places here need proper attention. Shun Anmei nodded. Junior Su, who exactly is that Feng Ping? Xiao Fan inquired. Su Yue wrinkled her delicate brows slightly. His family runs a factory nearby. He saw me during my senior year of high school, and ever since then he's been relentless. His family is fairly well off. They likely have assets worth tens of millions. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Tens of millions was no small fortune. In a county town like this it surely qualified as wealth. But his own account held close to 20 million. To him tens of millions was nothing. Grandma Director, it's getting late. We should be going. If Feng Ping comes causing trouble again, just call me directly. Xiao Fan said, having already shared his number with Shen Anmei. Su Yue's phone had been smashed, and she hadn't purchased a new one yet. Take care on your way. Wei may come back more often with Xiao Fan in the future. The children quite like him, Shen Anmei said with a smile. I know. Su Yue replied, a slight flush on her cheeks. If she kept bringing Xiao Fan back, what would their relationship become? Goodbye, Sister Wei Mei. Goodbye, Brother Xiao Fan. The orphanage children bid them farewell reluctantly. For them, the times Su Yue returned to visit were their happiest moments. Leaving the orphanage, Su Yue felt somewhat reluctant to part. Senior Xiao, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I didn't expect that guy Feng Ping to show up. Making him donate 450,000. He'll likely come after you later. Su Yue said. Xiao Fan chuckled. It's a small matter. By the way, you mentioned you have a boyfriend. May I ask who he is? Su Yue's face turned completely red. I'm not talking to you anymore, Senior. She stomped her foot, quickened her pace, her heart pounding. Xiao Fan followed behind with a smile. He could clearly sense Su Yue's favorable impression of him. If he confessed, she would likely accept. But they hadn't known each other long, so there was no rush. Returning to Z City, night had already fallen. Xiao Fan and the others had dinner outside. Junior Su, it's still early. Want to catch a movie? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Su Yue's heart trembled. Eating together, watching a movie together. Was this a date? Su Yue replied softly. Soon Xiao Fan had purchased the movie tickets and also bought a large bucket of popcorn. The film was neither a romance nor a horror movie, and nothing special happened throughout the screening. Yet for Xiao Fan and Su Yue, it was already a rare and precious experience. Back home after a shower and settling into bed, a sweet smile graced Su Yue's face. This day had been wonderfully perfect for her. Someone had accompanied her to the orphanage, and she had dined and watched a movie with Xiao Fan. No, I can't sleep yet. I need to work harder and take on more orders to earn more money. Though somewhat tired today, Su Yue still climbed out of bed. In her view, even if Xiao Fan caught the two murderers and received some bonus, that was merely accidental income. His salary after graduation might not be particularly high. Turning on her computer, Su Yue's expression quickly grew extremely focused. An invisible aura emanated from her. China had hacker rankings, and Su Yue had achieved 5th place under the alias Ugly Duckling. That was 2 years ago. By now her skills had improved even further. After 2 hours of training by controlling a coin with his spiritual power, Xiao Fan finally went to the bathroom to shower. With his spiritual energy heavily depleted, he felt a bit dazed. With a splash, cold water poured over him. Xiao Fan suddenly remembered that he hadn't locked the bathroom door. He tried to extend his spiritual power to lock it, but his energy was too depleted, and the lock wouldn't budge. Junior Su must be asleep by now, Xiao Fan thought, quickening his shower. He was already completely undressed, so it wasn't appropriate to go lock the door. In less than 3 minutes, Xiao Fan was almost done. With a click, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Through the wet-dry separation glass, Su Yue saw Xiao Fan. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she immediately retreated. I'm sorry, Senior, I didn't knock, she said. I didn't see anything. Su Yue quickly returned to her room, feeling her heart pounding. Xiao Fan was dumbfounded in the bathroom. Why was Su Yue still awake at this hour, and why did she have to come in during those 3 minutes? Thankfully, a towel was hanging on the glass door, covering the crucial parts. He quickly dried himself and dressed, then awkwardly went to Su Yue's door. Well, Junior Su, I forgot to lock the door, he said. I'm done now, you can go to the bathroom. With that, Xiao Fan quickly retreated to his own room. After a long while, Su Yue cautiously poked her head out. She looked left and right, then quickly slipped out and entered the bathroom. Senior has a nice figure, she thought. He even seems to have abs. The image just now flashed through Su Yue's mind. She hadn't seen the crucial parts, but she had clearly seen Xiao Fan's upper body. After a night passed, Xiao Fan woke up to the scent of food again. It was different from yesterday. Senior, today, it's beef noodles. Hurry up and wash up, I'll cook the noodles now. Su Yue's eyes still darted away slightly when she saw Xiao Fan. Okay, he said. Xiao Fan quickly finished washing up. Delicious. The beef noodles were different from yesterday's wood ear and shredded pork noodles, but equally tasty. Junior Su, I plan to go sign up for driving school today. Do you want to come along? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue thought of the 2 jobs she had taken last night and shook her head. She needed to work hard to earn more money. Those 2 jobs would probably take her a week. But completing them would earn her 20 to 30,000 yuan. With her hacking skills, if she took shady routes, money would come in fast, but Su Yue had never wanted to do that before, and now even less so. If she were with Xiao Fan, taking shady money might affect him. Senior, I take on some online jobs for money, so I'm afraid I won't have time. Xiao Fan nodded without pressing further. D University was a prestigious school, and Su Yue had excellent grades. It was normal for her to take online jobs. He believed her sources of income were absolutely legitimate. Given Su Yue's looks, if she wanted quick money, she could start a live stream. Without even needing filters, in minutes, she would probably receive many tips. After washing the dishes, Xiao Fan quickly left. There was a driving school near the campus. He spent over 10,000 yuan to sign up for a VVIP package while ordinary students had to wait and could only practice for a limited time each day. He could practice whenever he arrived. He just needed to tell the instructor, "Coach, how soon can I get the license?" Xiao Fan asked. The instructor, surnamed Huang, named Huang Jie, smiled and said, "It depends. If you learn fast and take the exams promptly, you can get the license in about 20 days. Xiao Fan, if you're in a hurry, you can take the subject 1 exam today." Xiao Fan nodded. "Then arrange it. Can I start practicing now?" "Yes," Huang Jie nodded quickly. Ordinary students paid 3 to 4,000 yuan. Ordinary VIP was 7 to 8,000, but Xiao Fan had paid over 10,000 for VVIP, so he definitely deserved some special treatment. Half an hour later, Huang Jie exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Fan, you really haven't driven before?" "No," Xiao Fan shook his head. Huang Jie stared at Xiao Fan's skillful maneuvers, utterly stunned. Some students who had practiced for a month couldn't achieve what Xiao Fan had in just half an hour. This level was enough to take Subject 2, and maybe even Subject 3. Xiao Fan, it's a pity there are class hour requirements now, otherwise you could probably get the license in 3 days. Huang Jie said regretfully. "It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. I'll follow the requirements." Xiao Fan practiced enthusiastically. Cars were a man's big toy, and he quite liked them. However, the training car was rather mediocre. In the afternoon, Xiao Fan took the Subject 1 exam and easily passed with a perfect score. Leaving the driving school, Xiao Fan went to rent a warehouse. "Boss Yang, how many clothes have you made? I'll send you an address. Ship the finished goods first, and I'll pay immediately upon arrival." Xiao Fan called Yang Onren, the clothing manufacturer. Earlier, he had ordered 20,000 sets and later added another 20,000. "Boss Xiao, we've finished over 28,000 sets. Can we rush to make 30,000 and send them to you?" Yang Onren quickly said, "Okay, but the goods must arrive at the warehouse by the day after tomorrow afternoon at the latest. As usual, unloading must be included. I'm in Z City. From your place, the fastest delivery should take half a day." "No problem." Yang Onren thought for a moment and said. He now had 2 factories with a daily output of over 2,000 sets, so he could gather 30,000 in less than a day. After hanging up, Xiao Fan called another factory owner. He had originally ordered 10,000, added another 10,000, and could have 15,000 sets shipped. 45,000 sets in total. "Grandpa, and the weaker ones can change into them first. The 20,000 tang swords won't be ready so soon. Ew, I need to order more grain." Xiao Fan thought to himself. With money in his card, now ordering grain was much easier. It wasn't easy to buy very cheap grain. He would have to negotiate in person. But if he was willing to pay, it was simple. He didn't need to show up. He could order online and have it delivered directly to the warehouse. An hour later, Xiao Fan had made over a dozen calls. He placed orders in several nearby cities, 2 or 3 suppliers per city, each ordering about 100 tons. Such small quantities wouldn't attract any attention. Even if someone discovered him and caused trouble, Xiao Fan wasn't too worried. After his spiritual power had increased, his strength was far greater than before. Buying things with money isn't illegal. Grandpa also needs radishes. That doesn't need an order. I can just buy some at the market the day after tomorrow. Xiao Fan thought to himself. The radishes were only for Xiao Hai himself. Even if others ate them, they would have an effect. But Xiao Hai wouldn't let anyone else eat them now, as leaking the information would cause huge trouble. "Senior, how long until you're back?" Su Yue sent a message. It was already dark and she was a bit scared. "I'll be right back." Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. He hadn't eaten yet, but Su Yue had already prepared dinner at home. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the large warehouse Xiao Fan had rented was now piled with many supplies, including 1,500 tons of rice, several hundred tons of salt, 45,000 sets of winter clothing, and 100 gen of radishes. There were also the dozen or so drones Xiao Fan had bought, along with solar panels and high-power telescopes. The city's surroundings suppressed cultivation levels, preventing Xiao Hai from flying up to see the situation inside. If the drones could be used, they would be excellent for reconnaissance. The telescope needed no further explanation. With cultivation suppressed, this tool would likely prove useful. As night fell, Xiao Fan stood guard inside the warehouse. Gradually, the time reached late at night. Xiao Fan did not sleep tonight. After his mental training, it was already past 11. Previously, Xiao Hai would usually contact him around midnight. "What's going on?" Xiao Fan played 2 rounds of a game, and the time quietly passed midnight, yet the large mirror in the warehouse showed no reaction whatsoever. "What's happening on grandfather's side?" Xiao Fan frowned deeply. He endured another hour of torment, but Xiao Hai still had not contacted him. They had agreed on today. "Brother Lu, are you sure there's good stuff in this warehouse?" Near the warehouse, 2 men cautiously approached. "Of course, I noticed many trucks delivering things here today, and there should only be 1 person guarding the warehouse." "Brother Lu, if there's hardly anyone guarding it, it's probably worthless stuff. Besides, how much can the 2 of us carry away?" Brother Lu paused. "What you say makes sense. If there were really good stuff, there would be more guards. Damn it, I thought we could make a fortune." "Brother Lu, so are we going in or not?" Go in. No way. It's not worth the risk for worthless stuff. The two retreated silently. They were still some distance from the warehouse and spoke softly, so Xiao Fan inside did not detect their approach. Time ticked by and Xiao Fan could not sleep at all. The worst-case scenario was that Xiao Hai had already died. Grandfather, please don't let anything happen to you. Xiao Fan prayed silently in his heart. With both parents gone, Xiao Hai was his only remaining relative. In the other world, Silver Moon City. Kill. The cries of battle rose from all sides. Xiao Hai's elite soldiers wielding tang swords ferociously cut down their enemies. The enemies were also elite, even slightly superior in average quality to Xiao Hai's men, yet they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Their weapons were far inferior. The tang swords of Xiao Hai's soldiers were extremely sharp, easily slicing through the enemy's leather armor, while the enemy's weapons struggled to kill them. When weapons clashed with force, the enemy's blades were often severed. Kill them all. Spare no one. Xiao Hai roared, swiftly dispatching the enemies around him. Gradually the battle cries ceased. The 3,000 enemy elites were all slain and corpses lay scattered around the city lord's mansion. Tend to the wounded and tally the casualties. Finish off all enemies. Check every possible hiding spot. This must not happen again. Xiao Hai barked. They were still in Silver Moon City and the enemy's 3,000 elites had hidden in an underground secret chamber near the city lord's mansion, suddenly emerging from below. At the city lord's mansion, they initially had only 1,000 men. If not for the sharp tang sword Xiao Fan had provided, their forces might not have held out, and even Xiao Hai's high cultivation would have been useless against the ambush. In the city, Xiao Hai's cultivation was restricted, limiting him to fighting 100 men at a time. Yes, Commander. Several generals replied in unison. You two come with me out of the city. Xiao Hai called his two confidants, and once they were over 10 li outside the city, their cultivation was no longer suppressed. My dear grandson. Around 4 in the morning, Xiao Hai's voice finally reached Xiao Fan. Grandfather. Xiao Fan, still awake, immediately looked toward Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai wore armor stained with much blood. Grandfather, are you injured? Xiao Fan's expression changed. Xiao Hai grinned. No, it's all the enemy's blood. But this time thanks to those 10,000 tang swords you sent over. Damn it, I underestimated those bastards. They had 3,000 elites hidden underground in the city waiting for days before suddenly emerging. Xiao Fan was shocked. After several days without showing themselves, Xiao Hai had likely let his guard down. A sudden attack from 3,000 men underground could have easily killed him. Grandfather, you must be more careful in the future. Never underestimate any enemy. Xiao Fan said gravely. Xiao Hai nodded. This incident was indeed a lesson for him. Grandfather, this time I prepared 1,500 tons of grain, 500 tons of salt, and 45,000 sets of clothing. Xiao Fan lifted the large mirror, and piles of supplies were quickly transported away. What are those things you sent over later? Xiao Hai asked. Xiao Fan smiled. Grandfather, those are 10 drones, some solar panels, and a few boxes of telescopes. The drones might not work. The guns you sent before were useless. What a pity. Xiao Hai said regretfully. If guns worked, so would bombs, making his rebellion far easier. Xiao Fan said, Grandfather, you can try first. The guns might fail because gunpowder doesn't work, but drones don't use gunpowder. By the way, Grandfather, since guns don't work, how about I get you some compound bows or crossbows? Those are also very powerful. Xiao Fan had seen videos online of a compound bow piercing a black bear with a single arrow. Xiao Hai shook his head. No need for that. This world has a type of wood very suitable for bows with excellent elasticity. Just buy some bowstrings for me. What limits the number of bows here is the quality bowstrings. Xiao Fan nodded. Bows and crossbows were hard to buy, but bowstrings. That was easy. If you had said so earlier, Grandfather, I would have sent them long ago. Xiao Hai snorted. If guns worked, I wouldn't need this stuff. Now that we know guns don't work, what else can we do? After the last time I enhanced your spiritual power, it's better to wait a while before another boost. I'll give you a new ability instead. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Hai, who appeared somewhat haggard. Grandfather, you've just fought a battle. How about next time? Xiao Hai shook his head. It's fine. Although we fought for a few hours, it was inside the city, so I didn't expend much power. Besides, I had the soldiers to help. Xiao Fan nodded. Since Xiao Hai was fine, he would gladly accept the benefit. This time I'll give you the invisibility ability. If you encounter danger, you can vanish and escape. Surviving is the most important thing. Xiao Hai said solemnly. He had nearly died today, and he didn't want Xiao Fan to meet the same fate. Soon a dazzling light passed through the mirror and merged into Xiao Fan's body. My dear grandson, I'll find you again in 10 days. Xiao Hai finished speaking and vanished, the mirror instantly returning to normal. Phew, Xiao Fan let out a long breath, truly worried after being several hours past the agreed time. Fortunately, Xiao Hai was unharmed. At such an advanced age, you still make me your grandson worry. TSK. Xiao Fan pursed his lips. If not for Xiao Hai's pitiful appearance, he would have teased him openly just now. Acquiring those tang swords helped Grandpa weather this tribulation. It seems the swords are effective. In 10 days, the new batch of 20,000 should be ready. Xiao Fan mused inwardly, knowing he would have to return to Myanmar by then. It's almost 4:30. Glancing at the time, he quickly lay down to sleep. His nightly training of spiritual mental power was exhausting, requiring good sleep to replenish. He slept until dawn, waking only after 9 o'clock. Can I really become invisible? Don't tell me only my body turns invisible while my clothes remain visible. Xiao Fan stood before the mirror and extended one hand. To his astonishment, his hand gradually turned transparent and vanished, yet he could clearly feel its presence, just unable to see it. Half a minute later, Xiao Fan's entire body, including the clothes he wore, became transparent. He quickly proceeded to test other objects. Soon Xiao Fan discovered he could freely decide whether the objects he touched became invisible. The larger the object's volume and mass, the greater the energy consumption. Additionally, staying still consumed far less energy, roughly only 1/10 of the amount over the same duration. With invisibility, my safety is further enhanced. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Fan cancelled the invisibility, a smile spreading across his face. For offensive capabilities, enhancing his spiritual mental power sufficed. To him, an ability like invisibility was far more valuable than another attack method. Click. Xiao Fan stepped outside the warehouse and locked the door. This warehouse was quite large. He had rented it for a year at a cost of 500,000 rental fees. Brother Lu, the watchman at that warehouse from last night, is gone. A young man nearby, seeing Xiao Fan leave, sent a message. Soon the man called Brother Lu arrived. Such a big warehouse with plenty of stuff inside, and not a single guard left. Lu wondered in confusion. The young man eagerly suggested, Brother Lu, how about we give it a shot? Since there's no one inside, we can just cover our faces. Who's going to find us? If there's nothing valuable, we'll just take nothing. Lu mused, weighing the risks. With no guards, the danger was much lower. We'll talk tonight. If there's still no one by evening, we'll come back. Keep an eye on it. Lu considered for a long while before speaking. He was always cautious. Xiao Fan went to school for a while, and then headed to the driving school in the afternoon to practice. Time slipped by unnoticed until evening. Since there was nothing left in the warehouse, Xiao Fan naturally didn't come back. Gongzi, how's it going? Lu, whose full name was Lu Meng, returned to the warehouse and asked in a low voice. Brother Lu, nothing at all. No one's been here all day. If I'd known, I might as well have gone to the internet cafe. Gongzi complained somewhat. Lu Meng shot him a glare. The key to such jobs is caution. If you come back from the internet cafe and sneak in, you might find several security guards waiting for you. Gongzi chuckled sheepishly. Brother Lu, I was just saying. I swear there's no one inside, but if there's no guard, I doubt we'll find much worth taking. Put on your hat and mask. Lu Meng instructed as they carefully approached the warehouse gate. The door had locks, more than one kind, but that didn't stop Lu Meng. In under 3 minutes, he had both locks opened, and the two quickly slipped inside. What's going on? Where are the goods? Lu Meng wondered in confusion. The vast warehouse was completely empty save for a lone mirror in the corner. Damn it. We clearly saw a lot of stuff being brought in yesterday. There were no shipments out last night, or today. How could everything just disappear? Gongzi's voice trembled. Outside, night had fallen, and the empty warehouse sent a chill down his spine. Ding dong. Xiao Fan was having dinner with Su Yue when he received a message. My. Xiao Fan's expression shifted. The message came from the surveillance cameras he had secretly installed in the warehouse. Anyone entering would trigger an alert. Junior Su, I have something to attend to. Xiao Fan rose and went into the master bedroom. He quickly opened the surveillance feed. Lu Meng and his companion had turned on the warehouse lights, and the camera clearly showed 2 people inside. But they wore hooded sweatshirts, large hats, and masks, making it impossible to identify them through the surveillance. This warehouse was empty for a few days before, and they just happened to come in today. They probably saw the goods being stored yesterday. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. These two would surely wonder where the goods had gone. Brother Lu, there's a mirror over there. So much stuff missing, and only this mirror remains. Do you think there's something unclean in the mirror that dragged everything away? Gongzi said, his face pale and voice trembling. Don't talk nonsense. And don't call me by name. Lu Meng glared. He didn't believe in ghosts, but the disappearance of an entire warehouse's contents was truly eerie, sending a chill down his own spine. The surveillance picked up their voices, and Xiao Fan heard their conversation. 2 petty thieves. They can't call the police. Xiao Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Since they had come to steal, they wouldn't likely spread the word outside. Still, after this incident, the warehouse, rented for $500,000, was temporarily unusable. Brother, should we check who rented this warehouse? With so many things vanishing, if it's not ghosts, then we've run into aliens. Gongzi whispered. Lu Meng snapped irritably. Most likely they were moved out last night, when we weren't watching. Stop being paranoid. We're after money, not investigations. Let's get out of here. The two quickly withdrew, and before leaving they relocked the warehouse door. Xiao Fan frowned. Goods entering the warehouse with no record of exit would eventually raise suspicion. Being questioned by authorities was a nuisance. He needed a better plan. What if I buy a cargo ship, transfer the goods onto it, and then hand them over to Grandpa from there? The idea crossed Xiao Fan's mind. But he quickly dismissed it. It was too troublesome. He couldn't operate the ship himself, and hiring someone else risked leaking information. If I set up a company as a cover, the flow of goods in and out wouldn't arouse suspicion. Purchasing would also be easier, but internal employees would inevitably discover the truth. Xiao Fan massaged his temples, his head aching. Solving one problem only to create more was pointless. After much deliberation, Xiao Fan realized one thing: he could purchase grain from Myanmar. Myanmar was a grain exporting country with good quality and reasonable prices. With nearly 200 million in his card, he could easily acquire over 10,000 tons at once. At 5,000 per ton, 10,000 tons would cost 50 million. This amount of grain would suffice for Xiao Hai soldiers for half a year, eliminating the need for domestic purchases in that regard. In 10 days, the 20,000 tang swords would be ready. He could go to Miangua to buy the grain and simultaneously send the swords to Xiao Hai. As for the need for foreign currency to purchase goods, their Tang Zaiyan would surely handle it. Senior, is there a problem? Su Yue asked when Xiao Fan stepped outside. Nothing, just a minor business issue. I can handle it, Xiao Fan said with a smile. He hadn't finished his meal, so he sat back down to eat. Su Yue's cooking was truly excellent. If not for his improved constitution and fast metabolism, he suspected he would definitely gain weight. Suddenly a knock came at the door. Xiao Fan and Su Yue exchanged glances. Who could it be? If it were Shin Shun and the others, it would be tolerable. But if anyone else found out they were living together and having dinner, the news would likely spread like wildfire. It shouldn't be the fourth brother in them. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. He had just checked his phone, there were no messages from them. They knew Su Yue was living here now. Even if they wanted to come, they would at least call him first, otherwise what if only Su Yue was home? Another knock sounded. Xiao Fan and Su Yue remained silent. Yue, it's me. I know you're inside. The lights are on. There's some misunderstanding between us. I've come specifically to explain. Open the door and let me talk to you. Song Jie's voice came from outside. Su Yue frowned. She had blocked Song Jie earlier and Song Jie had tried to add her again, but she hadn't approved. Now she had come directly. Leave? There's nothing to discuss between us, Su Yue said coldly. She knew Song Jie hadn't come to salvage their friendship. There had never been a true friendship between them. Song Jie was likely out of money. Previously, when Su Yue lived in the dormitory, Song Jie would earn money from Yang Rong and others by revealing her secrets. Now that she had moved out and blocked Song Jie, Yang Rong and the others weren't fools. Without information, why would they still pay Song Jie? Yue, please open the door. We're classmates after all. You don't have to be so heartless. Telling young Master Yang a little information is for your own good. You're beautiful and have capital. You could easily find a wealthy boyfriend. If you're fooled by some poor boy, you'll regret it later. Song Jie said outside. Su Yue glanced at Xiao Fan and said coldly toward the door, are you following me? Yue, don't be so harsh. I happened to see you this afternoon. I didn't have time then, so I came now to have a proper chat. Su Yue breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems Song Jie didn't know Xiao Fan was living here too, or that this was his apartment. She wasn't overly concerned about the news of her living with Xiao Fan getting out, but she worried it might affect him or cause trouble for him. Song Jie, leave. There's nothing to talk about. I won't hold the past against you, but if you try to use me to make money again, don't blame me for being rude. Su Yue said coldly. Outside, Song Jie replied angrily, I'm just earning a little on the side. Su Yue, you're like a dog biting LV Dongbin. You can't recognize a good heart. I'm doing this for you. Do you believe I'll expose the fact that you're living here? Why would you leave the dormitory to live outside and pay for it? What are you thinking? If you won't open the door, could there be a man inside? Xiao Fan frowned. Su Yue's roommate was nothing like Shin Shun and the others. Su Yue said, Song Jie, you should know about Xiao Yiming's case. If you expose where I'm living and something happens to me, you'll be responsible. Song Jie's face changed slightly outside. Xiao Yiming's case had spread widely across the campus. Others didn't know that he had drugged Su Yue, but everyone knew that the girl who died at the school earlier was killed by him. The girl Xiao Yiming killed was far less beautiful than Su Yue. Yue, I really mean well. Calm down, and I'll come see you in a few days. We're classmates after all. Song Jie said, then finally went downstairs and left. Xiao Fan spoke. Su Xuemei, maybe I should move back to the dormitory. I'm not afraid of people knowing we live together, but it might affect you. Senior, I'm not afraid, Su Yue quickly said. Senior, if the news gets out, are you really not afraid? Xiao Fan shook his head. People like Yang Rong. I can take on 8 of them alone. We live in a society governed by law. They can't exactly pull knives or guns on me. Su Yue recalled how Xiao Fan had subdued 2 murderers and lifted Feng Ping with one hand. Maybe he wasn't joking about taking on 8. Senior, please stay here then. I'm still a bit scared. Su Yue looked at him pitifully. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. That was your roommate. What's her deal? Su Yue said gloomily. At first I thought Song Jie was a warm-hearted person. Then one time I found out Yang Rong gave her money. Later I became more cautious and discovered that Yang Rong might not be the only one paying her. She earned a few thousand a month by passing on information. Xiao Fan shook his head. She hasn't even graduated yet, and she's already acting like a paparazzo. After graduation, she could really develop in that direction. Su Yue burst out laughing. Xiao Fan was stunned. When she smiled like that, the impact was devastating. Senior, I'm going back to my room to work. Su Yue said, a slight blush on her face. Having Xiao Fan look at her like that made her shy. Ahem, okay. Finished eating, Xiao Fan got up to clear the dishes. Washing up was his task. Su Yue, keep it up. She silently cheered herself on, turned on her computer, and quickly got to work. The orphanage had received a new donation of 450,000, so she didn't need to worry about that for now. Xiao Fan was learning to drive, and she wanted to earn more money to buy him a car. With more time living here, she could make 60 to 70,000 a month if she worked hard. In 3 months, she could save about 200,000, enough for a decent car. Xiao Fan had a house. If she got a car, wouldn't that mean they had both a house and a car? Though it couldn't compare to the mansions and luxury cars of the wealthy Su Yue, felt this was already wonderful. In Ruili Yunnan. Young man, you sought an audience with me. What matter do you have? Tang Zitian spoke in a calm tone, drawing on his cigar. Before him stood Yang Rong, whose demeanor betrayed a hint of nervousness. The Yang family possessed considerable wealth, yet Yang Rong was still green before a magnate like Tang Zitian. Tang was a local power broker here, well connected, even in Myanmar. Mr. Tang, my father is Yang Yongin. Yang Rong began. Tang Zitian gave a slight nod. Your visiting card already made that clear. Without a respectable father, Yang Rong would not have qualified for a meeting. Mr. Tang, I wish to discuss the matter of Xiao Fan. Having lost nearly 50 million, Yang Rong knew that without some accomplishment, he would be barred from family business for a long time, leaving him broke. The meager allowance from home was nowhere near enough for his extravagant spending. Xiao Fan. Tang Zitian's interest was piqued. Though he had not actively investigated Xiao Fan, hearing Yang Rong's account was worthwhile. Yang Rong's eyes lit up. His plan was to use Xiao Fan as a bridge to connect with Tang Zitian. If he could secure Tang's friendship, the loss of 50 million would be forgiven and his family would replenish his funds. Mr. Tang, Xiao Fan left with you in your car earlier. Are you on good terms? Yang Rong inquired. Tang Zitian nodded slightly. Indeed, our relationship is quite amicable. Yang Rong said in a grave tone, Mr. Tang, I don't know what tricks he used, but I fear he has deceived you. He is but an orphan, both parents deceased. His family has no wealth. How could someone like him possibly be connected to a figure of your stature? Tang Zitian's eyes narrowed. How do you know this? Yang Rong replied with confidence, Mr. Tang, what I say is absolutely true. He and I are alumni from D University. His information is available on the school forum. With that, Yang Rong pulled out his phone, lit the screen, and handed it to Tang Zitian. Mr. Tang, look, there are his photos here. All the details are clear. Tang Zitian examined it closely. According to the records, Xiao Fan was utterly ordinary, orphaned of modest background with only decent academic performance to his name. He hides it so well, Tang Zitian mused inwardly. He was not foolish enough to believe Xiao Fan was truly ordinary. He vividly recalled the scene where Xiao Fan effortlessly extracted the shrapnel from Yang Jun's body, right before his eyes the metal fragment, floating in Xiao Fan's palm. During the pursuit of Yang Jun and Xiao Fan had even caught a bullet with his bare hands. Moreover, every raw stone Xiao Fan selected had turned out to be a major winner. Was that the ability of an ordinary person? Young man, what is the point of telling me this? Tang Zitian asked with an indifferent expression. Yang Rong quickly replied, Mr. Tang, I merely wish to prevent you from being deceived. Xiao Fan is highly intelligent and likely skilled at deception. I will verify it. An old man needs his rest. Please see the guest out. Tang Zitian said calmly. With his depth of experience, he would not openly antagonize a junior like Yang Rong. Very well, Mr. Tang. Here is my contact information. Yang Rong left a business card and departed swiftly. Yang Jun, take a look at this. Tang Zitian retrieved the information he had just seen and showed it to Yang Jun. Boss, there is no doubt about young Master Zhao's prowess. Two possibilities: either his public identity is a cover hiding another identity, or his identity is real, and behind him lies not a powerful family, but a sect. A long-established sect could be even stronger than a family. Yang Jun considered for a moment. Tang Zitian nodded slightly. Could it be that young Master Xiao obtained some secret manual and taught himself? Yang Jun shook his head. Boss, I think that's extremely unlikely. Poor in literature, rich in martial arts. Without strong support behind the scenes, someone so young could hardly be that formidable. Boss, I suggest we avoid any hostile intentions toward young Master Xiao. Yang Jun used we, but his true meaning was that Tang Zitian should not entertain such thoughts. Even if Tang Zitian wanted to proceed, Yang Jun would not. Xiao Fan had removed the shrapnel from his body, sparing him pain, and during the return from Myanmar, Yang Jun should have been the protector, yet Xiao Fan had saved him. He owed Xiao Fan a great deal. Tang Zitian smiled lightly. Rest assured, how could I have such thoughts? Even if he has no powerful backing, befriending young Master Xiao is still worthwhile. With that, Tang Zitian took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan. Yang Rong went to Tang Zitian to inform on me. Xiao Fan quickly read the message from Tang Zitian. That guy must have lost his 50 million cleanly. He's not resigned, is he? Xiao Fan sneered inwardly, guessing Yang Rong's intentions. It was a decent idea. If he could leverage Tang Zitian's connections, it would be beneficial. Unfortunately, Yang Rong had grossly underestimated him. It was Tang Zitian who sought Xiao Fan's favor. Beep beep. Xiao Fan called Tang Zitian. Young Master Xiao, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Tang Zitian answered cheerfully. Xiao Fan chuckled. Mr. Tang, you're alerting me. There's no such thing as disturbance. What Yang Rong said is true. I come from a humble background. Please don't laugh at me. I want to buy 10,000 tons of rice in Myanmar. Average quality will do. Can you help, Mr. Tang? Tang Zitian was surprised. 10,000 tons. That much rice could feed even a vast number of pigs. Young Master Xiao, of course, no problem. Should I find a warehouse to store it? Tang Zitian quickly said. Xiao Fan smiled. Yes, find a remote warehouse. Put the 20,000 Tang swords there as well when they're ready. Also, I need 5,000 tons of salt and 5,000 tons of sugar. Salt and sugar were strategic materials. He had previously given Xiao Hai several hundred tons of salt to stabilize the price in Silver Moon City, but subsequent supplies would still be needed, so it was better to stock up. That much? Tang Ziqian exclaimed in surprise. No ordinary person would stockpile so much. A single bag of salt could last a long time. Mr. Tang, is it too much? Any problem? Xiao Fan asked. Tang Ziqian laughed. They're just rice, salt, and sugar, common things. With money it's simple. I'll send someone to procure them directly. I'll settle the exact cost with you later, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said. Oh, and I also need some high-tensile threads. Tennis string, Kevlar fiber, and heavy-duty fishing line. Prepare 1 ton of each. A single spool of thread was very long enough for many bowstrings. 1 ton of each was more than sufficient. Tang Ziqian was puzzled. What was he planning? But since Xiao Fan requested it, he would note it down and arrange it. All easy enough. Young Master Xiao, I'll have someone purchase them immediately. Should I send someone to warn Yang Rong? Tang Ziqian asked. Xiao Fan said indifferently, he's just a clown. No need to bother. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Tang. When you come to Z City, I'll treat you to a drink. Haha, that would be wonderful. Tang Ziqian laughed. After hanging up, he said to Yang Jun, Yang Jun, what do you think? Yang Jun pondered for a moment. Such a large amount of grain, salt, and sugar. It's not something a small group of people could consume. Even with livestock, it's not easy. Behind young Master Xiao, there is most likely a hidden sect with a considerable number of people. Tang Ziqian nodded, slightly sharing the same thought. So much grain, salt, sugar, and tens of thousands of blades. Clearly not meant for a handful of people. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, with Xiao Fan spending most of his time practicing driving. With his skill level, hitting the road would pose no problem, but obtaining a driver's license required completing the full course hours. He had no inclination to spend money cutting corners. It was unnecessary. Exam concluded. You have passed. Xiao Fan emerged from the driving school with a broad smile. Subject 2 was finally behind him. It's the 8th day. I need to prepare for the trip to Myanmar, he told himself silently. Tang had called that morning to inform him that the batch of Tang swords was nearly ready and the rest of the supplies had been mostly procured. Beep beep. His phone suddenly rang. It was Kong Su calling. Boss, lunch gathering today. Xiao Fan answered with a smile. It was nearly noon, and Kong Su would never forget about the group lunch. But his voice came through the phone grave and tense. Third brother, come back quick. Fourth brother's in serious trouble. He ran into robbers while withdrawing money at the bank. He's trapped inside the bank right now. Xiao Fan's expression shifted. If Yifei were the one caught inside, he wouldn't worry too much. With Yifei's combat skills, he might actually manage to handle the criminals. Shinshun was a different story entirely. He was a bit overweight and lacked the agility of an average person, plus his family's wealth meant he dressed in designer brands. Exactly the kind of target robbers would go after. I'm coming back right now. The driving school was close to campus and Xiao Fan was back in the dorm within 10 minutes. Boss, what's going on? He asked as soon as he walked in. Kong Su replied with a grim expression, saying the fourth brother had messaged him about encountering bank robbers. Xiao Fan looked puzzled, noting that he'd just passed by the bank near campus, and everything seemed normal. Kong Su could only sigh bitterly. He wasn't trapped there. The guy had been going out frequently these past few days without explaining what he was up to, leaving early this morning and unexpectedly running into this situation. Yifei spoke gravely, suggesting they take a taxi over first, and Xiao Fan agreed. The three of them quickly left campus and hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later they approached the scene. Several police cars were already there and crime scene tape had been set up. There were quite a few onlookers gathered around. Xiao Fan couldn't help but think how absurd it was that people were treating a bank robbery like entertainment. Didn't they fear the robbers might start shooting outward? Kong Su said there was no point in calling in favors given how many people were already on scene. Third brother, you're sharp. Do you have any ideas? Xiao Fan spotted someone he knew. Liang Wu. I'll go over and ask about the situation, he said, moving toward Liang Wu. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Liang Wu asked upon seeing him. Captain Liang, one of my friends is inside. What's the situation in there? Liang Wu frowned. 3 robbers all armed. There are about 20 hostages inside. The bank staff triggered the silent alarm, and the police arrived before they could exit. I was originally assigned only to your parents' case, and came here to assist with this emergency. Xiao Fan nodded. Such sudden incidents required considerable police presence, so Liang Wu's arrival was natural. Fall back. All police fall back, or don't blame me for getting rough. A voice echoed from inside the bank. The officers outside naturally did not comply. If the robbers could simply order police to retreat, there would be no point in them coming at all. Danger! Xiao Fan noticed a dark muzzle pointed directly at Liang Wu. Bang! The robber aiming at Liang Wu fired without hesitation. At the last possible moment, Xiao Fan lunged and shoved Liang Wu out of the way. The bullet grazed past them. Careful! The remaining officers quickly took cover and many of the onlookers immediately fled. Damn that kid. Thinking he's tough, huh? Get your ass in here. If you don't come in, I'll kill one person every minute. I mean it. The fierce voice came from deep within the bank. Liang Wu seethed with anger. These robbers had dared to open fire on him so brazenly. If not for Xiao Fan pushing him aside, he might have died there. Third brother. Kong Su and the others hid behind a police car, as Yifei cried out in fear. Xiao Fan saving someone was naturally a good thing. But the robbers were now forcing Xiao Fan inside. Wasn't that like a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Given they had shot at police, they were clearly willing to kill. Xiao Fan, you can't go in, Liang Wu urgently warned. Inside the bank, the robber who had spoken earlier growled fiercely, that kid should be able to hear me. You have 50 seconds. Get in here, or I start killing hostages immediately. Xiao Fan smirked inwardly. Go inside. That suited his intentions perfectly. Even with guns involved, Xiao Fan felt no fear. After days of training, his mental power had grown stronger, and he wielded it more proficiently. Handling the robbers from outside was difficult, but inside would be straightforward. Captain Liang, I have to go in. They're truly capable of killing. Forgot my nickname. Xiao Fan whispered. He stood up and raised his hands. Liang Wu's brows knitted tightly, and he shouted, let me go in as a substitute hostage for him. The robber leader inside who had fired the shot saw a flicker in his eyes. He had orchestrated this robbery specifically to lure Liang Wu over and kill him openly. Having Liang Wu enter as a replacement would make killing him easier, but it would also raise suspicions. Liang Wu was exactly the kind of person whose presence would significantly increase their risk. I want that kid, not you. 30 seconds remaining, the robber leader snarled. Xiao Fan walked step by step toward the bank entrance. Kong Su and Yifei wore grim expressions. Xin Chun was already trapped inside, and now Xiao Fan was being forced in as well. Wait, I'll substitute for him. My father and grandfather both hold government positions, and not minor ones either. I'd make a better hostage for you. Kong Su stepped forward through clenched teeth, declaring loudly. He was the one who had notified Xiao Fan he couldn't stand by and watch him walk in blindly. He's lying. My family is the one in government. Let me replace him. Yifei pushed past Kong Su. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The robber leader sneered, take me for a fool. You're pretending you want to come in to cause trouble. Stay put or don't blame me for being ruthless. That kid, 15 seconds. Xiao Fan glanced back at Kong Su and the others. The bullet had struck just ahead of them. I'm here. Just open the door, Xiao Fan said deliberately, sounding nervous. Clank. The bank's rolling shutter rose slightly. Xiao Fan slipped inside, and it was promptly pulled shut behind him. Damn it. Liang Wu punched the car door hard, his expression deeply troubled. Xiao Fan was just an ordinary citizen. He truly didn't want him dragged into this. Inside the bank, Xiao Fan's gaze swept the room. About 20 hostages were huddled together, their hands bound with simple zip ties. Kid, you've got some nerve. Let's see how tough you are now. A gun-wielding robber sneered, holding his weapon in his left hand, while raising his right to strike Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan blocked with his left hand, then drove his right fist hard into the bandit's abdomen. The man doubled over in agony, as if his internal organs had been wrung out. In a flash, Xiao Fan wrenched the pistol from the bandit's grip. The safety was already off, and the magazine held 6 rounds, something Xiao Fan had already verified with his spiritual sense earlier. Trouble. The bandit leader and his accomplice paled. They raised their weapons toward Xiao Fan in panic. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Xiao Fan had fired first. Screams erupted from both men. 2 bullets struck true, shattering the wrists of the hands that held their guns. Tendons severed, the pistols clattered to the floor. You scoundrel! Fierce, even in agony, the bandit leader dropped to one knee, scrambling toward his left-hand pistol. Bang! Xiao Fan's bullet pierced through his reaching hand without hesitation. Try picking it up. Xiao Fan advanced step by step, gun trained on the remaining bandit. The man's fingers brushed the weapon, then retreated as if burned. You want me alive? Keep dreaming. The bandit leader threw his body against a support pillar. His skull cracked against the concrete, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious and bleeding. Ignoring the fallen leader, Xiao Fan kicked the other bandit's gun away. You're safe now. Stay calm, he told the hostages, 20-odd people trembling with shock. Among the hostages, Shinshin stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. 3 heavily armed bandits, neutralized in mere seconds. Captain Liang, you can come in now, Xiao Fan called toward the entrance. Though the doorway blocked their view, Liang Wu's team could hear him clearly. The 3 gunshot echoes earlier had kept them at bay. Liang Wu recognized Xiao Fan's voice instantly. He surged forward, entering the bank hall first, and froze at the sight of the 3 sprawled bandits. All 3 lay motionless. The man who'd taken Xiao Fan's punch hadn't been shot, but was still writhing on the ground. Captain Liang, I'll leave the aftermath to you. I'm heading out. Xiao Fan handed his pistol to Liang Wu, nodded once at Xinshun, and slipped toward the exit. He knew that if he lingered, reporters would swarm him. Could third brother be some hidden elite combat specialist? Shinshin's mind raced, utterly bewildered. How incredible. Liang Wu quickly assessed the 3 bandits. 2 had been hit, 3 shots each, striking precisely at the center of the wrists. In routine training, Liang Wu could match that precision at close range. But facing 3 armed hostages takers, he'd never dare guarantee such performance. Had Liang Wu been the one to act, his first choice would have been lethal takedowns. Taking them alive was clearly superior. They might have masterminds pulling strings. All suspects are secured. Everyone stay calm, the responding officers announced. As Xinshun and the hostages were escorted out, media already gathered beyond the threshold. A dozen reporters pressed forward. Sir, could you tell us what just happened inside? A young female journalist thrust a microphone toward a middle-aged man. A plainclothes officer rushed and knocked out one robber with a single punch, then shot the other two in the hands. They all had guns drawn. The man gesticulated wildly. That young cop is amazing. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan shook his head faintly at the distance. Good thing he'd slipped away quietly, otherwise he'd have been trapped. Third brother, what happened in there? Kong Su and Yi Fei trailed closely behind Xiao Fan. He smiled. It's settled. Old Fort's fine. Though I think today's fright nearly scared his trousers off. Yi Fei shot him a look. Cut the crap. We know what your skills are like. How'd you neutralize 3 gunmen so quickly? Xiao Fan's expression sobered. Kong Su and the others locked eyes with him, waiting for the truth. When danger arises, I can transform into a superhuman state, Xiao Fan murmured. This secret is yours to keep. Promise me. Kong Su and Yi Fei exchanged dark glances. Piss off, they both muttered, flipping him the bird in unison. Beep beep. Shin Chen's call came through. Xiao Fan answered and relayed his location. Moments later, Shin Chen appeared, face alight with excitement. Boss, second brother. You wouldn't believe what third brother just did. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. You're the one who's impressive. Shin Chen laughed nervously. Third brother, I just meant you were badass. How did you learn to shoot like that? You never mentioned it. Should I brag about it every time something happens? Xiao Fan sighed. Enough, let's grab a meal. I've got things to do this afternoon. Afternoon, Criminal Investigation Brigade. Xiao Fan arrived. Given his familiarity with Liang Wu and the captain's near miss during the operation, the case file had been transferred to Liang Wu's team, which meant Xiao Fan had to come in for a statement. Familiar interrogation room. Liang Wu conducted the questioning himself. Xiao Fan recounted every detail. Last question, Liang Wu said. Xiao Fan, how are your marksmanship skills so exceptional? You handled the bandits well, but that shooting precision. Explain that. Liang Wu prided himself on knowing Xiao Fan well. Yet he'd never known his friend possessed such firepower. Xiao Fan chuckled. I visited Myanmar a few weeks back. There's a professional range there. I practiced for half an hour. Could hit 10 ring at 100 meters every shot. Liang Wu swallowed hard. What kind of talent is that? Even he couldn't guarantee perfect shots at that distance. 10 rounds. 80 rings would be considered excellent for a professional soldier. Let me see your hands, Liang Wu requested. Xiao Fan extended his palms. Liang Wu found no calluses whatsoever. How did you stay so calm under pressure and still hit their wrists? Liang Wu asked. Xiao Fan frowned thoughtfully. I didn't overthink it. My subconscious refused to kill, and I trusted my aim. So I didn't. Captain is the one who hit his head on the pillar dead. Liang Wu shook his head. No. He's in critical condition at the hospital. Severe cranial trauma, still in a coma. Whether he wakes is uncertain. Will I be in trouble for that? Xiao Fan asked worriedly. Of course not, Liang Wu replied. They were armed hostages takers. You only struck their wrists. No legal issue here. Xiao Fan, would you ever consider joining the police force? Xiao Fan laughed. A multi-billionaire like me, enjoying life is far more appealing. Really, won't you reconsider? Liang Wu sighed. With skills like yours, it's truly a waste to keep you out of the force. Emerging from the criminal investigation unit, Xiao Fan spotted Su Yue standing gracefully outside. As he approached, he noticed her eyes were slightly reddened. She had seen today's bank robbery on the school forum. When Xiao Fan came out, he wore a mask and deliberately concealed his face so few people in the photos could recognize him. But Su Yue could, of course. She knew exactly what clothes he had worn today. Senior, why did you take such a risk entering the bank? What if the robber's bullet hit you? Su Yue spoke with lingering fear. Xiao Fan shrugged helplessly. Shin Chun was inside. I just went to ask Captain Liang for information, but the robbers were so ruthless they shot at him directly. I saw the muzzle and pushed Captain Liang away. They forced me inside and I had no choice. But don't worry, my nickname, Criminal Nemesis, isn't for nothing. Su Yue gazed steadily at him. Senior, can you try not to take such risks in the future? Alright. Since it's already this late, let's eat out tonight. Xiao Fan smiled. Is there any restaurant you'd like to go to? Maybe we'll get another bonus this time, and we can splurge a little. Su Yue nodded. In her view, Xiao Fan had taken a great risk today, and surviving such danger was worth celebrating. Senior, today's meal is on me to celebrate your safe return. Alright. Xiao Fan smiled. He didn't know exactly how much Su Yue earned, but it should be decent. The orphanage didn't need her help for now, so a nice meal wouldn't be a burden. Half an hour later, they arrived at a lakeside restaurant. The ambience was elegant and most of the patrons were couples. Senior, I've heard the food here is good. I've always wanted to try it. Su Yue set, her cheeks flushing slightly. Xiao Fan looked at her with a warm smile, making her blush even more. Senior, if you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. No, I think this place looks nice. Let's stay here. They entered the restaurant, and the hostess led them to a booth by the window with a high partition behind them and a beaded curtain at the entrance. So your girlfriend is really beautiful. What would you like to order? The waitress complimented. Hearing this, Su Yue's lips curled up slightly. We'll scan the QR code to order ourselves. Xiao Fan pointed to the ordering code on the table. Alright. The waitress withdrew, leaving only Xiao Fan and Su Yue in the small space. In the past, this would have made Su Yue shy, but now she was used to it. They had been living together for several days already. Su, since you wanted to come here, why don't you order? Su Yue nodded, gently scanned the QR code with her phone, and quickly placed the order. She knew exactly what flavors Xiao Fan liked. "So I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. It might take 3 to 5 days, Xiao Fan said. He had agreed with Xiao Hai on 10 days and tomorrow would be the 9th. He had to get to Rueli first then drive to Myanmar. Leaving the day after tomorrow wouldn't make it in time. Senior, don't worry about your trip. I'm not as scared anymore. Just be careful out there," Su Yue said with a hint of reluctance, but she didn't cling to him or try to stop him. Even if they weren't officially a couple, yet she wouldn't hinder his career. "So how did you find out about today's incident?" Xiao Fan asked curiously. Su Yue didn't have Shin Chen's or the others' contact information. "From the school forum. There were photos, but in them you were wearing a mask and had your head down covering your forehead. Only people who know you very well could recognize you," Su Yue explained. Xiao Fan took out his phone and logged into the school forum. The post was quite popular, and indeed it was hard to identify him from the photos. This relieved Xiao Fan. If people found out it was him, reporters might swarm his home, and since Su Yue lived there, their cohabitation would be exposed in no time. For their university students, the latter would be even more sensational. "Sir, miss, please enjoy your meal." Their food was served shortly after. "Su, this." Xiao Fan looked at their drink. It was a single bottle in the shape of a heart with one straw that split into two, a classic couple's drink. Su Yue's eyes flickered. "Senior, I saw it was their signature item and ordered it. Since it's already here, let's just drink it." "All right. At home we drink from the same kettle too," Xiao Fan said with a chuckle. Su Yue shot him a playful glare. "That's different, isn't it? Blockhead, blockhead. Wouldn't. After the meal on the way back, Su Yue kept muttering to herself. She thought the romantic setting would prompt him to say something, but he didn't. Su Yue could sense that Xiao Fan probably liked her, but why wouldn't he confess? Was he afraid she would reject him? Early the next morning, Xiao Fan set off. He arrived in Rueli and met Tang Zitian by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. "Young Master Xiao, I have a few promising rough stones that I'm unsure about. Could you take a look? I'll pay 1 million per stone as a consulting fee. What do you think?" Tang Zitian asked with a smile. "No problem." Xiao Fan nodded. Tang Zitian had already helped him a lot, returning the favor by bringing him profit which strengthened their relationship. Soon Tang Zitian led Xiao Fan to his private warehouse. There were only about a dozen rough stones, each quite large. If sold, none would be worth less than 50 million. Tang Zitian said, "Young Master Xiao, there are 11 stones here. If you examine all of them, the consulting fee would be 110 million. But you can take your time and look at as many as you can in a short period." Tang Zitian knew that even if Xiao Fan could use internal energy to detect the jade inside these stones were large, and it would be difficult to inspect them all at once. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. "Which stone do you think is the most promising, Boss Tang?" Tang Zitian walked over to a stone with excellent surface features. "This one. If sold directly, it could fetch around 150 million. I've been debating whether to cut it myself. I'm quite optimistic about the others too. I've been saving them to cut myself." Xiao Fan nodded. Tang Zitian had been in the rough stone business for most of his life, it was normal for him to want to cut some himself, but the risk was enormous. Many businessmen had stumbled over this. Xiao Fan placed his hand on the stone and activated his X-ray vision. Note the original text had a dash, which is a separator, removed. Psychic power wasn't suitable for inspecting stones. Even at full strength, he could only penetrate about half a meter. Time passed second by second. This stone was large, so Xiao Fan spent nearly half a minute examining it. Then he immediately moved to the next stone and placed his hand on it. After about 50 seconds, Xiao Fan closed his eyes. His eyes were dry from not blinking for so long, but given his current condition, he could use his X-ray vision twice more in a short time. Within a day, Xiao Fan could inspect all 11 stones. X-ray vision. Soon he examined 4 more stones. Having used his X-ray vision 3 times, his eyes were now too dry to continue forcefully. "Boss Tang, let's just look at these 6 for now." Xiao Fan let out a long breath. Tang Zitian quickly said, "No problem. Even if they're all worthless, the 60 million consulting fee won't be reduced." Xiao Fan pointed to the stone Tang Zitian had favored most. "You'd better not cut that one yourself. It's all show, no substance. Only the surface is decent. The jade inside is worth about 30 million. Tang Zitian took a deep breath. That stone could be sold for 150 million, but the jade inside was only worth 30 million. If he cut it himself, he'd lose 120 million on this one alone. "Young Master Xiao, I'm taking advantage of you. Your advice is worth more than 110 million. Tang Zitian said with a hearty laugh. Xiao Fan smiled lightly. "I'm not losing out either. I don't have to search for rough stones everywhere." With that, he pointed to another stone. "Boss Tang, you can cut this one yourself. It should yield jade worth about 200 million. Tang Zitian was overjoyed. This stone could only be sold for about 60 million, but if it contained jade worth over 200 million, he'd make a huge profit of over 140 million. "Young Master Xiao, I'm really taking advantage of you. It doesn't seem right," Tang Zitian said. Xiao Fan smiled. "I earn what I should and you earn what you should. There's nothing wrong with that. In just a few minutes, tens of millions, faster than robbing a bank. If some of them yield a big gain, that's your luck. The other 4 will have small gains or losses not worth mentioning." Tang Zitian nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, young Master Xiao." Xiao Fan asked, "How much did ordering grain, salt, and sugar cost in total?" Tang Zitian said, as you requested 10,000 tons of grain, 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar. The grain cost 50 million salt, 4.4 million sugar, 28.6 million. Total, 83 million. Xiao Fan nodded. Boss Tang, did you buy the fishing line I asked for? Tang Zietian smiled. That didn't cost much, so we won't count it. After all the inspections you have 110 million, so I still owe you 27 million. Xiao Fan smiled too. He had come expecting to spend over 80 million, leaving only a little over 100 million in his card. Now he had earned 27 million, pushing his savings past 200 million. After dinner, Xiao Fan used his X-ray vision 2 more times and inspected the remaining 5 raw stones. One of them could yield a profit of about 100 million. The other 4 had 2 that were substantial losses, and 1 that would make a small profit. Young Master Xiao, please help me take a look. This is truly a great bargain, Tang Zietian said. Among the 11 raw stones after Xiao Fan's assessment, he could confidently cut 2 for a profit of approximately 250 million, while the rest he could sell at normal market prices. After deducting the 110 million to be given to Xiao Fan, he would still make a profit of 140 million. If Tang Zietian only cut the single best stone, he would lose over 100 million. Boss Tang, you might make a huge profit, but I definitely won't take a loss, Xiao Fan said with a grin. Haha, of course. I wouldn't let you young Master Xiao suffer any losses. Tang Zietian laughed heartedly, and both parties were very satisfied with this collaboration. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan and Yang Jun set off. With proper border documents, they easily crossed into Myanmar, and news of their entry soon reached the drug lord Sang Wei. Sang Wei had been in a foul mood recently. Under Tang Zietian's pressure, he had paid 50 million in compensation. The 20,000 Tang swords were actually worth 70 million, and Tang Zietian had privately covered an additional 20 million. Boss, shall we make a move? The kid with Yang Jun is just an ordinary student. We've investigated his family tree back 18 generations. He has absolutely no powerful connections. An insider of Sang Wei said this. His nickname was Smiling Tiger. He appeared amiable and good-natured, but was actually ruthless and merciless. More than 24 people had died at his hands, and his marksmanship and combat skills were both formidable. Sang Wei spoke gravely. I truly cannot swallow this anger from last time, but Tang Zietian has deep ties with General Jin, so confronting him openly is impossible. Smiling Tiger said, Boss Poison Scorpion, and I will go. I'll lure Yang Jun away, and Poison Scorpion should be able to handle that kid easily. Sang Wei nodded slightly. Be swift with the operation, and also investigate why Tang Zietian values Xiao Fan. This guy is an old fox. He wouldn't be nice to someone for no reason. Soon Smiling Tiger departed. Hours passed and Xiao Fan and Yang Jun's vehicle approached a dock where 1,000-ton ships could berth surrounded by numerous warehouses of varying sizes. Many of these warehouses were overgrown with weeds. Young Master Xiao, this dock has been half abandoned and most of these warehouses are basically empty. We rented a large one for very little money and all the goods are inside. Soon the vehicle pulled up to a massive warehouse. Brother Jun. 2 people sent by Tang Zietian to handle the procurement greeted Yang Jun courteously as he stepped out of the car. Open the door, Yang Jun instructed, and one of them immediately opened the warehouse gate. Good lord, Xiao Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. The enormous warehouse was nearly packed to capacity. 10,000 tons of rice, 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar, 20,000 tons in total. 20,000 Tang swords were packed into 200 crates. Even if Grandpa can handle it, I'd be worked to exhaustion, Xiao Fan muttered. Transporting all these supplies to Xiao Hai's place would definitely not be easy. Ryup. Xiao Fan casually selected a bag of rice and slashed it open. The grains were plump and full, far superior to the rice he had previously sent to Xiao Hai, and the price was considerably higher. You get what you pay for. Brother Jun, why are we buying so much grain? One of them asked in confusion. Yang Jun frowned and said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The boss naturally has his reasons. Brother Yang, I also need several large mirrors here. It would be best if they could be as large as a door, Xiao Fan said. Yang Jun nodded and immediately gave orders without asking what Xiao Fan intended to do. Xiao Fan and the others emerged from the warehouse, and the main doors were relocked. In the distance, Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion, both under Sang Wei's command, had already arrived. Despite her fearsome nickname, Poison Scorpion was actually a quite beautiful blonde woman who specialized in poison techniques. We need to get into that warehouse and take a look, she said, lowering her binoculars. Smiling Tiger nodded, removing his eyes from the sniper rifle's scope. We'll enter tonight. Right now it's too conspicuous. Only 2 guards stood outside the warehouse, but they had no idea how many people were inside, or whether there were others lurking nearby. They could not afford to act rashly. Poison Scorpion nodded. She excelled at using poison, but was not suited for direct combat. By 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Fan and Yang Jun had finished eating and drinking. The large mirrors Xiao Fan had ordered were also delivered to the warehouse, and he planned to sleep early to rest and recharge. Tonight would be busy. Brother Yang, everyone here has withdrawn, and you can take a break now. When should we return? I'll call you. It might be tomorrow, or it could take a few more days, Xiao Fan told Yang Jun. All right, young Master Xiao. Yang Jun left quickly. What's going on? Smiling Tiger and the others who had been monitoring from a distance were somewhat bewildered. Yang Jun had actually left. The two guards outside had also departed, leaving only Xiao Fan inside the warehouse. Their original plan had been for Smiling Tiger to snipe and lure Yang Jun away, then for Poison Scorpion to strike at Xiao Fan. But now they had skipped the step of drawing Yang Jun away altogether. What should we do? Poison Scorpion asked. Smiling Tiger pondered and said, I'll keep watch on Yang Jun in secret first. If he's truly gone, we'll leave him alone. Our main target this time is Xiao Fan. For hours passed and darkness had fallen when Smiling Tiger returned. Yang Jun and his people have indeed left. What's the situation here? Smiling Tiger asked. The warehouse door hasn't been opened at all. We're not sure if Xiao Fan is still inside. If there's a secret passage, he might have already left through it, Poison Scorpion said. A gleam flashed in Smiling Tiger's eyes. Even if this warehouse is a dragon's pool and a tiger's lair, we must explore it. How do we get in? Poison Scorpion asked. The warehouse where Xiao Fan was located was large with thick concrete walls and a door with excellent defensive properties. It was not easy to open from the outside when locked from within. Smiling Tiger frowned. Picking the lock from the outside when it was locked from within was difficult. Let's just use force. After thinking for a long time, without finding a better solution, Smiling Tiger said gravely. Poison Scorpion nodded. Forceful entry was straightforward. Explosives would be too noisy, so they could find a truck to ram straight through the warehouse door. Soon Smiling Tiger had found the right people. As long as the money was right, finding someone to ram open the warehouse door in this area was not difficult. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted and Xiao Fan jolted awake from his sleep. What the hell? Xiao Fan saw a truck that had rammed open the warehouse door, its front end crashing into the rice pile. He quickly approached. A middle-aged man crawled out from the driver's cabin, repeatedly apologizing, but in Burmese, the language Xiao Fan could not understand at all. Not earlier, not later. Why crash right now? Xiao Fan's expression darkened. He could see the middle-aged man's eyes flickering nervously. He certainly had not crashed here by accident. Brother Yang, there's been a problem. Someone drove a truck and rammed open the warehouse door. You know Burmese, right? Tell him to leave. Xiao Fan called Yang Jun. The middle-aged man had likely been paid to ram the door, so there was no point in keeping him around. I do. Xiao Fan put the call on speaker and Yang Jun immediately told the middle-aged man to leave in Burmese. Thank you, thank you. The truck could still start, and the middle-aged man quickly reversed away. Young Master Xiao, you need to be careful. It's very likely that Sangwei's men are involved, and the person who came is probably highly skilled, Yang Jun said grimly. Xiao Fan hung up the phone and turned off the warehouse lights. Within 2 minutes, Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion approached. They moved forward with guns drawn covering each other, but did not immediately enter the warehouse once they reached the entrance. Xiao Fan's spiritual sense detected grenade-like objects on their bodies. They were about to pull them out and throw them into the warehouse. Bastards. Xiao Fan threw 4 coins which accelerated instantly. The coins pierced through the wrists of both Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion, severing half of each wrist. Smiling Tiger screamed in agony, and Poison Scorpion fainted from the pain. Xiao Fan stepped outside and backhanded Smiling Tiger on the forehead, knocking him unconscious immediately. Two damn bastards, Xiao Fan cursed inwardly as he dragged Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion into the warehouse like dead dogs. Soon Xiao Fan had disarmed Smiling Tiger and the others, and their legs were bound. You're quite pretty. Why not do something decent? Xiao Fan slapped Poison Scorpion across the face, waking her from the blow. It hurts. As soon as she woke, Poison Scorpion felt heart-rending pain. Can you understand me? You're bleeding. Without stopping the bleeding, you'll die soon, Xiao Fan said coldly. Poison Scorpion looked at her wrists. Both her hands were ruined, but she still wanted to live. I understand, Poison Scorpion said in somewhat broken Chinese. You've been poisoned. Without an antidote, you will definitely die. Xiao Fan immediately distanced himself from Duxia. Duxia sneered, it's useless. The moment you took something from me, you were already poisoned. Stop the bleeding, and let us go, and you'll live. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. These bastards were impossible to guard against. He feared that Xiao Mian Hu and the others would counterattack and disarm them, but he hadn't expected to fall into their trap. You should be feeling dizzy now. In 2 minutes your limbs will go numb, and in 5 minutes you'll die from the poison without the antidote, Duxia said coldly. Xiao Fan touched his head. Dizzy? No such thing. You want me to die of poison? Let's go together. Xiao Fan took a plastic bag to wrap his hand, then wiped some of the items he had taken from Duxia on her wound, her mouth, and her face. Even if you know how to use poison, can you resist the toxins? Xiao Fan deliberately leaned against bags of rice, and moved a little farther away from Duxia. Duxia's face turned ugly. The things Xiao Fan had just wiped on her were indeed contaminated with poison. She was not immune to toxins. If poisoned without an antidote, she would surely die. Tell me what the antidote is, and you might still live. As for letting you go directly, don't dream of it. You're injured. Let's see who can outlast whom. Xiao Fan said viciously. Duxia was silent, counting in her mind. After a minute and a half, she estimated that Xiao Fan's limbs must be numb, making it difficult for him to approach her. Struggling to raise her hand, Duxia propped herself on her elbow and bit toward a small bottle. Aye. Xiao Fan deliberately spoke with difficulty. He tried to step toward Duxia, but couldn't move his leg. His left foot only lifted slightly. You're dead. Du Xia snarled, struggling to open the bottle. Inside were 7 capsules of various colors, some containing poison, some the antidote. The bottle tipped over, scattering capsules of various colors on the ground. Du Xia slowly bit toward one of them. Give me. Xiao Fan put on an urgent expression and fell to the ground. His head was not even facing Du Xia. Completely relieved, Du Xia bit toward a capsule of a different color. You dog still trying to fool your master Xiao at this moment. Xiao Fan cursed inwardly. He had fallen deliberately and intentionally avoided looking at Du Xia. In reality, his spiritual sense was watching everything clearly. Just as the capsule was only a few centimeters from Du Xia's lips, it flew away under Xiao Fan's control and landed in his hand. He turned around and looked at Du Xia with a smile. Du Xia couldn't believe it. Xiao Fan was fine, and he could even move objects from a distance. This should be the antidote. You still have some there. Will you take it? I can definitely hold out longer than you. Xiao Fan stood up and said. Du Xia laboriously bit toward another capsule of the same color. After getting it into her mouth, she bit it open and swallowed. Soon Du Xia's condition eased a little. Only then did Xiao Fan eat the capsule in his hand, and the numbness gradually faded. Tell me, whose man are you, and why did you come to kill me? If you can scare me, maybe you'll live, Xiao Fan said. Du Xia looked at her hands. Blood was still flowing, but if it didn't stop, she would surely die. Our leader is Sang Wei. You killed our people last time, and the leader is displeased. Also, he is very interested in why Tang Zitian is recruiting you. Xiao Mian, whose voice rang out, he had awakened. Our leader knows about you. If we die here, he will definitely retaliate. Then you and your family will be in great danger. You'd better let us leave alive. Du Xia also said. Xiao Fan said indifferently. You didn't do your homework. I'm an orphan. Xiao Mian, who? Du Xia. Xiao Fan, even if you're an orphan, you must have other people you care about. Killing us would put them in danger, there's no need for that. And killing is against the law, Xiao Mian, who tried to persuade. Xiao Fan couldn't be bothered to argue further. He grabbed 2 bags of rice and placed them at the door. Soon the broken warehouse door was blocked by the rice. Xiao Mian, who and Du Xia's faces turned extremely ugly. Xiao Fan's action meant he had no intention of letting them go. Xiao Fan, General Sang Wei, is a major drug lord with many desperados under him. Fighting against General Sang Wei is an unwise choice. I advise you to think it over. Xiao Mian, who gritted his teeth. Under Xiao Fan's control, 2 coins instantly pierced through Xiao Mian, who and the others' heads. At first, Xiao Fan hadn't killed them because he wasn't sure of their identity. Now that he knew they were drug dealers, killing them didn't weigh heavily on his conscience. Sang Wei wouldn't call the police to arrest him. As for Sang Wei's revenge, if he could survive, then he would talk about revenge. Since Sang Wei had sent people to kill him, Xiao Fan didn't intend to be polite to Sang Wei either. What a pain. With 2 dead bodies next to him, Xiao Fan couldn't sleep easily. Fortunately, no one else came during the following hours, and time gradually reached midnight. Grandson, did you miss Grandpa? Xiao Hai's figure appeared in the mirror, looking to be in a good mood. Xiao Fan picked up the mirror and went to the bodies of Xiao Mian, Hu, and Du Xia. Grandpa, I had a minor accident. These 2 tried to kill me, and I killed them instead. Is there any problem sending the corpses over? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai quickly said, no problem. Grandson, since they wanted to kill you, it's normal for you to kill them. Don't have any guilt, you hear. The 2 corpses were quickly sent over. Even the blood that had flowed on the ground was sent over, leaving no trace of anything unusual. Grandpa, this warehouse contains a total of 10,000 tons of grain and 5,000 tons each of salt and sugar. Can you receive all of them? If not, how many times will it take? Xiao Fan asked. As he spoke, he carried the mirror to the wooden crates storing Tang's swords. One by one, the crates were quickly sent over. This transmission was faster. Xiao Hai clicked his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, 20,000 tons of supplies. Xiao Fan was formidable. Grandpa's spatial treasure can hold it all, but I'm afraid it can't be sent all at once. It'll have to be split into 2 transmissions. I'll contact you again in 2 days, Xiao Hai said after thinking. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded. After sending the Tang swords and the thread, Xiao Fan carried the mirror to the back part of the warehouse. The rice piled there was continuously being transmitted about 2 tons per second. On Xiao Hai's side, 2 experts behind him provided power. Over an hour passed. Xiao Fan was not having an easy time, and Xiao Hai was even more exhausted. About 8,000 tons of rice and 2,000 tons of salt and sugar were sent first. Grandson, let's stop here. I've consumed too much power. Grandpa can't go on. I'll contact you again in 2 days. Xiao Hai's face was pale. After he spoke, his figure in the mirror vanished immediately. Phew. Xiao Fan put down the mirror and let out a long sigh of relief. His physique had improved significantly, but moving the door-sized mirror back and forth was no easy task. The warehouse no longer contained any corpses, and Xiao Fan quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he called Yang Jun. Brother Yang, someone damaged the warehouse gate with a vehicle last night. Could you arrange for someone to replace it with a new one? And please come over yourself. Sure, Master Xiao. After hanging up, Yang Jun felt a bit puzzled. Was the gate damaged while moving something out? Beep beep. Less than an hour after Xiao Fan's call, a repair vehicle arrived. Is this the gate, boss Xiao? Mr. Yang has already paid. Shall we start? One of the workers said in fluent Mandarin. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes, this is the gate. Please replace it as soon as possible. Sure. The workers quickly got to work removing the old gate and installing the new one. With seamless teamwork, they finished in less than 2 hours. Within 5 minutes of the workers leaving, Yang Jun arrived. Xiao Fan gave him a meaningful glance. Yang Jun had likely been nearby all along, but he kept his distance until the gate was fixed. That was very prudent. Master Xiao, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some food. Yang Jun said with a smile, taking a still warm pizza from his car. Thanks. Xiao Fan nodded. Brother Yang, do you know where Sang Wei lives? Yang Jun was startled. Why was Xiao Fan asking about that? Sang Wei was a powerful drug lord, not someone to be trifled with. I do know. He spends most of his time in a mountain villa with extremely tight security, many informants around, making it impossible to even approach. There are also various escape tunnels beneath the villa. He'll flee at the slightest sign of trouble. Yang Jun frowned. He had dealt with Sang Wei more than once before. That far? Yang Jun said, it's about 5 or 6 hours drive from here. Why are you asking, Master Xiao? Xiao Fan frowned. Last night a car smashed into the warehouse gate. 2 of Sang Wei's men came to cause trouble, and I disposed of them. Sang Wei will likely seek revenge. So I might as well strike first. Xiao Hai would contact him in 2 days, so he had time to deal with Sang Wei. Yang Jun thought to himself that something indeed happened last night. Master Xiao, a drug lord like Sang Wei, values his safety above all. He has many bodyguards and rarely ventures out. Killing him would be extremely difficult. If he comes after you, we could have the boss apply pressure. Yang Jun considered for a while and said. Xiao Fan pulled out a detailed map of Myanmar. Brother Yang, point out the exact location. If it's not feasible, I won't force it. All right. Yang Jun nodded, took out a pen, and quickly marked the map. This is his stronghold. He rarely leaves. There are many informants within a dozen kilometers. Any stranger entering this area will be watched. Xiao Fan pointed to a nearby area. This seems to be mountainous. Are there informants there too? Yang Jun said, there are few informants there, but the area is heavily mined with landmines and booby traps. It's nearly impossible to pass through safely. A glint of sharpness flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He already had a plan. While others feared landmines and booby traps, he did not. With his spiritual perception, scanning such things could never escape his notice. Xiao Fan, you'd better not take the risk. It's too dangerous. Yang Jun urged. Xiao Fan smiled. I'll go check the situation. Don't report this over the phone. It might be monitored. If I succeed, I don't want it exposed. Yang Jun said, Master Xiao, you've been here at the warehouse the whole time. Xiao Fan nodded. I'll leave my phone in the warehouse. Don't enter, Yang Jun. Understood, Master Xiao. Yang Jun reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of Myanmar chats. Xiao Fan, take this. It's about 2 million shots, roughly 10,000 yuan. Xiao Fan took the money. Half an hour later, he bought a used off-road motorcycle. He wasn't familiar with the route. As dusk fell, Xiao Fan finally reached a small town about 20 kilometers from his destination with a population of several tens of thousands. He didn't dare eat there, simply nibbling on some biscuits for dinner. Darkness soon fell completely. Boom. Thunder rolled, and a torrential rain began. Perfect weather. A smile spread across Xiao Fan's face. Such weather was ideal for his operation. The rain would obscure people's vision and wash away any traces he left. Leaving the motorcycle behind, Xiao Fan quickly melted into the darkness. The rain poured down. In such a night, even with flashlights, others would struggle to move forward, but Xiao Fan strode briskly, faster than most people could in broad daylight. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. His formidable physique allowed him to maintain his speed. After about an hour, he reached a point just a few li from Sang Wei's villa. Ahead was the back mountain of the villa, a forbidden minefield. There are quite a lot of landmines buried here, Xiao Fan muttered to himself, slowing his pace. For the last 1 or 2 kilometers, Xiao Fan took nearly 2 hours, and it was deep into the night. The security is indeed tight. Xiao Fan mused. The back mountain side of the villa had weaker defenses, but massive searchlights swept back and forth, and there were 3 to 4 meter high barbed wire fences. Faintly, Xiao Fan could hear dogs barking. Up! Using his spiritual power to push off the ground, he leaped directly over the 3 to 4 meter high barbed wire. Woof! Woof! The dogs barked toward the back mountain, and Xiao Fan instantly went invisible. Several searchlights swept over, but naturally found nothing unusual. Stop barking, damn it, someone shouted in Burmese. They simply couldn't believe anyone could cross the minefield silently. Moving invisibly, Xiao Fan soon reached the villa grounds. Sang Wei was still awake. Faintly, Xiao Fan could hear him losing his temper. Smiling tiger and venomous scorpion had been unreachable all day, and Sang Wei sensed something was wrong. Still invisible, Xiao Fan easily passed through layers of surveillance. Enough, all of you, get out, Sang Wei said irritably. Several people walked out of his room, looking dejected. They were his subordinates, and being scolded in the dead of night left them sour. Xiao Fan remained invisible nearby. His spiritual sense located Sang Wei, whose appearance he already knew. Thud! Under Xiao Fan's control, an iron nail shot into Sang Wei's head. Sang Wei's eyes widened. He tried to say something, but no words came. Xiao Fan silently retreated. Not long after, someone discovered Sang Wei's body. The entire villa erupted into chaos. With Sang Wei dead, his subordinates would surely fight tooth and nail for their own interests. Beep beep. Yang Jun's phone rang in the dead of night, jolting him awake from the car seat. Boss, what's wrong? He answered the call, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Why would Tang Zietian call him at this hour? Could Xiao Fan have truly succeeded in killing Sang Wei? On the other end, Tang Zietian said, I just received word that Sang Wei is dead. You and young Master Xiao must stay safe. Don't let him face any more danger. Understood, boss. Young Master Xiao is asleep now. Should I wake him to take the call? Yang Jun asked. Tang Zietian replied, no need. Just knowing this is enough. Alright, boss. After hanging up, Yang Jun was deeply shaken. Sang Wei died at this hour. Xiao Fan must have killed him. But how could Xiao Fan assassinate Sang Wei under such heavy protection? Time passed minute by minute. Early the next morning, Yang Jun woke up. Soon he saw Xiao Fan approaching with breakfast in hand. Xiao Fan said cheerfully, Brother Yang, I bought some buns and fried dough sticks. Yang Jun swallowed hard. Good heavens, Xiao Fan had actually returned overnight. To travel 1,000 miles, assassinate Sang Wei, and come back in one night. Was his body made of iron? Young Master Xiao, the boss, called last night and said Sang Wei is dead. Yang Jun said in a low voice. Xiao Fan looked surprised. Sang Wei is dead. Good riddance. A big drug lord. His death benefits countless families. Boundless merit. Indeed. Yang Jun nodded. He understood Xiao Fan's meaning. They were to have nothing to do with this matter. I'll call the boss. Young Master Xiao, would you like to speak with him? Yang Jun said. Last night after Sang Wei's incident, the roads were sealed quickly. If Xiao Fan talked to Tang Zietian now, it would serve as an alibi for his whereabouts. The call connected quickly. After a few words, Yang Jun handed the phone to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said cheerfully, Boss Tang, I'm glad you didn't wake me last night. If I'd heard such good news, I might not have been able to sleep afterward. Young Master Xiao, the news is good, but you must be careful too. Finish your business, and come back to the country soon. Things might get turbulent over there. Tang Zietian said. After a brief chat, Xiao Fan hung up. If anyone investigated later, they would find this call, made from over 1,000 miles away, proving it was impossible for him to have killed Sang Wei. Brother Yang, I think we should install a surveillance camera outside the warehouse. Can you get someone to do it? Xiao Fan said to Yang Jun. A camera would be better. I'll call someone now. Yang Jun made a call, and within half an hour a vehicle arrived. The phone call left a record, and the surveillance installers provided witnesses. No one could suspect him of Sang Wei's death. Install one on each side, high definition. Xiao Fan said while munching on a bun. One of the installers spoke Chinese. Rest assured, boss. The man promised quickly. Xiao Fan watched them work for a while before going into the warehouse. Notably, before leaving, Xiao Fan had used his psychokinesis to prop a small wooden stick behind the warehouse door. When he returned, the stick was still upright. It meant Yang Jun had not entered the warehouse. Soon Xiao Fan slept until noon, recovering his psychokinetic energy. Xiao Fan heard car sounds, several vehicles approaching. He opened the door and stepped out of the warehouse. Several cars stopped, and more than a dozen men got out. Their waists bulged. Even without psychokinesis, Xiao Fan could tell they were armed. Who are you? Yang Jun demanded. The leader of the group with a grim face said, Yang Jun, our boss died last night. Before he died, he sent Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion here. Where are they? Yang Jun frowned. Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion came. Were they here to assassinate me or young Master Xiao? The leader said coldly, we don't know their exact orders, but the boss sent them, and they died last night. Did you do it? With Sang Wei dead, his subordinates would fight for power. Whoever found the killer would gain a significant advantage, and likely the biggest share of the spoils. Yang Jun sneered. Sang Wei died in his own base 1,000 miles from here. Are you saying we ran over there, killed him, and ran back? Get the hell out of here. When Sang Wei was alive, he had to be polite to my boss. Now that he's dead, do you think you're tougher? As he spoke, Yang Jun pulled out his phone. Clatter. Several pistols were aimed at him. Yang Jun ignored them, calmly dialing. Tang Zietian, boss, some of Sang Wei's men are here suspecting we had something to do with his death. They're all armed. Tang Zietian said gravely, put me on speaker. Yang Jun turned on the speaker. Tang Zietian's icy voice came through, get the hell out within 1 minute, or I'll ask General Jin to wipe you out. Those who understood Chinese turned pale. Young Master Xiao, are you alright? Tang Zietian's tone softened. Xiao Fan said, Boss Tang, we didn't know about Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion until they showed up. They owe us an explanation. Tang Zietian said firmly, Young Master Xiao, rest assured. Sang Wei already paid 50 million last time, and now he sent men after you. I, Tang Zietian, am not to be trifled with. I'll call General Jin right now. The leader of the group quickly said, Boss Tang, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Smiling Tiger and the others didn't come here to cause trouble for Yang Jun. They had a different mission. We'll leave now. The dozen men quickly got into their cars and drove off. But they didn't go far. They started asking around for information. Soon they got what they needed. Xiao Fan had bought breakfast in the morning, and Yang Jun had called for surveillance installers. Poison Wolf, the boss's death probably has nothing to do with them. The timing doesn't work. One of them said. Yeah, Poison Wolf, the leader nodded. Could Smiling Tiger and Poison Scorpion have died at their hands? That's possible. But do we need to avenge them? Tang Zietian isn't someone to mess with. It's not worth offending him over them. Poison Wolf was silent for a long moment, then said, let's go. Head back. Daylight passed. Yang Jun was sent away by Xiao Fan, and night gradually deepened. Good grandson, you've worked hard. Xiao Hai said. It took over an hour for Xiao Fan to transfer all the supplies in the warehouse to Xiao Hai. Grandfather, how are things on your end? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai chuckled. With your second batch of Tang swords, my soldiers' strength has improved. Plus I've recruited a few more people. We now have 150000. Xiao Fan nodded. Even with 1500 men, the 100 tons of grain he'd sent would last them a long time. Good grandson, I can't give you anything today. I'll contact you again in a couple of days and give you something nice. Xiao Hai finished speaking and vanished, having expended immense energy to sustain the connection. Xiao Fan and Yang Jun returned smoothly to Ruili Yunnan. The warehouse area was empty, but Yang Jun had rented it for a full year. Even if others were entering, it would not be a problem. Many vehicles were coming and going, and no one knew whether they were transporting goods in or out. Only Yang Jun, Tang Zietian, and their group had the full picture. Young Master Xiao, your driver's license should be ready soon, Tang Zietian said with a smile. Xiao Fan had come to Tang Zietian's place for a meal. I've passed Subject 2, and Subject 3 should take about 10 more days. Then it's just around the corner, Tang Zietian said. Send me your address when you get it, and I'll arrange a truck to transport your Lamborghini to wherever you specify. Are you sure you don't want a better one? You can pick whatever you want, even the most expensive car in the showroom. Xiao Fan had already cut the 2 raw stones he'd asked him to evaluate, and both had proven to be exceptional finds. One of the raw stones would yield approximately 170 million, while the other could fetch around 100 million. After deducting the 110 million consultant fee for Xiao Fan, Tang Zietian would still profit 160 million. The most expensive vehicle in his showroom was only worth 50 to 60 million. Even without a powerful background, Xiao Fan had already earned him this much in a single transaction. If Tang Zietian maintained this relationship, well, he knew he could make even more through Xiao Fan. I'm just a student. That Lamborghini already attracts enough attention, Xiao Fan declined with a shake of his head. Boss Tang, I've been away for several days. I shouldn't delay any longer. I'll head back first. Alright then. Have Yang Jun drive you to the airport, Tang Zietian suggested. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I don't require such formalities. A taxi will do just fine. Brother Yang is your bodyguard. He should stay by your side. Soon after Xiao Fan departed, Tang Zietian summoned Yang Jun to his study and asked, Yang Jun, did anything remarkable happen during your trip with young Master Xiao? Last time Xiao Fan had caught a bullet with his bare hand, and Tang Zietian wanted to know if anything of the sort had occurred again. He wished to understand Xiao Fan a little better. Yang Jun took out his phone and turned it off, and Tang Zietian immediately followed suit upon seeing this. He knew Yang Jun must have something important to discuss. Boss, there's something I'd like to share, but I consulted with young Master Xiao first. Tang Zietian's eyes lit up. What news? Yang Jun took a deep breath. Sang Wei sent Laughing Tiger and his men to assassinate young Master Xiao, but they were counter-killed. Young Master Xiao was furious and eliminated Sang Wei. What? Tang Zietian froze. Yang Jun spoke it casually, but this was explosive news. Sang Wei was a major drug lord from Myanmar with numerous subordinates and weapons at his command. Though Tang Zietian could exert pressure on him, eliminating Sang Wei was nearly impossible. Even General Jin with his considerable resources would find it equally difficult to kill Sang Wei. Sang Wei was killed by young Master Xiao. Tang Zietian asked in utter disbelief. Yang Jun nodded. Most likely. Young Master Xiao didn't go into details, but he asked me for Sang Wei's address, and that very night Sang Wei met his demise. Tang Zietian swallowed hard. He felt he had still underestimated Xiao Fan. The fact that Xiao Fan could catch a bullet with his bare hand had already stunned him, and he had thought that might be Xiao Fan's limit. But that alone would not have enabled him to kill Sang Wei. Being able to catch a bullet with one's bare hand was indeed skill. But the power of bullets varied. Rifle rounds were far more destructive than pistol ammunition, and if enemies were numerous, multiple bullets would come flying. Boss, we cannot let this information leak. Tang Zietian quickly replied, naturally. No one else should know about this. Actually, I shouldn't have told you at all, Yang Jun said. But I figured that if you don't understand young Master Zhao's capabilities, you might not make the right decisions in certain situations. So I consulted with him before sharing this with you. Tang Zietian nodded slightly. Learning this only elevated Xiao Fan standing in his eyes even higher. The plane landed at Z City Airport in the late afternoon. This time no bank people came to find him, so there was no free ride to catch. Even with over 2 small goals in his account, Xiao Fan had to honestly take a taxi. I need to buy a house in the next few days, Xiao Fan thought to himself. The chances of Sang Wei's men tracking him down were low, but he still needed to be somewhat prepared. Besides, the residential compound he currently lived in was old with barely any parking spaces. Junior sister Sue, I'm back. Let me grab some late-night snacks with Xinshun and the others first before heading back. As the taxi approached the school, Xiao Fan sent a message to Su Yue. All right, senior brother. Su Yue replied, instantly, a sweet smile appearing on her face. She had felt empty inside during Xiao Fan's several-day absence, but now she felt fulfilled again. Let's hit the usual barbecue spot. Hurry up. Xiao Fan sent a message in the small group chat with Xinshun and the other 2. Xinshun was the first to see the message in the dormitory. Boss, second brother, third brother messaged, saying let's go to the old barbecue place, Xinshun said. Let's finish this round first, Kong Su replied. A few minutes later, Kong Su and the others lost the match. Without Xiao Fan's participation, they lost far more often than they won. at least 7 out of every 10 games. Boss, second brother, I have something to tell you. My family has business in real estate. I mentioned the bank robbery incident to my father a few days ago, and he offered to give third brother a house as a reward. At this, Shin Shin pulled out a house key from his pocket. Kong Su smiled. Old for, you're not trying to make us overthink this, are you? Not just one. If your family gave away 10 more, I wouldn't be envious at all, Kong Su said. Yi Fei nodded in agreement. None of their families were poor. They might not be as wealthy as Shin Shin's family, but they certainly wouldn't lack a place to live. Shin Shin rolled his eyes. I know you guys too well. You're not going to be jealous. What I mean is later you all need to help me persuade third brother. I'm worried third brother won't accept it. Kong Su pondered for a moment. That is indeed a problem. Third brother has a stubborn temperament. Since we're all brothers, he might think rescuing you was the right thing to do and simply refuse to accept it. Yi Fei said, third brother's current apartment is rather old. He might need to buy a new place when he gets married, so giving him a house now would be quite practical. We'll help you persuade him. Shin Shin nodded. With Kong Su and the others helping to convince third brother, the chances of success would be much higher. Soon Shin Shin and the others arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Xiao Fan had already ordered, but the barbecue hadn't arrived yet. Third brother, here you go. Shin Shin placed a set of keys on the table in front of Xiao Fan. What's this? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Shin Shin grinned. Third brother, do you know the Bauhinia residential quarter east of the school at? That's a property owned by my family, and this apartment is my father's way of thanking you. It's 188 square meters with 4 bedrooms. When you and Miss Su have kids, each child will have their own room. The apartment comes fully furnished with all appliances. Just move in. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Bauhinia residential quarter belongs to your family. On his way here, he had looked into buying a property and checked. He had actually been considering purchasing an apartment in Bauhinia residential quarter. It was only about 2 or 3 miles from their school, easily walkable. Had just a small family investment. Third brother, please don't decline. You risked your life saving me. For my family, one apartment means nothing. I'm the only heir in the Shin family. Shin Shin said, casting glances at Kong Su and the others as he spoke. Ahem. Kong Su cleared his throat lightly. Third brother, don't rush to decline just yet. You risked your life to save someone. Old Four's family has money. This apartment means nothing to them. Yi Fei added, third brother, you earned this by your own merit. All 3 inside the bank were hardened criminals. If the police had launched a direct assault, I believe there would likely have been casualties. Shin Shin nodded repeatedly. Xiao Fan chuckled. And how do you know I won't accept it? Old Four, I also want 2 parking spaces in good locations. If you're going to do this, see it through completely. Had Xiao Fan lacked the means and ability, he truly would not have accepted this apartment. The favor was too great. He couldn't repay it. But now Xiao Fan had sufficient confidence that if Shin Shin encountered trouble in the future, he could help him out. Shin Shin gazed at Xiao Fan in astonishment. He sensed that some change had indeed taken place in Xiao Fan. In the past, Xiao Fan would never accept even a worthless gift, let alone a house. Third brother, I'll make sure you get 2 parking spots. 1 for your car, 1 for school beauty Sue's car. Shin Shin chuckled, genuinely pleased with this transformation in Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan had risked his life to save him during their 3 years of brotherhood. If Xiao Fan still refused out of formality, he would be displeased. Yi Fei laughed. Third brother, just accept it. Old Four's family has such a business. He's a tycoon. Never miss a chance to exploit a tycoon. I'm hurt, really hurt. Kong Su shook his head. Third brother, that's not right. When I offered you a crappy computer before, you flatly refused. You only agreed to use it after I said it was a loan. But when Old Fourth gives you a house, you accept. Xiao Fan glanced at Kong Su. I'm not stupid. A house is far more expensive than a computer. Huh? Yi Fei and Shin Shin burst into laughter. Shin Shin winked. Big brother, why don't you give third brother a supercar? That'll balance the scales. How about a Porsche 918? Kong Su rolled his eyes. Do you think my family is as loaded as yours? Even after I graduate, I doubt they'll buy me a supercar. You, on the other hand, might. Alas. Shin Shin sighed deeply. It won't happen soon after graduation either. The old man said if I achieve something, I can buy one with my own money. Him gifting me a supercar, that's about as likely as the sun rising in the west. But the old man was generous with you, third brother. When I told him about the situation, he immediately said he'd give you a house. The next day, he handed me the keys. 2 hours later, Xiao Fan and his friends finished their barbecue. Kong Su and the others caroused their way to the new house Shin Shin had gifted. All the furniture and appliances were indeed complete, ready for immediate occupancy. Shin Shin said, third brother, this house has been fully furnished for 6 months. The formaldehyde and such have mostly dissipated. You can move in any time. Xiao Fan nodded. Kong Su grinned. Third brother, how far have you gotten with Junior Su? Out of the 4 of us, I bet you'll be the first to get a girlfriend. Old Fourth, I'm not optimistic about him. Shin Shin rolled his eyes. With my charm, I'll definitely win her over. Just then Shin Shin's phone rang. Xiao Fan glanced at the screen. The caller ID read, Little Darling. Shin Shin, there's no future for us. I already have a boyfriend. Don't come looking for me anymore. Goodbye. The room was quiet, so Xiao Fan and the others clearly heard the voice on the other end. Beep beep. Before Shin Shin could respond, the other party hung up. Damn. Shin Shin's face darkened. Just then Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Su Yue. Senior, when are you coming back? I bought you some clothes. Come back and try them on to see if they fit. Su Yue's voice came through. Xiao Fan exchanged a few words with her before hanging up. Shun Chen looked dejected. Alas. Kong Su glanced at Shin Chun and sighed. My condolences. Yi Fei patted Shin Chun on the shoulder. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Old Fourth, if she didn't fancy you, that's her loss. If a gold digger had latched onto you, you'd be crying before you knew it. Shin Chun looked at Xiao Fan with pleading eyes. Third brother, my happiness still depends on you. Birds of a feather flock together. Later ask sister-in-law to set me up with a good one. Su Yue and I aren't together yet. Xiao Fan said with mild exasperation. Shin Chun rolled his eyes. You like her, and she likes you. I don't know what you're dragging your feet for. Go back and tell her. Maybe you'll even sleep together tonight. What the hell do you know? I'm off. Leaving the new house, Shin Chun and the others took a cab to the internet cafe. Xiao Fan jogged back from the new house to the old one took less than 10 minutes. Senior. When Xiao Fan returned, Su Yue came out of her room upon hearing the noise. She was wearing a camisole nightgown. Senior, you're finally back. I felt a bit scared alone at home. I bought some clothes for you yesterday when I went shopping. They're on the sofa. Try them on to see if they fit. After saying that, Su Yue quickly retreated into her room. Her nightgown was quite form-fitting, and Xiao Fan's gaze lingered. He walked over to the sofa and picked up the clothes. Since the weather was getting hot, Su Yue had bought shorts and short-sleeve shirts. The quality was excellent, and the price was probably not cheap. She might not even buy such nice things for herself. Clothes in hand, Xiao Fan quickly went to his room to try them on. Junior Su, the clothes all fit well. Is that nightgown new? It's quite nice too. Xiao Fan knocked on Su Yue's door. Su Yue's face instantly flushed, and she buried her head in the blanket. Her nightgowns had never been so form-fitting before. The senior think my nightgown is too revealing. Woo, I shouldn't have bought this one. Su Yue felt a pang of regret. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. Unsurprisingly, Su Yue prepared a fine breakfast. As senior, was that nightgown I wore yesterday not suitable? Maybe I won't wear it anymore. Su Yue said in a small voice, truly afraid that Xiao Fan would think she was an immodest girl. She had bought it on impulse. Xiao Fan cleared his throat. Junior Su, wearing that nightgown at school isn't a good idea. Someone might take photos and post them online. But at home it's fine. Don't worry, I'll only look, never take pictures. Su Yue blushed and shot Xiao Fan a glare. Junior Su, after breakfast, I'll take you somewhere. Su Yue's eyes lit up. Xiao Fan had never taken the initiative to go out with her before. They finished breakfast quickly, and half an hour later Xiao Fan brought Su Yue to the house, gifted by Shin Chun. This house is a gift from Shin Chen's father. I accepted it because I can repay the favor in the future. Junior Su, what do you think about moving here? It's much safer here. The 3 security guards at your current apartment building have a combined age of over 200. Zijing Community is an upscale neighborhood with 24-hour security patrols. Xiao Fan continued. Su Yue was stunned. Senior, you mean I should move here, but you won't? Xiao Fan nodded. Su Yue's eyes quickly welled up with tears. Senior, do you dislike me? Is it because of the nightgown from last night? Xiao Fan hastily said. Junior Su, don't cry. Who said I dislike you? Absolutely not. It's better if you move here before things get exposed. Su Yue's tears streamed down. Xiao Fan took her hand and led her to the sofa. Junior Su, let's make it a 3-month trial. If you still like me by then, I'll pursue you. Why 3 months? Su Yue asked with tearful eyes. Xiao Fan said, I saved you twice and donated to the orphanage. I don't want you to like me out of gratitude. We haven't known each other very long. But it's not out of gratitude. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan shook his head. Before I saved Shin Chun and the others, did you know I was a good shot? Su Yue was stunned. She knew some things about Xiao Fan's life, but much more was still unknown to her. 3 months will pass quickly. If you still insist, I'll definitely pursue you and make you my girlfriend. Xiao Fan said with a warm smile. Su Yue's tears turned into laughter. Senior, let's pinky swear. No backing out, or you're a dog. Su Yue extended her delicate soft fingers. Xiao Fan reached out and linked pinkies with Su Yue. Su Yue said, Senior, I think I'll continue staying where I am. It'll be more convenient for you to come over if you want to eat my cooking. Xiao Fan shook his head. You should stay here. The security is stricter here, and it's not far from school, just 2 bus stops away. Even if you walk, the roads are wide all the way, and the streetlights are bright at night. Su Yue said, but this is such a nice house. Am I supposed to live here alone? It's a new house, and you haven't even moved in yet. The rent I'm giving you isn't much. Xiao Fan chuckled. If we end up together in the future, you'll be the lady of the house. Is there a problem with you living here first? Su Yue's face flushed slightly. Junior Su, decorate it however you like. Don't feel pressured. Even if we don't end up together, I can always sell the house. Su Yue said in a soft voice. I see the furniture and appliances here are all high quality. If I sell and replace them, I'd probably take a big loss. I won't give you the chance to replace them, humph. Xiao Fan smiled. It would be best not to change the house. He liked it. With his financial means, buying a villa was no problem, but if few people lived in a villa, it would feel empty and unsafe. Junior Su, let's settle it like this. Let's go move your things now. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Su Yue shook her head. Senior, you don't need to go out of your way to move my stuff. I don't have much, just 1 suitcase I can drag over. Let's buy some groceries and have a meal here at noon. Xiao Fan thought for a moment. Eating here at noon is fine. You shop alone? Oh, I'll go to the driving school for half a day. Let me get my driver's license as soon as possible. Su Yue nodded. Let's do as you say, senior. You must come over for lunch, okay? Xiao Fan smiled and nodded. By noon, Xiao Fan had practiced driving outside for half a day. If not for lacking a license, he could have driven on the road perfectly with his skills. Beep. Xiao Fan called Tang Zietian. Tang Zietian's hearty laughter came through. Master Xiao, you rarely call me. Whatever you need, just say it. Tang Zietian had learned more details about Sang Wei's death. Sang Wei died in his own house, and since the Smiling Tigers couldn't be contacted, security was tighter than usual. Yet even so, Xiao Fan had killed Sang Wei without leaving a trace. Boss Tang, how about parting with another car? A friend gave me a house. He loves cars, so I want to give him one in return. Sell me that Porsche 918. Xiao Fan laughed. Tang Zietian's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Fan making demands, he was afraid of Xiao Fan having no desires. Master Xiao, what are you saying? A car is nothing. Selling it to you would be slapping my own face. I'll give it to you directly. I'll send it together with your car in a few days. Tang Zietian quickly said, by the way, Master Xiao, are you sure you want that Lamborghini? That car, though high-end, is only around 9 million. That Porsche 918 is worth over 14 million, much more expensive than yours. Xiao Fan laughed. As an ordinary student, driving a Lamborghini is already flashy enough. My friend is a rich second generation himself, so it's fine if he drives something more expensive. Tang Zietian thought to himself, you an ordinary student. An ordinary student who made 200 million in a month killed a drug lord like Sang Wei with ease and can catch bullets with his bare hands. Master Xiao, since you think it's fine, I'll send those 2 cars. If you ever want something better, just say the word. Tang Zietian said with a smile. Boss Tang, thanks. Xiao Fan hung up. Tang Zietian beamed with joy. In his eyes, Xiao Fan's thank you was worth far more than that Porsche 918. At his level, as long as he wasn't too reckless, money was already more than he could spend. But some things couldn't be bought with money, like his life. He had made a lot of money, and many people wanted him dead. The reason he was still alive was inseparable from General Jin in Myanmar. But as his wealth grew, Tang Zietian felt uneasy. General Jin's deterrent power might not be enough in the future. There was even a possibility that General Jin would swallow him up. Years ago, he had saved General Jin's life, but after so many years, it was hard to say how much that favor still counted. Xiao Fan was his second option. As long as his relationship with Xiao Fan was good and Xiao Fan's power was strong, General Jin would be wary and his safety would be more assured. Ding. Xiao Fan sent a location. Boss Tang, deliver the car here. But don't use a flatbed truck directly to this address. Too flashy. Tang Zietian opened the map. Zijing residential area? He checked the area's details. Although it was a high-end neighborhood, he felt it was still a bit beneath Xiao Fan's status. Junior Su, it smells amazing. What did you make? Xiao Fan smelled a rich aroma as soon as he opened the door. You'll see when you come in, senior. Su Yue's voice came from the kitchen. Xiao Fan changed his shoes. Su Yue had already bought slippers, including a pair for him. So many dishes. Xiao Fan exclaimed in surprise. Su Yue had made over a dozen dishes. Since it's the first time cooking here, senior, I made a little extra. Su Yue brought out another dish from the kitchen. There were fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Preparing such a big table wasn't easy. We can't finish so many dishes. Should I call Xinxun and the others over? Get to know them too? Xiao Fan asked. A sly glint flashed in Su Yue's eyes. Of course, no problem. Xiao Fan said with a half-smile. Junior Su, I feel like you made all these dishes on purpose. You wanted to meet Xinxun and the others, didn't you? Su Yue giggled. Senior, didn't you say I don't know you well enough? To understand you, I should start with your friends. Xiao Fan picked up his phone and called Xinxun. It was only 1130. He knew they hadn't eaten yet. Old Fourth, come to the new place quickly. Junior Su is cooking. We're having a meal together to celebrate the new house. Xinxun hung up quickly and said, Boss, second brother, forget it, we've definitely lost this round. Junior Su is at the boss's new place. She's already cooked and waiting for us. Kong Su and Yi Fei immediately shut down their games. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Xiao Fan's new place. The table full of dishes amazed them. Third brother, I'm so jealous. Why can't I find a girlfriend like sister-in-law? Xinxun said emotionally. Su Yue blushed. Xiao Fan glanced at Xinxun and said, It's simple. You're ugly. Xinxun clutched his chest. Third brother, that hurts. Although I'm not as handsome as you, I'm definitely not ugly. Sister-in-law, say a fair word. Su Yue remained silent, as she and Xiao Fan hadn't yet confirmed their relationship. Kong Su looked at Su Yue and said, Junior Su, we came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. When you and third brother get together, we'll make it up to you. I agree with the boss. Yi Fei said with a smile. Xiao Fan said, Junior Su, allow me to introduce you formally. This is the head of our dormitory, Kong Su, a hero from Shandong. When he's around, you need to cook more rice. He's a bottomless pit. This is Yi Fei. Don't be fooled by his slender build. He's trained to take on 10 opponents. Once when I was being ganged up on, he charged in and knocked down 7 or 8 of them. You've already met Xinxun. Just call him Fatty. He's an absolute tycoon, the kind whose family owns a mine. If he uses his money power, he'll never lack girlfriends. Su Yue smiled and said, Kong Su, Yi Fei, Xinxun, welcome. I'm Su Yue. Xiao Fan said, the introductions are done. Everyone take a seat. Boss, you're in for a treat today. Junior Su's cooking is absolutely chef level. Kong Su and the others quickly sat down. Su Yue took out several bottles of chilled beer from the fridge. It seems there's no bottle opener, Su Yue said weakly. Xiao Fan laughed. No need for that. We have a human bottle opener here. As he spoke, he handed a bottle of beer to Yi Fei. Yi Fei twisted the cap off the bottle with his hand. Xiao Fan handed the remaining beers to Yi Fei. If he used his mental power, he could open the cap without even using his hands. But with Yi Fei as a laborer, there was no need for him to show off. Soon Xiao Fan and the others poured themselves a glass of wine. Senior, pour me a glass too, Su Yue said. Xiao Fan poured a glass for her from his own bottle. Kong Su said, third brother, today you're having your first meal in the new house. We'll spare the blessings. You're a top student, and we won't try to teach a fish to swim. It's all in the wine. Cheers. Cheers. Xiao Fan and the others raised their glasses. Of course, Xiao Fan and the other three downed it in one gulp. Su Yue took a sip and furrowed her delicate brows. The taste of beer seemed so strange to her. How could anyone like it? Junior Su, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself, Xiao Fan said to Su Yue. Su Yue replied, Senior, it's fine. I'll just have this one glass. Kong Su frowned and said, third brother, why are you still calling her Junior Su? I think you should change how you address her. Junior Su calling you senior is quite intimate, but you calling her Junior Su sounds distant, doesn't it? Yi Fei and Shun Chen nodded. Su Yue's eyes lit up. This meal was not in vain. Senior, you can call me Yue from now on, or just Wei Wei, Su Yue said softly. Su Yue said softly. Yue, Xiao Fan called out. Given their current relationship, it was acceptable to call her that. She replied. Su Yue replied shyly, her face turning even redder. Let's eat, let's eat. Kong Su and the others quickly started eating. As the dishes entered their mouths, surprise flashed in their eyes. Su Yue's cooking skills were no bluff. It's over, my standards for a girlfriend have been raised again. I'm afraid I'll end up alone forever, Shun Chen said with a worried expression. Kong Su said, Junior Su, if you have a good best friend, prioritize introducing her to me. Fatty won't lack girlfriends in the future, and Yi Fei having a girlfriend would affect his training. Get lost. Yi Fei and Shun Chen said in unison. The meal ended amidst laughter and banter. Kong Su and the others quickly left after eating. Senior, your three roommates are really great. It's clear they truly care about you, Su Yue said with some envy. Her three roommates were somewhat hard to describe. Song Jie used to be a bit closer to her, but with ulterior motives. The other two were lukewarm toward her. They didn't really like being too close to Su Yue. Naturally, Su Yue had no issues with her character, but her looks were too stunning. Walking with her others could only become a foil. Those with lower looks felt pressured to be friends with her. They are indeed very good. Because of family reasons, I didn't interact much with people when I first arrived at university. They took the initiative to become friends with me. Over the past 2 or 3 years, they never even let me pay when we ate out. Xiao Fan said while cleaning up the dishes. Su Yue said, Senior, I actually have a very close best friend. If there's a chance, I could introduce her to them, but I'm not sure if she'll hit it off with any of them. A close best friend? How come I've never seen her? Xiao Fan said with confusion. After all, he had been living together with Su Yue for over half a month. Su Yue said, she was my high school classmate studying in the capital. We were very close in high school, and we still chat often after entering university. Xiao Fan nodded. He thought it was nice that Su Yue had such a best friend. Yue, go take a nap and rest. Cooking so many dishes must have been tiring. I'll leave after I finish cleaning up. I'll continue driving practice in the afternoon, aiming to get my driver's license within a week. Su Yue obediently walked toward her room. Yue, wait a moment. You chose the second bedroom. Move your things to the master bedroom. You can stay in the master bedroom. The master bedroom has its own bathroom, so it's more convenient for you. Xiao Fan said. Su Yue turned around and said, Senior, is it appropriate for me to stay in the master bedroom? Xiao Fan smiled and said, if you think it's appropriate, then it's appropriate. If you don't think so, you can stay in the second bedroom. I'll take the master bedroom. Su Yue said with a hum and quickly moved her belongings into the master bedroom. Lying down on the big bed in the master bedroom, a sweet smile spread across her face. No, I can't take a nap. I need to seize the time to earn some money. Su Yue quickly got up and turned on her computer. She habitually first took a stroll around the Divine Alliance. The Divine Alliance was a website established by a previous hacker god. Entering here required extremely high hacking skills, and every member was a top-tier expert. Within the Divine Alliance, there was also a hierarchy. Su Yue's codename was Ugly Duckling, but other hackers wouldn't call her that. Knowing she was female, the other hackers all called her Queen. 2 years ago, Su Yue challenged the hacker rankings and directly reached 5th place. Since then, the top 5 rankings hadn't changed, because anyone who wanted to enter the top 5 had to defeat Su Yue. Yet over 2 years, no one had been able to beat her. Many hackers judged that Su Yue's strength was definitely among the top 3. Moi. Su Yue frowned slightly. She spotted a message: foreign hackers were about to launch a large-scale attack on Chinese networks. These guys just won't stop, Su Yue snorted lightly. She had participated in such cyber warfare several times. Ugly Duckling, she wrote. Su Yue left her code name on the battle post of the Divine Alliance. Extra. Her Majesty the Queen is online. Long live the Queen, may she rule the world for all eternity. With Her Majesty the Queen stepping in, we can rest easy. A stream of comments quickly appeared on the message board. Although her ranking was only 5th, Su Youwei's influence within the Divine Alliance was definitely among the top 3. Queen, you should have enough strength to boost your ranking. How about making a move? Shifting the ranks will give everyone more motivation to improve their skills. A bold red font appeared on the message board. Such a font was not casually available. Only those ranked 4th to 10th had this privilege, while the top 3 used a golden font, even more conspicuous. K is right, Queen, make a move. Another red font message appeared, spoken by another heavyweight. Alright, Su Youwei replied after a moment of consideration. Instantly the message board erupted in chaos, and other top hackers upon hearing the news quickly gathered to watch. Su Youwei had only challenged the Tower of Gods once 2 years ago, directly seizing the 5th rank. Now as she challenged it for the 2nd time, everyone was filled with anticipation. It's over, the 3rd place is doomed. The golden font displayed the words of Inja, the 3rd-ranked heavyweight of the League of Gods, a veteran hacker who had been famous for over a decade. I will challenge the Tower of Gods in half an hour. Su Youwei left a message. Xiao Fan was still washing dishes and hadn't left yet, so she might be distracted at this moment. Heidi Phoenix, the Queen, will challenge the Tower of Gods in half an hour. Get online immediately. Inja, who could contact the top 2 hackers, quickly sent out the message. Not long after, Heidi, ranked 1st and Phoenix, ranked 2nd, came online. Inside a heavily guarded base, several people stood behind Phoenix. Phoenix, do you think the Queen can make it to the top 3? A middle-aged man asked. He wore a uniform, a high-ranking official in charge of Huaxia's network security. Phoenix shook her head. She can't make top 3 yet. The man looked puzzled. Phoenix said, I mean, boss, you underestimate the Queen. If she had challenged a few more times 2 years ago, even if not top 3, 4th place would have been no problem. Judging from her words, the Queen is probably not very old and her skills are in a rapid improvement phase. I'm likely no longer her match. The middle-aged man was startled. Phoenix was the top hacker under Huaxia's official control. If even she was no match for the Queen, then Huaxia's hacker community would have another uncontrollable figure. Boss, rest assured, the Queen has never caused trouble. She seems to be a tech fanatic, only interested in improving her own skills. Phoenix analyzed. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. From their data, the Queen was far better than Heidi, who despite being ranked 1st occasionally displayed unruly behavior. Xiao Fan quickly finished washing the dishes. Su Youwei might have already taken a nap, so he didn't disturb her and left directly. In the room, Su Youwei heard the sound of Xiao Fan leaving. She came out of the room to pour herself a glass of water. The challenge at the Tower of Gods was about to start, and she wouldn't have time later. Soon the agreed half hour passed. So many people, Su Youwei muttered to herself. The real-time statistics of the League of Gods showed that there were over 130 people online at the moment. These were all top hackers, and usually only 30 or 40 were online. Roar. With a dragon's roar, a pagoda appeared on Su Youwei's computer screen. The tower had 10 floors surrounded by dragon shadows. This was the Tower of Gods. Each floor represented one of the top 10 super heavyweights who could use various means to defend their territory. Being breached meant defeat. Since Su Youwei had taken the 5th floor, no one had challenged it in 2 years. Queen, please go easy on me. The 4th-ranked hacker left a message. Su Youwei didn't reply. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she suddenly launched an attack. Several supercomputers she secretly controlled quickly provided her with support. These supercomputers were all overseas. Holy crap. In less than 10 minutes, the light on the 4th floor of the Tower of Gods went out. Inside a certain villa, Jinwu, the 4th-ranked heavyweight, cursed. He was at least ranked 4th, yet he hadn't lasted even 10 minutes. The Queen's skills. Terrifying. Jinwu was shocked. He knew he was no match, but he hadn't expected to lose so quickly, especially since the Queen had never attacked his fortress before. The Queen is 4th now. The Queen is truly formidable, impressive skills. Top 3 is a sure thing. Inja is in danger. The message board was flooded with comments. The online number of the League of Gods reached 1500, and the total membership was only 1600. Except for those who were asleep, almost everyone was online. So strong. Inside a large corporation, Inja looked grim, bracing himself for the assault. Here it comes. Soon Inja detected a powerful attack. A flood of data surged in, and his firewalls, traps, and defenses were constantly breached, though Su Youwei's progress was slower. Inja's strength was far greater than Jinwu's. After about 20 minutes, done. Su Youwei smiled faintly. The light on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Gods went out, signaling Inja's defeat. While she took down Jinwu and Inja in half an hour. The Queen's strength is definitely top 3. Many were thrilled. Su Youwei rested briefly before continuing her assault, and Phoenix, the 2nd-ranked, defended with all her might. As the top hacker under Huaxia's official control, Phoenix could mobilize powerful resources, and Su Youwei faced resistance several times stronger than when she defeated Inja. Still not enough power. Su Youwei murmured, quickly mobilizing the other supercomputers she secretly controlled. Soon Phoenix felt the pressure increase dramatically. 2 hours later, Phoenix shook her head helplessly. On her computer screen, the light on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Gods went out, indicating her defeat by Su Youwei. Queen, you are truly impressive. Your strength is probably on par with Heidi's now. Try to take down that arrogant Heidi. Phoenix posted on the message board. I'll try. Su Youwei replied, and quickly resumed her attack. Phoenix, do you think the Queen can win? Is she really stronger than you? The middle-aged man behind Phoenix asked. Phoenix sighed. Isn't it obvious that she's stronger than me? Those who excel in this area are mostly geniuses, but she is a genius among geniuses. Her skills have improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. Right now, comparing her with Heidi, it's a 40 to 60 split in his favor. If she attacks once a week within 3 months, she should be able to achieve a 50 to 50 outcome. By next year, Heidi will definitely be no match for her. The middle-aged man was tempted. If we could recruit the queen, that would be great. Phoenix, try to see if you can succeed. Phoenix curled her lip. No way it would work. If I hadn't been discovered back then, I wouldn't have come either. Money is valuable, but freedom is even more precious. The middle-aged man pretended not to hear. Try to contact her later. Time passed, and Suyue battled Heidi for 3 or 4 hours. She came close to success several times, but Heidi stubbornly held her off. Let's stop here. I can't beat Heidi for now. Suyue seized her attack and posted on the message board. Queen, your skills are no less than mine. I'm just more experienced. Give it another year, and I won't be able to hold the top spot. Heidi also left a message. Phoenix quickly typed, congratulations, Queen, on rising to second place. Queen, I'd like to have a private chat with you. Okay, Suyue replied. She also admired Phoenix's skills. Soon the two entered a private chat channel. Queen, to be honest, I've been recruited. Are you interested in working for the country? The pay is good, not low. Phoenix said quickly. Suyue's eyes flickered with surprise. The Phoenix had actually been co-opted by the state. Phoenix, if the country needs my help, I can offer it, but only in secret. Suyue replied. The Phoenix's words stirred something in her heart, yet if the authorities learned of her true identity, she would never enjoy such freedom again. Queen, won't you reconsider? My annual salary is now 10 million. If you join, yours would surely exceed mine. Think it over. The Phoenix urged again, prompted by the boss beside her. Suyue's heartbeat quickened just a little. Her skills were top tier, yet she concealed her strength and identity, taking on odd jobs. Her monthly income was only tens of thousands, a far cry from an annual salary of tens of millions. Sorry, Phoenix. I prefer to work alone. It's getting late. But Suyue logged off, swiftly checked for any traces, and shut down her computer. Boss, I told you it wouldn't work. The queen's skills surpass mine. If she wanted to reveal her identity, she could easily land a job at a big company with 30 to 50 million a year. The Phoenix shrugged. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want this 10 million salary either. Back when she earned less, she was free. Now most of her time was spent chained to a desk. Phoenix, keep in touch with the queen. Our conditions aren't that bad. You still get 2 days off every week, don't you? The boss cleared his throat. The Phoenix grumbled. 2 days off, you say? But if something comes up, I'm just a phone call away. Have I actually had a proper 2-day break in the past 6 months? The boss looked a little embarrassed. More work for the capable. With all these cyber attacks, I have no choice. I'll make it up to you when things calm down. By the way, if you can bring the queen in, you'll definitely get your normal breaks. The Phoenix blinked. Boss, that actually makes sense. If the queen were here holding the fort, I could probably take 3 days off a week without any trouble. The boss smiled slyly. So you should really try to win her over. From her words and actions, she's quite patriotic. It's entirely possible to recruit her. I'll try, but I'll only persuade her with words. I won't hack her or find her address. First, I don't have the skill. Second, it would make her angry. The Phoenix thought for a moment. Fine. The boss nodded. If the Phoenix, with the help of others, tried to locate the queen, it might be possible, but more likely the queen would find out, and the relationship would be ruined. Time to clock out. Don't call me tonight. I have things to do tomorrow. The Phoenix gathered her things and left. The others watched her leave with envy. She could go home, but they couldn't. Don't just stand there. Get back to work. The Phoenix has only minor issues, but you all have serious problems. You may not have freedom now, but a few years of hard work and you'll earn enough to take home. The boss said sternly. Yes, boss. The team perked up. Working here was still better than sewing in prison. Or worse, having to pick up the soap. What kind of gift will Grandpa give me? Xiao Fan murmured to himself. After training his mental strength, it was already 11 o'clock, close to the 2-day deadline set by Xiao Hai. Knock knock. After showering and playing a couple of games, a knock came from the bathroom. Grandpa. Xiao Fan carried a basket of radishes to the bathroom. I didn't prepare anything else. These radishes I bought at the market this afternoon. Fresh ones for you. Soon the basket and radishes vanished. Xiao Hai smiled at his grandson. Good grandson, with the grain you've sent me and my ever-improving talent and strength, I'm sure to succeed in my rebellion. I'm a rough man. Being a general is fine, but an emperor is tough. When I take the throne, I'll pass it to you after a few days. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, your crossing over was an accident. I doubt I can come over at all. Xiao Hai shook his head. You'll definitely be able to cross over someday. My. Xiao Fan looked puzzled. Xiao Hai said, sending objects and power has become easier. Even accounting for my increased strength, the items you send over have become easier to transmit. I suspect the 2 planes are drawing closer. Xiao Fan remained confused. Xiao Hai explained, the 2 planes are like 2 basketballs on a lake. They're moving closer. My crossing over might have been caused by a collision that created a space wormhole. If the planes get closer and my strength improves, it's entirely possible for you to come over. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Grandpa, does that mean you might be able to come back? Xiao Hai shook his head. It's very difficult for me to return. My cultivation is too high and I carry immense energy within me. Crossing back is unlikely. Besides, if I could return, it wouldn't be good for Earth. Wouldn't other powerful beings and beasts from this side also be able to cross over? Xiao Fan's face changed. Grandpa, are you saying that weaker beings and beasts might be able to cross over to Earth in the future? Xiao Hai pondered. It's possible, but without the help of top-tier experts, it's still very difficult. You don't need to worry about powerful beings running rampant. If I can send people back, I can also send people over. Your safety will be assured. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. What Xiao Hai said made sense. At least he had backup. Good grandson, what kind of ability do you need? Offense, defense, or something special like clairvoyance or invisibility? Xiao Hai asked. Xiao Fan wondered, Grandpa, where do you get all these abilities? Xiao Hai grinned. Of course I can't master so many abilities. Warriors here can gain innate talents upon reaching a certain level. These talents can be stripped away. After processing, they become ability orbs that others can absorb. I've captured many enemies in battle, so I've obtained a fair number of ability orbs. With my strength, those things are useless to me, but they'll be very useful for you. With that, Xiao Hai took out a wooden box from his spatial treasure. Inside were hundreds of ability orbs, large and small. The larger ones were the size of an egg, the smaller ones, just like soybeans. Which one do you want? I can pick a slightly bigger one for you. Xiao Hai said cheerfully. Xiao Fan thought it over. Offense. Not necessary. As his mental power increased, his telekinetic attacks would grow stronger. Controlling coins, pebbles, nails, such attacks were also very covert. Defense was worth considering. He could use his mental power for defense, but if multiple people shot at him with sniper rifles or similar weapons, his mental defense wouldn't hold. Grandpa, do you have any recommendations? Xiao Hai pondered for a moment and said, how about teleportation? With your current abilities, you can't teleport very far, but in the face of great danger, this ability could save your life. Combined with invisibility, teleportation is quite effective for evasion. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Teleportation was indeed a great ability. Grandpa, how far can I teleport approximately, and how many times can I use it per day? Xiao Hai said, you can teleport as far as your spiritual power can extend in a straight line. This ability consumes a lot of mental energy. After I give it to you, you can currently only use it 3 to 5 times a day. For longer distances, 3 times, for shorter distances, 5 times. Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief. That was acceptable. Currently, his spiritual power coverage was only 4 meters, but if he condensed it into a line, it could extend up to 40 meters, which could still save his life in critical moments. 3 to 5 times was also acceptable. Teleportation was for escaping danger. Could he encounter several fatal crises in a single day? Grandpa, I'll take the teleportation ability. Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai nodded. Alright, obtaining this will also increase your spiritual power a bit. With that, Xiao Hai took out a light purple one from a large pile of ability beads. It was even smaller than a marble. Grandpa, it's this small. Xiao Hai said, the one you got before was only the size of a soybean. This is already much larger. Don't underestimate its size. The energy contained within it is not weak, and transferring it to you is not easy. 2 assistants appeared behind Xiao Hai. They helped Xiao Hai provide power, and a surge of potent energy flowed into Xiao Hai's body. With a solemn expression, Xiao Hai made his move. After 5 minutes, an extremely dazzling light penetrated the mirror. Ugh, Xiao Fan grunted. Previously, when the light entered his body, he had felt nothing special, but this time, he felt quite bloated. Grandpa, I feel bloated. Xiao Hai said with a somewhat weary expression. That's normal. The quality of the teleportation ability bead is inherently higher than the previous ones. You may need a month to fully digest it. For the next month, you cannot acquire new abilities. The soldiers still need cotton clothes. You should get more of that. Also get more cement and sand to build some sturdy defensive fortresses. I'll contact you in half a month. With that, Xiao Hai's figure vanished. Transferring this ability bead had consumed a huge amount of his energy. My head feels like it's going to explode. Hope it gets better tomorrow. Xiao Fan hurried back to his room to sleep, but his head and body felt bloated. He didn't fall into a dazed sleep until 4 or 5 in the morning and slept until the next evening. Finally feeling a bit better. I should have acquired the teleportation ability by now. Xiao Fan closed his eyes and carefully comprehended. 5 minutes later, his figure suddenly disappeared from the bed and reappeared on the sofa in the living room. It worked. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Having acquired the teleportation ability, this power was as instinctive to him as eating and drinking. Even if he couldn't use it perfectly, he could definitely activate it. 5 meters and 20 centimeters. Xiao Fan tried to spread his spiritual power horizontally in all directions. Originally, it was only 4 meters, but it had increased to 5.2 meters. His spiritual power had nearly doubled. Woo-woo. Xiao Fan controlled several coins to fly around. They moved faster and were easier to control. Originally, when I controlled coins to attack, their speed was 400 meters per second. Now it should be able to reach 600 meters per second, Xiao Fan mused to himself. The attack speed of a rifle bullet was 7 to 800 meters per second, and his current speed for controlling coin attacks was not much slower than that. This was extremely terrifying. With Xiao Fan's current abilities, if he controlled 5 or 6 coins to fly within a 5-meter radius, even if dozens of people, like Tyson, charged at him, their only outcome would be defeat and death. Acquiring the teleportation ability has further enhanced my survival capability. At the same time, my offensive ability has also been greatly improved. Not bad. A smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. The headache last night was terrible, but such an improvement made the pain worthwhile. Grumble. His stomach growled at that moment. He hadn't had breakfast or lunch, and now it was already dinner time. Xiao Fan hurried to wash up. Bang bang bang. Just as he finished washing up, urgent knocking sounds came from the door. Xiao Fan frowned. Without using his spiritual power, Xiao Fan walked to the door. He looked through the peephole and saw two people outside, Yang Rong and Song Jia. Oomph. Xiao Fan's expression turned cold. Song Jia had been quiet for a while, but was up to trouble again, actually bringing Yang Rong directly over. Young Master Yang, what are you doing here? Xiao Fan opened the door and said coldly. Yang Rong shouted, Xiao Fan, step aside. Su Yue didn't go to class today, and her phone is unreachable. We suspect you have done something improper to her. Song Jia was short on money, and Su Yue still wasn't responding to her. So Song Jia simply sold the information that Su Yue was here to Yang Rong for 10,000 yuan. Upon learning this, Yang Rong was furious. He considered Su Yue his exclusive property, and now she was actually living with Xiao Fan alone together. Heaven knows what had happened. Xiao Fan shot a cold glare at Song Jia. Song Jia defended herself. Xiao Fan Yue's phone is unreachable. I'm just concerned about her. She never skips class. Heaven knows what you might have done. Yang Rong shouted, Xiao Fan, you'd better step aside, or we'll call the police. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. If Yang Rong and his companion actually called the police, it would be troublesome. Did Song Jia tell you Su Yue is here? Are you stupid? She's probably scamming you for money. Xiao Fan shook his head and said, then opened the door and stepped aside. Yang Rong and his companion entered the room. Su Yue's belongings had already been packed away. They searched around, but naturally found nothing. Slap. Yang Rong's expression turned cold, and he slapped Song Jia hard across the face. How dare you scam my money? You've got some nerve. Song Jia covered her face and cried out. I really saw Yue here a few days ago. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Xiao Fan, did you abduct Yue? Young Master Yang, you have to believe me. How would I dare to deceive you? Xiao Fan said indifferently. Some people would do anything for money. With just a little more cash, they'd probably even sell themselves. Both of you get out of here now. Yang Rong shouted harshly. Xiao Fan, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Slap. Xiao Fan raised his hand and delivered a slap. Yang Rong staggered from the blow, his head buzzing and his face stinging with pain. You dare to hit me? Yang Rong roared furiously. Slap. Xiao Fan slapped him again, this time on the other cheek. Whose father are you? Xiao Fan said with a cold expression. His parents had passed away years ago, and Yang Rong's claiming to be his father infuriated him. Xiao Fan, just you wait. Yang Rong roared, then slapped Song Jia hard across the face again. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have come here to be beaten. Get out. Xiao Fan said, raising his hand. Yang Rong quickly rushed out of the door. Xiao Fan, you got me beaten. I'm not done with you. Song Jia said venomously. You're just a pauper, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Keep dreaming. Xiao Fan pointed at the door and said coldly, get out within 3 seconds, or I'll slap you to death. Song Jia's face changed, and she quickly left the room. Yue's phone is unreachable. Xiao Fan dialed Su Yue's number. Indeed, it was unreachable. The phone was turned off. Xiao Fan soon arrived at Su Yue's residence and pressed the doorbell. Inside, Su Yue was typing furiously on her keyboard. Intelligence indicated the cyber attack would occur at night, yet it commenced in the morning, catching many of Huaxia's hackers off guard. Su Yue had been engaged in an arduous battle all day. Now it was finally nearing its end. Is my senior here? From within the room, Su Yue heard the doorbell ring. A flicker of panic seized her. She did not want Xiao Fan to know she was a hacker. After all, to ordinary people the term hacker carried a negative connotation. Senior, wait a moment. I'm in the bathroom. Su Yue called out loudly. Outside, Xiao Fan heard her voice and felt relieved. Feng Huang, it's almost over. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll withdraw first. You handle the cleanup. Su Yue sent a message to Feng Huang. She then swiftly erased her traces and exited the battlefield. Don't worry, leave the rest to us, Feng Huang replied. The toughest part had passed, and the cyber battle was indeed nearing its conclusion. Su Yue's withdrawal at this point posed no significant issue. Queen, thank you, Feng Huang added. Today's battle had greatly benefited from Su Yue's participation. Many hackers from Huaxia had been asleep during the day, anticipating a grand nighttime confrontation, only to find the attack launched in broad daylight. Many had not even logged on. Had it not been for Su Yue's extraordinary skill, withstanding several opposing experts single-handedly and exposing the IPs of 2 of them, Huaxia's network would have undoubtedly suffered severe turmoil. The Huaxia Queen has withdrawn from the battle. Charge, charge. The Queen is gone at everyone attack. The enemy soon detected Su Yue's withdrawal and mounted a small counteroffensive, but by then Huaxia's forces were fully prepared and denied them any opportunity. Click. Su Yue opened the door. Having woken up not long before the battle began, she had not had time to comb her hair, leaving it somewhat disheveled. Yue, your phone was off. Is everything all right? Xiao Fan entered the room. Su Yue replied. I wasn't feeling well and slept all day. My phone ran out of battery overnight and probably shut down automatically. Growl. Su Yue's stomach rumbled. Xiao Fan had skipped breakfast and lunch, and so had she. While engrossed in the cyber battle, she hadn't noticed, but now hunger gnawed at her fiercely. Not feeling well. Are you better now? Xiao Fan asked quickly. Su Yue nodded. After sleeping all day I feel fine. Senior, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I'll go cook. Xiao Fan hastily said. You're unwell, oh why bother cooking? If you're feeling up to it we can go out to eat. Otherwise I'll make some noodles. Su Yue hesitated torn. Senior, I want both. To eat the noodles you make and to go out with you. Since you can go out, let's eat out. My noodles aren't as good as yours. You've been hungry all day, so let's get something nice. Xiao Fan said. Senior, wait a moment. Su Yue went to the master bedroom to pack away her computer, breathing a silent sigh of relief that Xiao Fan hadn't arrived at the most critical moment. Senior, let's go. Su Yue quickly washed up and tied her hair into a simple ponytail, looking remarkably pure and radiant. Beep beep. Shortly after Xiao Fan and Su Yue arrived at a nearby restaurant. Just as they finished ordering, an unfamiliar number called. Xiao Fan hung up. Lately he had been receiving many calls pushing loans. Despite having over 200 million in his bank account, the callers still tried to pitch him. A sign of poor homework. Beep beep. The phone rang again. Hello. Xiao Fan answered. A voice on the other end said, Are you Xiao Fan? I'm an officer from the Qinglong Road Police Station. Where are you right now? Xiao Fan gave his address. Stay there, Xiao Fan. We need your cooperation regarding a matter. About 10 minutes later their dishes arrived. 2 police officers entered the private room. Are you Xiao Fan? We received a report that you allegedly kidnapped Su Yue. Please come with us for investigation. One officer said solemnly. Xiao Fan and Su Yue exchanged bewildered looks. Su Yue quickly interjected. Officers, I am Su Yue. My senior, and I just came out for a meal. How could he possibly have kidnapped me? The 2 officers were taken aback. You are Su Yue, the older officer asked. Su Yue nodded. Yes, I'm Su Yue. Is there some misunderstanding? I was just sick and slept all day. It seems we were mistaken. Our apologies. The older officer said awkwardly. Xiao Fan smiled. You're just doing your duty, no need to apologize. The 2 officers quickly left. Su Yue asked puzzledly, Senior, who reported it? It should be Song Jie. Xiao Fan recounted how Song Jie and Yang Rong had gone to his old apartment. Su Yue said angrily, Song Jie has always been extravagant. She must have run out of money and cooked up this scheme to extort some. By the way, Senior, you hit Yang Rong. He won't let this go easily. Su Yue looked worried. Knock knock. Less than 5 minutes later the door to the private room was wrapped. Xiao Fan opened the door to find the same 2 officers. Xiao Fan, you still need to come with us. Someone reported you for assault, and the victim is now at the hospital getting a medical examination. The older officer said gravely. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. The first report was likely from Song Jie about the kidnapping, which was groundless, so Yang Rong had reported him for hitting. Xiao Fan said, Officers, the reporter is Yang Rong, isn't it? He struck Yue's classmate in my apartment, and in a fit of anger, I slapped him twice. Whether Yang Rong hit someone, you can ask Song Jie, Yue's classmate. With that, Xiao Fan took out his phone and dialed Liang Wu. Captain Liang, someone slapped Yue's classmate. I slapped him back twice. Is that assault or an act of righteousness? Xiao Fan turned on the speakerphone. Liang Wu's voice came through. Stopping unlawful harm naturally qualifies as righteous action. Did the other party call the police and send officers to you? Put it on speaker. Okay, Captain Liang. Liang Wu cleared his throat and said sternly, I'm Liang Wu from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Xiao Fan captured an A-level wanted fugitive and also assisted in the bank robbery case a few days ago. Please investigate the matter thoroughly. The older officer quickly replied, Captain Liang, I'm Huang Lin. Given the circumstances, there's certainly no issue with Xiao Fan. Liang Wu said, make sure you clarify matters. Xiao Fan, you'll receive a total of 500,000 yuan in rewards for catching the serial killer and solving the bank robbery. It should be deposited soon. Xiao Fan chuckled, Captain Liang, thanks. When the reward comes through, I'll treat you to a drink. The 2 police officers left quickly. Su Yue said worriedly, Senior, Yang Rong's family is very wealthy. He is likely to continue causing trouble. Xiao Fan comforted her, don't worry, in a rule of law society, what can he do? Meanwhile, at the hospital, Yang Rong soon received the news. He had struck first, and Xiao Fan's act was deemed righteous self-defense, so no case was filed. Bastard. Yang Rong was furious. Having been slapped twice by Xiao Fan, he felt utterly humiliated. Young Master Yang, I have an idea, said one of Yang Rong's underlings by the hospital bed. Spit it out. The underling hurriedly said, Xiao Fan often skips classes, doesn't he? We can use this to get the school to expel Xiao Fan. Then Young Master Yang, you can make sure he can't find a job in Z City. He'll have to leave Z City in disgrace, and he won't be able to contact Su Yue. Yang Rong hesitated. This was not something he could accomplish on his own, he lacked such influence. To have Xiao Fan expelled, he would need his parents to intervene. You all leave first, Yang Rong said in a low voice. His underlings quickly left the room. Yang Rong called his mother, and within an hour she arrived at the hospital. Seeing Yang Rong's swollen face, his mother Zhang Hongying was instantly enraged. Mom, someone at school hit me. I'm afraid to go back to school. Can you find a way to get him expelled? He's just a poor student. Yang Rong put on a pitiful expression. Zhang Hongying looked at him. She didn't believe he was truly afraid to go to school. She knew her son well enough. Expel him. Zhang Hongying frowned. Yang Rong nodded. Mom, if you don't get him expelled, I'll never go to school again. Xiao Fan often skips classes, there's plenty of reason to expel him. Mom, look at how badly I've been beaten. My head is still ringing. If I get hit again, I might end up a fool. A look of pain appeared in Zhang Hongying's eyes. She nodded. Alright, I have connections with a vice principal at your school. I'll have him expelled. His name is Xiao Fan, right? Which grade and class is he in? Yang Rong quickly told her. He was now very familiar with Xiao Fan's details. Zhang Hongying asked, are you sure he's just a poor student? Yang Rong nodded repeatedly. I know his situation well. His parents died in a car accident a few years ago, and he only has a rundown house of about a few dozen square meters. Zhang Hongying nodded. If that was the case with her status and influence, it would be no problem to have University D expel Xiao Fan. Vice Principal Xue. In front of Yang Rong, Zhang Hongying made a phone call. After 2 minutes, she nodded at Yang Rong. Vice Principal Xue agreed. The expulsion notice should come out soon. Mom, thank you. Yang Rong felt a surge of satisfaction. Old phone, what's up? Just after sending Su Yue back, Xiao Fan received a call from Counselor Feng Haichuan. Feng was not much older than them, and they usually spoke casually. On the other end of the line, Feng Haichuan said in a serious tone, Xiao Fan, you're in big trouble. Vice Principal Xue learned about your frequent absences. Vice Principal Xue is very angry. The school plans to expel you. I tried my best, and the expulsion notice hasn't come out today, but it's likely to be posted tomorrow. You need to think of a solution quickly. Xiao Fan was stunned. Expel him. It must be Yang Rong's doing. But Yang Rong alone couldn't have such influence, he probably told his family. The Yang family had considerable wealth. Old Feng, thanks. I'll figure something out. After hanging up, Xiao Fan's face turned cold. Yang Rong had come to his home to cause trouble and made arrogant remarks, and Xiao Fan had only slapped him twice. Yet Yang Rong had contacted his family to have him expelled, ruining his future. Although he didn't need a diploma to make a living in the future, having studied for so many years and not graduating from university would sound bad. Senior, what's the matter? Su Yue asked. Xiao Fan shook his head. Nothing, I can handle it. Su Yue looked at him persistently. Senior, if it's nothing, why can't you tell me? Xiao Fan frowned. The counselor called and said the school decided to expel me. The expulsion notice will likely be posted tomorrow. Su Yue's face changed. For a student, expulsion was an extremely severe punishment. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Xiao Fan smiled slightly. He planned to go directly to Yang Rong's parents and have a heart-to-heart talk with them. Senior, don't worry too much. I'll also try to think of something. By the way, can we ask Kong Su for help? Su Yue remembered that Xiao Fan had mentioned earlier that Kong Su's family likely held official positions. If I can't solve it myself, I'll try asking him for help. I'm leaving now. Xiao Fan quickly left. Su Yue frowned slightly, went to her room, and turned on her computer. Senior's expulsion must be due to the Yang family's influence. The Yang family probably contacted the principal or one of the vice principals. Su Yue quickly hacked into Yang Rong's phone, and through his call logs soon found his mother. In less than 2 minutes, Su Yue hacked into Yang Rong's mother's phone and identified the target. So it's Vice Principal Xue. A cold light flickered in Su Yue's eyes. She had long heard that Vice Principal Xue had a poor reputation, and she had suspected him immediately. If Vice Principal Xue falls, he won't be able to expel Senior. Su Yue continued investigating. Before long, she found substantial evidence of Vice Principal Xue accepting bribes, including records of bribery from the Yang family. The money was transferred to the bank account of one of Vice Principal Xue's mistresses. Disgusting. Su Yue soon discovered that Vice Principal Xue had more than one mistress, 7 or 8 in total, and he had recorded many videos for memorabilia. The videos were stored on his home computer, hidden deeply, but for a hacker of Su Yue's caliber, finding them took mere minutes. If you want to expel Senior, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Yue snorted softly. She planned to send the evidence directly to the principal and the relevant authorities. But just as she was about to send it, Su Yue stopped. Too fast. She had spent very little time in total. If someone investigated her identity as a hacker, might be exposed. Shuyan, what are you doing? Su Yue started a video call with her best friend, LV Shuyan. She set the evidence to be sent automatically in half an hour. That way, even if someone later investigated her, she could prove that the matter had nothing to do with her. Yue, where are you? LV Shuyan asked in confusion. The room Su Yue was in seemed luxuriously decorated, not her previous one. This is a senior's house. I'm renting it. Su Yue blushed slightly. LV Shuyan's eyes lit up. Yue, something's going on. With your personality, you would never rent a place from a senior. Turn your computer around so I can see. Su Yue said, what are you doing? I'm living here alone. She turned the computer as she spoke. LV Shuyan clicked her tongue. You're living in the master bedroom, and the decoration is high-end. How do you explain that, Su Yue? Rent for a place like this would be at least 20,000 a month. Can you afford it? Su Yue was taken aback. Do you need 20,000 yuan a month? That expensive? Expensive. How big is your apartment, and which residential complex is it in? LV Shuyan inquired. Su Yue mentioned it, and LV Shuyan quickly searched and found out the bare apartment would cost at least 7 to 8 million, and the decoration will definitely be no less than 1 million. Renting it out at 20,000 a month would take 50 years to recoup the investment. Comrade Su Yue, have you found yourself a wealthy boyfriend? Su Yue shook her head repeatedly. Senior and I are not together yet. Besides, he's not a wealthy man, he's just an ordinary person. LV Shuyan said in surprise, so there really is something going on. I must come back this weekend to give comrade Su Yue a thorough evaluation. What's your potential boyfriend's name, Yue? Su Yue blushed. What potential boyfriend? We're still far from that. LV Shuyan curled her lip. Yue, with your looks as long as the other party is a man, how could he possibly escape your grasp? The two chatted until half an hour had passed. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Shui was on a business trip at his mistress's home. Principal Chen Xingyun was about to go to sleep. He opened his computer and checked his personal email, a habit he had cultivated over the years, allowing him to handle matters promptly if needed. My. Chen Xingyun's gaze sharpened. There was a new email in his inbox with the subject line, Evidence of Vice Principal Shui's crimes. A prank. Chen Xingyun thought to himself. Although there had been rumors about Vice Principal Shui, none had been substantiated. Chen Xingyun quickly opened the email. Slap. Moments later, Chen Xingyun slammed his palm heavily onto the desk. He felt that the email might very well be genuine. If what the email described was true, Vice Principal Shui had embezzled at least 30 million yuan. Disgusting, disgusting. The email had attachments which Chen Xingyun quickly downloaded. He was furious. The attachments were a series of videos recorded by Vice Principal Shui himself. Chen Xingyun immediately took out his phone and dialed Vice Principal Shui's number. But the phone was turned off. Vice Principal Shui was at his mistress's place, so turning off his phone was prudent. If his wife called for a video check, he wouldn't be able to explain. Xiao Lu, help me look into a few things. Chen Xingyun thought for a moment, and then made another call. More than 10 minutes later, the other party called back. Principal Chen, Vice Principal Shui is indeed problematic. The matters you asked me to verify have been confirmed. Vice Principal Shui is guilty of serious embezzlement. Chen Xingyun hung up, his expression grim. Hello, comrade, I'd like to report something. He quickly chose to call the police. If Vice Principal Shui had embezzled tens of millions, what if he got wind of it and fled? Baby, I'm here. Vice Principal Shui had finished his shower and emerged from the bathroom completely naked. Vice Principal Shui's face changed drastically. The room was filled with people, several police officers, Chen Xingyun, and Vice Principal Shui's wife. You shameless old man, I'll fight you. Vice Principal Shui's wife lunged at him in fury. Vice Principal Shui's face paled, and he hurriedly fled into the bathroom. Principal Lin, what are you doing? Even if I have a mistress, it's just a minor moral flaw. Do you really need to make such a big fuss? Vice Principal Shui shouted angrily from inside the bathroom. Chen Xingyun said sternly, your problems are far more than that. You've also embezzled tens of millions in bribes. There's no escape, get dressed, and come out. Vice Principal Shui's face twisted in terror. Having a mistress might only get him fired from the school on grounds of misconduct, but if they had evidence of his embezzlement, he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan had arrived near the Yang family's villa district. With his ability to become invisible and teleport, getting into the villa was naturally a piece of cake. Since they're going to expel me anyway, don't blame me for playing by my own rules. A cold light flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. Just then Su Yue called, and he quickly answered. Senior, where are you? The school has issued a notice that Vice Principal Shui has been placed under investigation for embezzlement and bribery. You probably won't be expelled now. Xiao Fan was taken aback. He was taken down for embezzlement at this time. Su Yue said happily. It should be because Yang Rong's mother transferred money to him again, and the school obtained solid evidence. After hanging up, Xiao Fan felt a bit puzzled. Was it really such a coincidence? Could it be that Su Yue had asked a friend for help? Getting evidence of Vice Principal Shui's embezzlement and bribery is no easy task, and people wouldn't just help with something like that. Was Yang Rong's mother's bribery the last straw that broke the camel's back? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He turned and left. Since the matter was caused by Yang Rong's parents, but the expulsion issue had been resolved, there was no need for him to use force against them for now. Time quickly passed to the next day. With Vice Principal Shui arrested, his plan to expel Xiao Fan naturally became a moot point. How could this happen? Yang Rong's mother Zhang Hongying turned pale. She had learned that Vice Principal Shui had been arrested, and she herself would have to cooperate with the investigation. If the crime of bribery was confirmed, given the amount she had bribed, she would face 5 to 10 years in prison. Old Yang, something's wrong. Zhang Hongying quickly called her husband for help. Fool. You should have discussed something like this with me. Yang Rong's father Yang Yong'an said harshly. Yang, you're so busy. Do you have time to take care of your son? Someone beat up your son, and I stood up for him. What did I do wrong? Zhang Hongying retorted angrily. Just don't bother with the two of us. Let them take me away. I'll confess everything and start anew. Yang Yong'an said darkly, don't be unreasonable. I'll take care of things. Just go cooperate with the investigation. You know what to say and what not to say. By the way, could Vice Principal Shui's downfall be Xiao Fan's doing? Zhang Hongying said disdainfully, how could a poor student have that kind of power? If he could have found evidence against Vice Principal Shui so easily, the man would have been taken down long ago. I was just unlucky to be caught in the crossfire. Yang Yong'an hung up the phone. He was now itching to give Yang Rong a beating. He gave him 50 million to buy rough stones, and he lost it all. And now he was causing trouble again. Instructor, let's set up a session. Xiao Fan went to the driving school again to practice. He needed to get his driver's license quickly. Having a license would make traveling much more convenient. After all, with 200 million yuan in his bank account, having to queue for a taxi at the airport would be laughable. No one would believe it. Old Yang, are you going to avenge our son, or not? After 3 days of cooperating with the investigation, Yang Rong's mother Zhang Hongying finally returned home. With Yang Yong'an's intervention, she was cleared of all charges. As for Vice Principal Shui, he would definitely spend the rest of his life behind bars. He had embezzled tens of millions, an extraordinarily large amount. The sentencing standard was life imprisonment or the death penalty, but he would most likely get life in prison. Yang Yong'an furrowed his brow. Originally, he had regarded the matter as trivial. However, having expended considerable wealth and favors to absolve Zhang Hongying, he found it difficult to simply let Xiao Fan go without resentment. You need not concern yourself with this. I will make arrangements. Yang Yong'an spoke coldly. Zhang Hongying nodded. Since her husband had declared involvement, she was certain Xiao Fan would never enjoy peace. Death by accident was entirely plausible. The Yang family had reached its present stature largely due to Yang Yong'an's merits. He was no naive fool. Exam concluded. Results qualified. At the Subject 3 Driving Test Center, Xiao Fan completed the examination with effortless ease. Upon returning to the driving school to take Subject 4, he would receive his brand new driver's license. Beep beep. Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Su Yue calling. Senior, my best friend has arrived. Would you come over for dinner tonight? I'd like to introduce the two of you. Su Yue said this with a touch of shyness. Xiao Fan promptly smiled and replied, of course, there's no problem. I haven't had your cooking for several days, and I will definitely arrive on time this evening. Returning to the driving school, Xiao Fan soon took the Subject 4 examination. Not long after, he held a brand new driver's license in his hands. Yue, where is your intended boyfriend? Introduce him to me quickly. I am curious about what manner of person could capture your heart so completely. Lu Shuiyan arrived at Su Yue's place first. Since learning of Xiao Fan's existence, she had frequently chatted with Su Yue about him over recent days, and from their conversations, she came to understand that Su Yue's affections ran deeply. Senior hasn't arrived yet. Shuiyan, when you meet Senior later, please don't behave recklessly or say foolish things. Su Yue hurriedly warned Lu Shuiyan. Lu Shuiyan agreed readily. No problem, no problem. My lips are sealed. Su Yue glared at Lu Shuiyan, recalling that she had just asked about the intended boyfriend upon entering. Alright. I will certainly be careful. This house is quite spacious, yet you claimed you're intended. Your landlord is an ordinary student. That's excessive. Lu Shuiyan looked around the apartment. Su Yue explained, Senior truly is just an ordinary student. This apartment was a gift from his classmate's father, whom Senior had rescued. Gifting such a property. Why don't I have such a wealthy classmate? Lu Shuiyan said in astonishment. Su Yue laughed coyly. Do you still need a wealthy classmate? Aren't you wealthy yourself? You live in a villa back home. Lu Shuiyan shook her head. The villa in my county is hardly worth as much as this apartment. Su Yue said. If you wish to meet Senior's wealthy classmate, I can introduce you. He does not have a girlfriend. Never mind. I am fine on my own. Besides, I am in the capital far from here. I cannot endure a long-distance relationship. Lu Shuiyan shook her head repeatedly. Su Yue said, watch some television for now. I still have 3 dishes to prepare. I'll help you. The two women entered the kitchen together. Xiao Fan arrived at Zijing Residential Community and proceeded directly to the underground parking lot. 2 supercars occupied adjacent parking spaces. One was a Lamborghini Aventador and the other was a Porsche 918. Yesterday, Tang Zitian had called to inform him that the vehicles had been delivered. The transfer of ownership has already been completed. Xiao Fan opened the Lamborghini's door and sat inside. The vehicle's registration documents rested within. Both cars now bore his name. The license plates had also been changed to those of City Z. With Tang Zitian's resources, handling these matters was no great difficulty for him. Impressive, truly impressive. I can take you away for a drive sometime. A smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face. He had no intention of deliberately feigning poverty to conceal his situation from Su Yue. Now that the cars had arrived, he would certainly let her know. Ding dong. Without taking the cars out for a spin, Xiao Fan quickly went upstairs. The meal was nearly ready. A leisurely drive around was far less important than returning home for dinner. I'll answer the door. Upon hearing the doorbell, Lu Shuiyan volunteered. When the door opened, Xiao Fan paused briefly. It was not Su Yue who opened it, but another beautiful woman whose appearance in Xiao Fan's estimation could score a 9 out of 10. Of course, compared to Su Yue, she fell somewhat short. In Xiao Fan's eyes, Su Yue's beauty approached perfection. Hello, are you Yue's best friend? My name is Xiao Fan. Recovering quickly, Xiao Fan spoke generously. Lu Shuiyan examined him up and down, finding his appearance and temperament quite pleasing and well-matched with Su Yue. Hello, I'm Lu Shuiyan. Lu Shuiyan smiled. Su Yue's voice called out from the kitchen, Senior, coming quickly. The dishes are almost ready. Just wash your hands and we can eat. Alright. Xiao Fan retrieved his slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on. Soon all the dishes were served and they took their seats. Though Lu Shuiyan had returned, today's spread was not as lavish as the previous occasion. Su Yue chuckled. Senior and Shuiyan have already introduced yourselves, so I won't repeat the introductions. Let us raise our glasses together. The 3 raised their glasses and drank, in reality, coconut juice. Lu Shuiyan, welcome. This apartment is only lived in by Yue alone. When you come to city, Z you may simply stay here. Xiao Fan smiled. Lu Shuiyan nodded. I can stay here, but don't think this means I've been bought. I must carefully vet you for Yue's sake. Su Yue hastily said, Shuiyan, what are you saying? Vetting or not? Senior, please don't mind. She is often foolish and reckless. Xiao Fan laughed. It's alright. Having a best friend who cares about you so is wonderful. Lu Shuiyan, is there anything you would like to know? Lu Shuiyan blinked. Xiao Fan, have you ever been in a relationship before? Xiao Fan shook his head. Su Yue's eyes brightened. She too had always wanted to know. She knew nothing of Xiao Fan's high school days. Lu Shuiyan continued. Xiao Fan, Yue says your family background is ordinary. You must be aware that many have pursued her. Do you believe you can provide her with a happy life? Shuiyan, why are you asking that? I earn tens of thousands myself every month. I don't need anyone to support me. Su Yue hastened to say. Lu Shuiyan regarded Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. As long as Yue confirms she wishes to be with me, I have no doubt I can provide for her comfortably. Su Yue reproachfully said, Shuiyan, stop asking. Senior and I aren't even officially together yet. You'll scare him away. Let us eat. After the meal, Lu Shuiyan did not continue her interrogation. Beep beep. Su Yue's phone rang. After answering, her expression quickly turned pale. Yue, what's wrong? Lu Shuiyan asked as Su Yue hung up. Su Yue's voice trembled. Headmistress Grandma was hit by a car, Senior. Could you accompany me by taxi to see her? Xiao Fan frowned, thinking of Feng Ping. Could Feng Ping, nursing a grudge over previous events, have deliberately caused this traffic accident? All right. Xiao Fan nodded. Lu Shuiyan quickly said, I'll come too. I haven't seen Headmistress Grandma in ages either. Soon they entered the elevator. Xiao Fan pressed the button for the basement level. Su Yue looked at him in confusion. Senior, are we going out through the garage? We'll drive. Soon they arrived at the parking lot. The two spaces Shinshin had arranged for him were not far from the elevator. Beep. Xiao Fan took out the Lamborghini key and pressed it once. Both Su Yue and Lu Shuiyan froze in astonishment. Xiao Fan said, this car only has 2 seats. Could you squeeze in? Lu Shuiyan, if you have a driver's license you can drive this 918. He then took out the Porsche 918 key from his pocket. Lu Shuiyan looked at Su Yue. Yue, is this the ordinary person you spoke of? Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Senior, did you rent this car? Xiao Fan chuckled. It's not rented, a partner gave it to me. I'll drive this Lamborghini myself, and I'll give this Porsche 918 to Fatty. The cars were delivered yesterday. Liu Shuiyan, do you want to drive? Liu Shuiyan quickly shook her head. I have a driver's license, but I can't handle such a supercar. Even a scratch or dent would be beyond my means to repair. I'll squeeze in with Yue. Soon Liu Shuiyan and the others got into the car. Both girls were slender, so they managed to squeeze in with some difficulty. Viru. The car soon sped off, and for a long while Su Yue was still in a daze. Xiao Fan actually owned such a supercar. And it was a gift. Being able to afford it oneself and having it gifted are entirely different concepts. Senior, why would anyone give you a car like this? Su Yue asked incredulously. The 2 cars together were probably worth over 20 million yuan. Who has money to burn like that? Xiao Fan smiled and said, I'm quite skilled at stone gambling. I helped him earn over 100 million, so he was naturally generous. Liu Shuiyan frowned slightly. Senior, I know about stone gambling. One cut makes you rich, the next makes you poor. Many people have stumbled over it. My father lost hundreds of thousands on it back then. Xiao Fan nodded. Stone gambling is indeed risky. It requires strong professional expertise. Ordinary people are advised not to touch it. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan with concern. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. I'm quite capable in this area. Besides, I was a penniless man and now I at least have a house and a car. Liu Shuiyan exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Fan, this is far more than just having a house and a car. An ordinary person could never afford such a supercar in a lifetime. I suppose I don't need to worry about Yue's material well-being. But when men get rich they go bad. You must not betray Yue. She's still naively saving up to buy you a car. Su Yue hastily said in panic. Shuiyan, what nonsense are you talking? Senior, that's not true. Now that Xiao Fan had such a supercar in her eyes, even if she gave him a car worth 3 or 400,000 it would seem too modest. Yue, you were planning to buy me a car? Xiao Fan asked with a smile, feeling warmth in his heart. Su Yue was truly different from most girls. They only thought about what their boyfriends could give them, only taking. He hadn't even bought her clothes yet, but she had already bought him clothes, and now she was saving up to buy him a car. No, it's nothing. Su Yue said quickly. Liu Shuiyan giggled. Xiao Fan, I'll tell you. Yue said that when you two get together she'll buy you a car as a gift. But it seems she won't need to now. Su Yue looked a bit sulky. Xiao Fan said cheerfully. Liu Shuiyan, who said it won't be needed. This supercar is fine for a joyride, but for long distances, it's a real pain. Yue, I'm really looking forward to your gift. Su Yue's face lit up again. Senior, are you serious? Xiao Fan nodded, of course. This car has to tiptoe over speed bumps, and only has 2 seats. Too inconvenient. I only have a tiny bit of money in my card, and I need to keep it for business. Yue, if you give me a car, I'll drive yours 90% of the time. He decided to keep the fact that he had 200 million in his card a secret for now, otherwise Su Yue wouldn't feel a sense of accomplishment. Senior, I'll work harder to earn money. You charge ahead, and earn the big money, I'll hold the rear line. Su Yue said with a sweet smile. Liu Shuyan turned her head to look out the window. You two, do you have to keep torturing singles like this? If you keep this up, drop me off here. I'll take a taxi. Su Yue sniffed. You're the one who brought up the car buying idea. You brought this on yourself. Liu Shuyan rolled her eyes. Xiao Fan said cheerfully, Liu Shuyan, you could consider my 3 roommates. If you get together with them, you won't feel tortured anymore. No thanks. I'm perfectly happy on my own. Liu Shuyan shook her head. Beep beep. On the way, Su Yue received a call from an aunt at the orphanage. Aunt Huang, what's the situation with Grandma Dean? Su Yue asked urgently. Aunt Huang said, Yue, have you not boarded the long-distance bus yet? The Dean was sent to the hospital for a checkup. Nothing serious, just a large bruise on her leg. She also has some scrapes. The other party claims the Dean deliberately staged a hit-and-run and refuses to compensate. The Dean doesn't want to make a big deal of it. Su Yue said angrily Grandma Dean would never fake an accident. Aunt Huang sighed. The other party is wealthy and drives a Mercedes-Benz. The Dean said it's better to let sleeping dogs lie. She told you not to come. Aunt Huang, where are you now? We're already on the highway. Aunt Huang said, we're still at the County Central Hospital. The initial checkup showed no problems, but the doctor suggested staying for observation for a day or 2. Aunt Huang will be there in half an hour. Su Yue hung up in frustration. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan and the others arrived at the hospital entrance. Aunt Huang was supporting Grandma Dean Shinanmei as she walked out of the hospital. You're lucky to be sensible. You deliberately staged a hit and run and still wanted to stay in the hospital for treatment. I'm not even asking you to pay for the car repairs, my brand new Mercedes-Benz. A middle-aged fat man beside Shun Anmei grumbled. Grandma Dean. Su Yue hurried over. Seeing the large bruise on Shun Anmei's leg, her heart ached so much that tears almost fell. Grandma Dean. Xiao Fan and Liu Shuyan also quickly walked over. Moi. The middle-aged fat man's eyes lit up. In this county town, beauties like Liu Shuyan were rare, and Su Yue was even more beautiful than a TV star. I've changed my mind. My new Mercedes-Benz got damaged and depreciated a lot. You have to pay me 50,000 yuan in compensation. The middle-aged fat man's eyes flickered. Seeing that Xiao Fan and the others looked like students and that Shun Anmei didn't want to stay in the hospital to save money, he figured they must be broke. Maybe he could take advantage of Su Yue and the others. Slap. Xiao Fan raised his hand and gave the middle-aged fat man a resounding slap on the face. From his lecherous gaze, Xiao Fan could tell exactly what he was plotting. Xiao Fan absolutely trusted Shun Anmei's character. She hadn't even let him donate 1,000,000 yuan when he offered. Would she fake an accident to extort money? You little bastard, how dare you hit me? The man growled furiously. Slap. Xiao Fan raised his hand and gave him another hard slap, then said coldly, since we're here, this matter isn't over. Grandma Dean, what exactly happened? Shun Anmei said bitterly. He turned too fast and hit me, then insisted I was faking it. There were no surveillance cameras there, so the traffic police couldn't do much. Anyway, no bones are broken, so let's just let it go. I'll be fine after a few days of rest at home. Xiao Fan used his spiritual sense to examine Shun Anmei. Indeed, no bones were broken, but the bruise was as large as half a palm and quite severe. Granny Dean, you're quite badly injured. It's better to rest in the hospital for a couple of days. Yue helped Granny Dean inside first. Xiao Fan said. Su Yue nodded. Seeing Shun Anmei injured like this, yet insisting on leaving the hospital, her eyes reddened with sympathy, tears welling up in her eyes. None of you leave. You little bastard dared to hit me. I'll make you pay. The middle-aged fat man snarled, pulling out his phone to call for backup. Shun Anmei said, Xiao Fan, I can endure this for a few days. There's no need to stay in the hospital. So many children at the academy need me. Xiao Fan replied. Granny Dean, if you change your dressings frequently at the hospital, you'll recover faster. Going back and straining yourself might make it worse. Granny Dean, let's go inside. Su Yue and Aunt Huang helped Shun Anmei into the hospital. Liu Shuyan did not follow them in. If she went in too, only Xiao Fan would be left outside. At least staying outside would help with numbers. Little bastard, you'll soon know what's coming for you. The middle-aged fat man sneered. Xiao Fan said coldly, I heard you drive a Mercedes. Where's your car? The fat man barked. What? Scared now? Let the 2 little girls with you keep me company for 2 days, and I'll let you off. Otherwise this isn't over. Xiao Fan raised his hand ready to teach the man another lesson. The fat man's face changed. He quickly retreated, then ran past Xiao Fan toward a black Mercedes parked a few dozen meters away. Xiao Fan walked over, and Liu Shuyan gritted her teeth and followed. The fat man hid inside the car. This Mercedes, hey, a second-hand flood-damaged car. Probably cost less than 300,000, right? Xiao Fan scoffed, his spiritual sense sweeping over and immediately spotting the problem. The fat man inside the car turned pale. The car was indeed a flood-damaged one he had bought, not second-hand but third-hand. It had already had 2 previous owners. Bullshit. Little bastard, you'll soon know what's coming for you. The fat man snarled. He started the engine, but the car was stuffy. Xiao Fan took out his car keys. Liu Shuyan, go bring my car over and block his path. He's not leaving until this is settled. Liu Shuyan nodded. She had had her driver's license for 2 years and had watched Xiao Fan drive on the road, so moving the car a short distance was no problem. What piece of junk car dares to block me? The fat man cursed. Liu Shuyan quickly drove the car over and parked it sideways in front of the fat man's Mercedes. Seeing Lu Xuyan step out of a Lamborghini Aventador, the fat man was dumbfounded. Someone who could drive such a car was not someone he could afford to offend. Xiao Fan tapped on the car window. Sir, today's incident was my fault, my oversight. Here's 10,000 yuan, I just withdrew from the bank. This is to cover Dean Shin's medical expenses. The fat man lowered the window and said obsequiously. Xiao Fan said calmly, keep the money to buy medicine for yourself. Such a flood-damaged car doesn't suit your status as a big boss. I suggest you smash it yourself. This car will bring all kinds of trouble to your business and life, though all your deals might fall through. The fat man's face fell drastically. He had bought this car to project an image for business, and Xiao Fan's words were clearly a threat. He understood that well. What do you want? The fat man asked, his expression ugly. For Xiao Fan to own such a car, his family must have immense power and influence. His own small businesses were certainly no match. Nothing, just giving you friendly advice. I'm quite good at fortune-telling. This car brings no wealth, but drains it. If you keep driving it for another month, I predict all your businesses will fail. Xiao Fan said with a smile. The fat man gritted his teeth. He had just bought the car not long ago and couldn't bear to smash it himself, but if he didn't, who knew what the consequences would be? I'll smash it. Thank you for the reminder, sir. The fat man said as he got out of the car. He retrieved a large wrench from the trunk. Boom, boom, boom. Wrench in hand, the fat man struck his own car, fiercely, each blow feeling like a stab to his heart. Don't just hit one spot. Make sure to cover the rest too. Xiao Fan kindly reminded him. The fat man with a dark face smashed all around the car. Every window shattered, and the freshly painted body was now covered in dents. Sir, is this enough? The fat man asked with a wry face. Xiao Fan frowned. It's your car. How you smash it is your own business. Saying it like that makes it seem I forced you. And no, sir, you didn't force me. It was my own idea. The fat man quickly said. Xiao Fan said coldly, get lost now. Don't hang around here being an eyesore. Lu Haiyan moved the car aside, and the fat man quickly started his car and drove away. Xiao Fan, that was a clever move. If you had smashed his car, he would have called the police, and you'd have to pay. But since he smashed it himself, there's no problem. Lu Haiyan parked the car and handed the keys to Xiao Fan. He bullies others with his money. I just gave him a taste of his own medicine. Let's go. Xiao Fan said with a faint smile. Handling someone like that fat man was a piece of cake for him. Lu Xuyan nodded. As Xiao Fan walked, he thought perhaps he should develop some influence here. First, Feng Ping caused trouble, and now this incident occurred. Developing influence had two benefits. First, he could build a large warehouse here to facilitate sending things to Xiao Hai. A rented warehouse was naturally not as good as a self-built one. Second, by building up power in the county, he could also help the villagers. Z City was the provincial capital, which made many things less convenient, and land there was expensive. Buying land for a large warehouse would cost a lot. County magistrates come and go, but the Zhao family remains forever. Maybe I should pay a visit to the Zhao family. Xiao Fan mused to himself. He thought of a high school classmate of his surnamed Zhao named Zhao Yukai. This guy's grades were a mess, and he often caused trouble at school. Yet he was often praised by the teachers. The reason was simple: he came from the Zhao family, which wielded immense power in Leishan County. The Zhao family had a stake in many industries in Leishan County, with assets surely in the billions. The Zhao family would never appear on any rich list, but in Leishan County many ordinary people knew they were dripping with wealth. If he could make the Zhao family obediently cooperate, his actions here would be much easier. What do you want? My boyfriend will be here soon. Xiao Fan heard Su Youwei's voice, which sounded a bit flustered. Your boyfriend? From now on I'm your boyfriend. Another arrogant voice sounded. Zhao Yukai. Xiao Fan hurried over and saw Su Youwei along with a familiar face. Zhao Youcai's gaze fell on Xiao Fan, and he said in surprise, isn't this our top student? Is this your girlfriend? I suggest you break up. Such a beautiful girl is wasted on you. Xiao Fan glanced at Zhao Yukai. Zhao Youcai, you finally came to the hospital. I told you earlier to treat impotence and premature ejaculation early. Now that you come, it might be too late. Youwei, stay away from him. This guy is sick. I'm afraid he might take revenge on society. Xiao Fan said as he stepped in front of Su Youwei. Zhao Yukai stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. When did Xiao Fan become so bold? It was no secret that he was a member of the Zhao family. Brother Scholar, is she really your girlfriend? Your family is poor. You can't afford a girlfriend like her. Truly. We're classmates. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Yukai snickered. He often frequented bars and nightclubs where there were plenty of beautiful girls, but he had never seen anyone as stunning as Su Youwei. Let's talk outside. Youwei, we old classmates are catching up. You and Liu Shuiyan stay in the hospital and don't leave. I'll come back to pick you up later. Xiao Fan said as he put his arm around Zhao Youcai's shoulder. Who wants to leave with you? Brother Scholar, I'll continue to exchange life philosophies with them. Zhao Yukai shrugged his shoulder. Suddenly his expression changed. He felt Xiao Fan's arm like an iron hoop. He tried to shake his shoulder, but it didn't budge at all. Brother Scholar, let me go, damn it. Xiao Fan held Zhao Youcai's shoulder and walked forward while Zhao Yukai cursed all the way. Su Youwei breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Shuiyan said, Youwei, let me tell you, that fat guy just smashed his own car. It probably won't cost less than 100,000 to repair. Not to mention the 2 headlights and 2 taillights. Just repairing those would cost a lot. He brought it upon himself. Su Youwei snorted. In today's society, there are many people who stage accidents to extort money, but Su Yue knew exactly what kind of person the Dean Grandma was. How could she possibly extort money? Yue, that guy just now was Xiao Fan's high school classmate. Xiao Fan's grades are good too. Was he in the same high school as us? Liu Shuyan asked. Su Yue shook her head. He went to know? One high school. I went to the private school where your family has shares. How could we be in the same school? With Su Yue's grades at the time, she definitely could have entered no. One high school, but enrolling in the private school allowed her to have tuition waived, and it was also closer to the orphanage. Let me go, my shoulder is about to break. Haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years, brother scholar, you've gotten bold. How dare you treat me like this? Damn it, if you can leave Leishan County upright, I'll lose. Zhao Yukai said through gritted teeth. Xiao Fan led Zhao Yukai outside the hospital. Zhao Youcai, I heard that your Zhao family has influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Are you the local tyrant here? You know it. The power of our Zhao family in Leishan County is beyond your imagination. Zhao Yukai said with full arrogance. He rubbed his shoulder with a pained expression. Is your father or your grandfather in charge of the Zhao family now, eh? Xiao Fan asked. Zhao Yukai narrowed his eyes. Brother scholar, what do you mean by that? Although our Zhao family is influential, we do legitimate business. Whoever is in charge now, take me to see them. Xiao Fan said calmly. A glint flickered in Zhao Youcai's eyes. This was so different from the Xiao Fan he remembered. In high school, Xiao Fan was withdrawn and only focused on studying. He wasn't bold back then. Now he's gotten bold. The head of the Zhao family was the local tyrant of Leishan County. Even the gang bosses had to show utmost respect. Brother scholar, are you sure? Now my father is in charge and his temper is not very good. Zhao Yukai said with a sardonic smile. Xiao Fan frowned. If I tell you to take me, just take me quickly. With all this nonsense, do you believe I'll slap you to death? Damn, you've got guts. I hope you won't cry later. Zhao Yukai sneered. As he spoke, he pulled out his car key from his pocket and pressed it. A Lamborghini Huracan's lights flashed beside him. Brother scholar, see that? This car costs 3 or 4 million. You probably can't earn that much in a lifetime. These days it's all about money. You're a bit stronger, but that's useless. Zhao Yukai said disdainfully. He knew that Xiao Fan's parents had died in a car accident, and he also knew that Xiao Fan's family was not well off. Lead the way. Xiao Fan said as he took out his own car key. Not far away, his Lamborghini Aventador's lights flashed, and Zhao Youcai's jaw dropped. Holy crap. Zhao Yukai felt like he had swallowed a dead fly. Extremely uncomfortable. The newly acquired Huracan beside him suddenly didn't seem so appealing. This Lamborghini Huracan had been bought after he pestered his father for days. In this county town, it was already flashy enough. No wonder he could find such a beautiful girlfriend. He got rich. But a little fortune. Can it compare to our Zhao family? The car will be mine soon, and the girlfriend too. Zhao Yukai thought bitterly. With that thought, he felt much better. Viru. Soon the 2 sports cars left the hospital. The Zhao residence was not far away in a prosperous area of the county. The Zhao family occupied over 10 mu of land and built a luxurious mansion. Even in the county, such a mansion was worth a fortune. The security measures are quite good. Xiao Fan thought to himself. There were a dozen security personnel in plain sight, and several more hidden. The annual cost to maintain them was considerable. Mom, where's Dad? Xiao Fan followed Zhao Yukai into the villa. Zhao Yukai said to a woman. Your father is in the study. And this is... The woman's gaze turned to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan smiled. Auntie, I'm Zhao Youcai's classmate. I came to see his father about something. The woman nodded and paid no more attention to Xiao Fan. She assumed that Xiao Fan was trying to use Zhao Yukai to latch onto the Zhao family. She had seen this many times. Follow me. Zhao Yukai glanced at Xiao Fan and said. Soon they reached the 3rd floor of the villa. Zhao Yukai knocked on the door of his father's study. He was in awe of his father. Come in. A voice came from inside. Zhao Yukai pushed the door open. The study was large, about 70 to 80 square meters, with only his father inside. His sharp gaze swept over. Dad, this guy is my classmate. He forced me to bring him to see you. Don't be polite to him. Zhao Yukai quickly said. Xiao Fan glanced at Zhao Yukai. Zhao Youcai, you can leave now. I'll talk to your father alone. Don't be a nuisance here. Zhao Youcai's father Zhao Zongxiang showed a curious expression. He had never seen a young man so audacious in front of him. Youcai, go out first. Your classmate is interesting. Zhao Zongxiang said with a sardonic smile. Zhao Youcai's eyes lit up. He was familiar with that smile on his father's face. That smile usually meant someone was about to be in trouble. Dad, I'll go out now. Close the door. Zhao Yukai quickly closed the door and left, leaving only Xiao Fan and Zhao Zongxiang in the study. Young man, you are quite arrogant, but Leishan County cannot accommodate such an arrogant youth. Zhao Zongxiang said faintly. Xiao Fan walked over to the sofa beside him and sat down, a wry smile playing on his lips. I've heard you're the local tyrant here in Leishan County. That's what others say. I, Zhao Zongxiang, am a legitimate businessman. What business do you have with me? A glint of sharp light flashed in Zhao Zongxiang's eyes. If you were the local tyrant, would you mind letting me be the supreme ruler? Xiao Fan said with a grin. Young man, you are far too arrogant. Zhao Zongxiang slammed his palm on the desk in front of him, furious. He was the local tyrant, and Xiao Fan wanted to be the supreme ruler. Wasn't that an obvious attempt to take advantage of him? Xiao Fan said calmly. Aren't you going to take out the pistol hidden in your drawer? Zhao Zongxiang's expression changed. There was indeed a pistol concealed in a secret compartment of his drawer. How could Xiao Fan know without even going near it? What do you mean by that, young man? I Zhao Zongxiang would never illegally possess a firearm. Zhao Zongxiang said, coldly, suspecting that Xiao Fan might be sent by an opponent to set him up, possibly carrying a microcamera. Xiao Fan chuckled. The top secret compartment of the drawer on your right side contains a silencer caliber 9mm with 8 bullets inside. Zhao Zongxiang's face darkened. Xiao Fan's description was too precise to be a guess. His first instinct was that there might be a mole inside the villa. Do you have a heart condition, mister? Zhao, I think you might have a severe heart problem. Xiao Fan said with a smile. His spiritual mental power invaded Zhao Zongxiang's body and transformed into an invisible hand gripping his heart. Zhao Zongxiang's face drastically changed as he felt a sharp pain. With his heart seized by the invisible hand of Xiao Fan's spiritual mental power, Zhao Zongxiang's heartbeat was affected, causing insufficient blood supply to his entire body. See, I was right. Your heart is definitely problematic. Xiao Fan smiled. Zhao Zongxiang immediately pulled open the drawer and pressed a hidden button, causing the pistol concealed in the secret compartment to fall into his hand. What trick are you playing? Stop it at once. Zhao Zongxiang's face flushed red. Xiao Fan sat there looking at him with a cheerful smile, showing no sign of fear. Stop it now, or I'll shoot you. Zhao Zongxiang bellowed. Xiao Fan remained unperturbed, and Zhao Zongxiang's face turned crimson. You're asking for death. Zhao Zongxiang roared, pulling the trigger. The bullet, muffled by the silencer, shot out and flew precisely toward Xiao Fan's head. Yet to Zhao Zongxiang's horror, the bullet slowed down more and more, coming to a complete halt a foot away from Xiao Fan. Bang, bang, bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zongxiang fired 3 more shots in quick succession. These bullets too were intercepted by Xiao Fan's spiritual mental power. Having gained the ability to teleport, Xiao Fan's spiritual mental power had also been enhanced. Now intercepting 3 or 4 pistol bullets simultaneously was not a problem for him. Moreover, Zhao Zongxiang had used a silencer which greatly reduces the gunshot sound, but also diminishes the bullet's power considerably. Keep going, Xiao Fan said coolly as the 4 bullets dropped onto the solid wood floor. Zhao Zongxiang's eyes were filled with sheer terror. His hands trembled, and he dared not fire again. For bullets had failed to harm Xiao Fan in the slightest. He knew further shots would be useless. I surrender, Zhao Zongxiang said in terror. He had never imagined that someone like Xiao Fan could exist in this world, someone whom bullets could not affect at all. Mister Xiao, you have a heart condition. You should get it checked at the hospital in your free time, or you might die inexplicably one day. Xiao Fan smiled. Zhao Zongxiang put away the pistol, took a deep breath, and said, with such abilities, I Zhao Zongxiang admit defeat. What do you want? I dare not say more, but I can scrape together 2 or 300 million in cash. Xiao Fan chuckled. Mister Xiao, don't be so nervous. I'm a reasonable person. I won't kill innocents. Of course you are no innocent yourself. Zhao Zongxiang's lips twitched. The Xiao family's rise to its current status, especially in a county town, naturally relied on more than just reasoning. Mister Xiao, things like this shouldn't be left lying around. It's not good if someone sees them. Xiao Fan pointed at the bullets on the floor. To Zhao Zongxiang's horror, the 4 bullets floated up. Phew. They whizzed around Zhao Zongxiang like lightning, and he estimated that if they hit his body, they would definitely leave a hole. Stop, please. I'm completely convinced. I'll sell some assets and gather 500 million for you within a few days. Any more than that would be troublesome and require more time. Zhao Zongxiang said in a trembling voice. With the power Xiao Fan had displayed, even hundreds or thousands of men would likely be no match for him. Xiao Fan said flatly, do you think I'm short of money? The world might not remain stable in the future. I want you to build a large warehouse. I need to stockpile some supplies. Zhao Zongxiang was stunned. That was all. Have the warehouse built as quickly as possible. It can be in a remote location, but transportation must be convenient, and the area should be about 20 mu. The floor and walls of the warehouse must be reinforced concrete 1 meter thick using high-strength concrete, and don't skimp on the steel bars. Zhao Zongxiang took a deep breath. Good heavens, 1 meter thick high-strength concrete walls. Was he building a warehouse or a fortress? Divide the entire warehouse into 10 smaller ones. In the center there should be a road wide enough for heavy trucks with 5 independent warehouses on each side. The walls of the independent warehouses must also be half a meter thick. The warehouse should have 2 floors, each 10 meters high. Half of the second floor will be used for storage, and the other half will be designed as a living area. All doors inside the warehouse must be high-strength alloy doors, the kind that even a fully loaded heavy truck cannot break through. Additionally, the warehouse needs 5 freight elevators and 2 passenger elevators, with the freight elevators having a capacity of over 10 tons. After listening to Xiao Fan's demands, Zhao Zongxiang was utterly dumbfounded. This isn't building a warehouse. You're constructing a formidable survival base, Zhao Zongxiang said. Xiao Fan frowned. Just build it according to my requirements, Mr. Zhao. If a real disaster strikes, your family can move in. Can you front the cost of the warehouse? I'll settle the bill once it's completed. Zhao Zongxiang took a deep breath and said, since there's a place for our Zhao family, how could I charge you for building this warehouse? Such a warehouse would be costly, but Zhao Zongxiang dared not ask Xiao Fan for money. Xiao Fan asked, how long do you estimate it will take at the fastest? Zhao Zongxiang thought for a moment. If it's just 2 floors with 1 meter thick concrete, there's no need for pile foundations, which saves a lot of time. If we hire more construction crews, I estimate about 3 months. Xiao Fan frowned. 3 months? That long? Zhao Zongxiang quickly said, if we work around the clock, it should be possible in 2 months. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. 2 months was acceptable to him. I'll give you 2 months. Just give me the cost price. Xiao Fan finished and stood up. Mr. Xiao, what happened today stays between you and me. I don't want a third person to know, or the organization behind me might silence you. Zhao Zongxiang's hair stood on end, and he nodded repeatedly. Master Xiao, please leave a contact method. I will report the project progress to you at any time. And if there's anything else, you can also find me. Zhao Zongxiang said, both nervous and excited. As a successful businessman, he knew that Xiao Fan seeking him out might not necessarily be a bad thing. The Zhao family was a powerful local force in the small territory of Leishan County with considerable assets, but their influence was confined to this tiny county. Zhao Zongxiang's ambition was not limited to this. But if the Xiao family expanded further, they would encroach on the interests of other forces. Moreover, as the Xiao family grew, Zhao Zongxiang vaguely sensed risks. If a colossal force decided to swallow the Xiao family, they might not be able to withstand it. All right, Xiao Fan said indifferently. He left his phone number and WeChat with Zhao Zongxiang. Hurry up with the warehouse and ensure quality. Zhao Zongxiang nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Master Xiao. Even if I have to halt other construction sites, I will prioritize completing the warehouse you need on schedule. Xiao Fan nodded. Soon Xiao Fan left, but Zhao Yukai did not leave. He entered the study. Dad, Xiao Fan is quite arrogant. Leishan County is our Zhao family's territory. How about I teach him a lesson? Zhao Yukai quickly said. The image of Su Yuwei surfaced in his mind. If he dealt with Xiao Fan, he was confident he could win Su Yuwei. Slap. Zhao Zongxiang raised his hand and struck Xiao Yukai hard across the face. From now on, show respect to this classmate of yours. If I ever learn of any disrespect from you, I'll break your legs. Zhao Zongxiang said in a deep voice. Zhao Yukai covered his face incredulous. Could it be that Xiao Fan was the real son and he was adopted? Dad, why? He's just an orphan whose parents are dead. Why should I treat him with such deference? Zhao Yukai said indignantly. Zhao Zongxiang recalled the scene just now. Several bullets had all been effortlessly deflected by Xiao Fan. A monster that even a gun couldn't kill was not someone the Zhao family could afford to offend. Moreover, when Xiao Fan stood still, his heart had ached severely. It seemed Xiao Fan had a way to kill him silently with no cause of death traceable. Slap. Thinking of this, Zhao Zongxiang struck him again. Even I have to call him Master Xiao. If he were as simple as you say, do you think I'm insane? Zhao Zongxiang said grimly. Zhao Yukai shivered. Seeing his father like this, he knew he was truly enraged. Dad, does he have a big background? Zhao Yukai said in disbelief. Zhao Zongxiang frowned. If he wanted to destroy our Zhao family, we probably wouldn't last 3 days. He's your high school classmate. Zhao Yukai nodded. Zhao Zongxiang said in a deep voice. Then make good use of this connection to curry favor with him. If he has any requests, try your best to fulfill them. I'll support you fully. Zhao Yotsai's heart trembled. Who on earth was Xiao Fan? Dad, I just ran into his girlfriend. She's quite pretty, so I said some overly harsh things. What should I do now? Zhao Zongxiang's eyes widened. Then what are you still doing here? Go apologize. Do I need to teach you that? If you don't get his forgiveness, don't come back. I'll go right now. Zhao Yukai hurried away. Zhao Zongxiang gazed out the window, remaining silent for a long time. At his level, he vaguely knew of martial arts families and martial arts sects, but he never imagined that such a person could be impervious to guns. A young man who can reach such a level must be a top martial arts prodigy. His status within a martial arts sect is likely not low. Zhao Zongxiang thought to himself. Xiao Fan first went to the hospital. Shinan Mei had already been put back into the hospital bed and the nurse had applied the medicine. Are you all right, senior? Seeing Xiao Fan return safely, Su Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fan smiled and said, what could happen to me? Shinan Mei said gently, Xiao Fan, my problem is minor. In 2 days I'll be mostly recovered. It's already late. Take Yuwei and the others back soon. Su Yuwei said, Grandma, director, tomorrow is Saturday. Shuiyan and I will stay here tonight. We'll find a hotel and then go accompany Yaya and the others tomorrow. Grandma, director Yuwei and I have already discussed it. LV Shuiyan said with a smile. At this moment Zhao Yukai rushed over in a fluster. Seeing Xiao Fan, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother Xiao, I was wrong just now. Beat me or scold me, I'll take it. Su Yuwei and the others looked at Zhao Yukai in surprise. He had been so arrogant before, why was he now so spineless? Did your father hit you? Xiao Fan noticed the slap mark on Zhao Yotsai's face. Zhao Yukai nodded and looked at Su Yuwei. Madam, it was my fault for teasing you just now. You can hit me to vent your anger too. Su Yuwei's face flushed. Who is your madam? Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yukai said in surprise. Madam, you said yourself that you have a boyfriend. Isn't it Brother Xiao? You and Brother Xiao are a perfect match. I think you two are great together. Su Yuwei's face grew even redder. I only said that to stop you from pestering me. Zhao Yukai nodded. I see. But calling you madam is not wrong, because I think it's only a matter of time before you and brother Xiao get together. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Alright, get lost. Grandma director needs to rest. Zhao Yukai breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up. Brother Xiao, do you have any other instructions? If you do, just say the word. From now on I Zhao Youcai am your loyal follower. I'll do whatever you say. Zhao Yukai said with a flattering smile. Xiao Fan thought for a moment, and said, the orphanage is short-staffed. Arrange for 2 people to work there. Preferably with relevant experience, and don't force anyone. Also, your Xiao family makes so much money. Can you bear to see the orphanage right under your noses in such a dilapidated state? I hope to see some improvements next time I come. Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly. Brother Xiao, I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. Xiao Fan waved his hand, and Zhao Yukai quickly left. Shinan Mei said in shock, Xiao Fan, the Zhao family you mentioned, is it that Zhao family? Su Yue and LV Shuyan didn't know the Zhao family, but Shinan Mei had lived in Leishan County all her life. Of course she knew about the Zhao clan, the local tyrants. Xiao Fan nodded. Shinan Mei looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief. The fact that he could make the Zhao family bow its head was astonishing no matter what means he used. Shinan Mei still didn't know that Zhao Yukai was Zhao Zongxiang's son, otherwise she would have been even more stunned. Xiao Fan, thank you. Their orphanage currently had only 3 adults managing dozens of children and handling all the internal and external affairs, often feeling overwhelmed. Since the Zhao family had agreed to send 2 people, it should be fine. Grandma director, just rest and recover. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Xiao Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Tang Ziqian calling. Stepping out of the ward, Xiao Fan answered the call. Young Master Xiao, there have been some developments on the Myanmar side. People from Sanwei seem to have returned to the warehouse for another inspection. They found it completely empty and discovered no records of vehicles or ships transporting anything out. Tang Ziqian's voice came through the line. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. He had already destroyed the surveillance camera at the warehouse entrance before leaving. Even if Sanwei's people uncovered this information, they still could not produce concrete evidence. Boss Tang, isn't there an issue with this? Xiao Fan asked with a faint smile. Young Master Xiao, without any transport records for vehicles or ships, yet large quantities of goods have vanished. They suspect the items were secretly smuggled out. Someone has filed a police report. The authorities in Myanmar suspect contraband may be involved and are currently investigating. They have not ruled out the possibility of collaborating with our Chinese police. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. Without transport documentation, covert shipment was highly plausible. Given that someone had reported it to the police, the Myanmar authorities' suspicion was entirely justified. This was hardly favorable news for him. Young Master Xiao, if you plan to visit Myanmar again, their police will likely summon you for questioning. Our Chinese authorities may also approach you. You should proceed with caution. Tang Ziqian continued. The merchandise had been arranged by Tang Ziqian himself. 10,000 Tang dynasty swords were not contraband in Myanmar. The goods themselves posed no problem, but police involvement would still create complications. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. Boss Tang, could General Jean intervene to help resolve this? Young Master Xiao, that might not be convenient. The police superintendent in charge and General Jean had a strained relationship. They operated under different chains of command, so General Jean might be reluctant to wade into this messy situation. Tang Ziqian apologized. After considering it, Xiao Fan said, Boss Tang, could you invite General Jean to Rueli? You could travel there and meet with him in person to discuss the matter. Myanmar was a place he would need to visit again in the future, and Xiao Fan did not wish for this incident to escalate publicly. Before things spiraled out of control, he needed to settle the matter. Tang Ziqian expressed surprise. Young Master Xiao, you wish to meet General Jean? Boss Tang, I believe it would be more effective if I spoke with General Jean directly. Tang Ziqian considered for a moment. Given my close relationship with General Jean, arranging a secret meeting with him in Rueli should not be overly difficult. When will you be arriving, Young Master Xiao? Xiao Fan replied. General Jean will also need time to travel there. I will take the earliest flight tomorrow morning. Very well, Young Master Xiao. I will have Yang Jun come to pick you up. After hanging up, Xiao Fan checked the flight schedule. The earliest departure was at 6:30 a.m. the next morning. He realized he would not have enough time to reach the airport from where he was if he departed tomorrow. Yue, I need to go on a business trip. I will be taking the earliest flight tomorrow morning, so I must first return to Z City. Xiao Fan entered the ward and said this to Su Yue. Su Yue nodded. Senior brother, it is quite late. Please drive carefully on your way back. Shinan Mei spoke up. Xiao Fan, why don't you escort Yue and the others to the hotel first? It is the middle of the night, and I am worried about 2 young women looking for a place to stay alone. All right. Grandmother matron, please take good care of your injuries. Xiao Fan smiled gently. Soon after, Xiao Fan had driven Su Yue and the others to a nearby 4-star hotel. Yue, I will send you Zhao Youcai's phone number. If you encounter any trouble in Leishan County, you can reach out to him. He will certainly be able to help you handle it. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Zhao Yukai may not have had considerable ability on his own, but behind him stood Zhao Zongxiang. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Jiaxiang was like a local emperor in this region. Senior brother, please be careful while you are traveling. Su Yue said. Rest assured. Shortly after, Xiao Fan departed. Lu Shuyan waved her hand in front of Su Youwei's face. Youwei, snap out of it. Your senior brother has already left. Now it is just you and your sister here. Su Youwei gave Lu Shuyan an exasperated look. Hurry up and get ready for bed. Tomorrow will not be easy accompanying Yaya and the others. The night passed, and early the next morning Xiao Fan drove to the airport. Having his own car certainly made things far more convenient. Young Master Xiao. At Mongsher Airport, Yang Jun had come to pick up Xiao Fan. He was driving one of Tang Ziqian's Rolls Royces. Brother Yang, when will General Jin arrive? Once inside the car, Xiao Fan asked. Yang Jun replied respectfully. Young Master Xiao, General Jin is expected to arrive around the same time as you. I will rest for a while. I stayed up late last night and woke before dawn today to catch this flight. Xiao Fan let out a yawn. If he did not undergo mental energy special training at night, given Xiao Fan's current condition, he could go several days without sleep. However, he would never skip his daily mental energy training. Time ticked away moment by moment. General Jin arrived in Rueli ahead of schedule and met with Tang Ziqian flanked by two formidable bodyguards. Boss Tang, it has been quite some time. General Jin embraced Tang Ziqian warmly. He was a burly man. In comparison, Tang Ziqian's physique appeared quite slight. General Jin, indeed we have not gathered in a long while. Let us make the most of this opportunity to reconnect. Tang Ziqian said cheerfully. General Jin revealed several gold teeth as he spoke. Boss Tang, our friendship is deep, but regarding what you said about Xiao Fan being remarkably skilled in martial arts, I must confess I cannot agree. I have encountered numerous Chinese martial artists. Their techniques are merely ornamental flourishes, suitable for stage performances, but utterly worthless in actual combat. Tang Ziqian frowned inwardly. Even given their deep friendship, he strongly disagreed with General Jin's words. General Jin, you are mistaken. Young Master Xiao possesses genuine skill. I would never deceive you on this matter. Tang Ziqian said. General Jin shook his head and pointed to one of his bodyguards who had followed them. His name is Thida. He is a 3-time Southeast Asian free fighting champion. That is what I call a true expert. Boss Tang, you are my friend. You must not be deceived. Tang Ziqian smiled gently. General Jin, once you meet young Master Xiao you will understand. Just then a car horn blared. Yang Jun's Rolls Royce had returned. Tang Ziqian rose from his seat and went outside to welcome them. Young Master Xiao, General Jin has just arrived. He doubts your abilities and believes our Chinese martial arts are nothing more than decorative displays. Tang Ziqian spoke in a lowered voice. Xiao Fan's brows lifted slightly. What he had acquired was a supernatural ability which could not truly represent Chinese martial arts. Nevertheless, Chinese martial arts surely possessed genuine substance, and he would not tolerate such disdain from foreigners. General Jin, let me introduce you. This is young Master Xiao Fan. Young Master Xiao, General Jin is a military commander in Myanmar commanding 20,000 troops. Tang Ziqian introduced. General Jin, greetings. Xiao Fan smiled and extended his hand. However, General Jin showed no intention of shaking hands with Xiao Fan. Instead, he glanced toward someone beside him. Let us shake hands. The man beside General Jin extended his hand toward Xiao Fan. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Tang Ziqian also felt a flicker of displeasure. After all, he had been the one facilitating this meeting. Very well, let us shake hands. Xiao Fan replied with indifferent composure. Their hands clasped together, and it was evident that Xiao Fan's hand was noticeably smaller. Oomph. The other man immediately tightened his grip, intending to make Xiao Fan suffer. Haha. A look of disdain crossed Xiao Fan's face. His physique had been enhanced, his muscles, bones, and everything else were far superior to those of ordinary humans. If he employed mental energy to assist, he could crush a block of iron flat. Iron Hand, take it easy, don't injure our great martial artist. General Jin said coolly. He had great faith in his subordinate's strength. An ordinary adult male's grip strength is only 40 to 50 kilograms, but this man under General Jin could reach a terrifying 150 kilograms, over 3 times that of an ordinary person. Rest assured, boss. Iron Hand grinned. Kid, you'd be better off staying in school. Looking at Xiao Fan's soft skin and tender flesh with no calluses on his hands, he didn't think Xiao Fan could be all that strong. Moi. Soon Iron Hand's expression shifted. He had already exerted 60 to 70% of his strength, his grip reaching over 100 kilograms, yet Xiao Fan's expression remained relaxed. A terrifying force emanated from Xiao Fan's hand. You kid, you've angered me. Iron Hand barked rapidly, increasing his grip to 90%. This was enough to crush an ordinary person's hand. But the force from Xiao Fan's hand was even greater, forcing him to quickly unleash his full power. Is that all? Xiao Fan smiled faintly, his strength continuing to escalate. His physique had transcended the limits of ordinary humans, with a single-hand grip strength nearing 300 kilograms. Iron Hand struggled to hold back. Even though Xiao Fan was stronger, he believed he could endure. But when the force from Xiao Fan's hand exceeded 200 kilograms, he couldn't bear it anymore. His face turned deep red. I yield, I yield. Iron Hand cried out frantically. If this continued, he knew his hand would be ruined. Already yielding. Giving up right at the start, how dull. Xiao Fan shook his head, adding a bit more force. Iron Hand's features were twisted together in pain, the excruciating agony, making him nearly tear up. Looking at his big build, how can his grip strength be so weak? Xiao Fan shook his head, releasing his grip, without any change in expression. Iron Hand withdrew his hand, hiding it behind his back, his hand trembling continuously. Boss, let me compete with him. The free combat champion beside General Jin said, wanting to restore General Jin's dignity. Even if Xiao Fan was strong, he might not excel in combat. Xiao Fan shook his head. No need for such trouble. Didn't you bring a dagger? If you can make me shed a single drop of blood, I'll admit defeat. The free combat champion Tycoon narrowed his eyes. Are you serious? Xiao Fan looked at Yang Jun. Brother Yang, you go. Good. Yang Jun nodded, drawing a dagger from his waist, and instantly thrusting it viciously toward Xiao Fan. Yang Jun knew Xiao Fan could catch bullets, so using a dagger to hurt him was absolutely impossible. General Jin and the others' expressions changed, playing this dangerously. When Yang Jun's dagger came within 10 centimeters of Xiao Fan, it felt as if piercing into solid rubber. Moving the dagger forward by 1 centimeter was extremely difficult. Young Master Xiao, your protective chi is too powerful, I can't do it. Yang Jun shook his head. General Jin and the others were skeptical. Yang Jun didn't seem to be acting, but could Chinese martial artists really be this powerful? Tai, you come. General Jin said grimly. Yes, General. Tai drew his dagger, stepped back, then suddenly lunged forward with full force, the dagger in his hand viciously stabbing towards Xiao Fan's shoulder. Xiao Fan's spiritual power transformed into countless threads wrapping around the dagger. When the dagger was 10 centimeters away from him, his spiritual power pulled outward with full force. Suddenly Tai's feeling was the same as Yang Jun's. The dagger barely managed to advance by 1 centimeter. Huh. Tai withdrew the dagger, then viciously stabbed towards Xiao Fan's chest. Naturally, the result was the same. If your pistols have silencers, why not try using pistols? Xiao Fan said calmly. A sharp glint flashed in General Jin's eyes. He had brought pistols equipped with silencers. Immediately General Jin drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at Xiao Fan's thigh. At such close range, General Jin had absolute confidence in his marksmanship. Xiao Fan stood still without moving. The bullets instantly approached his thighs. Dang. 2 bullets dropped to the ground. General Jin and his men were dumbfounded. Even Tang Zietian was extremely shocked. He had heard from Yang Jun that Xiao Fan could catch bullets barehanded, but witnessing it firsthand was still a tremendous shock. Shall we continue sparring? Xiao Fan said faintly, looking at Tai. Tai kept shaking his head. How could he, a monster invulnerable to bullets, go up there to be a pushover? One move from Xiao Fan might put him in bed for months. You're formidable, I concede. Iron Hand beside him said wholeheartedly. Though he had just lost, he was still somewhat unconvinced. But seeing Xiao Fan unfazed by bullets, Iron Hand knew his meager skills were utterly useless against Xiao Fan. Young Master Xiao, please forgive my ignorance. China, no less, is indeed an ancient civilized nation with thousands of years of heritage. Such martial arts is nothing short of a miracle. General Jin said, lowering his head. Even with 20,000 men under his command facing someone like Xiao Fan, he couldn't maintain any arrogance. If Xiao Fan wanted to kill him, General Jin estimated he wouldn't last long. Moreover, Xiao Fan couldn't possibly be this formidable from birth. What terrifying faction must be behind him? Just thinking about it made General Jin's scalp tingle. General Jin, can we sit down and talk? By the way, I hope what just happened doesn't leak out. Whoever spreads it will find themselves on a dead end. Xiao Fan said faintly. General Jin nodded. Young Master Xiao, rest assured. Tai, you must not leak this, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Tai and the others hurriedly nodded. General Jin waved his hand, asking Tai and the others to leave. Tang Zietian also asked Yang Jun to leave first. Only Xiao Fan and the other 3 remained in the room. Tang Zietian chuckled softly. General Jin, we've been old friends for decades. Do you think I would deceive you? Now you know how formidable young Master Xiao is. I understand. General Jin nodded. This trip was worth it, quite eye-opening. Tang Zietian picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Xiao Fan first. Xiao Fan took a sip. I killed Sang Wei. General Jin's expression changed. Sang Wei was a major drug lord. Those who wanted to kill Sang Wei were definitely more numerous than those who wanted to kill him, and Sang Wei's personal defenses were much stronger. Even so, he still died at Xiao Fan's hands. In other words, if Xiao Fan wanted to kill him even in his own stronghold, there would be no way out. Tang Zietian said. General Jin, Sang Wei sent people twice to kill young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao gave him a chance, but the second time, he still persisted in his folly. Well done killing him. General Jin nodded. The death of such a major drug lord is a great benefit to the people of all countries. Tang Zietian said. Young Master Xiao asked me to invite you here to ask for your help. Recently, young Master Xiao entrusted me to prepare a batch of supplies for him. Xiao Fan's sect does not want to be known, so we don't want anyone investigating this matter. General Jin was internally shocked. 10,000 tons of grain. How many people, and how powerful must the sect behind Xiao Fan be? General Jin, can you help? Xiao Fan said faintly. If you can't help, please introduce me to the police commissioner in charge of this matter in Myanmar, and I'll talk to him directly. Kin. Absolutely no problem. General Jin hurriedly said. The police commissioner in charge of this matter didn't get along well with him. He didn't want the other party to come into contact with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said, General Jean, are you sure? Please don't push yourself too hard. General Jean nodded, of course I'm sure. The superintendent in charge of this matter is not easy to talk to. I usually ignore him, but since it's your concern, young Master Xiao, I will certainly do my utmost to help. Xiao Fan nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you, General Jean. Please make sure there are no mishaps, otherwise if I get into trouble you might too. Young Master Xiao, rest assured there will be no problem. General Jean hastily assured. Xiao Fan smiled and said, then I'll rely on you, General Jean. General Jean, the decades-long friendship between you and Boss Tang is enviable. I hope we can also build a lasting friendship. Tang Ziqian felt a surge of joy in his heart. With these words from Xiao Fan, all his previous efforts were completely worthwhile. General Jean laughed. Young Master Xiao, from now on we are friends. In the future if you ever need my help, just say the word. I still have some influence over in Myanmar. Good. Xiao Fan nodded. General Jean stood up and said, Young Master Xiao, this matter of yours cannot be delayed. I'll make a phone call first, and then personally rush back to handle it for you. When you come to Myanmar later we'll meet again. Old Jean will be your host, and we'll have a few drinks. Xiao Fan also stood up. General Jean, I'll trouble you with this matter. It's nothing. Boss Tang, farewell. General Jean quickly left. To handle this properly, he had to return. Young Master Xiao, it's my incompetence that I had to trouble you to come personally. Tang Ziqian said apologetically. Xiao Fan shook his head. I should thank you. Getting to know someone like General Jean also brings me certain benefits. It will make my movements there much more convenient. Tang Ziqian laughed. I also have to thank you, young Master Xiao. With your display of formidable strength, the relationship between General Jean and me will also be stabilized. Favors can be exhausted and interests may be supplanted by greater interests. Only strength is eternal. As his wealth grew and favors gradually depleted, Tang Ziqian had long sensed a crisis. General Jean had become increasingly greedy in his dealings with him. Now that Xiao Fan had appeared and was on good terms with him, Tang Ziqian knew that General Jean would surely curb his greed, which brought many benefits to him. Boss Tang, have you acquired any good rough stones recently? Since I'm here, I might as well take a look if there are any. Xiao Fan said with a light laugh. Tang Ziqian's eyes lit up. Young Master Xiao, I've recently acquired over a dozen fine rough stones. Knowing Xiao Fan's ability, Tang Ziqian naturally would collect them. The top quality rough stones were expensive and risky, but with Xiao Fan, there was no risk. Then let's go take a look. Xiao Fan smiled. Soon Xiao Fan and the others arrived at Tang Ziqian's rough stone warehouse. There were 12 stones in total, slightly smaller on average than the previous 11. With his spiritual power enhanced, Xiao Fan could now use his X-ray vision 3 or 4 times in a short period, allowing him to examine all 12 stones at once. One stone will skyrocket, 2 will plummet, and the rest will fluctuate slightly. After a few minutes, Xiao Fan had examined them all and announced. Tang Ziqian's eyes showed surprise. Xiao Fan had actually used the word skyrocket. Without a gain of more than 10 times, Xiao Fan would not have used skyrocket. The cheapest stone here cost at least 30 to 40 million. If it increased tenfold, the jadeite extracted would be worth at least 3 to 400 million, representing astonishing profit. Young Master Xiao, which one will skyrocket? Tang Ziqian quickly asked. Xiao Fan pointed to a relatively large stone. This one. The jadeite inside is of high value. I estimate it's worth around 5 to 600 million. Tang Ziqian took a deep breath. The jadeite from this single stone alone could cover the cost of all the rough stones he had purchased. He could sell the rest later. The estimated profit was around 500 million. If he paid Xiao Fan a consulting fee of 10 million per stone, Xiao Fan would get 120 million, while Tang Ziqian would earn 380 million, more than 3 times what Xiao Fan made. Tang Ziqian felt he was taking too much. Young Master Xiao, I'll give you a consulting fee of 200 million for this batch. Tang Ziqian said. If Xiao Fan was willing to accept, he would even give 300 million. Xiao Fan shook his head. We've set the rules 10 million per stone. Just give me 120 million. Will you always have such good luck in the future? If there were no stones that could sharply rise or skyrocket, you would still lose money. Tang Ziqian had tried to persuade Xiao Fan a few more times, but Xiao Fan insisted. Young Master Xiao, let's do it your way then. Tang Ziqian said. Soon Tang Ziqian arranged to transfer 120 million into Xiao Fan's account. With such a large fund transfer, the bank manager of Xiao Fan's account immediately received the news. Another 120 million transferred in. He was outside and rushed to the bank as fast as possible. Manager, look. Mr. Zhao's previous balance was 220 million. With the new transfer of 120 million, his account now has 340 million. The bank manager said in shock. As a bank manager, she had seen many large sums, but she had never seen a current account with over 300 million. If such a sum were deposited as a fixed deposit, it would earn over 10 million in a year. Is there any issue with the source of funds? No, manager. The funds still come from the Tang Group. The manager nodded. He pondered whether he should go and meet Xiao Fan in person. If such a client was dissatisfied with their bank and transferred the money away, it would be a significant loss for them. In just over 2 months, he made over 300 million. That's more than one small goal per month. The manager marveled inwardly. As a bank manager, he naturally earned a high salary. But compared to Xiao Fan earning over a small gold per month, his salary was insignificant. General Jean and his men drove back to Myanmar as fast as possible. Iron Hand Tata, what do you think of young Master Xiao? General Jean asked. In the car he was riding in, only Iron Hand and Tata were present. Tata said in a deep voice, General, we must never offend young Master Xiao. Someone like him could kill me as easily as a chicken, and he surely has a formidable background. Iron Hand also said, young Master Xiao is only in his 20s. I have studied Chinese ancient martial arts. Those who achieve success in inner energy cultivation can live up to 150 years. Who knows how powerful the masters in his sect are? General Jean revealed a faint smile. We have met young Master Xiao. This is a rare opportunity for us. You must watch your mouths. Understood. Iron Hand and Tata said in unison. They also hoped to learn a thing or two from Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan could actually block bullets. This made them extremely envious. If they could also achieve such ability, they could go anywhere in the world and live much more comfortably than now. Having entrusted the matter to General Jean, Xiao Fan returned to Z City with peace of mind. With General Jin's influence in Myanmar, it was impossible for him to fail in handling such a trivial affair. Sangwei was already dead. Who would dare to offend General Jean over this? Even the investigating superintendent, who had little rapport with General Jean, could not afford to completely disregard his prestige. Provoking General Jean would bring no benefit. Beep beep. As soon as Xiao Fan disembarked, his phone rang. It was his counselor Feng Haichuan. Old Feng, the school isn't going to expel me again, is it? Xiao Fan spoke. Feng Haichuan hastily replied, of course not. The school has allocated 2 poverty-stricken student grants for our class, and I've reserved one for you. Huh? Xiao Fan was dumbfounded. Giving him a poverty grant. Feng Haichuan said, Xiao Fan, it's like this. Even though you own a house in the city, your parents are no longer with you. There's no issue with granting this to you. Those in our class who were worse off than you have received grants in the past 2 years. I asked their opinions, and they all agreed it was fine for you to have it. Xiao Fan. He had over 300 million in his account now. A poverty grant would be absurd. Ahem, old Feng, don't give me the grant. I'm not eligible. Feng Haichuan urged, Xiao Fan, it's still 3,000 yuan. Don't be shy about it. Actually, the fact that we got 2 grants this time is partly thanks to you. Vice Principal Shui wanted to expel you, so the school offered these 2 grants as compensation. After much thought, I believe you should be the one to receive one. Xiao Fan coughed lightly and said, Old Feng, I'll come clean. I'm actually a billionaire. Please don't give this to me. I absolutely won't take it. Feng Haichuan retorted with exasperation. If you're a billionaire, then I'm on the Forbes list. If you insist, I'll give the grant to someone else. Give it to someone else, definitely someone else. It's too hot to handle. Xiao Fan quickly said. After hanging up, a warm current surged in his heart. Feng Haichuan was not much older than him and was still in graduate school, but he was a decent counselor. Old Feng, you'll have to work hard. I haven't seen your name on the Forbes list yet. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Lao Si, go to the new house in an hour. Xiao Fan sent a message to Xinchen. Just me. Xinchen replied quickly. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, if big brother and second brother are free, bring them along. Xinchen soon called Kong Su and Yi Fei. They thought it was a free meal, so their enthusiasm was high. Su Youwei's cooking was superb. What's going on? Xinchen and the others arrived before Xiao Fan. They rang the doorbell, but got no response. Su Youwei and Lu Shuyan hadn't returned yet. Third brother, what's happening? We're at the door, and the bell isn't working. Xinchen called Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was already in the underground parking lot. Take the elevator to B1. Soon Xinchen and the others arrived. They saw Xiao Fan, and beside him were 2 supercars. Fatty, someone gave me 2 cars. This Porsche 918 is for you. Don't refuse. I didn't refuse when your father gave me the house. Xiao Fan tossed the keys to Xinchen. Xinchen caught them staring at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Kong Su and Yi Fei were also stunned. What was this? Third brother, what? What's going on? Xinchen asked incredulously. He loved researching cars, especially supercars, and could tell both were high-end models. That Porsche 918 would cost at least 15 million to own. Xiao Fan laughed. Didn't I tell you? A business partner gave me 2 cars. Take the 918, Yue will give me another car later, and there's no space here. Xinchen swallowed hard. Third brother, do you know how much this car costs? Around 15 million. Xinchen rolled his eyes. And you still want to give it away? The house you got is worth only half of this, and that was my dad's thank you for saving his life. I can drive it for fun, but I can't accept it as a gift. If I took it, what kind of person would I be? My dad would break my legs. Xiao Fan turned to Kong Su and Yi Fei. Big brother, second brother, help me persuade him. Kong Su shook his head. Fatty's family has money. I won't persuade him to take it. If you want to turn it into cash, why not have him buy it from you? Xinqian's eyes lit up. My dad wouldn't let me buy a car from someone else, but from you maybe he'd agree. Let me call him. Xiao Fan quickly stopped him. Fatty, do you think someone who gets cars like this as gifts would be short on cash? Even the bank robbery reward was 500,000. Xinqian said, third brother, I'm not taking this car. You could give it to Su Shueji instead. A beauty and a luxury car, ha. Xiao Fan shook his head. She hasn't even gotten her driver's license. Even if she did, a newbie couldn't handle a supercar like this. Yi Fei asked, Third brother, what business are you in that someone would give you a car like this? Jade gambling. I'm good at it, and help the boss make a lot. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Kong Su looked serious. Many people lose everything in jade gambling. Are you sure you're okay? Xiao Fan replied, I don't gamble myself now. I just take a consulting fee, so much per stone appraisal. If the boss makes a big profit, there might be a bonus. Shin grinned. So being good at studies has its perks. I never saw you research this, but now you're a jade consultant. Awesome. How much per stone? Xiao Fan held up one finger. Shin exclaimed, 10,000. Then if you go and appraise 8 or 10 stones, you'll earn a lot. Let's go eat, I'm hungry. Tonight, third brother is treating. We'll have to bleed you dry. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded. He didn't elaborate. His consulting fee per stone was not 10,000, but 10 million. Virum. The four of them got into the 2 supercars which soon roared out of the garage. Before long they arrived at an upscale restaurant. They had actually been here before when Shin treated them. The meal cost over 10,000. After that they never came back. The prices were just too high. Given Kong Su and Yi Fei's family backgrounds, they could afford an occasional splurge, but as students using their parents' money there was no need. Third brother, let's have a feast tonight. You'll pay through the nose. And don't bring up the car again. I'm absolutely not taking it. Shin said, while flipping through the menu. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Alright, order whatever you want. While you're at it, I'll tell you about Youwei's best friend. She's back from the capital and went to Leishan County with Youwei. Xiao Fan thought Lu Shuyan was good looking and had good character. It would be great if one of them could win her over. Sister-in-law's best friend. Big brother, you order. Third brother, let's chat privately over there. Shin tossed the menu to Kong Su and said eagerly. Su Youwei's looks and personality were top-notch, so her best friend probably wouldn't be bad either. Get lost. We can overlook other matters, but we won't yield on this one. Yi Fei clenched his fists as he spoke. Shin gave an embarrassed smile. Second brother, you're a cultivator. Why have you developed mortal desires? Romance will hinder your martial practice. You need to think this through carefully. Xiao Fan smiled. Stop beating around the bush, fatty. Order some dishes. You've eaten here more times than anyone. Don't worry about the cost of 5,000 per person is nothing. Then I won't hold back. Shin quickly placed the order, and the total came to just over 10,000, roughly the same as their previous visit. Even knowing that Xiao Fan was now prosperous, Shin would never dare to take advantage of him. Third brother, I think you should video call sister-in-law. Shin said earnestly, his eyes shining with intensity. Absolutely right. Kong Su and Yi Fei nodded in agreement. Given their family backgrounds, it would be easy to find a suitable girlfriend if they made it public, but their families wouldn't allow it. Besides, who could tell what motives such people might have? Alright then. Xiao Fan made a video call to Su Youwei. Su Youwei and Lu Shuyan had already arrived at the hotel. Shin Anmei had not yet been discharged from the hospital, so they planned to pick her up tomorrow before returning. As senior brother. Su Youwei answered the video call quickly. Xiao Fan smiled gently. Youwei, is everything alright with you today? Senior brother, I'm doing well. Su Youwei's delicate face flushed slightly. This was the first time Xiao Fan had ever video called her. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, junior sister Su. Shin and Kong Su appeared on camera to greet her. On Su Youwei's, and Lu Shuyan leaned in close beside her. Since Xiao Fan had called, she felt she ought to greet him at least. Lu Shuyan had just finished showering, and her hair was still damp. The moment they saw Lu Shuyan, Shin and the others' eyes lit up. She was undeniably a stunning beauty, rated a 9, even without makeup. Though she couldn't quite match Su Youwei's ethereal beauty, they thought she was more than excellent. Senior Su, I'll take good care of Youwei, don't worry. Lu Shuyan laughed softly. Are these your roommates? Hello, I'm Lu Shuyan. Shin and the others hurriedly introduced themselves. After their self-introductions, Xiao Fan and Su Youwei exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Big brother, second brother, how about you two show some sportsmanship? Shin glanced at Kong Su and Yi Fei. Kong Su shook his head. We can overlook other matters, but not this one. Yi Fei said, Lu Shuyan is my type too. Let's compete fairly. Xiao Fan watched the scene amusedly. Whatever happened, he thought as long as Lu Shuyan ended up with one of the three of them, it would be fine. If fate wouldn't allow it, then so be it. Third brother, say something. Shin pinned his hopes on Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Good luck to you all. If you win her over, Youwei will have someone she can talk to. She probably only has one close friend like that. Don't all three of you go at it and come back with nothing. That would be embarrassing. Shin patted his chest. Third brother, don't worry. I'll definitely succeed. Kong Su and Yi Fei looked at him with disdain. After the meal, Xiao Fan casually swiped his card to pay. The total came to nearly 15,000. Dear to ordinary people, but mere pocket change for Xiao Fan. Shin grinned. Third brother, let me go with you to Leishan County tomorrow. I'll pick up sister-in-law and bring junior sister Lu Shuyan back too. Xiao Fan shook his head. They can take a taxi back on their own. Shin's eyes widened. Third brother, what if something happens to them on the way? Xiao Fan retorted gruffly. You've only met Lu Shuyan once. If you rush into being a simp now, I doubt it'll end well 9 times out of 10. Simps deserve to die. Shin. Kong Su and Yi Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They couldn't let Shin gain this advantage. The next day arrived all too quickly. Around noon, Oisu Yue and the others finally returned, and Xiao Fan arranged a group meal. Lu Shuiyan had grown much closer to Kong Su and the others. But as for developing feelings for any of them, that was still far off. If Lu Shuiyan could so easily settle on a boyfriend, she would have had one back in the capital long ago. Beep beep. After the meal, Leah called. Sister Leah, you've never called me before. What's up? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. On the other end, Leah's eyes were red, her voice trembling with sobs. Xiao Fan, Captain Liang had an accident. He was attacked last night after work and suffered a severe blow to the head. They managed to save his life after a night of emergency treatment, but Captain Liang remains in a coma. The doctors say he may never wake up. He'll likely become a vegetable. At this, Leah broke down, crying, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Fan's expression turned grave. Liang Wu had led a team to investigate the case involving Xiao Fan's parents. It was quite possible that Liang Wu's attack was connected to the case he was currently investigating. Of course, Liang Wu had been in criminal investigation for over 20 years, so it could also be retaliation from someone else. Sister Leah, where are you now? Xiao Fan asked. People's Hospital. Leah replied. Xiao Fan drove off immediately and arrived at the Provincial People's Hospital in less than half an hour. Sister Leah, has there been any update? Why was Captain Liang attacked? Is it related to his investigation into my parents' case? Xiao Fan asked anxiously. Leah felt bitter inside. Though she hadn't been transferred for long, she greatly admired Captain Liang Wu. We don't yet know why Captain Liang was attacked. Leah shook her head. There were hidden details in the case of Xiao Fan's parents that Leah now knew about, but discipline demanded she keep this information from him for now. In Leah's view, even knowing about it could put Xiao Fan in danger. Where is Captain Liang? Xiao Fan asked grimly. Captain Liang is in the intensive care unit. His family is already there. Perhaps you shouldn't go. You might find his relatives too emotional. Take me to see him, Xiao Fan said. Liang Wu had been injured while investigating Xiao Fan's parents' car accident. It was natural for his family to be emotional, but Xiao Fan couldn't bring himself to avoid them. Besides, he had spiritual awareness and the ability to see through objects. He might be able to understand why Liang Wu was in a coma. You? Be careful. After a moment's consideration, Leah nodded. A few minutes later, Xiao Fan and Leah arrived outside the ICU where Liang Wu was being treated. His parents and wife had come along with several other relatives. Liang Wu's son and daughter hadn't arrived. They likely hadn't received the news yet. His parents and wife had red, tear-stained eyes. Sir, Captain Liang was investigating the car accident involving my parents. His accident may be connected to our case. I never expected this to happen. I'm sorry. Xiao Fan stepped forward and bowed deeply. Liang Wu's mother was about to explode in anger, but his father quickly held her back. Liang Wu's wife said, Mom, Captain Liang has handled so many cases. The fact that Xiao Fan's parents were involved in a car accident makes it unlikely that this is connected to our case. Besides, Xiao Fan saved Captain Liang's life the other day. If he hadn't pushed Captain Liang out of the way, he would have died. Liang Wu's mother burst into tears. Xiao Fan, this is what my son chose to do with his life. His misfortune has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. My husband is losing control of his emotions. I hope you can understand. Liang Wu's father wiped away his tears. Xiao Fan nodded, walked to the doorway, and extended his spiritual awareness into the ICU. The straight-line distance between Liang Wu's hospital room and the door was about 7 or 8 meters, well within Xiao Fan's psychic reach. Captain Liang was attacked in the brain. His vegetative state must be due to brain damage. Xiao Fan directed his psychic power into Liang Wu's brain. However, the intricate structure of the brain, compounded by the recent surgery, made it impossible for him to determine the cause of the coma. Captain Liang, wake up, wake up. Xiao Fan called out directly in Liang Wu's mind through his psychic power. Beep, beep, beep. The monitoring equipment beside Liang Wu showed changes. The previously flat line on the brainwave monitor now displayed significant fluctuations. With a click, a nurse soon left the room and hurriedly fetched a doctor. 5 minutes later, the doctor emerged from the ward and said to Liang Wu's father, the instruments just detected strong brainwaves from the patient. Although he remains unconscious, his chances of waking have increased significantly. It mainly depends on the patient's own will. Liang Wu's father nodded joyfully. This was already excellent news for them. Xiao Fan said, Doctor, I have a favor to ask. Go ahead. The doctor turned to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan said, Captain Liang was injured while investigating my parents' case. I know he might qualify for work-related injury reimbursement, but there could be limits on medication and treatment. I want the hospital to use the best drugs and bring in the best specialists for consultation and treatment. The cost will not be covered by the work injury insurance. I will pay out of my own pocket. Everyone around stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment. Are you sure? Flying in top specialists for treatment won't be cheap. The doctor looked somewhat surprised. Xiao Fan nodded. I'm sure. I'll prepay 1 million in medical expenses. If that's not enough, I'll add more. Please do everything possible to save Captain Liang. Liang Wu's parents and wife looked at Xiao Fan with joy. With the best drugs and top specialists, Liang Wu's chances of recovery would undoubtedly increase. Sir, if you're certain and the patient's family agrees, the hospital is happy to proceed. The doctor said. We agree, we agree. Liang Wu's wife quickly replied, and his parents nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Xiao Fan deposited 1 million into Liang Wu's medical account. Xiao Fan, thank you so much, said Liang Wu's father. Xiao Fan, I was a bit impulsive earlier. Don't take it to heart. Liang Wu's mother also spoke. She realized that Liang Wu's accident might not be directly related to the case of Xiao Fan's parents, and even if it were, what fault did Xiao Fan bear? Liang Wu was a police officer, this was his job. Uncle Liang, don't be so polite. Make sure the hospital brings in the best specialists. Money is not an issue. Captain Liang is a lucky man. I believe he will recover, Xiao Fan said sincerely. After leaving his contact information with the Liao family, Xiao Fan temporarily left the hospital. Since Liang Wu had just undergone surgery, it was not yet suitable for visitors. Xiao Fan planned to return in a few days. By then, if he could get closer, he could use his X-ray vision for a clearer look. Sister Leah, I'm leaving now. If there's any update on Captain Liang, please send me a message. Xiao Fan sent a text to Leah as he got into the car. No problem. Leah was deeply moved. She had just heard that Xiao Fan had deposited 1 million into Liang Wu's medical account, the exact amount of his recent reward. The car accident of Xiao Fan's parents is no simple matter. Captain Liang's attack this time was likely orchestrated by the real culprit. Leah paused at this thought. She recalled something. Was there hidden truth behind the bank robbery a while ago when the gang leader Sun Haokuin shot at Liang Wu? Sun Haokuin's wrist was shot through, and there was no reason for him to seek death. The force with which he hit the pillar suggested he was deliberately trying to kill himself. Very suspicious. Leah rushed to another hospital. Sun Haokuin was being treated there. He had been in a coma after hitting the pillar. Recently, Leah had heard he woke up, and normally he would be interrogated soon. But then Liang Wu was attacked. Leah grew even more suspicious of a connection between Sun Haokuin and Liang Wu's case. Officer Lee. There were guards outside Sun Haokuin's room. They greeted Leah warmly. You've been working hard. How is Sun Haokuin doing? I'd like to have a few words with him. Leah said. He's doing okay. After a brush with death, he probably doesn't want to die anymore, but he won't say anything. Officer Lee, you can go in and ask, but don't expect much. One of them said. The case was under the Criminal Investigation Division, so Leah questioning Sun Haokuin was perfectly fine. Does he know about Captain Liang? No. Okay. Leah soon entered the room. Sun Haokuin's head was still bandaged, not fully recovered. His expression remained unchanged as she entered. Leah sat down beside his bed. Sun Haokuin, someone tried to assassinate Captain Liang again today. He's been captured just like you. Let's see who confesses first. Sun Haokuin's pupils contracted sharply. Armed robbery of a bank, attempted assassination of Captain Liang. If you keep silent, you might face the death penalty. But if you talk, life imprisonment is a real possibility. If you keep your mouth shut, do you think the mastermind will spare your family? Only when the person behind you is caught will your family truly be safe. Sun Haokuin's voice was hoarse. Why did you come instead of Liang Wu? Leah's eyes lit up. How did Sun Haokuin know Liang Wu? In the bank, he had knocked himself unconscious. After waking up in the hospital, no one would have told him anything. Captain Liang is interrogating another person. A few colleagues and I came to pick you up. You'll be able to talk to Captain Liang soon. Leah said casually. If there's anything you want to say it now. I could get some credit. If you don't talk and someone else does, the chance for a reduced sentence will be theirs. Sun Haokuin looked conflicted. He knew the consequences of speaking. But after experiencing death, he no longer wanted to die. Death meant nothing. Life imprisonment could still be reduced, offering a chance for release. Even if not, he might still see his family. I'll talk. You have to count it as a meritorious service. Sun Haokuin hesitated for a long while before speaking. Leah nodded and turned on her phone's video recording. Sun Haokuin took a deep breath. I didn't want to kill Liang Wu. The one who ordered me was Yushouren, the chairman of Chongqing Group. He promised me 5 million if I succeeded. Even if I failed, the money would go to my family. Leah knew of Chongqing Group. Chongqing Group's assets are only about 1 billion. Would a desperado like you be afraid of its chairman? Sun Haokuin, don't just make baseless accusations. Sun Haokuin sneered. That's because you know too little. Yushouren is far more terrifying than you think, and behind him lies an even more fearsome force. Leah asked, what even more terrifying force lies behind Yushouren? Sun Haokuin shook his head. My position isn't high enough. How could I possibly know something like that? Leah frowned and said, then how do you know there's a more terrifying force behind Yushouren? As the chairman of Chongqing Group, his status is already quite high. Sun Haokuin was silent for a moment before saying, I once saw him beaten to a pulp at a nightclub and thrown out like a dead dog, yet he didn't dare utter a single word of complaint. Leah's expression grew grave. The person who had assaulted Yushouren, no matter how many billions they possessed, could not have made Yushouren fear them so utterly. The power behind Yushouren was far greater than they had previously estimated. Go back and tell Liang Wu to best stop investigating. What I've told you, best keep it from being made public. Just secretly help reduce my sentence. Sun Haokuin said solemnly. Leah replied coldly. We don't need your advice on how to conduct our work. Do you have anything else to add, Sun Haokuin? The more you say, the better it is for you. Sun Haokuin closed his eyes and said nothing more. After half a minute passed, and he showed no sign of speaking, Leah left the ward. Officer Lee already out. Got nothing again, one of the police officers asked. They could not hear anything from inside the ward. A little progress at least. I'll head back now. Leah returned to the police station and immediately saved the recorded video to her computer. For security purposes, she also backed it up on a USB drive and hid it. Even if something happened to her, at least the materials would be preserved. Changkong Group is formidable, and Yu Shorin is no ordinary person. Based solely on Sun Haokuan's testimony, summoning Yu Shorin right now would likely not work. Leah thought to herself. With Liang Wu in trouble, their team was now leaderless. She decided to keep this information confidential for the time being. If Liang Wu still did not wake up in a few days, a new task force director would surely be appointed. 3 days passed in a flash, and Xiao Fan continued his normal routine of attending classes. LV Shuyan had long since returned to the capital, and Shun Chun and the other 2 restless fellows had calmed down considerably. Xiao Fan, Captain Liang's condition has improved. He still hasn't regained consciousness, but all his vital signs are better. The specialist who consulted said the probability of him remaining a vegetable has decreased significantly. Captain Liang was just transferred out of the intensive care unit and is now in a special care ward. Leah called Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the hospital where Liang Wu was located as fast as he could. Xiao Fan, thank you so much. Captain Liang's wife, who had been keeping vigil by his side, kept expressing her gratitude upon seeing Xiao Fan. 3 top experts had arrived from different places the day before yesterday. After consulting together, they provided a treatment plan, and from the results their approach seemed quite effective. Sister-in-law, please don't stand on ceremony. My parents' case has troubled Captain Liang for far too long. Seeing him in this state makes me feel deeply guilty. May I go in and see Captain Liang? Xiao Fan asked. Captain Liang's wife nodded eagerly. Of course you may, but you need to check with the doctor first. Visiting hours are limited each day, and you cannot stay inside for too long. MHM. Soon Xiao Fan received the doctor's permission and entered the ward. Captain Liang lay there quietly. His head had been shaved completely bare. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan immediately activated his X-ray vision and observed what was happening inside Captain Liang's brain. The condition had improved considerably compared to 3 days earlier. Over the past 3 days, Xiao Fan had crammed extensively on information regarding brain injuries. Now he could clearly see the situation inside Captain Liang's brain and could make some judgments. There's a small amount of residual blood here. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. Intracranial hematoma could very well be the reason Captain Liang remained in a coma. Disperse. Knowing where the problem lay, Xiao Fan's mental energy swiftly shattered the hematoma. Under the control of his spiritual power, the residual blood quickly departed from Captain Liang's brain. Without the obstruction, Captain Liang's brain suddenly functioned much better. Captain Liang, wake up. Captain Liang, it's Xiao Fan. I still need your help with my parents' case. Xiao Fan called out verbally, while simultaneously projecting his mental energy directly into the depths of Captain Liang's mind. Beep, beep, beep. The monitoring instruments nearby began alarming, and the nurse in the special care ward hurried over. Captain Liang's brain waves intensified. Sharp-eyed Xiao Fan noticed Captain Liang's fingers twitch ever so slightly. Nurse, Captain Liang's finger just moved. Xiao Fan quickly spoke up. The nurse immediately looked toward Captain Liang's hand, and his fingers moved again. Captain Liang, it's Xiao Fan. Wake up already. There's plenty of work at the station, and Leah and everyone are waiting for you to return. Xiao Fan called out once more. After a few seconds passed, Captain Liang's eyes slowly opened. A look of pain crossed his face. It had only been a few days since the surgery, so undoubtedly he was in considerable discomfort. Captain Liang, don't move. You were attacked and had brain surgery. Xiao Fan quickly said. The nurse promptly called for the doctors to come examine him, and Xiao Fan left the ward. Sister-in-law, Captain Liang is awake. The doctors will be over shortly to check on him, and then you can go in. Xiao Fan said with a smile. With Captain Liang having awakened, the heavy stone pressing on his wife's heart was finally lifted. Really? Captain Liang's wife said excitedly. Xiao Fan nodded. Yes. Captain Liang just opened his eyes and his gaze wasn't blank. There shouldn't be any problems. MHM. Captain Liang's wife immediately picked up the phone and shared the good news with her family. Half an hour later, Captain Liang's family arrived, and Leah and the others came as well. Hearing from the nurse that Xiao Fan had been the one to rouse Captain Liang, they naturally expressed their gratitude once more. Xiao Fan, my son says he wants to see you. Captain Liang's father emerged from the ward and said. Xiao Fan nodded and entered the ward. The nurses temporarily stepped aside when they saw him enter. Inside the room, only Xiao Fan and Captain Liang remained. Xiao Fan, regarding your parents' case. I promised to look into it 2 months ago, but it's proving rather difficult to complete now. Be more careful in your daily life. Your parents' case is somewhat complex, Captain Liang said with considerable difficulty. Originally he had not intended to mention it, but having nearly died himself, the mastermind behind the scenes might also target Xiao Fan. He needed to issue a warning. Your parents' case is complex. Xiao Fan was taken aback. His parents' case was a traffic accident from 5 years ago. It was normal that it was difficult to investigate. But why would Captain Liang use the word complex to describe an old traffic accident case? Captain Liang, are you saying my parents' case is not simply a traffic accident? Captain Liang was silent for a moment before saying, your parents' case is a homicide. Although we don't yet know the cause of their deaths, it is certain they were murdered. There was a witness back then named Wang Xiong. He and Lu Kuan had once been cellmates in prison. Wang Xiong died inside the prison, and we obtained clues from Lu Kuan. After saying these few sentences, Captain Liang's complexion worsened considerably. Xiao Fan quickly said, Captain Liang, don't speak anymore. Rest and recover your injury. I understand what you mean. You want me to be careful. I will be more cautious in the future. Talk to Leah. She knows. Captain Liang said with some strain. After leaving the hospital ward, Xiao Fan invited Leah to dinner, and she gladly accepted. Xiao Fan, is this car your friend's? Better not borrow it. Scratches and bumps would be troublesome. Once inside Xiao Fan's car, Leah spoke. From what she had gathered from Liang Wu and the others, Xiao Fan's parents had passed away. His family was of modest means, and he had only recently become a bit more comfortable after receiving 1,000,000 yuan in compensation. But Xiao Fan had deposited 1,000,000 yuan into Liang Wu's medical account. Sister Leah, are you looking down on me? Couldn't it be my own car? Xiao Fan pursed his lips and said. Leah rolled her eyes. The quick ways to make money are all written in the criminal code. Do you think I don't know your background? It's your roommate Shinshin's car, isn't it? A while back during the bank robbery case, they had checked the hostages' information. Sometimes there were hidden accomplices among the hostages. When they looked into Shinshin, they were stunned. Good heavens, among the hostages was a rich second generation like him. If the robbers had kidnapped Shinshin, they might have gotten more money than from robbing the bank. Telling the truth these days, no one believes it. Sigh. Xiao Fan shook his head. Hurry up and drive. I haven't eaten well since the captain got into trouble. Now that he's finally awake, we're going to have a good meal. Don't you dare be stingy with the money, Leah urged. Soon Xiao Fan parked at a decent restaurant where the per-person cost wasn't too high. If it were too expensive, Leah probably wouldn't even step inside. Sister Leah, Captain Liang asked me to find you. He told me that my parents' case is not simple. After ordering, Xiao Fan began. Leah's expression turned serious. She glanced around. Their table was in a corner with no one nearby, so whispering wouldn't be overheard. Is that what Captain Liang called you in to talk about? Leah thought for a moment, and said, Captain Liang probably thinks it's dangerous, and wants to warn you. The mastermind behind it is indeed bold enough to even try to kill Captain Liang. We are now 100% certain that your parents' case is murder. Xiao Fan poured Leah a glass of water. She took a small sip and continued, the bank robbery case a few days ago was suspicious. The gang leader was just looking for an opportunity to kill Captain Liang. Robbery was secondary. Xiao Fan's eyes showed surprise. There was actually such a hidden truth behind the robbery case. Leah said, 3 days ago I questioned the awakened Sun Haokuan. He admitted that someone ordered him to kill Captain Liang, but I can't tell you who that is for now. I haven't reported this yet because we don't have evidence to accuse the other party. Sun Haokuan's testimony alone isn't enough. Xiao Fan's face darkened. He could have come to terms with his parents dying in a car accident, but murder, that was something else entirely. My parents were just honest farmers. They bought a house in the city only so I could study. Why would anyone go to the trouble of murdering them? Xiao Fan said in a low voice. Leah shook her head. We don't know yet. According to Sun Haokuan, the person he knows, though high-ranking, is just a pawn. There is a deeper force behind it. Xiao Fan, just be cautious and stay alert. Do not investigate on your own, or it could bring harm to you, and even those around you. Xiao Fan nodded, slightly deep in thought. How could his ordinary family have attracted such terrifying figures? If even Sun Haokuan's testimony wasn't enough to move against someone, that person's status must be high, and yet he was just a pawn. What kind of power lay behind it all? Maybe I can ask Grandpa later, Xiao Fan thought to himself. If his family had any special background, his grandfather Xiao Hai would definitely know. Sister Leah, can't you tell me who Sun Haokuan mentioned? Xiao Fan inquired. Leah shook her head. Xiao Fan, I can't do that. As of now, we cannot confirm the other party is guilty. Telling you who it is would be a serious violation of regulations. What if she told Xiao Fan and he went to confront them and got into trouble? Alright, I won't ask then. After the meal, Xiao Fan ate mechanically. Knowing his parents were murdered left a heavy ache in his heart. Xiao Fan, Captain Liang promised you would find the perpetrator within 2 months. But now that he's been attacked, and the case is more complex, it may take longer. Xiao Fan drove Leah home. Before she got out, she said, I understand. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Bye. Leah got out and Xiao Fan drove off quickly. He was eager to see his grandfather, but the appointed time hadn't come yet, so he couldn't meet him now. Dad, Mom, I will definitely find the killer and avenge you. Back home, Xiao Fan held his parents' photo album and murmured to himself. In his own home, his restless heart gradually calmed. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person. Even if he lacked the power now, once he gained more from Xiao Hai in the future, he would surely be able to avenge his parents. Beep beep. His phone rang. It was actually Yi Fei calling. Xiao Fan was a bit surprised. Yi Fei was skilled but taciturn, usually Shun Shun or Kong Su would call him. Second brother, what's up? Xiao Fan answered. Yi Fei cleared his throat and said, Third brother, come to the dorm and help me highlight the key points. I can't afford to fail this semester or I'll lose face in front of Liu Shuyan. Xiao Fan found it amusing. Love could be such a motivator. Alright, I'll head over now. But don't start studying right away, let's play a few rounds of games first. Soon Xiao Fan arrived at the dorm. He first played a few intense rounds with Yi Fei and the others. Third brother, what's going on with you today? Not feeling well. Did you have a spat with Junior Su? Kong Su asked. Xiao Fan had been on a killing spree in the game. They won several consecutive matches, but Xiao Fan had taken 8 out of 10 kills. Something was off. Xiao Fan let out a long breath and said, "It has nothing to do with Yue. Something else happened, but I can't talk about it." Kong Su and the others likely had considerable influence in their families, but Xiao Fan didn't want them involved in this matter. He could handle it himself later. "Second brother, bring me your books. I'll mark the key points. Feel free to ask about anything you don't understand." After highlighting the key points and tutoring Yi Fei, Xiao Fan left. Living in the dorm wasn't convenient now. He needed to train his spiritual power every evening. "Third brother must be facing something big," Kong Su said solemnly. Shin Chen nodded. "Definitely. Third brother has money now, and money can solve 90% of problems. If he has a lot, it can solve 99%. What can't be solved isn't a small matter." Yi Fei said thoughtfully. "I sensed a killing intent from third brother." Shin Chen curled his lips. "Second brother, you really think you're a martial arts master? Killing intent?" Yi Fei retorted. "Wasn't third brother going on a killing spree in the game just now?" He had indeed felt a killing intent, but he couldn't explain it clearly to Shin Chen. Kong Su said, "Should we investigate? Maybe we can help." Yi Fei nodded. "I agree." Agreed. Shin Chen chimed in. Kong Su and the others quickly located the hospital, already aware of Liang Wu's assault. Captain Liang has regained consciousness and met with third brother. Afterward, third brother asked Liu out. Given that senior sister Su is far more beautiful and Liu already has a boyfriend, it's impossible for third brother to develop feelings for someone else. Shin Chen analyzed. Kong Su rolled his eyes. "Isn't that obvious? Third brother's meeting with Liu must be related to the case. There could be two possibilities regarding what they discussed. One possibility is the case involving Captain Liang's assault. The culprit may be an accomplice of the bank robbers. Captain Liang and the others might have informed third brother as a warning to stay vigilant. The other possibility is that third brother's parents' case might not be as straightforward as it appears." Yi Fei nodded. Kong Su's analysis was quite reasonable. "Boss, do you have any connections in the local police system through your family?" Yi Fei asked. Kong Su shook his head. "Not directly, but I do have an elder relative holding a considerable position here. If I ask that elder to help inquire, it should be possible to find out." "Then hurry up, boss," Shin Chen said. Kong Su retorted impatiently. "How can I rush this? When asking an elder to help, I can't just call and give orders. I at least need to bring gifts and visit in person. It's getting late today. Let's do it tomorrow." The next morning, Kong Su arrived at the elder's residence before the person had left for work. "Xiao Su, coming this early. Looks like you have something on your mind. You're still so formal with your Uncle Li. Couldn't you just give me a call?" the other party said with a warm smile. Though his rank was not low, even the patriarch of the Kong family would show him proper respect upon meeting him. Both Kong Su's father and his eldest uncle held positions superior to his own. "Uncle Li, I do need to ask you for a favor. The situation is as follows." Kong Su explained the circumstances. "I'll make a call to check on this for you." The call was placed quickly. "Qinglin, I have a matter to inquire about. You should know Liang Wu from the Criminal Investigation Brigade, right? He's one of your key operatives." On the other end, Qinglin was surprised that someone else was asking about Liang Wu. "Of course I know. He was attacked recently. What are your instructions, Secretary Li?" The Secretary Li standing before Kong Su wasn't a major figure at the provincial level, but he was a significant leader in the city. Qingling's status and position were quite high, yet still somewhat inferior to his. What exactly happened with his assault? Also, is there anything concerning about the case he's currently investigating? Secretary Li inquired. Qinglin thought to himself, could Elder Wei have once again contacted Secretary Li Wansong? Given Elder Wei's influence, it would be completely normal for Li Wansong to follow up on this. Secretary Li, the case involving Xiao Fan's parents can now be confirmed as homicide. The culprit is no ordinary person. Captain Liang was very likely attacked by someone sent by the murderer. Qinglin said solemnly. Li Wansong's expression shifted, and he spoke gravely. The fact that they dared to attack police officers means this must be investigated thoroughly and dealt with severely. Once uncovered, there can be no leniency whatsoever. If there are any developments in this case, report to me at any time. I will fully support you. On the other end of the line, Qinglin responded promptly. Yes, thank you for your support, Secretary Li. With Li Wansong's explicit backing, Qinglin felt considerably reassured. Should the case involve certain powerful factions, his own influence might not be enough to bring them down. I'll hang up now. Li Wansong ended the call. Xiao Su, your classmate's parents didn't die in a car accident. They were murdered. This case is far from simple and may require considerable time to solve. Li Wansong paused to consider before speaking. Uncle Li, I'd be grateful if you could keep an eye on this case. That classmate of mine and I are extremely close. We're practically brothers. No problem. As you just heard, I've already put in a good word. But under no circumstances should you investigate this on your own. The mastermind behind this is extremely ruthless, and you could be in danger as well. Li Wansong warned earnestly. Kong Su nodded. I'm glad to know the situation now. At the very least, we can offer some comfort to Xiao Fan. Uncle Li, I'll leave you now so as not to keep you from work. Li Wansong chuckled. Running a bit late isn't an issue for me. Nobody here marks my attendance, haha. Do come by sometime for a few drinks. All right, Uncle Li. Kong Su departed, and an hour later returned to their dormitory. What's the situation, boss? Shinshin immediately asked. Kong Su relayed what he had learned. Yi Fei frowned. No wonder third brother has been acting strangely. He must have found out that his parents were actually murdered. Should we ask our families to help with the investigation? Shinshin suggested. Kong Su quickly objected, absolutely not. The mastermind behind this dared to send people to attack Captain Liang. If you involve your families in the investigation, they could be put in danger as well. The police will definitely invest full effort into this case. We shouldn't make things more complicated. We should just focus on supporting third brother, Kong Su continued. Yi Fei and Shinshin both nodded in agreement. Let's invite third brother for barbecue tonight, and have some drinks together, Shinshin proposed. That sounds good, Kong Su agreed. Yi Fei gathered a few books. I'm heading to the library to study. Remember to wake me up tonight. After leaving the dormitory, Yi Fei found a secluded spot and made a call. Grandfather. Yi Fei spoke respectfully. On the other end of the line was an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang-style clothing. Though he had reached his 80s, his complexion was ruddy and his hair remained ungrayed, making him appear no older than his early 60s. Xiao Fei, the moment you started school you flew off like a bird, and now you finally remember to call back. The elderly man in Tang-style clothing scolded affectionately. Yi Fei replied sheepishly, Grandfather, my studies have been quite demanding. Don't give me that nonsense. You should know your own grades well enough. Your talent in martial arts is outstanding, but academically you're just as mediocre as your father. Yi Fei rolled his eyes. He had legitimately earned his place at D University through the entrance exam. He simply didn't have as much time to dedicate to his studies. Is your father not giving you enough living expenses, eh? Grandfather will transfer you tens of thousands. Don't squander it. If your focus scatters, your martial arts cultivation could suffer. Yi Fei chuckled. Grandfather, I've recently broken through to the hidden force realm. I will never neglect my cultivation, so please don't worry. A wave of delight surged through the elderly man's heart. At just 21 years old, reaching the hidden force realm was truly impressive. Yi Fei's father also possessed considerable talent, yet he hadn't attained that level until he was 23. Grandfather will transfer you 100,000. Grandfather, let's set aside the matter of money for now. Could you send a skilled expert from the family? One of my roommates has gotten involved in something, and he may be in danger. The elderly man in Tang-style clothing asked. You want the family to send an expert to protect Xiao Fan? Grandfather, you know third brother. Yi Fei said in surprise. The elderly man retorted somewhat irritably. You're studying away from home. Do you think Grandfather wouldn't look into the people in your dormitory? An expert panel has already been formed which suggests there are indeed issues with his parents' case. The family can certainly send someone to provide protection, but they will only safeguard him and will not interfere with the investigation itself. Grandfather, is there truly no way for the family expert to assist with the inquiry? Yi Fei asked. The elderly man spoke with gravity. Unless our own Yi family is directly involved, we cannot intervene. This is the rule. Without rules, chaos would have reigned long ago. Yi Fei sighed. Very well. Grandfather, please send someone capable. Third brother and I are very close. While Kong Su and his team were investigating and gathering information, Xiao Fan arrived in Leishan County. Xiao, the land has been leveled and construction will begin soon, said Zhao Youcai's father Zhao Zongxiang. As per your instructions, the entire site covers 20 mu with C80 concrete for the foundation and C60 grade for the rest. The rebar specifications are also up to standard. Xiao Fan asked, why is the concrete grade lower for the upper parts? Zhao Zongxiang explained, Xiao, it's like this. C80 concrete has strong compressive strength, but poor ductility, so it's not suitable for other parts. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. You're the expert in this area. If you handle things well, you'll certainly be rewarded. By the way, clear out a relatively large warehouse and stock it with 3,000 tons of cement, 3,000 tons of river sand, 3,000 tons of rebar, and also bring in various types of construction formwork. Zhao Zongxiang was puzzled internally. What was he planning? But he didn't voice the question. Very well, Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Xiao Fan said in a calm tone, get it done as soon as possible. The warehouse needs to be sealed. After the materials are stored, have someone guard it, install surveillance outside, and allow no one to enter. Also, a batch of clothing will be delivered in a few days. Have someone receive it, and place it inside. When he left last time, Xiao Hai had mentioned needing cement, sand, and such. In the other world, the defensive structures were made of stone, which naturally had poor defensive capabilities. With cement, sand, and rebar sent over, key areas like the city gates could be reinforced. If enemies tried to destroy or besiege the city, they would surely be driven to despair. Very well, Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Xiao Fan said, estimate how much all this will cost. Zhao Zongxiang quickly replied, Xiao, please don't mention it. I'll prepare everything directly, there's no need for you to pay. I told you to calculate, so calculate. Xiao Fan frowned. Zhao Zongxiang thought for a moment, and said, Xiao, for the materials you want, if you use good quality, the total cost would be around 20 million. If you use cheaper ones, it can be done for 13 to 14 million. Xiao Fan quickly transferred 21 million to Zhao Zongxiang. Get it done within 5 days. I'll come to inspect. The extra 1 million covers labor and warehouse costs. Xiao Fan said in a calm tone and left shortly after. Zhao Zongxiang swiftly arranged matters. As the local power in Leishan County, he owned a real estate company, so preparing these things was not difficult for him. Moreover, it would not attract anyone's attention. Xiao Fan returned to Z City. As soon as he arrived, Kong Su and his group called him to a barbecue joint. "Are you guys trying to drink yourselves to death today?" Xiao Fan said with a twitch of his lips. There were only 4 of them, yet Kong Su and the others had ordered 4 cases of beer, 1 case per person. It looked rather intimidating. "Third brother, have a seat. Our mission today is to make sure you drink to your heart's content." Kong Su gestured for Xiao Fan to sit down. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, "Do you know the real truth about my parents' case?" Kong Su smiled awkwardly. "Third brother, we don't mean to reopen old wounds. We just want to know what trouble you're facing and see if we can help." "I understand." Xiao Fan nodded. Yi Fei said, "The eldest brother pulled some strings. Your parents' case will be thoroughly investigated. Also, there's something I need to tell you in advance." "What is it?" Xiao Fan opened a beer and clinked glasses with Yi Fei and the others. Yi Fei said, "My family runs a security company. I asked my grandfather to send a top-notch bodyguard to protect you from now on. It's a female bodyguard. If you want to do something with Junior Su, she won't peek." Xiao Fan looked at Yi Fei. Yi Fei's claim of having a family security company was probably nonsense. He guessed that Yi Fei's family was a martial arts clan. They had likely dispatched a clan expert. "Second brother, is this appropriate?" Yi Fei smiled and said, "What's inappropriate about it? Our family is in this business. We're brothers. I can't just stand by and watch you walk into danger. You're a good shot, but you don't have a gun. And sometimes a gun isn't necessarily effective." Xiao Fan pondered and said, "Second brother, thank you. But I don't need it for myself. If the bodyguard comes, could you have her secretly protect Yue instead?" Yi Fei frowned. "Third brother, although you and Junior Su have a good relationship, the people behind your parents' murder probably won't target her. Even if they killed her, what would be the point? You're the one who needs it most." Xiao Fan looked at Yi Fei and smiled. "Second brother, you probably can't beat me now." "Oh." Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. He had recently reached the internal force level. Could he really not beat Xiao Fan? Before he could easily take on over a dozen ordinary people, now he could handle several dozen effortlessly. Shinshin coughed lightly and said, "Third brother, you can definitely outsmart second brother, but when it comes to fighting, I doubt, even with a gun, you'd be a match for him. And you don't have one anyway." Kong Su nodded in agreement. They had seen Yi Fei fight. Despite his unassuming build, he was ferocious in combat. One punch could send a 200-pound man crashing to the ground. "Second brother, let's shake hands." Xiao Fan smiled and extended his hand. Yi Fei shook it. They both gradually increased their grip strength. "My." Yi Fei was surprised. He felt that Xiao Fan's grip strength exceeded 100 kilograms and was still increasing. The average adult male's grip strength was about 50 kilograms. 120, 130, 140. They both appeared calm, but their grip strengths kept rising. Soon Yi Fei began using his internal energy. In terms of pure physical strength, he was now no match for Xiao Fan. Soon their grip strength reached 200 kilograms, breaking the world record. Of course, this world record was for ordinary people. If a martial artist participated in such a competition to break records, they would only face ridicule from other martial artists. "Third brother, if you can't take it, just say so." Yi Fei was afraid of hurting Xiao Fan's hand. "You too." Xiao Fan smiled, looking fairly relaxed. Shinshin rolled his eyes and said, "Can you two hurry up? Your faces aren't even flushed. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you're fooling around." Neither Xiao Fan nor Yi Fei paid any attention to Shinshin. They appeared calm, but their grip strength had already soared to 240 to 250 kilograms. Holy cow! Yi Fei was shocked. Soon their grip strength reached 300 kilograms. He had already used 80% of his internal energy, yet Xiao Fan still seemed to be holding up. When had Xiao Fan become so strong? "Second brother, shall we stop here?" Xiao Fan smiled. In terms of pure physical strength, his single-handed grip was already 300 kilograms. If he pushed further, he would have to use spiritual telekinesis, which was unnecessary for a contest with Yi Fei. All right. Yi Fei nodded. He felt that he hadn't found Xiao Fan's limit. In pure grip strength, Xiao Fan was probably his equal. "Second brother, just listen to me. When the bodyguard arrives, have her watch over Yue secretly." Xiao Fan smiled. Yi Fei looked deeply at Xiao Fan and said, "Fine, I'll do as you say, third brother." Kong Su and Shinshin looked at Xiao Fan and Yi Fei in surprise. "Second brother, did third brother win?" Shinshin asked incredulously. Xiao Fan said, "We haven't determined a winner or loser yet. Second brother, I just need you to know I can protect myself." Yi Fei said thoughtfully, "Third brother, no wonder you were so confident about handling those bandits earlier." Xiao Fan smiled and replied, "I'm not that foolish. Moreover, if I hadn't had confidence in my abilities, what if I acted recklessly and ended up killing those hostages? Fat Boy is among them." Kong Su raised a bottle of wine and said, "Since third brother can protect himself, we can rest assured. Come on, let's not dwell on this anymore. Cheers." Before they knew it, the case of liquor had been finished by Xiao Fan and the others. Xiao Fan, Kong Su, and Yi Fei were all fine, but Shinshin had already passed out from drinking. "Third brother, if you ever need our help, just tell us. We're brothers. As for Fat Boy, we'll take him back. You should go home and get some good rest. Don't overthink things," Kong Su said. Yi Fei patted Xiao Fan on the shoulder without saying much more. "Don't worry," Xiao Fan smiled and replied. The fact that his parents had been murdered weighed heavily on Xiao Fan's heart. After sharing a round of drinks with Kong Su and the others, he did feel somewhat relieved. Though his parents were gone, he was fortunate enough to have 3 good brothers like Kong Su, and his grandfather was still alive. He had also grown significantly stronger. As for pity, he certainly couldn't call himself the most unfortunate person in the world. There were far worse off than him. Before long, several days passed, and Liang Wu's injuries had improved considerably. Xiao Fan arrived in Leishan County once again. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Xiao Hai. Young Master Xiao, look, the ground has been prepared. Following your instructions, young Master Xiao, we poured a full meter of high-grade concrete. Even if someone tried to blow through that meter of concrete with explosives, it would certainly not be easy. Zhao Zongxiang took Xiao Fan to the construction site of the warehouse first. Countless workers were busy operating around the clock without pause. There were no residential buildings nearby, so there was no need to worry about disturbing residents. The progress is quite good. Continue working hard. Take me to the cargo warehouse, Xiao Fan said calmly. Zhao Zongxiang personally drove Xiao Fan to another location. The warehouse here was also surrounded by concrete walls with about a dozen security guards stationed at the entrance. Boss. Seeing Zhao Zongxiang, they hurriedly saluted. In this part of Leishan County, they knew Zhao Zongxiang had the power to bring ruin to their families at any time. Zhao Zongxiang ignored them and walked to the back of the car to open the door for Xiao Fan. This is young Master Xiao. From now on you will follow his orders. Zhao Zongxiang said solemnly. The dozen or so security guards were shocked. They knew exactly what kind of figure Zhao Zongxiang was, and yet he was personally opening the car door for Xiao Fan and addressing him as young Master Xiao. What kind of person must Xiao Fan be? Greetings, young Master Xiao. The dozen guards chorused in unison, their voices even louder than before. Xiao Fan gave a slight nod. Open the warehouse. Zhao Zongxiang stepped forward and scanned his iris. The heavy warehouse door slowly creaked open. Young Master Xiao, this iris lock was newly installed by my order. I'll change it to your iris pattern shortly. From then on only you will be able to open this warehouse. Zhao Zongxiang said. Xiao Fan looked at Zhao Zongxiang with newfound respect. No wonder he had been able to elevate the Zhao family to its current height. Zhao Zongxiang's ability and vision were truly impressive. Let's make the change now, Xiao Fan said calmly. Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Soon the iris was updated to Xiao Fan's, and he also set a new password. Only when both the iris and password were correctly entered within 1 minute would the warehouse door open. Young Master Xiao, as you requested, we have plenty of cement, sand, and steel rebar. The clothing that was delivered is also here. Zhao Zongxiang led Xiao Fan on a tour around the warehouse. Excellent. Director Zhao, you're a very busy man. Go attend to other matters. If anything comes up, I'll speak to them directly, Xiao Fan said with a satisfied nod. Very well, young Master Xiao. After Zhao Zongxiang left, Xiao Fan instructed one of the security guards to purchase several large mirrors and a bed, as the warehouse would likely be used again in the future. Tanfei Director, Zhao should have called all of you together. From now on you'll divide into day and night shifts with 4 guards per shift and 2 rotating rest positions. Your salaries will receive an extra 3,000 yuan per month. If you perform well, that increases to 5,000 additional yuan per month by next year, Xiao Fan announced. Excitement showed in the eyes of all 10 security guards. Leishan County was merely a county town, and their monthly salary had been only a little over 3,000 yuan. An additional 3,000 from Xiao Fan meant over 6,000 in total, an undoubtedly high salary here. Young Master Xiao, we will certainly work hard, the lead security guard said, and the others nodded vigorously. Xiao Fan said coldly. Let me be clear up front, if even one of you performs poorly, all of you will be dismissed and replaced. I expect you to supervise each other well. Yes, young Master Xiao, the 10 replied solemnly. Even with a salary of only 3,000 plus, they dared not slack off given that Zhao Zongxiang had assigned them this task. And if they performed well, their wages could increase substantially. You may leave. I'll sleep here tonight, Xiao Fan waved his hand. The 10 filed out and conferred for a moment before 6 of them departed. For guards were sufficient to watch the warehouse. As midnight approached, Xiao Hai's figure suddenly appeared within the mirror. My dear grandson, your old grandfather has recently captured another large territory. Ha! Xiao Hai said excitedly. Capturing a large territory meant a much larger land area and significantly higher survivability. Grandpa, Mom, and Dad didn't die in a simple car accident. They were murdered. Detective Liang, who is in charge of the case, nearly died as well. There was also a witness who died in prison back then. Xiao Fan spoke. The smile on Xiao Hai's face instantly froze. His son and daughter-in-law having been murdered sent a wave of raging fury surging through his heart. Has the murderer not yet been found? Xiao Hai said with a dark expression. Xiao Fan shook his head. Not yet. Grandpa, our family is ordinary. Mom and Dad were just ordinary people. Why would someone go to such trouble to murder them? Xiao Hai remained silent for a while before speaking. Our family used to be a martial arts clan. Several of our ancestors reached the level of innate experts. They may be after our family's cultivation techniques. Your father lacked cultivation talent. I was planning to pass them on to you when you grew older. Xiao Fan stared blankly at Xiao Hai. Their family had previously been a martial arts clan. Xiao Hai said. Your old grandfather reached the level of transformed force back then. With this place's enhanced spiritual energy, the effects of the techniques are greatly amplified. Otherwise, do you think I could have risen so quickly? Xiao Fan came back to his senses and said gravely, so the people who killed mom and dad are very likely from a martial arts clan, and they have probably already succeeded. If they hadn't succeeded, capturing them alive would be preferable. Xiao Hai nodded. That's probably the case. My dear grandson, don't think about revenge right now. Your current strength against a powerful martial arts clan would put you at great risk. Grandpa, how are the martial arts realms divided? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai replied, from lowest to highest, they are manifest force, concealed force, transformed force, post, heaven, innate grandmaster, and great grandmaster, 7 realms in total. 1,000 years ago, spiritual energy was plentiful. There were figures at the innate realm and above at the levels of grandmaster and great grandmaster. 300 years ago, there were also some at the innate realm. Nowadays, the number of innate level experts throughout all of China can be counted on one hand. Xiao Fan fell silent, digesting the information he had just received. Our Xiao family was once quite formidable, but our techniques required sufficient spiritual energy to be effective. Over time, our family gradually declined and withdrew from the martial arts circle. When the two worlds draw near or collide, spiritual energy in certain areas may intensify. It's likely that some martial arts clan discovered such a location and therefore coveted our family's techniques. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Xiao Hai's analysis made good sense. My dear grandson, don't be afraid. Just protect yourself. Although martial arts clans are powerful, as long as I can send our strong experts here, they'll be nothing but trash. Xiao Hai said domineeringly. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandpa, rest assured I will protect myself. How did you manage to capture such a large city so quickly this time? You never mentioned it before. Xiao Hai grinned. The drones you sent over earlier came in handy, and with our abundant arrows now we ambushed a wave of enemies leaving the city. This left them short-handed for defense. Moreover, using the drones we could identify their weaknesses and caught them completely off guard. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The drones are usable. If so, I can prepare more for Grandpa. Also, I can prepare some FPV drones for him. Those things are fast. If we attach poisoned arrows, it's entirely possible to precisely eliminate key enemy targets. Grandpa, you mentioned last time that you need cement, sand, and such. I've prepared a lot for you. Get ready to receive them. Xiao Fan stood up. Xiao Hai said in a low voice, wait. Our family's hereditary art is the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art. After years of cultivation, I believe it may be a cultivation art. Its effect is poor in low spiritual energy, but here the spiritual energy is abundant, so I cultivate quickly. I'll first transmit the first 3 layers to you. If you complete these 3 layers, you can reach the Grandmaster realm. Xiao Fan quickly said, Grandpa, if you transmit the art to me, will you still have the strength to receive things? Did you leave a copy of the art? I can look for it later. Xiao Hai said solemnly, your parents met with an accident, so the art is certainly gone. It was hidden inside the ancestral tablets in the ancestral house. You can use your psychic power to check it later. Don't touch it with your hands. It will leave traces. Transmitting the art to you will consume a lot of energy, but I'm not in a hurry for now. As for the cement and sand, you can send them to me next time. Xiao Fan was the only grandson of the Xiao family, the sole descendant. He couldn't let Xiao Fan come to harm. Xiao Fan said, even if I start cultivating, I can't improve much in a short time. Wouldn't that be using my weakness to attack the enemy's strength? Grandpa, you should receive the items and give me the superpower later. Xiao Hai said solemnly, superpowers have their strengths, but also their flaws. In close quarters, can your reaction speed match that of a skilled martial artist? Before you can even release your psychic power, they will have already killed you. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, then just give me the first layer. Even if you give me 3 layers, I can't improve instantly. Alright. Xiao Hai thought for a moment. The content of the first layer was much less, so transmitting it was relatively easy. Go. Soon Xiao Hai condensed the first layer's content into a light ball the size of a ping-pong ball. The light ball passed through the mirror and instantly entered Xiao Fan's body. A flood of content surged into Xiao Fan's mind. Xiao Hai grinned. Good grandson, our family's art is obscure and difficult. If an enemy got it, they would have trouble cultivating. What I gave you includes many insights and a bit of power. The art has 9 layers, and I'm currently at the 7th. My insights should be fine, so you can cultivate with confidence. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, how far are you from being the best in the world now? Xiao Hai said, a while ago I was only at the peak of the 6th layer. At that time my strength was probably ranked in the top 10 nationally. Now I'm in the top 3 nationally, and I should be able to rank in the top 15 in this entire world. In a little while I'll definitely break into the top 10 worldwide. If I reach the 8th layer, I could very well become the best in the world. As he spoke, Xiao Hai released a powerful aura. Being in the top 15 worldwide was already extremely formidable. Grandpa, if you can't win, don't fight recklessly. If you're outmatched, just run. Xiao Fan cautioned. Xiao Hai chuckled. Good grandson, don't worry. Our family's hereditary art, the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art, has 2 major advantages. First, the body becomes extremely strong after cultivation. Second, it grants great speed. It's said that if one cultivates to the 9th layer, they can transform into a true dragon and become invincible. Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, would a cultivator with a strong body still be suppressed near a city? Xiao Hai nodded. Whether it's the body or the cultivated mana, essentially, they are both energy. If the body weren't suppressed, I could charge into the city alone. Grandpa, get ready to receive things. Xiao Fan picked up the mirror and first transmitted the clothes that had been sent over. This batch totaled 6,000 sets. Having captured 2 cities, Xiao Hai and his men could obtain some cotton-padded clothes, but those were bulky. Soldiers wearing the special combat training uniforms Xiao Fan sent would be more effective in combat. Grandpa, I prepared 3,000 tons, each of cement, sand, and rebar. I'll send you a portion of each first. Good. It took an hour for Xiao Fan to transmit half of the cement, sand, and rebar. Various formworks were also transmitted. With those formworks, it would be much more convenient for Xiao Hai if he wanted to build something. Good grandson, your parents have been gone for 5 years. You've mourned enough. No matter what you do, ensure your own safety first, understand? I'll find you in 3 days. Xiao Hai said. 3 days was enough for him to recover. Xiao Fan still had many things to send, and after 3 days he could transmit a bit more power to Xiao Fan. Xiao Hai had already reached the 7th layer of the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art. The draconic force he cultivated within his body was powerful, giving a little to Xiao Fan would have little impact on him. But for Xiao Fan, who was just starting out, even a little bit of power was a lot. I never thought our Xiao family was actually a martial arts clan. Xiao Fan murmured. Dad, Mom, I will definitely avenge you. Even if the enemy is a powerful martial arts clan, I will make them pay with blood. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He sat cross-legged and began cultivating the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art. The original first layer had only about 900 characters with no punctuation marks throughout. If Xiao Fan had only obtained this, even as a top student, he would be utterly baffled. Cultivating such an art to success would be extremely difficult. One careless mistake could lead to deviation. Now he naturally had no such worries. The information Xiao Hai gave him included his various insights and experiences totaling over 100,000 characters. With so many explanations, if he still couldn't understand, he would be unworthy of being a top student. Let's begin. After spending 2 hours meticulously studying, Xiao Fan officially started cultivating. According to the art, the first step requires internal sensation. Internal sensation is not as powerful as internal vision, but it still requires one to clearly know the location of each meridian. This step alone can stump countless people. The second step is qi sensation. Through cultivation, one generates internal qi within the dantian and simultaneously senses its existence. The third step is to guide qi into the body. Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form the first wisp of draconic qi. Reaching this step means one has entered the gateway of the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art. Xiao Hai started cultivating at age 12, took 18 years, and only barely entered the gateway at the age of 30. Cultivating this art in an era lacking spiritual energy was extremely difficult. Fortunately, once one entered the gateway of the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art, it was equivalent to reaching the dark force level. Is this the draconic qi? After one cycle of the art, Xiao Fan murmured. In his dantian, there was now a wisp of draconic qi. The 3 major obstacles to cultivating the 9 revolutions of the true dragon art were all quite easy for Xiao Fan. Internal sensation was a given. He could directly use his psychic power to see inside. Qi sensation was also simple, as Xiao Hai had transmitted a stream of draconic qi into his body, which he could sense. The slightly trickier part was guiding qi into the body, but his constitution was good. He already had draconic qi inside, and his understanding of the art was thorough, so this didn't stump him either. Again, Xiao Fan continued to cultivate. The draconic qi given by Xiao Hai had not yet been fully refined. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. He had begun his cultivation at 2:30 in the morning, with the 9 transformations true dragon art completing a cycle every half hour. By around 7 o'clock he had completed 9 minor cycles, and his dantian now contained 9 strands of dragon qi. These strands of dragon qi were naturally refined from the dragon force passed down by Xiao Hai. All beginnings are arduous. Xiao Hai had directly imparted his dragon force and the insights of the cultivation art to Xiao Fan, saving him at least 10 years of arduous practice, if not 20. Although my original physique was decent, it was merely brute strength. Now that I have cultivated the 9 transformations divine dragon art, my understanding of power has deepened. Xiao Fan mused silently. He rose to his feet, his silhouette shifting ceaselessly within the warehouse. The 9 transformations true dragon art was not only a cultivation technique, but also encompassed movement arts. However, within the first layer of the art, Xiao Fan found no offensive techniques. The art's creator likely believed that practitioners at such a low level should merely focus on self-preservation. Learning offensive techniques and provoking trouble might only hasten one's demise. Huff. After some activity, Xiao Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, a smile spreading across his face. With both his supernatural ability and martial arts, his strength had increased considerably. Creak. Opening the warehouse door, Xiao Fan stepped outside, and the 4 security guards outside promptly saluted. No one is allowed to enter the warehouse. Not even President Zhao Zongxiang, Xiao Fan said in a solemn tone. Yes, young Master Xiao, the 4 guards replied in unison. Xiao Fan soon departed. Although Xiao Hai's next contact was 3 days away, and the time was not long, he could not stay here for 3 days. After all, coming from City Z was quick. In the other world, Qinghua City, the area near the East Gate was severely damaged, and the City Lord's mansion was almost completely destroyed. Repairing the East Gate using traditional methods here was not easy, and even after restoration its defensive capabilities would be inferior to before. As for building an ordinary City Lord's mansion, that was not difficult. However, constructing a City Lord's mansion that could serve as a command headquarters during wartime was no easy feat. Insufficient defensive strength would leave it vulnerable to enemy raids. If a general were to be assassinated while sleeping, the losses would be immense. Come out. Xiao Hai arrived near the East Gate, releasing a large amount of cement, sand, and steel bars to the outside. Grand Marshal, have you acquired something good again? A general beside Xiao Hai exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Hai pointed at the bags of cement. This is cement. Mix 1 part water, 2 parts cement, 3 parts sand, and 6 parts gravel, in this proportion. The resulting concrete reinforced with steel bars should be used to repair the East Gate as soon as possible. They had destroyed the East Gate during the assault, so it needed to be repaired quickly lest the enemy counterattack and breach the city through this gate. Understood, Grand Marshal. Pebbles and gravel were abundant here. Under Xiao Hai's direction, the concrete was soon mixed. Forms were set up, steel bars were placed inside, and the concrete was poured into the forms. Grand Marshal, will this work? The onlookers were astonished. They felt the concrete was little better than mud. Xiao Hai glared. Do you think I deceive you? You'll see tomorrow. Now hurry up and set up the City Lord's mansion. I don't care about appearances, the mansion's defensive strength must be formidable. The other 3 city gates also need reinforcement. Qinghua City's defenses are inferior to those of Inhua City. A general beside Xiao Hai rubbed his hands together. Grand Marshal, did you manage to get any clothes this time? The clothes you procured last time are much better. If you have them, please give our Black Tortoise Legion more. Grand Marshal. Several generals began to speak in succession. Xiao Hai now commanded 1/8 soldiers divided into 4 legions: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. He personally commanded the Azure Dragon Legion. The Azure Dragon Legion currently had 600 troops, while the other 3 legions each had 400. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon Legion were those who had followed Xiao Hai from the very beginning, and they were the most formidable. Look at you all, so petty, Xiao Hai said as he produced a large number of special combat training uniforms. There are 6,000 sets here. Your 3 legions will share 4,000, and the remaining 2,000 are for the Azure Dragon Legion. Make sure you're well fed and warmly dressed, and don't let me down in battle. Xiao Hai scolded with a smile. Rest assured, Grand Marshal. The other 3 legion commanders were ecstatic. Although the coldest period had not yet arrived, it was already freezing, and these special combat uniforms were a boon. Get lost, all of you. Xiao Hai waved his hand. Xiao Fan arrived at the hospital. Discharged? Xiao Fan asked in confusion. Didn't Captain Liang undergo cranial surgery? Why was he discharged so soon? The doctor explained the shortest hospital stay for cranial surgery is 7 days. Our assessment suggested a 2-week stay for Captain Liang, but today is only the 9th day, and he insisted on being discharged. Xiao Fan frowned. You let him go just because he insisted? The doctor looked helpless. Captain Liang is stubborn, we had no choice. We assigned a nurse to accompany him. If anything happens, we'll handle it immediately. Xiao Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. That was somewhat better. Has he gone back to work? Yes. Xiao Fan left the hospital and went to the criminal investigation unit, where he saw Liang Wu, his head still wrapped in bandages. Xiao Fan, are you foolish? You only got a 1 million reward, and you put it all into my medical account. I could have used workers' compensation, Liang Wu said when he saw Xiao Fan. He had only learned of this after being discharged. Xiao Fan used his psychic power to check Liang Wu's brain. You're the foolish one, Captain Liang. Isn't staying in the hospital more comfortable? What if you end up in a vegetative state? In my current condition, sitting in the office is no problem, Liang Wu said with a wave of his hand. Xiao Fan, you spent 4 or 500,000 on me. My salary can't repay that. I'll risk my life to investigate your parents' case. Xiao Fan said, Captain Liang, I'd like to talk to you alone. Liang Wu frowned. You want to know more details about the case? I can't tell you that. If you know, it won't be safe for you. And if I reveal the details, I'll get a reprimand. Xiao Fan frowned. Captain Liang, I think I can protect myself. I've already apprehended several criminals. Liang Wu shook his head. Then I definitely can't tell you. We have a suspect now, but they're only under suspicion, not confirmed. What if you go and beat them up? Xiao Fan, even though you paid my medical bills, I can't bend the rules on this. Xiao Fan was speechless. He had intended to talk to Liang Wu privately and demonstrate his abilities. But now it seemed that if he showed his strength, Liang Wu would be even less likely to reveal the suspect's identity. Looks like I'll have to find out who the suspect is on my own, Xiao Fan thought to himself. He extended his psychic power into the interrogation room. If someone was being interrogated, they were likely the suspect. Nothing. Xiao Fan's psychic power swept over some documents on Liang Wu's desk. Chairman Yushorin of Changkong Group. Among the documents on Liang Wu's desk, there was a considerable amount of information about Yushorin. Xiao Fan did not head straight to Changkong Group after leaving the Criminal Investigation Brigade. If Yushorin was truly the murderer, there was no need for such urgency. A runaway monk may flee, but the temple remains. Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Cheng Xinghua calling. Uncle Cheng, you rarely call me. Has my sister actually come up with something? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Cheng Xinghua retorted irritably. That was years ago. What daughter am I thinking of now? I'm calling to let you know. The college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. Yang Chun is taking the exam this year. You're the first college student from our village, so at least give him a word of encouragement. Xiao Fan paused, surprised that time had flown and the college entrance exam was already upon them. Yang Chun was the grandson of Grandpa Yang's second from their village. His parents had passed away when he was young, and Grandpa Yang had single-handedly raised him with great hardship. Uncle Cheng, I'll come back for a visit. I'll have dinner at your place tonight. Make sure to cook extra rice. Xiao Fan said with a smile. He also wanted to return home to check whether any cultivation techniques were hidden within the ancestral tablets. Boy, you really don't need to make a special trip back. Cheng Xinghua hurriedly replied. Uncle Cheng, I haven't been back in a while either. It's good to visit you both. Since the sports car could not reach the countryside, Xiao Fan simply hailed a taxi to town. Boy, over here. Just as Xiao Fan was looking for a motorcycle taxi, Cheng Xinghua's voice rang out. He walked over quickly. Uncle Cheng, did you come specifically to pick me up? You're here so early. If I had been slower, you'd have been waiting a long time. I was just coming to buy some things. Fortunately, I came quickly. You arrived at town so fast. Cheng Xinghua said with a light cough. Xiao Fan did not mention that he had taken a taxi. Otherwise, Cheng Xinghua and his wife would have nagged him endlessly. Even with money, one should not waste it so casually. Hurry and get in the car. I killed a chicken earlier. Yang Chun and the others will be eating at our place tonight. Cheng Xinghua called out. Xiao Fan rode the motorcycle and soon arrived back in the village. Brother Fan. Boy. The villagers all greeted Xiao Fan warmly as they saw him. Xiao Fan responded to each one. Cheng Xinghua rode the motorcycle straight to his house, knowing that since Xiao Fan had returned, he would surely want to visit home first. Xiao Fan opened the door and found the house surprisingly clean. Cheng, whose mother had a key and periodically came to clean and air it out, otherwise the house would have long become moldy and dilapidated. The ancestral tablets were naturally inside. His family had never been wealthy and had no separate ancestral hall. It's truly gone. Xiao Fan swept his spiritual awareness over the tablets. They were completely empty inside. There was a hidden compartment within the ancestral tablet. Xiao Fan noticed faint traces of prying. Cheng, whose mother would never have cleaned around the ancestral tablets, let alone pried them open. It must be because of the 9 revolutions, true dragon art, the family cultivation technique. Cold light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Father, mother, I will avenge you. But the opposing side belongs to a martial arts clan and may be quite powerful. You'll need to give me a little more time. Xiao Fan burned some joss paper and then respectfully bowed 3 times. Brother Fan. After chatting with his parents for a while, Xiao Fan headed to Cheng Hu's house. Both Cheng Hu and Yang Chun were present. Seeing Xiao Fan, they hurriedly greeted him. Yang Chun got confidence for getting into a university? Xiao Fan asked with a smile. Yang Chun replied awkwardly. Brother Fan, I'm not like you. You know my grades, they're barely passing. I might scrape into a 3rd-tier college, but a 2nd-tier one would depend entirely on luck. Brother Fan, I want to discuss something with you. If I don't get in, I don't want to attend a 3rd-tier college. I'd rather go out and work. Grandpa is getting old, and I'd like to earn some money so he can enjoy his later years. Xiao Fan looked at Yang Chun. He truly was not cut out for academics. He had tutored Yang Chun before. Yang Chun knew how hard his grandfather worked and studied diligently, but his grades had always remained mediocre. Yang Chun, we're about the same age, so I won't preach to you. If you get in, you must go. Your grandfather worked too hard to raise you for that to go to waste. If you don't make it, I'll find you a job in town. Xiao Fan patted Yang Chun's shoulder and smiled. Though Yang Chun was not strong academically, he had his virtues. He was sturdy, hardworking, and deeply filial toward his grandfather. Zhao Zongxiang's warehouse, currently under construction, was intended for long-term operations. In the future, he could not leave it in the hands of Zhao Zongxiang's people. Even if Xiao himself would never betray him. He felt more at ease entrusting it to people from the village who were well-known and trustworthy. Brother Fan, really? Yang Chen's eyes lit up. A job in town would be excellent for him. His grandfather was already old, and working in town meant he could visit home anytime. Of course it's real. Would I joke about this? Relax and do your best on the exam. And don't purposely screw it up. If you don't get in, your monthly salary will be your score times 10. Xiao Fan smiled. Yang Chun exclaimed in surprise. Brother Fan, seriously? I should be able to score over 400. Would my salary really reach over 4,000? Xiao Fan said. If you get into university, I guarantee your salary after graduation will be 20 times your college entrance exam score. Think it over. Yang Chun took a deep breath. Getting into a second-tier university meant at least 500 points. 20 times that would be a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Brother Fan, I'll work hard. Yang Chun said earnestly. His mental burden had lifted considerably. Xiao Fan had already laid out a clear path for him. Soon the dishes were brought to the table, and Cheng Xinghua invited Xiao Fan and the others to eat. After 2 cups of rice wine, Xiao Fan said, Uncle Cheng, would you consider coming to work in town? I have some operations there that need help. If you're willing, the monthly salary is 8,000. Cheng Xinghua shook his head vigorously. If you need help with something I'm willing, but look at me. What bone do I have that's worth 8,000 a month? Boy, your uncle has a point. We dig food from the soil and earn only about 10,000 a year. Even working in town, maybe 20,000. 8,000 a month. That's 100,000 a year. How could we take such a benefit? Chung Hu's mother said. Xiao Fan smiled. Auntie, I need people I can trust. Uncle Chung, I'm not joking with you. When the time comes, find 10 or so more people from the village. Those who are responsible, diligent, and capable of keeping secrets. No alcoholics, no big talkers. Each will earn 6,000 a month. Chung Xinghua's expression turned serious. Boy, are you being genuine? Of course. Xiao Fan nodded. We need this many to start with, and more may be needed later. Although the warehouse was still under construction, the people needed to be hired early. Chung Xinghua and the others would require proper training. Warehouse management was itself a field of study. Chongkong Group CEO's office. Boss Shadow has reported that Xiao Fan went to the Criminal Investigation Brigade and then returned to the village. A woman reported before Yushoran. Yushoran adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a calm tone, tell Shadow to go to Xiao Fan's house and secretly check if Xiao Fan knows about the martial arts manual. Yes, boss. The woman nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Have you found out anything about Xiao Fan's bank account? Yushoran asked. The woman frowned and said, boss, this matter is a bit strange. The person I contacted didn't have sufficient clearance and couldn't find out. I'm thinking of other ways. Yushoran said in a deep voice, Xiao Fan already knows that his parents were murdered. We need to gather more information about him from all aspects. The woman said, boss, Xiao Fan is just an ordinary student. Are we overestimating him? Yushoran said coldly, never underestimate any enemy. If Shadow finds out that Xiao Fan knows about the manual, then arrange an accident for him. Yes, boss. The woman withdrew. Yushoran pondered, feeling that he couldn't quite see through Xiao Fan. An ordinary student had actually taken down the robbers in the bank with 3 shots. And the supercar, where did that come from? Of course, these were all minor issues. As long as Xiao Fan didn't know about the family's martial arts manual, they had no need to deal with him for now. After all, the more killings, the more flaws left behind, and the easier it is for trouble to arise. Xiao Fan slept in the village for one night. The next morning, Chung Xinghua and 9 other people arrived at his place. Fan Yazi Xinghua said, you're going to find us a job, 6,000 a month. One of them said excitedly. None of them had much education. Finding a job in the county that paid 2,000 a month was already decent, so 6,000 was definitely a high salary. Uncle Xiao, of course it's true, Xiao Fan said with a smile. 6,000 a month, no social insurance or housing fund, but if you do well, there will be 1 to 2 months bonus at the end of the year. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, the crowd grew even more excited. They didn't care about social insurance, the bonus they could actually get was better. Fan Yazi, do you think they're suitable? I've told them the tough terms first. If you think they're not suitable, we can change. Chung Xinghua said. Xiao Fan glanced around and smiled. Uncle Chung, don't I trust you? Besides, they are all uncles who watched me grow up, and I trust them all. If there's nothing else, uncles, go back and pack a few things, and we'll set off. By the way, we have 2 days off each week. Everyone left overjoyed. 6,000 a month, year-end bonus, 2 days off each week, and close to home. Where could you find such a good job? 2 hours later, Xiao Fan and the others arrived at Leishan County Town. President Xiao, a subordinate of Zhao Zongxiang, greeted Xiao Fan at the station. His expression was very respectful. Zhao Zongxiang had warned him that if he displeased Xiao Fan, he could pack up and go home. Manager Guo Rai. Hello. Xiao Fan shook hands with Zhao Zongxiang's subordinate, who was flattered. President Xiao, I'm Guo Wendong. Xiao Fan nodded. President Zhao should have told you. Let's go first. Okay, President Xiao. Guo Wendong had 3 Mercedes-Benz cars brought over. Chung Xinghua and the others got on somewhat nervously, and in about 10 minutes the cars arrived at a warehouse district. Uncle Chung, your job is like this. You need to familiarize yourselves with all aspects of warehouse management. You'll intern here for the time being. Manager Guo, although Uncle Chung and the others are brought by me, you must not relax your requirements on them in terms of work. You only have 1 month. Xiao Fan said in a serious tone. Chung Xinghua frowned slightly and said, Fan. President Xiao, just managing a warehouse. Isn't it inappropriate to give us such a high salary? The others nodded in agreement. They were happy with the high salary, but if the work they did wasn't worth that much, they felt uneasy. Xiao Fan smiled. Uncle Chung, you'll understand later. I'm definitely not giving you money out of sympathy. You'll need to study hard from now on. Modern warehouse management is not just about watching the gate. Manager Guo, I'm entrusting them to you. If you do well, I'll put in a good word for you with President Zhao. If you do poorly, I'll also speak up. Guo Wendong quickly said, President Xiao, rest assured, I will definitely arrange the best people to guide them. Xiao Fan nodded and soon left. In the village, Shadow cautiously sneaked into Xiao Fan's house. He carefully examined the ancestral tablets in Xiao Fan's home. There were no signs of any dust having been disturbed on the tablets. The tablets had not been moved either. It seems Xiao Fan doesn't know at all. Shadow thought to himself. He carefully retreated. Within 5 minutes, Yushoran received the news and breathed a sigh of relief. The Xiao family had withdrawn from the martial arts circle for quite some time. If Xiao Fan didn't know, there would be no trouble, and no one's memories in this regard would be stirred. If people found out that some force had killed Xiao Fan's parents and taken the manual, it would be bad for the force behind it. Of course Yushorin knew that the martial arts family behind him was powerful, but there were other powerful martial arts families, not to mention the state. The state also had rules regarding the management of martial arts families. Killing to seize a manual was a major taboo. Beep beep. Yushorin dialed a number. He stood up with a respectful expression. The phone rang about 10 times before the other side answered. What is it? A lazy voice came through. Sixth Master Xiao Fan went back to the village. He didn't touch the ancestral tablets. He definitely doesn't know about the Xiao family's martial arts manual. Yushorin said respectfully. The other side said calmly. If he knew about the family manual he would have known long ago. Why are you making this call specially now? Yushorin quickly said, Sixth Master, it's like this. Recently Xiao Fan has been acting strange. A few days ago during a bank robbery, he displayed exceptional marksmanship. He also drives a supercar. I had someone investigate his bank account, but couldn't find anything. The Sixth Master on the other side was somewhat surprised, a dead fish like him. Could he actually turn things around? Find out clearly where his money came from. Yes, Sixth Master. After hanging up, the Sixth Master went to an old residence. Father, just now news came from Yushorin. The Sixth Master reported the situation. Tell me your judgment. It was an old man in gray robes who spoke without even opening his eyes. The Sixth Master said, Father, I'm wondering if someone from another martial arts family might have contacted him. Could his money have come from another family? The old man in gray said calmly, he doesn't know about the family manual. If that's the case, it won't affect anything. Have Yushorin's people keep an eye on him, but not too close. Be careful not to be discovered by other forces. The Sixth Master nodded and silently withdrew. In the Criminal Investigation Department, the mobile phone of Zhang Shi, a subordinate of Liang Wu, rang. Hello. Zhang Shi quickly answered the call. Zhang, something terrible has happened. Sun Haokuan is dead. Zhang Shi's face changed color. Sun Haokuan was the gang leader. Liang Wu was about to interrogate him. What was the cause of death? Zhang Shi asked hastily. The cause hasn't been determined yet, but preliminary judgment points to poisoning. After hanging up, Zhang Shi frowned deeply. Sun Haokuan didn't die early or late. He died at this moment, which surely meant he was silenced. How could they still interrogate Sun Haokuan now? Zhang Shi looked toward Liang Wu's office. Telling him this news might provoke him, but Liang Wu was the captain. He had to be informed. Captain Liang, there's something I need to tell you. You have to stay calm, or you might end up back in the hospital bed. Zhang Shi sat down in front of Liang Wu. Go ahead. Liang Wu said in a low voice. Zhang Shi's tone suggested it wasn't good news. Zhang Shi took a deep breath and said, I just got a call. Sun Haokuan is dead, likely poisoned. What? Liang Wu's face changed. His cheeks flushed red. Sun Haokuan's hospital room had been under 24-hour police guard. Yet under such circumstances he was murdered. The mastermind was both capable and audacious. Captain Liang, don't get worked up. Please don't. Zhang Shi hurriedly said. Liang Wu clenched his fists. How could he not be agitated? Li had told him that Yushorin might be involved. Afraid of tipping off the suspect, he hadn't immediately interrogated Sun Haokuan, and now Sun Haokuan had died. Have the body transferred over. Notify Li to perform the autopsy. You personally take a few people to Changkong Group and invite Yushorin to assist with the investigation. Liang Wu said with a dark expression. Yushorin is the president of Changkong Group. Just because Sun Haokuan said something and then died, is it really appropriate to call him in for questioning? Zhang Shi reminded him. After all, Changkong Group had assets of over $1 billion and Yushorin's influence was considerable. Liang Wu said coldly, as a citizen, he has the obligation to assist in the investigation. Get it done immediately. Zhang Shi nodded and quickly left. Liang Wu held his head. The nurse beside him immediately began a series of checks. I'm fine, don't worry. After a moment of recovery, Liang Wu spoke. Captain Liang, you need to keep your emotions steady. If you let yourself get angry, it could affect your wound. After the examination confirmed no problems, the nurse warned. Understood. Captain Liang quickly replied. He didn't want to end up back in the hospital. Sun Haokuan is dead. Leah was stunned when she heard the news. Sun Haokuan had died. He must have been silenced. Yes. Leah, your leave is cancelled. Captain Liang wants you to return and prepare for the autopsy. Zhang Shi hung up after speaking. You three change into plain clothes and come with me. Zhang Shi quickly called 3 others. After changing, the 4 of them arrived at Changkong Group. President, there are some police officers here to see you. Yushorin's secretary reported. Police looking for me. Yushorin's pupils contracted. Why would the police come to him? He believed that Liang Wu and his team hadn't yet traced the case of Xiao Fan's parents to him, nor was Sun Haokuan's death likely to lead them to him. Please let them in. After a brief thought, Yushorin said. Avoiding them would only be worse. Soon Zhang Shi and his team entered Yushorin's office. President, your office is quite luxurious. Zhang Shi looked around. The room seemed free of any hidden people. Yushorin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. What should I call you, officers? Has someone from Changkong Group been involved in a case? My name is Zhang Shi. Here's my badge. Zhang Shi took out his credentials and showed them to Yushorin. President, you seem free today. There's a case we'd like you to come to the station to assist with. Yushorin's heart sank. They were really coming for him. Which link had gone wrong? I am indeed quite free today. It is my duty as a citizen to assist the police. I'll go with you. Yushorin said with a smile, but let's keep a low profile. Changkong Group is a listed company. I wouldn't want a small matter to hurt our shareholders' interests. No problem. Zhang Shi nodded. Soon Yu Shoren followed Zhang Shi to the Criminal Investigation Department. Please, President Yu. Zhang Shi smiled and led him into the interrogation room. Yu Shoren said in a low voice, Officer Zhang, I am the president of Changkong Group. I have no problem cooperating with your investigation, but why am I being taken directly to an interrogation room? Zhang Shi tapped the table. Yu Shoren, you need to cooperate. He pushed his phone toward Yu Shoren. Take a look at this video. Yu Shoren quickly finished watching the video. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. He hadn't expected Sun Haokuan to have already implicated him before being interrogated. Officer Zhang, who is this person? Anyone can record a video and slander someone, right? I am the president of Changkong Group with assets exceeding 1 billion. I personally hold 60 of the company's stock. Does it make sense that a billionaire would order someone to commit murder? Yu Shoren frowned. Zhang Shi said his name is Sun Haokuan. Now Yu Shoren, tell me, do you know Sun Haokuan? No, I don't. Did you order him to kill anyone? Preposterous. Of course not. Yu Shoren shook his head. Zhang Shi continued, do you know about the car accident of Xiao Zhen and his wife 5 years ago? Was their death related to you? Did you order the killing? Yu Shoren said with a helpless expression, Officer Zhang, your questions are getting more and more absurd. I don't know anything about it, and I have nothing to do with it. You must be using a lie detector, right? The lie detector will certainly confirm that I'm not lying. Officer Zhang, a lie detector is only a supplementary tool. It can't be used as evidence. If you have proof that I ordered a murder, show it to me. Liang Wu's voice sounded in Zhang Shi's earpiece. The lie detector shows he's telling the truth. In the interrogation, President Yu, you may leave. We only came across this lead, and we're conducting a routine inquiry. Zhang Shi said to Yu Shoren. Yu Shoren breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed Zhang Shi and his team had no other evidence. In the future, if you don't have solid evidence, please don't disturb me. I am the president of a listed company. Any slight disturbance could cause huge losses to shareholders. Yu Shoren said gravely, then quickly left. Zhang Shi went to Liang Wu. Liang Wu frowned. Both lie detectors showed that Yu Shoren wasn't lying. Could Sun Haokuan have been lying? Zhang Shi asked. Liang Wu shook his head. I'm not so sure. My instincts tell me that Yu Shoren is suspicious. Lie detectors aren't always reliable. Step up the investigation of him discreetly. Also look into the people around him and assign 2 officers to keep him under 24-hour surveillance. Zhang Shi hesitated. Captain Liang, we used the lie detector because we thought a robber like Sun Haokuan might not be reliable to avoid wasting time on the wrong direction. Now the lie detector shows Yu Shoren is clean. Should we still keep an eye on him? Liang Wu's eyes shimmered with sharp light. Don't you think Yu Shoren is too calm? Zhang Shi said, Captain Liang, he's a rich man. Money gives cowards courage. It seems normal for him to be bold. It feels different. Liang Wu shook his head. You haven't dealt with wealthy criminals much. I have more experience in this area. Investigate, as I said. By the way, obtain his call records. Zhang Shi said, he's so rich it's easy for him to get a backup phone. Even if we get his call records, I don't think we'll find a breakthrough there. Let's check first. We can't afford to miss any clues right now, Liang Wu said in a deep voice. Okay, Captain Liang, I'll arrange it immediately. Zhang Shi nodded. 6th Master, the police just called me in. Sun Haokuan mentioned me before he died, but the police have no evidence. They definitely can't trace it back to me. Yu Shoren made a call to report the situation. The number of this phone was indeed not registered under his name. On the other end, 6th Master said coldly, didn't you say earlier that Sun Haokuan was definitely reliable? Well, 6th Master, he tried to die before. Maybe after that failed attempt his mindset and thoughts changed. 6th Master, rest assured, I will definitely handle it. Yu Shoren said hastily, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. On the other end, 6th Master was silent for a long while before saying, arrange an accident to send Xiao Fan on his way. As long as he's alive, Liang Wu and his team won't stop investigating. If it eventually leads to you with solid evidence, you know what to do, right? Yu Shoren quickly assured, 6th Master, rest assured. If it really traces back to me, I will take all the blame and never implicate you. Make it clean. Once this is over, I can give you the cultivation method for the Huajin level. With that, 6th Master hung up. Yu Shoren's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had reached the Injin level years ago. With the cultivation method for Huajin, he was fully confident he could break through. Money was good, but in Yu Shoren's view, personal strength was more important. Just like this time. If he hadn't possessed Injin level strength, he definitely wouldn't have passed the lie detector so easily. Jiangwen, come here. Yu Shoren made another call. Soon Jiangwen arrived at his office. Boss, what's the matter? Withdraw Shadow. Go to the dark web and find a killer who specializes in staging accidents. Send Xiao Fan to meet his parents. Yu Shoren said in a deep voice. The dark web had all kinds of talents. Killers who specialized in staging accidents called themselves accident architects. For the same kill, they charged considerably more. In their eyes, killing was an art. Boss, shouldn't we use our own people? Shadow can handle this kind of thing. Jiangwen asked in confusion. Xiao Fan was just an ordinary person. In Jiangwen's view, there were plenty of ways to kill him. Yu Shoren shook his head. The police might be watching me now. Don't let any of our people move. When you find someone from the dark web, be careful not to get exposed. Understood. Jiangwen nodded and walked away with a sway of her hips. Yu Shoren watched her for a moment before looking away. Jiangwen was quite beautiful, but he had no intention of sleeping with her. Work and personal life must be kept separate. Mr. Xiao, I need some items. Have someone purchase them for me. Xiao Fan called Zhao Zongxiang. On the other end, Zhao Zongxiang quickly said, Young Master Xiao, just tell me what you need. Xiao Fan said, I need a total of 10,000 drones of various models. Small drones, large agricultural drones, FPV drones, and so on. They need to be reliable. I need 100 generators and plenty of wires, power strips, and such. 100 tons of gasoline stored in barrels. On the other end, Zhao Zongxiang was puzzled. What was Xiao Fan planning with so many drones? Young Master Xiao, the apocalypse isn't coming, is it? Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhao Zongxiang said. He could only think that Xiao Fan was a hardcore prepper. Why would anyone need so many generators and gasoline in modern society? Don't ask too many questions. The drones should preferably have FPV capability. Have someone procure them. Can you deliver them to the warehouse by tomorrow evening? Xiao Fan said in a deep voice. Zhao Zongxiang thought for a moment. If it was just one model of drone, it would be difficult, but since Xiao Fan didn't specify a specific model, it should be fine. Apart from the drones, generators, gasoline, and the like, nothing was difficult for him. 100 tons of gasoline would be tough for an ordinary person to prepare. But for Zhao Zongxiang it was easy. He owned several gas stations. It was just a matter of ordering a few more tanker loads of fuel. How hard could that be? 1,000 large searchlights. The range must be over 1,000 meters. 10,000 light bulbs and lamp holders of various types, 100,000 lighters, 100,000 rolls of gauze. That's all for now. Help me prepare more later. Zhao Zongxiang was secretly amazed. Xiao Fan was definitely a hardcore prepper. Young Master Xiao, from now on I'll prepare more survival supplies for you, right? Zhao Zongxiang said. Xiao Fan smiled. Yes, prepare more of all kinds of survival supplies. Don't worry about the cost. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Before long, it was the next day. In the evening, Xiao Fan arrived at Leishan County. A large amount of supplies had already been delivered. The supplies were stored in a warehouse next to the original one. Young Master Xiao, everything you need is here, Zhao Zongxiang said. All the items didn't take up much space. Although the quantities were large, the items themselves were not bulky. How much did it cost in total? Xiao Fan asked. Zhao Zongxiang said, the drones averaged 2,500 yuan, each totaling 25 million. The rest of the miscellaneous items added up to about 2 or 3 million. Xiao Fan transferred 28 million yuan to Zhao Zongxiang. Mr. Xiao, go about your business. I can handle things here myself, Xiao Fan said with a wave of his hand. Zhao Zongxiang said, Young Master Xiao, it's already this late. How about we have dinner together? You and Yukai are classmates. I'll call Yukai to join and let him learn from you. He's been loafing around all day. Xiao Fan nodded slightly. All right, let's have dinner together. Even if he's loafing, he has the capital to do so. Your family's wealth would take him 10 lifetimes to squander. Zhao Zongxiang chuckled. Our family does have some money, but personal ability is more important. Young Master Xiao, our Zhao family owns a hotel. How about dining at our own hotel? Xiao Fan said, a guest follows the host. This is your Zhao family's territory. Arrange it as you see fit. Not long after Xiao Fan and the others arrived at the Zhao family's hotel, where Zhao Yukai had already come to greet them. Xiao Youcai, did you go to Africa, or something? Xiao Fan said in surprise, having not seen Zhao Yukai for some days, and noticing he looked much darker. Zhao Yukai grinned awkwardly. Brother Xiao, I've just been busy with the orphanage matters. The sun has been harsher these days, and I've spent a bit more time outdoors. Things at the orphanage are progressing well though. Xiao Fan glanced at Zhao Zongxiang and said, Mr. Zhao, I think it's great that Zhao Yukai is busy with such things. You still complain that he's wasting his time on trivial matters every day. That's not right. Yes, young Master Xiao is right to criticize me. Zhao Zongxiang hastened to say. Zhao Yukai was shocked inside. How had his father suddenly changed so drastically? He knew Xiao Fan must come from a significant background, but was he really this influential? Let's go inside, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Soon Xiao Fan and the others entered the hotel and took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. Mr. Zhao, what are you? Xiao Fan frowned slightly. To his surprise, there were several young and beautiful girls in the room, each representing a different type: the elegant mature lady, the cute lowly, the pure and innocent, and the seductive beauty. Zhao Zongxiang said, Young Master Xiao, I thought it wasteful for just the three of us to have such a large spread. I invited them to keep us company and also to serve you appropriately. Xiao Fan shook his head. Mr. Zhao, please have them leave. Zhao Yukai quickly interjected, Dad, you really shouldn't have done this. Brother Zhao's girlfriend is like a celestial fairy. How could someone of his caliber be interested in women of their level? Zhao Zongxiang waved his hand, and the girls reluctantly left. They knew Zhao Zongxiang's status, someone who had to address Xiao Fan as Young Master Xiao. So what kind of existence was he? Xiao Fan was quite handsome, and if he took a liking to them, they might rise to greatness overnight. Mr. Xiao, I don't appreciate this kind of pretense. As long as you handle the matters I assigned you well, I will also help the Zhao family if any major disaster befalls it in the future, Xiao Fan said gravely. Zhao Zongxiang hastily replied, I understand, Young Master Xiao. Please be seated. I'll have them serve the dishes now. Various delicacies were brought out, and Xiao Fan was thoroughly impressed. Although he now had considerable funds in his account, his consumption level had not yet risen accordingly. The spread Zhao Zongxiang had prepared excluding the wine was estimated to cost no less than 100,000. The wine Xiao Fan couldn't identify, but it certainly wouldn't be less than 100,000 per bottle. Mr. Zhao, you've been too generous. As long as you're satisfied, young Master Xiao. Xiao Fan and the others began to eat and drink. Half an hour later, Zhao Zongxiang's phone rang, and his expression shifted slightly. After hanging up, he said apologetically, "Young Master Xiao, please have Yukai keep you company while I eat. Something has come up at home that I need to handle." Xiao Fan nodded. Zhao Zongxiang hurried away, and Xiao Fan looked at Zhao Yukai and asked, "Zhao Youcai, what illness does your grandfather have?" Zhao Yukai was surprised. "Brother Xiao, you know my grandfather is ill." He had just overheard on the phone that Zhao Youcai's grandfather's condition had deteriorated. Zhao Youcai's expression darkened. "My grandfather was fine before. 2 years ago somehow he developed a mental illness, sometimes smashing things at home for no reason. Over the past 6 months the situation has worsened. Sometimes he seems like a wild beast. My father has found many doctors for him, but none could do anything." Xiao Fan said, "Eat quickly. Take a few bites, and I'll go take a look." "Brother Xiao, perhaps you shouldn't. My grandfather is very frightening when he has an episode." Zhao Yukai said, his appearance showing clear fear. "Hurry up." The first half hour had been mostly drinking, so Xiao Fan quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fan and the others arrived at a villa in the suburbs in a Bentley. "Dad, it's me, Zongxiang. Dad, stay conscious." As soon as they entered the villa, Xiao Fan heard Zhao Zongxiang calling out. 4 of Zhao Zongxiang's men were restraining an old man, 2 holding his legs and 2 gripping his arms tightly. An elderly man in his 70s should hardly be able to move, yet his strength was tremendous. 4 grown men were barely able to hold him back and nearly got thrown off. The old man emitted guttural roars from his mouth, his eyes ferocious. The spiritual energy here is much stronger. Xiao Fan felt a shift in his awareness. Having cultivated the 9-cycle true dragon art, he was sensitive to spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy elsewhere was a 1, the energy around this villa felt to Xiao Fan like a 4 or 5. "Young Master Xiao, forgive the embarrassment. My father is only frightening during his episodes. Otherwise he's quite normal," Zhao Zongxiang hastened to say upon seeing Xiao Fan approach. He shot Zhao Yukai a sharp glance. Xiao Fan's spiritual consciousness entered Zhao Zongxiang's father's body. Xiao Fan detected another spiritual force influencing Zhao Zongxiang's father. This spiritual force felt bizarre and volatile to him. Xiao Fan thought to himself, could this villa be situated at a spatial temporal node? Xiao Hai had told him about this. The 2 worlds were currently drawing closer, and at points of extreme proximity the spiritual energy might intensify. In the future, beings from the other world might even be able to cross over. At the current time, creatures from the other world should not be able to come over physically. However, near a spatial temporal node, the spiritual energy of otherworldly beings might still penetrate through. "Dad, calm down. Dad." Zhao Zongxiang continued calling anxiously, but his father's condition showed no improvement whatsoever. "Mr. Xiao, let me handle this," Xiao Fan spoke up. Zhao Zongxiang looked at him with surprise and hope. "Young Master Xiao, can you actually address my father's condition? Your father has been affected by an evil entity. He does not have a mental illness." As Xiao Fan spoke, he stepped forward a few paces and grasped Zhao Zongxiang's father's head with his right hand. Despite the old man's desperate struggles, Xiao Fan's right hand remained immovable. His spiritual consciousness transformed into a vast net that swept toward the spiritual force affecting Zhao Zongxiang's father. This spiritual force was stronger than that of an ordinary person, but the gap compared to Xiao Fan was considerable. Break. After ensnaring it, Xiao Fan's spiritual power transformed into a massive blade and slashed downward. This was a crude method to purify alien spiritual energy, but it was effective. Under Xiao Fan's attacks, the alien spiritual force continued to dissipate. 5 minutes passed, and Xiao Fan's spiritual energy had been considerably depleted. Meanwhile, the alien spiritual force in Zhao Zongxiang's father's mind was completely eradicated under his assault. "Young Master Xiao, what happened to my father?" Zhao Zongxiang's father had fallen into a coma. Xiao Fan examined him carefully and determined that Zhao Zongxiang's father should have no serious issues. He had merely been affected by the alien spiritual force and had expended considerable energy in the process. "Your father has simply fallen asleep. His problem has been resolved. Let him sleep well, and he will recover. But don't let him sleep here. Move him somewhere else," Xiao Fan said. Zhao Zongxiang and the others felt a chill in their hearts. It had already grown dark outside. "Brother Xiao, is my grandfather really cured?" Zhao Yukai asked with astonishment and joy. His grandfather had always been quite good to him. Xiao Fan nodded. "He should recover after a good sleep." "Mr. Xiao, why don't you just sell this villa to me? Ordinary people living here might still encounter such problems." The spiritual energy in this villa was 4 to 5 times that of ordinary places. By cultivating the 9-cycle true dragon art here, his cultivation speed could also reach 4 to 5 times the normal rate. Moreover, since this place was a spatial temporal node, the spiritual energy might intensify even further in the future. Zhao Zongxiang hastily replied, "Young Master Xiao, you're being too modest. Since you've restored my father, and this villa still has problems, why bother discussing buying or selling? Just take it as a gift." However, this villa is where my father lives. I need to wake him up and inform him. Xiao Fan nodded. No problem, President Zhao. Have someone take me to the warehouse. Very well, young Master Xiao. Xiao Fan left, and Zhao Zongxiang quickly had his father sent away along with the doctors and others in the villa. 3 hours later, Zhao Zongxiang's father, Zhao Guangyao, woke up. Dad, how do you feel? Zhao Zongxiang, a devoted son, stayed by his side and asked hastily. Zhao Guangyao propped himself up and sat up looking around. That young man. Where is he? I remember it was a young man who pressed on my head and saved me. Dad, young Master Xiao is not here. It's already past 10 in the evening. How do you feel? Let the doctors give you a full checkup. Zhao Zongxiang quickly said. Zhao Guangyao waved his hand. No need. I feel I've recovered. Zhao Zongxiang said. Dad, young Master Xiao said you have been affected by evil spirits these past 2 years. A look of lingering fear appeared in Zhao Guanyao's eyes. Indeed. I felt as if I had turned into a monster. Something that doesn't exist in reality or movies. But that monster felt very real to me. Who is young Master Xiao? Zhao Guangyao found it strange. Zhao Zongxiang was now the head of the Zhao family with assets worth several billion. Ordinary people wouldn't warrant him calling someone young Master Xiao. Zhao Zongxiang walked to the door where someone was guarding it. Move farther away, he instructed. Yes. The 2 guards quickly moved far away. Zhao Zongxiang closed the door again and went to his father's side, lowering his voice. Dad, young Master Xiao is a remarkable person. I fired several shots at him and the bullets were blocked. I didn't miss, the bullets stopped eerily in front of him. Zhao Guangyao narrowed his eyes. Our country has martial arts families. Young Master Xiao must come from a martial arts family or sect. Being able to block bullets at such a young age is extraordinary. He must be a core member. Did you turn him from enemy to friend? Zhao Zongxiang nodded. Young Master Xiao has no intention of taking over our Zhao family assets. He's a hardcore survivalist. He just asked me to help build a warehouse and buy some things. Zhao Zongxiang recounted the matter concerning Xiao Fan. You made a good move. We the Zhao family cannot afford to be enemies with someone like him. Martial arts families may not necessarily be wealthy, but such families are not to be trifled with. Zhao Guangyao said solemnly. Zhao Zongxiang said, it's fortunate that we got to know young Master Xiao. Otherwise, Dad, I really wouldn't have known what to do with your condition. All tests showed that your body was fine. Zhao Guangyao pointed to his head. The problem is in my mind. Those instruments could only detect that my brain waves were disordered during the episodes. Zongxiang, give that villa to young Master Xiao and replace everything inside with new things. Also ask him if he's free for dinner tomorrow. I'd like to invite him. Zhao Zongxiang said, Dad, let's wait a few days. I already treated him to dinner today. Let's see if your illness recurs in a few days. Zhao Guangyao thought for a moment and nodded. All right, go to bed. I'll continue sleeping. He waved his hand. Bang, bang. At midnight, Xiao Fan was awakened by the knocking sound. He saw Xiao Hai in the mirror. My dear grandson, you look a bit tired. What's wrong? Xiao Hai asked. Xiao Fan yawned. There was a person with an alien spiritual energy in his mind. I helped remove it. After that, I went to the warehouse and trained my psychic power. Grandpa, that alien spiritual energy probably came from your world. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. My dear grandson, places with such phenomena should have abundant spiritual energy. If you cultivate there, your cultivation speed will be much faster. Xiao Fan said, indeed, the spiritual energy is 4 to 5 times denser. I've already proposed buying that villa. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Hai nodded. Grandpa will teach you a simple spirit gathering array. You don't have to stay in that villa every day. The array can gather the spiritual energy. As he spoke, Xiao Hai raised his hand and pointed. A dazzling light instantly passed through the mirror and entered Xiao Fan's body. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you will have assimilated what I just gave you. Xiao Hai said with a smile. Grandpa, I'll send you things. Xiao Fan spent a lot of time moving a large mirror and first transmitted the cement, sand, and other items from the original warehouse, then teleported to the adjacent warehouse. With his current strength, he could teleport up to 50 meters. Although the 2 warehouses were not adjacent, the closest distance between them was only 10 meters. Grandpa, I've prepared a lot of good things for you. 10,000 drones, generators, gasoline, high-power searchlights, lighters, gauze, and so on. Xiao Fan said with a smile, continuously transmitting the items from this side. Xiao Hai asked in surprise, my dear grandson, what are you doing with so many drones? Drones were excellent for reconnaissance. He had already tasted the benefits. But for reconnaissance, what need was there for 10,000 drones? Xiao Fan said, Grandpa, some of these drones have a large payload. You can have them carry gasoline and fly into the city, then drop it over enemy camps. That should be effective. Some are very fast. You can attach poison needles or something to them. As for the searchlights, you can use them when attacking cities. Their illumination range can reach 1 to 2 kilometers. When attacking at night, you can clearly see the city walls while the enemy on the walls can't see anything. The power of those searchlights was far greater than that of car headlights. Car headlights alone can dazzle people, let alone those high-power searchlights. Under such conditions, how could archers maintain any accuracy? When Xiao Hai and his men placed their scaling ladders, the enemy wouldn't even know where they were placed. Xiao Hai looked at Xiao Fan with a strange expression. How do you come up with so many wily ideas? Cough, Grandpa, I can search online. Netizens have wild imaginations, Xiao Fan said. Xiao Hai stroked his chin. Though a bit odd, the idea is indeed excellent. In the future, when attacking cities, Grandpa can lose fewer men. By the way, is the cultivation technique still in the ancestral tablet? Xiao Fan shook his head. I checked with my psychic power. The technique is gone, and there are signs that the ancestral tablet was pried open. Xiao Hai said solemnly, my dear grandson, you must be careful. If the police continue to investigate, the closer they get to the mastermind behind the scenes, the more likely that mastermind will try to kill you. If you die, there will be no victim. The other side can manipulate things to make it easier for the police to stop the investigation. Xiao Fan nodded. Xiao Hai's concern made sense. My dear grandson, I was going to transmit some dragon chi to you, but since you sent over a lot of things, and I also transmitted information about the array, I can't give you dragon chi for now. I'll contact you in 5 days. Xiao Hai finished speaking, and his figure vanished instantly. His face was already quite pale. Teleporting back to the first warehouse, Xiao Fan quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at 9 o'clock, he woke up with his spiritual power fully restored. Is this a simple formation? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. The formation information that Xiao Hai had transmitted to him last night had merged into his memory, and those details would have filled at least 1,000 pages if written down. Xiao Fan closed his eyes and reviewed all the information he had integrated last night in his mind. He remembered even the punctuation marks clearly. What he lacked was only practical experience. Good morning, Master Xiao. When Xiao Fan stepped outside the warehouse, the security guard hurriedly saluted. Good morning. Xiao Fan nodded. You must also guard that warehouse over there and ensure no one enters. Yes, Master Xiao. Xiao Fan left and found a breakfast shop to eat. He called Zhao Zongxiang Mr. Xiao, your father should have woken up right. If there's any issue, I'll come over again. Zhao Zongxiang quickly said, Master Xiao, my father woke up once last night. We didn't tell you because we didn't want to disturb your sleep. He woke up very early today. My father said he wants to hold a banquet to thank you, Master Xiao. What do you think? Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. There's no need for a banquet. Does your father still want to live in that villa? The aged voice on the phone said, Master Xiao, this is Zhao Guanyao. I still want to live a few more years. Since that villa has issues, naturally, I can't live there anymore. Thank you for saving my life, Master Xiao. I'll give you that villa. A commoner like me can't live there, but a master like you certainly can. Zhao Zongxiang also said, Master Xiao will have someone transfer the property rights of the villa to your name. If convenient, please provide your ID information. Given Zhao Zongxiang's influence, he could have directly checked it, but that would have been impolite. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Xiao Fan smiled. Zhao Guanyao laughed heartily. The villa in the county isn't worth much. I'm glad you think it's acceptable, Master Xiao. After a few more pleasantries, Xiao Fan hung up. He didn't go to the villa immediately. Zhao Guanyao had lived there for quite a while, so there must be many belongings to move. It wouldn't be appropriate to rush over now. Ding! The sound of a WeChat message rang out. Xiao Fan took out his phone and saw it was a message from Su Yue. Senior, it's Saturday, and you're off. Do you have time to come over for lunch? If you do, I'll go out and buy groceries. Su Yue was a little sad as she hadn't seen Xiao Fan for a few days. Yes, I do. I'll be there by noon. Xiao Fan quickly replied. It was still early enough to take a taxi back. Senior, I'll go buy groceries then. I've recently learned a few new dishes to cook for you at noon. Su Yue said happily. She quickly left. Fox, Su Yue has left. Prepare to act. Don't leave any traces. Someone in the same building as Su Yue received the message. Soon a woman wearing a mask and a cap arrived at Su Yue's door. Surprisingly, she easily opened the front door and entered. The woman's sharp gaze swept the room. Not finding anything unusual, she quickly went to the master bedroom, where Su Yue lived. Greedy Wolf, there are no computer-related books in Su Yue's bedroom, let alone hacker books. Could the intelligence be wrong? The woman said into her earpiece. Don't doubt the organization's intelligence capabilities. Our intel shows that Su Yue earns money through computer technology, and she has had a strong interest in computers since childhood. The fact that there are no computer books in her room only proves there's something wrong, Greedy Wolf said in a deep voice. The woman asked, Greedy Wolf, how old is she? Could she really be the queen? Greedy Wolf said, according to intelligence, the probability she is the queen is 1/63. Considering there are no computer books in her room, the probability is even higher. Should I turn on her computer to check? If she is the queen, she might notice if I open her computer. Greedy Wolf was silent for a moment before saying, install hidden cameras and bugs, then leave. Don't touch anything in the room. Don't alert the enemy. Okay. Fox quickly installed the hidden camera and bug. The camera was aimed at the desk, so if Su Yue used the computer, it could capture the screen. Done. Retreat. Don't leave any traces. Fox quickly exited the room. Someone is tailing me. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. He had taken a taxi from Leishan County back to Z City. At first he hadn't noticed, but a car had been following him at a distance. Driver, I feel dizzy. Please slow down, Xiao Fan said. Sure thing. The taxi driver reduced the speed from 120 to 100 km/h, and the following car also slowed down. Xiao Fan observed carefully. The other car clearly had opportunities to overtake, but didn't. Indeed, someone is tailing me. People from the Zhao family. Xiao Fan frowned inwardly. If Xiao Zongxiang and his people were following him, their friendship would capsize. Driver, please slow down a bit more. Xiao Fan said. Even slower. All right. The taxi driver reduced speed further. This time the following car did not slow down, but changed to the overtaking lane and quickly passed. A foreigner. As the other car passed, Xiao Fan used his spiritual sense to scan and saw the person. Although the person carried no weapons, he was definitely suspicious. The person had a photo of Xiao Fan on him. The car also contained binoculars, a bug, and other items. If the state wanted to investigate me, they wouldn't send a foreigner. It's also unlikely to be General Jin's people. Could it be Tycoon's men? Xiao Fan pondered carefully. He also thought of another possibility: the person might have been hired by Yushorin or other behind-the-scenes manipulators to investigate or kill him. If I capture this guy alive, I wonder if I can get something out of him. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Since the person had appeared, he would surely appear again, or it was unlikely he would give up easily. Now that Xiao Fan knew what the person looked like, he would definitely spot him if he appeared again. An hour later, the taxi arrived at the Zijing residential area. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Fan smelled a rich aroma. "Yue, what are you cooking that smells so good?" Xiao Fan asked with a smile. "Senior, you'll find out in a while. Wash your hands and watch some TV." Su Yue's pleasant voice came from the kitchen. "All right." Xiao Fan agreed, and released his spiritual sense. Someone was following him. Maybe Su Yue's side also had problems. He needed to check carefully. Kitchen, living room, dining room. Xiao Fan quickly checked with his spiritual sense, and found nothing wrong. The bathroom and guest room were also fine. Xiao Fan hesitated slightly, but still swept his spiritual sense into Su Yue's master bedroom. My. Xiao Fan's expression changed. He had thought there would be nothing to find, but his spiritual sense quickly detected a pinhole camera and a hidden bug in the master bedroom. Xiao Fan's expression darkened. If his enemies wanted to target him, they should have come directly at him instead of shamelessly installing pinhole cameras and wiretaps in Su Yue's room. Bastard. Xiao Fan cursed silently in his heart, wondering if they had captured anything on camera. In movies, the wireless transmission range of such bug devices isn't very far. That means the person is likely within this building. Xiao Fan did not immediately destroy the pinhole camera and wiretap, for doing so would alert them to his discovery. "Yue, I'm heading to the car. I'll be right back." Xiao Fan called out to Su Yue, who was still busy in the kitchen. "Senior brother, hurry back, dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes, Su Yue said. Xiao Fan arrived at the property management office, where the staff greeted him with particular courtesy. With 2 supercars worth over 20 million combined, almost everyone at property management knew what he looked like. "Manager Xiao, I need to speak with you about something." Xiao Fan followed the property manager into the office, his expression grave. "Manager Xiao, this residential complex was developed by my friend's family. Could you do me a favor?" The property manager Xiao Bin hurried to respond. "Mr. Xiao, please speak your mind. Will certainly help." Xiao Fan said, "I discovered a listening device in my girlfriend's room. The transmission range is limited, so I'm wondering if any strangers have recently moved into our building. Also, has anyone been going to our floor?" Xiao Bin replied, "Mr. Xiao, I need to check with the building manager for your tower." Xiao Fan nodded. "Keep this quiet. Don't tip off the suspect." "Understood, understood." Xiao Bin quickly summoned Li Yue, the building manager for Xiao Fan's tower. As the building's manager, she would certainly know if new residents had moved in. "Li Yue, have any tenants recently moved into building 8? The floors near Mr. Xiao's 20th floor?" Xiao Bin inquired. Li Yue, in her early 30s with a sharp and capable demeanor, paused to think before responding. "Manager, there actually is one tenant, a young woman living in apartment 2301. Come with us to the surveillance room." "Certainly, manager." Soon Xiao Bin led Xiao Fan and the others to the surveillance room. He had the security guard step out and pulled up the monitoring footage for their building himself. "Manager, that's her." Li Yu quickly identified the tenant from apartment 2301 in the surveillance video. "Li Yu, are you certain no other tenants have moved in on nearby floors recently?" "Positive." Li Yu nodded firmly. Building 8 consists entirely of large units, so there aren't many tenants in total. "Manager Xiao, stewardly thank you. Hold off on taking any action for now." Xiao Fan did not continue reviewing the surveillance footage. He already knew who the person was. The individual didn't need to take the elevator to reach their floor. The stairs would get them there quickly enough. "Understood, Mr. Xiao. If you need anything, Mr. Xiao, please don't hesitate to let us know. We're here to serve you wholeheartedly," Xiao Bin said with particular deference. Zijing residential community was managed by the developer's own property team, and Shen Chen's father was his boss's boss. If Xiao Fan were to say anything unfavorable, Xiao Bin knew his position as property manager would be over. Xiao Fan returned quickly. He reached the 20th floor, then walked through the stairwell to the 23rd floor. Perspective vision. Focusing on his left eye, Xiao Fan activated his X-ray vision. The door to room 2301 quickly became transparent in his sight, and so did the walls inside the room. Within seconds, Xiao Fan spotted his target. The woman Li Yu had identified was in the master bedroom, wearing surveillance earphones with a laptop display showing exactly the monitoring feed from Su Yue's room. This surveillance angle can't even see the bed, pointing at the desk for nothing. Xiao Fan wondered. He had initially thought they might be trying to secretly record compromising videos of him and Su Yue to use against him. But that didn't seem to be the case now. Xiao Fan silently withdrew, first estimating that this woman likely had accomplices. "Senior brother, I was just about to call you." Xiao Fan entered the room, where Su Yue spoke softly. The dishes were already on the table. So lavish, Xiao Fan said in surprise. For just 2 people, Su Yue had prepared 6 dishes. Senior brother, haven't you come over to eat for quite a few days? So, I made a bit extra. If we can't finish it, I'll have the leftovers later. I definitely won't waste anything. Su Yue said, her words carrying a hint of mild grievance. Xiao Fan chuckled softly. If we can't finish it, I'll pack the rest to take away. I can skip takeout for a couple meals. Senior brother, hurry and taste these 3 dishes. They're all things I just learned to make. Su Yue pointed to 3 of the dishes, each looking exquisitely prepared. Alright, let's put on some music to set the mood, Xiao Fan said cheerfully, pulling out his phone and playing a piano piece. Su Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. In room 2301, the listening woman furrowed her brow. Her equipment was quite good. She could originally pick up Xiao Fan and the others' faint voices, but now she could only hear the piano music. Yue, I heard from property management that someone has been acting suspiciously outside our door. They may have snuck into the room. Have you lost anything? Xiao Fan asked in a lowered voice. Su Yue immediately grew alert. Not because she feared losing items, but because she worried about her identity being discovered. If her hacker background were exposed, it could cause serious trouble. Senior brother, nothing's missing, Su Yue replied in a whisper. Xiao Fan frowned. Then we need to prevent someone from entering the room to install hidden cameras or similar devices for covert recording. Even in the master bedroom, you should stay cautious. Senior brother, I've been quite careful all along, Su Yue said with a blush, never wandering around without proper attire. Senior brother, should we call the police? Xiao Fan replied. I checked with property management. The tenant in 2301 seems suspicious, and she may have accomplices. I've asked them to investigate discreetly for now. Let's not call the police yet. It could be a misunderstanding. Su Yue nodded. After finishing lunch and washing the dishes, Xiao Fan left, and Su Yue returned to her room. She first went to the master bedroom bathroom and carefully inspected it, but found nothing. If they wanted to secretly film in that way, they'd install pinhole cameras in the bathroom. Since there's nothing there, it's more likely they're hidden in the master bedroom. Su Yue thought to herself. Now that I've eaten my fill, let's get to work. I need to earn enough money soon to buy senior brother a car. Su Yue sat down at her computer desk and powered on her machine. She's here. The woman monitoring from room 2301's eyes lit up. Su Yue got to work displaying solid programming skills, though she occasionally made deliberate mistakes that caused bugs to appear. Her level was roughly that of a senior programmer. Is this Queen? The woman in room 2301, known as Fox, shook her head. Her computer skills were also quite impressive, surpassing what Su Yue had shown, yet compared to Queen, her abilities were like fireflies beside the moon. Tinglong, I don't think Su Yue is Queen. Her skill level is just that of an ordinary senior programmer. Nothing compared to Queen. Fox spoke through the earpiece. Tinglong's voice grew serious. Fox, don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Could she be deliberately masking her true abilities? According to organization protocol, if there's even a 1% chance, we must monitor for at least 3 days. Leaving Su Yue's place, Xiao Fan headed straight for home with his packed meal. The walk back would only take 10 minutes, while driving and searching for parking might well take longer. It must have been a coincidence before. A foreigner inside a black car by the roadside, thought to himself. He was the same foreigner who had been tailing Xiao Fan on the highway. He was an accident manufacturer hired by Yushorin from the dark web, charging a staggering $500,000. Killing just one ordinary student for such a fortune was in his eyes as easy as picking up money. But murder was an art, and before taking action, he still needed a perfect plan. Collecting all kinds of information on Xiao Fan was the first step. Damn thing. A glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. With his mental power, he inspected the cars parked by the roadside and easily identified the foreigner tailing him. In his view, this guy was likely an accomplice of the woman in room 2301. Xiao Fan wouldn't have been so angry if it were just him being targeted, but the fact that Su Yue was involved made things much worse. The man's stomach rumbled inside the car. I've got my fill, and even packed some to go, but old Harris is still starving. Within 3 days. No, 2 days you'll be dead. A perfect accident will end your life, and $500,000 is enough for me to enjoy for quite a while. The man muttered to himself. Under normal circumstances, his voice couldn't be heard from outside the car, but Xiao Fan's mental power was scanning the situation, and it could perceive and collect sounds. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. As a top student, his English was excellent, and he could understand the man's words. This guy wants to kill me. He's monitoring Yue over there. Does he also plan to frame her for my death? Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He took out his phone from his pocket, preparing to call the police, but the other party hadn't made any move yet. Even if the police arrived and caught him, what could they really do? Once released, he would very likely carry out his plan anyway. If it were only targeting Xiao Fan, he was confident he could handle it himself. But if Su Yue was also targeted, she was just an ordinary girl and might end up killed alongside him. If you want to send me a perfect accident, I'll send you on your way first. Xiao Fan made up his mind. Those who aren't ruthless can't stand firm. The mastermind behind the scenes was ruthless. If Xiao Fan showed mercy like a woman, he would likely harm both others and himself. Although he had never killed anyone in China, he had taken lives in Myanmar. Xiao Fan's mental power instantly tore a blood vessel in the man's brain. and this vessel was hidden relatively deep. Even if he reached the hospital immediately for surgery, treating such a deep intracranial hemorrhage would be extremely difficult. The man inside the car groaned. He felt a stabbing pain in his brain. Xiao Fan's mental power observed that as the vessel toward dark red blood slowly leaked from the rupture, which would soon lead to increased intracranial pressure. What's going on? The man felt severe head pain and quickly started the car heading for the nearest hospital. As a skilled accident manufacturer, he certainly knew where hospitals were. If the hospital was nearby, the target might be rescued and saved at the hospital quickly. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You were greedy for $500,000 and came to kill me. Xiao Fan thought to himself. That foreigner was probably the hitman hired by the mastermind. Hitmen work for money and are unlikely to know who their employer is, so capturing him alive would be useless. Help! Before 10 minutes had passed, the hitman barely managed to drive to the hospital. He parked directly in front of the hospital entrance and stumbled toward the emergency room. Before he even entered the emergency room, he collapsed on the ground and fell unconscious. Quick, rescue him. The hospital responded quickly, but the hitman had suffered bleeding in the brainstem area with a relatively large volume of blood loss. He had already lost vital signs before surgery could begin. No external injuries. Cause of death: sudden cerebral hemorrhage. The hospital quickly issued the death result. Next they called the police and tried to contact the family. Unable to reach anyone, the body was placed in the morgue. Worth mentioning is that Harris had no mobile phone on him and his identification documents were all fake. He originally had a photo of Xiao Fan on his person, but he threw it away after exiting the highway. Unaware of the passage of time, the entire afternoon had slipped by. Su Yue stopped working and saved her documents. Suyin, are you still in touch with Sun Tzu and the others? If you take a fancy to any of the three, let me know. I'll help you play matchmaker. Su Yue initiated a video call with Lu Suyin. Lu Suyin rolled her eyes and said, Yue, if I fancied any of them, would I need you to set me up? I, Lu Suyin, could have them wrapped around my finger in minutes. Look at you being so capable. Have you ever dated anyone in your entire life? Su Yue carried her laptop out of the bedroom. She heated up some leftover rice and chatted with Lu Suyin while eating. Fox, who was secretly monitoring, initially listened intently, but later gave up as Su Yue and her friends were discussing typical gossip among girls. After finishing her meal, Su Yue turned on the TV. She sat on the sofa holding her laptop. Let's see who's been secretly monitoring me. Su Yue typed on the keyboard with incredible speed. She quickly hacked into the camera in the room and traced the connection to Fox's location. Fox had decent computer skills, but Su Yue was far superior. She quickly and quietly accessed Fox's camera and saw the girl sitting in front of her computer, a member of the Poker Alliance codenamed Fox. She was also operating with Green Wolf. Su Yue frowned inwardly. She knew about the Poker Alliance, a powerful hacker organization. The organization had two world-class super hackers, Spade A and Hard A, both ranked in the top 10 among all hackers worldwide. All ranked members of the Poker Alliance were top-tier hackers, and the entire organization possessed astonishing power. Online, the Poker Alliance had once extended 2 invitations to Su Yue. The first was last year, offering her the codename Club K. More recently, the second invitation promised her the codename Club A. If she joined, above her would only be Spade A and Hard, in making her the third most powerful figure in the Poker Alliance. An annual salary of $100 million. Without hesitation, Su Yue declined. The Poker Alliance recruited top hackers through various means, and the money they earned was all illegal. She would feel uneasy spending such money. The Poker Alliance calculated a 1/63 probability that I am the queen. It seems I've been accepting more missions recently and completing them quickly, which caught someone's attention. Su Yue frowned inwardly. To hide herself, she had already been as low-key as possible, yet she had still been discovered. Fortunately, senior brother noticed the anomaly, otherwise I would definitely have been exposed. Su Yue felt a chill of fear. As far as she knew, the Poker Alliance was ruthless toward those who refused them. For those with problems, they would directly expose their identity information. For those without issues, they would frame them or even kill them directly. If the Poker Alliance discovers my hacker identity, they might involve senior brother. Su Yue frowned, her delicate brows knitted. The Poker Alliance had captured Xiao Fan to threaten her. They were absolutely capable of such a thing. Join the national team. Su Yue murmured to herself. If she revealed her identity to the state, she would naturally receive the protection of national power, and the Poker Alliance would certainly be unable to touch her in the real world. But that would inevitably cost her the freedom she currently enjoyed. I never provoked the Poker Alliance, so why do you come to provoke me? Su Yue pondered repeatedly and decided not to join the national team for now. She would first fool Fox and Greedy Wolf, and then strive to improve her skills. If her hacking skills were even stronger than the Ace of Spades, the Poker Alliance would certainly not dare to provoke her easily. Even if she joined the national team, she would have a stronger voice. Fox and Greedy Wolf would probably only monitor her for 3 days, so fooling them should be easy. With that thought, Su Yue turned off the TV, picked up her laptop, and returned to the master bedroom. She continued writing the program. The level she displayed was the same as before, as sometimes a single bug could waste a lot of her time. Is this the level? A complete waste of my time. Fox, who was monitoring, curled her lips. In her view, the organization's estimate of a little over 1% was simply flattering Su Yue. Su Yue only earned a bit more by spending extra time. Greedy Wolf, I think Su Yue is definitely not the queen. Who says the queen has to be female? Maybe it's some unkempt guy, right? The queen's self-chosen alias is Ugly Duckling, but Su Yue is more beautiful than a celebrity. If her skills were as high as her looks, she would deserve the title of queen. Fox said boredly in the earpiece. Greedy Wolf said in a deep voice, maybe she uses the alias Ugly Duckling to mislead others. Regardless, stay alert and monitor her for 3 days, understand? Greedy Wolf, after monitoring her, I need a vacation at least 10 days. I'll apply to the organization. Fox curled her lips. She hadn't been a member of the Poker Alliance originally, but after her real address was discovered, she had no choice but to join. The income was decent, but there was a lot of work. Young Master Xiao, I've prepared about a dozen rough stones here. Do you have time to come over? If you don't have time, it's fine. It's up to you. Xiao Fan received a call from Tang Zitian. Alright, I'm free now. I'll go today. Xiao Fan said after a moment's consideration. In his view, Harris was the executor, and the young woman in 2301 was just an observer. If something happened to Harris, the young woman would likely leave. Catching her wouldn't lead to the mastermind behind the scenes, so if she left, let her go. If he reported to the police, and the girl was caught, the police would learn about her relationship with Harris, and they might become suspicious of him as well. Young Master Xiao, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport. Tang Zitian laughed heartily. Okay, I'll send you the flight information in a moment. Xiao Fan quickly booked a plane ticket and called Su Yue. Yue, I need to go out for business. Take care of yourself. Senior brother, you be safe too. Su Yue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fox and Greedy Wolf would likely leave in 2 days. She didn't want Xiao Fan to disturb them now and was worried about how to tell him. If she revealed that she was a top hacker, Su Yue was afraid Xiao Fan would dislike it. 2 days passed quickly and Xiao Fan returned from Raleigh. His bank account now had 4 small goals. It was worth mentioning that his consulting fee was after-tax income. Tang Zitian had paid the taxes directly. For each rough stone, Xiao Fan appraised Tang Zitian actually paid more than 10 million. But for Tang Zitian, it was not a loss. He only made a little less profit on the rough stones, and in his view it was worth it to build a closer relationship with Xiao Fan. Yue, I'm back. Come over for a meal. Xiao Fan sent a message to Su Yue. After leaving the airport, he headed straight to Zijing residential area. He needed to confirm whether the woman in 2301 was still there, and also whether the pinhole camera and bug in Su Yue's bedroom were still in place. X-ray vision. Upon arriving at the residential area, Xiao Fan first went to the door of 2301 and activated his X-ray vision. The woman in 2301 had already left, and her belongings were gone. Once inside the house, Xiao Fan released his spiritual power to inspect everywhere. The previous pinhole camera and bug were gone, and no new ones were found. Phew. Xiao Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yue said, Senior brother, you suspected the tenant in 2301 before. I heard she has already moved away. Nothing was stolen at home, so it should be fine. Xiao Fan smiled and said, then it might have been a mistake by the property management. It's good that nothing's wrong. I brought you a gift from Raleigh. See if you like it. He took a small box out of his pocket. Opening the box, inside was an entirely green piece pendant tied with a red string. Although it was small in size, its quality was high and the price was tens of thousands. Senior brother, this isn't cheap, is it? Su Yue said. Xiao Fan chuckled. Why don't you want it? You were planning to give me a car. Su Yue quickly shook her head. Who said I don't want it? This piece pendant is very beautiful. Thank you, senior brother. Put it on and let me see. Xiao Fan handed the pendant to Su Yue. She quickly put it on. The green piece pendant made her skin appear even fairer and more delicate. Very beautiful, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Senior brother, there are still 2 dishes to cook. Go watch TV for a while, it'll be ready soon. Su Yue said. Xiao Fan shook his head. I can't be bothered to turn on the TV. I'll just watch you cook and learn. The same ingredients, why does my cooking taste so much worse? Senior brother, you don't have to learn. Su Yue turned around and said softly, her voice very low. What did you say? Xiao Fan looked at Su Yue's back and asked with a smile. He had actually heard clearly. His hearing was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Nothing. Su Yue's neck turned red. She didn't want Xiao Fan to hear what she just said. Yue, then get started. I'll study hard. Xiao Fan said with a smile. After Su Yue finished cooking the 2 dishes, Xiao Fan hadn't learned much technique, but he had enjoyed quite a feast for his eyes. As the dishes were served, Su Yue said as if casually, Senior brother, I discovered a secret. My friend who is skilled with computers is actually a hacker. A hacker? Xiao Fan frowned slightly. Yue, are you and this friend close? Is it male or female? It's a female. We have a good relationship. Senior brother, is there a problem? Su Yue said. Xiao Fan thought for a moment and said, since she told you she's a hacker, she probably isn't that powerful. It should be fine. Powerful hackers tend to get into trouble. Su Yue. She was not someone who could be described by the word talented. After this test, Su Yue felt she should keep this secret forever. Xiao Fan said, Yue, can you give me your friend's contact information? Su Yue looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Fan continued, I need a skilled hacker for something. Since your friend is in that circle, they might know an expert. I need to confirm whether Yushorin is really involved and what power stands behind him. Xiao Fan didn't want Su Yue to be too close to dangerous hackers, fearing she might get hurt, but he genuinely needed their help. Senior, my friend, should know a top-tier hacker. She's bragged about it before. I'll send you their WeChat. Su Yue replied. She was actually referring to herself. Creating a dummy account was effortless for her. Won't your friend mind? Xiao Fan asked. Su Yue shook her head. She didn't ask me to keep it secret. Like you said, she's probably a newbie who wants everyone to know how awesome she is. Xiao Fan chuckled. Indeed, top hackers hide themselves while novices love showing off. Alright, send me her WeChat then. After dinner back at the old house, Su Yue forwarded a WeChat contact to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan added the contact. Handsome, you're looking for a top hacker. I know a master. I'll talk to him. If he agrees, a strange app will appear on your phone. Use it to chat with him. The newly added WeChat sent the message. Su Yue smiled faintly, finding the whole thing amusing. Okay, thank you. Xiao Fan waited, but after half an hour no strange app appeared. Su Yue hadn't acted immediately. A master had to maintain some mystique. After showering and working for 2 hours, Su Yue finally sent an app to Xiao Fan's phone. Its icon was an upright eye. Divine eye. Xiao Fan muttered. The icon looked mysterious. He hoped the person was truly capable. Master, are you there? Speak your mind. Xiao Fan asked, and Su Yue replied simply. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Such directness usually indicated real skill. A top hacker wouldn't waste time on small talk. Master, I want to investigate you, Shorin, chairman of Chongkong Group. 5 years ago, my parents died in a car accident. The police ruled it as murder, possibly linked to him. Name your price. Su Yue was stunned by the message. She knew about Xiao Fan's parents' accident, but not that it was murder. Kong Su and the others knew but hadn't told her. Senior's parents were murdered. Su Yue felt a pang of sorrow. Losing parents in a car accident was tragic enough, but knowing it was murder must have been even more painful for Xiao Fan. Wait a moment, I'll look into Chongkong Group. Su Yue quickly searched for the company's information. Chongkong Group's stock has soared recently with assets reaching 2 billion. Yu Shorin holds 60 of the shares. Investigating him is no small matter. 200,000. Su Yue replied shortly after. Only 200,000. Xiao Fan was surprised. He thought it was cheap. Hiring a top hacker for that amount seemed too good to be true. Could this master be a fraud? Your parents died tragically, so I'm giving you a friendly price. Su Yue quickly typed back. She didn't want Xiao Fan to spend too much, but 200,000 didn't fit a master's image. Master, shall I pay up front or after? Xiao Fan asked. I'll investigate first. I'm not afraid you'll default. Master, there might be a powerful force behind you, Shorin. If you can find out, great. If not, don't push it. The force behind him is very dangerous. That will be an extra fee. Money is no issue as long as you find the truth. The app showed the other party is offline, so Xiao Fan exited. I hope they can find something. Xiao Fan thought to himself. Yu Shorin might have skilled computer experts around him, or the force behind him might have such talents. Even a top hacker might not succeed. But Xiao Fan didn't know he had encountered a true master. In Huaxiao's Divine Alliance, Su Yue ranked second only below Black Emperor, and her skills were nearly as formidable. Yu Shorin, you'd better not have done such a thing. Otherwise you won't escape the law. Su Yue began her work with a serious expression, even more solemn than when she climbed the Divine Tower rankings. Yu Shorin was a public figure, so Su Yue quickly found plenty of information. Oh, his phone has such strong defensive software. Surprise flickered in Su Yue's eyes. She located Yu Shorin's phone, but didn't immediately hack it. Breaking into an ordinary person's phone was trivial for her. Wealthy individuals often had better defenses, but even that was easy for her. Yu Shorin's phone was far more fortified. Chongkong Group's assets are only 2 billion now, and before the stock surge it was just over 1 billion. Such a high level of defense doesn't match his status. Su Yue murmured. Among listed companies nationwide, Chongkong Group ranked near the bottom. Yu Shorin as chairman was far behind those with assets in the tens or hundreds of billions. Even billionaires rarely had such strong phone defenses. And so many traps. Falling into one would alert the hacker behind Yu Shorin, possibly even trigger a counterattack. Su Yue began her intrusion swiftly. Yu Shorin's phone was like a heavily fortified city surrounded by a minefield. But these were no match for Su Yue. Done. In 5 minutes she smiled. She had successfully hacked into Yu Shorin's phone. However, she found nothing special on it. This guy is definitely hiding something. He must have a backup phone. Su Yue thought to herself as she quickly scanned for clues. For an ordinary hacker this would be a Herculean task. Yu Shorin's backup phone would surely have defensive software well hidden. But Su Yue had the skills. And since it involved Xiao Fan's parents' case, she was extra thorough. Found it. 2 hours later Su Yue let out a long breath. Even with her skills it took this long. Even Phoenix might not have found it. Jiangwen's 6th master. Su Yue murmured. The most dialed number in Yu Shorin's backup phone was Jiangwen, followed by 6th master, though the latter's calls had increased recently. 6th master is probably from the force behind Yu Shorin. Let's check Jiangwen first. Su Yue quickly traced Jiangwen. Through Jiangwen she found Shadow. Huh. This Shadow recently visited Leishan County. Around the same time Senior was there. Leishan County, Shanshui Village. I wonder if Senior is from that village. Su Yue hesitated briefly, then swiftly hacked into Xiao Fan's phone. She quickly confirmed that Xiao Fan had also been to Shanshui Village recently. Gotcha. Su Yue's eyes lit up. Yu Shorin was definitely involved. Continue. Su Yue kept searching for relevant evidence. She had discovered that the shadow had been to Shanshui village, which meant that Xiao Fan's parents' death was definitely linked to Yushoren, but she currently had no proof. After spending some time carefully examining the data from Yushoren Jiang, when the shadow's phone, and the computers in their homes, Su Yue found no further clues. A case from 5 years ago. If they aren't stupid, they wouldn't leave evidence behind. Even if there is evidence, it probably isn't online. Su Yue frowned inwardly. It was already late at night, but Su Yue couldn't sleep at all. She shifted her focus to another contact in Yushoren's circle, Sixth Master. Moi. Su Yue's expression turned grim. Sixth Master's phone number was hidden. Under normal circumstances, her skills would have uncovered it, but after half an hour she had found nothing. To pull this off, it would take a hacker ranked in the top 10 domestically. No, the top 5, or a red hacker of comparable skill. Su Yue was confident in her own hacking abilities. Achieving this level of concealment was extremely difficult. If I launch a direct attack, I should be able to locate them. But they definitely know it was me. And having a network guardian of this caliber means the other party's identity and power are far from ordinary. After some deliberation, Su Yue decided to halt. She had no evidence yet, and any rash action would alert the enemy. Yushoren's subordinate Jiang Wen is suspicious. She contacted someone called the Shadow who tailed you to Shanshui village. You need to be careful. There's a powerful force behind Yushoren, and they're cautious. I have no evidence of murder yet. Forcing an investigation would scare them off. Don't withdraw the 2000 for now. This case is intriguing. I'll keep digging. If I find the proof, you'll pay me $1 million directly. Su Yue sent the message, but Xiao Fan was already asleep and didn't reply immediately. Yushoren's status and power are exceptional. Why would he and his backer want to kill Senior's parents? If Senior continues investigating, the danger won't be trivial. Su Yue murmured to herself. She was worried about Xiao Fan, but she couldn't persuade him to abandon avenging his parents. All she could do was help him uncover the truth and bring the criminals to justice. Whether it's dealing with the threat from the Poker Alliance or finding the murderer of Senior's parents, I need to improve my skills even further. A spark of determination ignited in Su Yue's eyes. Advancing and hacking at her level was difficult. She had been rather laid-back content to slowly improve, but now she felt she couldn't afford to be so passive. At her skill level, even if she stayed out of conflicts, organizations like the Poker Alliance would never leave her alone. The next morning, Xiao Fan woke up and immediately checked his phone. So Yushoren really is involved, he murmured. He guessed that the Shadow had gone to their village to check the ancestral tablets. If the tablets had been moved, it would mean he likely knew something. Thank you, Master. The force behind Yushoren must be formidable. Investigating this is risky for you. If you find the evidence, I'll give you 10 million. Xiao Fan replied. He was already impressed that she had uncovered so much overnight. He hadn't expected her to find the evidence directly. If she actually did, he would gladly pay the 10 million. He waited a while, but there was no immediate reply. Hackers are definitely night owls, Xiao Fan muttered. Boom. Driving his Lamborghini, he soon arrived at Leishan County. Zhao Zongxiang had already messaged him that his father had moved. Master Xiao, here's the deed. Xiao Fan reached the villa where Zhao Zongxiang was waiting. He handed over the property certificate. Thanks. Xiao Fan smiled. Though the villa was in the county, it had a large plot, considerable floor space, and luxurious decoration, worth no less than 30 to 40 million. Zhao Zongxiang said, Master Xiao, my father suffered for 3 years. If it had continued, his life might have been in danger. You saved him. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Xiao Fan waved the deed. You've already thanked me. Yue will be coming to Leishan County often, and now we have a place to stay. Mr. Zhao, please go ahead with your business. Zhao Zongxiang nodded and soon left. The vast villa was now empty, as he had tactfully not left any servants. Xiao Fan took a bag of jade from the trunk. The stones were of poor quality, a large bag weighing dozens of jin worth about 1 million. Tang Zitian had given them to him free of charge. He planned to use these jade pieces to set up a formation. With a spirit-gathering array, he could concentrate the spiritual energy around the villa. He would come every 10 days, or half a month, to cultivate for a day or two. The spiritual energy in the villa would be 5 times denser than normal. If he came once every half month and cultivated for 2 days, it would be equivalent to over 2 months of normal training. From morning until evening, Xiao Fan worked tirelessly. I hope this works, he muttered. He had already failed 3 times. Each failure shattered the jade. He had brought only enough for 4 attempts. Whoosh. Suddenly wind rose around the villa. There had been none before, but now it blew from all directions toward the building. It worked. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The wind was caused by spiritual energy converging toward the villa. After a few minutes, the surplus energy was drawn in by the array and the wind ceased. The spatial node was inside the villa. With the array in place, the spiritual energy within would never leak out. Oh. Entering the villa, Xiao Fan noticed that the array had also accelerated the flow of energy from the other world. Cultivating here for 2 days every half month would be equivalent to 3 months of normal practice. There was food in the fridge, so he ate a little and began his training. The villa was now rich with spiritual energy. So fast. Xiao Fan practiced his family's 9 transformation true dragon art. Cultivating here was exhilarating. The 9 transformation true dragon art was no ordinary martial technique. In Z City, where spiritual energy was thin, his progress was agonizingly slow. Now his cultivation speed was dozens of times faster than in D City. As time passed, night fell. Knock knock. A sound came from the full-length mirror beside him. Xiao Fan looked over to see his grandfather, Xiao Hai, reflected in it. "Grandfather, wait a moment," Xiao Fan said as he was still in the middle of a circulation cycle. "Can't wait. I have a battle to fight. Keep cultivating. I'll send you some dragon chi now." Xiao Hai waved his hand. A brilliant light shot through the mirror and into Xiao Fan's body. "My dear grandson, I'm planning to attack a large city with 3 to 4 million people. I'll use the searchlights and drones you gave me last time. Let's give them a surprise." Xiao Hai chuckled. With his current forces, a normal assault on such a city would be too risky, but with the gadgets Xiao Fan provided, it was entirely possible. For the first use, he wanted to bite off a big chunk of meat. Another world, St. Yuan City. Although Xiao Hai had led 100,000 soldiers to the walls of St. Yuan City, the city's governor did not panic, nor did the nobles within the city show any sign of alarm. St. Yuan City boasted towering walls that reached 12 meters in height. Furthermore, the city's garrison numbered 150,000 troops. Even accounting for lax military readiness and instances of phantom soldiers on the payroll, the city should be capable of holding out. Governor Yu, at this critical juncture, you would do well to be honest about the number of ghost soldiers on the rolls. The 7th prince has personally come, and if the city falls, can you bear the responsibility? A general in silver armor spoke sharply from within the governor's mansion. He was a commander dispatched by the imperial court to reinforce the defense. The 7th prince had arrived in person to oversee the battle. St. Yuan City ranked 4th among the strongest fortresses in the Divine Flame Empire and remained the most formidable stronghold in the northwest region. It must not fall into Xiao Hai's hands under any circumstances. Should Xiao Hai capture St. Yuan City, the entire northwest would likely fall under his control, with numerous smaller and medium-sized cities probably switching their allegiance to support him. The governor of St. Yuan City, Yu Hai, spoke with a grave tone. "General Wei, are you cursing our St. Yuan City? Xiao Hai could never possibly breach our defenses." General Wei Yongjun's expression darkened. However, St. Yuan City was Yu Hai's domain. The Yu family had governed it for generations, and despite Wei Yongjun's higher rank, he found it difficult to issue direct orders to him. Governor Yu, in this moment of life and death, the issue of phantom soldiers is merely trivial. As long as the city holds, and we can suppress the rebellion, His Imperial Majesty will not only refrain from blame, but may even reward us. The 7th prince spoke slowly. General Wei is quite skilled in warfare. Governor, you might consider sharing your full situation with him and working together to achieve a decisive victory. Yes, Your Highness. The numbers have been tallied, though I didn't anticipate the extent of the ghost soldiers. St. Yuan City's roster lists 150,000 troops, yet we only have 116,000 in actuality. Yu Hai bowed respectfully. Wei Yongjun desperately wanted to strike him across the face. How could Yu Hai possibly be unaware of such matters? The Yu family undoubtedly benefited the most from padding the payroll with phantom soldiers. Over 10,000 remain. Acceptable. Better than I had estimated, Your Highness. Xiao Hai's rebel forces number only 100,000, while we have more defenders than attackers. We should be fine, correct? The 7th prince turned his gaze toward Wei Yongjun. Yu Hai's revelations angered him, but anger served no purpose here. Forcing Yu Hai into Xiao Hai's camp would create a far more dangerous situation. Your Highness, the situation should be manageable. Wei Yongjun nodded. Defenders naturally held the advantage, and St. Yuan City's towering walls made them even easier to hold. Even if Xiao Hai brought all his 180 to 90,000 troops, they should still be able to handle it. The 7th prince asked, "What are our chances if we sally forth to meet them in open battle?" Yu Hai quickly responded, "Your Highness, that would be disastrous. Many of the 11,000 soldiers are advanced in age and have never seen combat in these years of peace." Yu Hai knew the combat effectiveness of his own troops, adequate for defending the walls, but sending them out to face Xiao Hai's forces in open battle would be suicidal. Worse still, many of them might simply defect. The emperor's incompetence and cruelty had eroded any loyalty, while Xiao Hai's reputation had won over the city's population, leaving little will to resist among the people. Then hold the city firmly. Governor Yu and General Wei must work together. St. Yuan City must not fall. The 7th prince said this with solemn emphasis. Wei Yongjun and Yu Hai spoke in unison. Your Highness need not worry. By all conventional wisdom, it was impossible for Xiao Hai's forces to capture St. Yuan City at present. As night deepened, the guards posted on St. Yuan City's walls kept careful watch over the darkness outside, while the soldiers in the 4 garrisons to the east, west, and south slept soundly. Each camp housing roughly 15,000 men. The cold only intensifies by the day. Indeed it does. In the western camp, night watch soldiers gathered around small fires chatting away. With 20,000 men stationed there, they felt secure enough to disregard any threat of internal rebels launching a surprise attack on their camp. A mournful whistle cut through the biting wind as an unfamiliar scent suddenly filled the air. What is that smell, eh? I don't know. Several night watch soldiers looked around in confusion. They recognized the acrid odor of gasoline. a substance entirely foreign to them with nothing in their daily lives producing such a scent. Is it raining on? A soldier rubbed his head and looked upward. Gasoline rained down from the sky as Xiao Hai deployed numerous large agricultural drones, smaller models carrying 10 kilograms each, while the larger ones held over 100 kilograms of fuel. The drones approached from upwind, dispersing gasoline that fell like fine mist onto the ground and buildings below. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A night watch soldier shouted loudly. They hadn't yet spotted the drones overhead, but the humming of their rotors gave them away. Whoosh! Within the camp, several bonfires burned brightly, and the gasoline quickly caught fire upon contact, spreading rapidly. It's fire oil. The enemy is using fire attacks. Fire attack. The enemy attacks with fire. Chaos erupted throughout the camp. Fueled by gasoline, numerous buildings erupted into flames, and in the darkness many soldiers fled their quarters half-dressed. Put out the fire. Quickly put it out. Officers emerged one after another to coordinate the response. Yet with gasoline raining from above and wooden structures everywhere extinguishing the blaze proved nearly impossible. Pouring water only scattered the burning liquid further. Help! The camp swelled with panicked soldiers, many of whom had gasoline splashed onto their clothing and bodies. Dozens burned alive as they stumbled through the chaos, their desperate flight causing even greater casualties among the crowd. Activate the searchlights. Beat the war drums and advance the central army to within 300 paces of the wall, shouting fiercely. The left and right guards advanced silently. Xiao Hai issued his commands. Yes, sir. The generators had been running long before, powering thousands of massive searchlights that illuminated a stretch of wall spanning 2 to 3 kilometers, with each unit positioned just 2 or 3 meters apart. The defenders on the wall had been staring intently outward, but the sudden glare rendered them completely blinded, their vision whited out in an instant. Whatever existed beyond the city walls became utterly invisible to them in that moment. The war drums thundered as the central army of 40,000 charged forward, their battle cries echoing across the battlefield. Loose the arrows! Loose the arrows! Pour every arrow you have at them, do not hold back. A commander on the wall roared, though his own eyes were failing him from the glare. Even looking away offered no relief. The brightness seared through his vision regardless. A mournful drone sound echoed as enemy aircraft swept over the wall, raining gasoline onto the defenders below. Up! Many soldiers on the wall held torches, and the flames quickly spread along the ramparts. Reinforcements rushed to the affected sections from both sides to stem the blaze. Their officers understood that their own section of the wall could be targeted next, yet leaving it undefended risked total collapse if that section fell. Order the left and right guards to begin scaling the walls. After a brief pause, Xiao Hai issued the command, and both units moved swiftly to execute it. They had to breach the city before reinforcements could arrive. Yes, Commander. The left and right guards soon began their assault on the city. The city walls were brightly lit, allowing them to precisely shoot any enemy who showed their head. The defenders' arrows were sparse and fired blindly. Drones overhead were spraying gasoline. Quick! Soon numerous scaling ladders were placed against the city walls. The defending soldiers had no idea where the enemy was attacking from. Unable to spot the ladders or aim accurately at the enemy, the left and right guards' men climbed onto the city walls in no time. Surrender, and you won't be killed. Surrender, and you won't be killed. The western camp has been burned down. You will have no reinforcements. Do not resist in vain. The soldiers of the left and right guards charged furiously. They had all fought in more than one great battle, their combat prowess far surpassing the useless defenders. Creak. Soon the thick city gate on the west side was opened from within. Order the entire army to enter the city. Anyone who harms the common people will be severely punished. Any soldier who does not surrender will be killed without mercy. Xiao Hai's resonant voice rang out. Boom! The 2,000 cavalry that Xiao Hai had assembled charged into Xinyuan City at full speed. Collect! Xiao Hai quickly put the searchlights, generators, and such into his spatial treasure. Bang! The door of the 7th prince's bedchamber was pounded. Soon people outside entered the bedchamber. Your Highness, it's bad. The rebels have entered the city from the west. You must leave through the east gate. The messenger said urgently. The 7th prince said harshly. You only tell me after it's already lost. Your Highness, from the rebel attack to their entry into the city was only a quarter of an hour. As soon as I received the news, I rushed from the west city to report to you. A quarter of an hour. The 7th prince couldn't believe it. The city walls of Xinyuan City were tall and well guarded. How could it have held out for only a quarter of an hour? Yes, Your Highness. The situation is very strange. They were defeated very quickly. You must leave from the east city now. If the rebels come, it will be difficult for you to escape Xinyuan City. The messenger said urgently. The 7th prince quickly dressed. When he went outside, Wei Yongjun rushed over. Your Highness, we must retreat quickly. Xiao Hai has already led his men into Xinyuan City. Those useless defenders in the city cannot stop him. Your Highness must not fall into the hands of the rebels. Wei Yongjun said in a deep voice. Giddy up! Wei Yongjun and the others fled hastily. Some cavalry in Xinyuan City also escaped. As for the infantry, they did not flee. In the middle of the night with snow and ice everywhere, and without any supplies, how far could they run? Moreover, the common soldiers had their families in the city. Even if their officers ordered them to flee, many of them would likely not do so. Lord Yu, what exactly happened? The city fell in just a quarter of an hour, and this is Shenyuan City. The seventh prince said harshly. They rendezvoused with Xiao Hai and the others. Under the cover of 3,000 to 4,000 cavalry, it was easier to escape. Otherwise, Wei Yongjun and the others might be captured by ordinary soldiers. There was a power suppression around the city. I don't know either, Xiao Hai said with a bitter smile. The methods Xiao Hai used were unheard of. How could war be fought like this? The seventh prince's face turned ugly. A shadow fell over his heart. Soon the weather would become even colder, snow blocking the roads. Xiao Hai and his men would need to rest and reorganize, so they should be unable to attack for now. But how would they deal with the situation next spring? Shenyuan City had only held out for a quarter of an hour. How long could other strong cities last? Hurry and retreat. Xiao Hai is likely to come after us. Wei Yongjun said with a grave expression. Giddy up, giddy up. In no time the several thousand cavalry left Shenyuan City, over 10 li. Wei Yongjun, Xiao Hai, and the others were no longer under power suppression and could fly. Seventh Prince, Lord Yu, and I will take you away first, Wei Yongjun said. The seventh prince nodded. About 20 of them flew up, while the others escorted the seventh prince in a swift retreat. However, they hadn't gone far when a figure suddenly blocked their path. Xiao Hai, Wei Yongjun, and the others' hearts sank. Although there were over 20 of them together, they might not be a match for Xiao Hai. Boom! A domineering aura emanated from Xiao Hai. A golden dragon phantom appeared around his body. The golden dragon was 3 or 4 zhang long, circling Xiao Hai. I am now at the peak of martial emperor. Do you want to live or die? Xiao Hai said imposingly. The seventh prince and the others' faces turned very grim. Xiao Hai's strength was greater than they knew. In the entire Divine Flame Empire, there was only one martial emperor of the great perfection level, the imperial ancestor. There was originally only one peak-level martial emperor, the national preceptor. Now there was another Xiao Hai. Wei Yongjun took a deep breath and said, General Xiao, if you dare to harm the seventh prince, the imperial court will be enraged and will certainly mobilize more troops against you. Ridiculous. I've already rebelled, why would I fear that? I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to surrender and bring those several thousand cavalry back to me. I have few cavalry, so I can't let them escape. The second choice is that I'll kill you all. Xiao Hai said imposingly. As he spoke, the several zhang long golden dragon phantom instantly grew to 10 zhang. The golden dragon phantom also became much more solid. Wei Yongjun and the others immediately felt greater pressure. The divine dragon was a creature unknown in this other world, but Wei Yongjun had seen Xiao Hai in action. The golden dragon phantom's attacks were not illusory. It could easily tear apart ordinary martial emperors. General Xiao, I am aware of your grievances. But why rebel? We can sit down and talk properly. When I return, I will definitely report to my father and urge him to negotiate a peace. Perhaps he can appoint you as the king of the Northwest, and the Northwest region will be yours to rule. The seventh prince tempted him. Rebellion might not succeed, and the offer of being king of the Northwest was quite tempting for Xiao Hai. I don't have time for this nonsense. If you don't surrender within 3 breaths, you die. Xiao Hai said murderously. He had no desire to be named king of the Northwest. Half-hearted rebellion would bring endless trouble. The 3 breaths passed quickly. The seventh prince and the others dared not resist. Among them, Wei Yongjun and Xiao Hai were both martial emperors, but the gap in strength between martial emperors was significant. Wei Yongjun was only at the mid-stage of martial emperor, while Xiao Hai was even weaker at the early stage. Surrendering offered a good chance of being ransomed later, while resistance would likely mean death. Pass on my order, retreat to Shenyuan City. Soon Xiao Hai led Wei Yongjun and the others to the front of the several thousand cavalry. Xiao Hai said helplessly. Retreat, the cavalry commander said after a moment's silence. No matter how strong Xiao Hai was, he could not slaughter ordinary soldiers, or otherwise the heavenly Tao would not forgive him. But if they continued to flee and caused the seventh prince's death, the emperor would not forgive them. Commander, commander, commander. In less than half an hour, Xiao Hai and the others returned to the city. The situation inside was already under the control of Xiao Hai's men. Seeing Xiao Hai return, many soldiers shouted excitedly. A smile appeared on Xiao Hai's face. Having taken Shenyuan City, they could now rest and settle for the winter. My good grandson's methods are really not bad. Taking Shenyuan City with such minimal casualties is simply incredible, Xiao Hai thought to himself. Shenyuan City was a tough nut. In the past, he estimated it would take at least a month to conquer. Even if he had taken it, he would have suffered heavy losses. Now with minimal casualties, his army could certainly expand further. On the other side, Xiao Fan had not slept all night, continuously cultivating the 9 cycles true dragon art. He had refined part of the dragon chi that Xiao Hai had passed to him, and his dragon chi had increased significantly. Wow, I've grown so much in just one night. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, a look of excitement in them. According to the information he had learned from Xiao Hai, the realms of Ming, Jin, and Jin, and so on, each realm was divided into 3 minor stages: small success, great success, and perfection. He should now be at the great success of Jin. After a few days of refining all the dragon chi his grandfather had given him, he could fully reach the perfection of Injin. Yunan Rueli. A middle-aged man sat before Tang Ziqian, with Yang Rong standing beside the middle-aged man. Mr. Yang, what are you? Tang Ziqian inquired. The middle-aged man was Yang Rong's father Yang Yongin. The Yang family's assets amounted to several billion, and Yang Yongin was a prominent figure nationwide, commanding respect wherever he went. Yang Yongin said, Mr. Tang, I've discovered that you gave Xiao Fan 2 supercars. You really are generous. Yang Rong was beaten, and especially since his wife had also been implicated in bribery earlier, Yang Yongin spent time investigating Xiao Fan and uncovered some things. Shinshin's father had given Xiao Fan a house, and Tang Ziqian had given him supercars. Yang Yongin had found all this out. He did not know how much money was in Xiao Fan's account. In Yang Yongin's view, it was normal for Shinshin's father to give a house. Xiao Fan had rushed into the bank to save Shinshin, and the Shin family, being wealthy, happened to have a development near the school. The main point was Tang Ziqian. He needed to investigate how deep the relationship between Xiao Fan and Tang Ziqian was and cut off their connection. Xiao Fan and I do have a decent relationship. A glint of sharp light flashed in Tang Ziqian's eyes as he spoke, sensing that Yang Yongin seemed to bear ill intentions. Yang Yongin said, Mr. Tang, he is just an ordinary student. Befriending him won't bring you much benefit. Our Yang family wants to make a push in the jewelry business. Mr. Tang, would you be interested in cooperating with our Yang family? Our Yang family is sincere, and we can offer more profit margins in future cooperation. In the long run, the profits will be far from trivial. Tang Ziqian said indifferently. I'm old, and I have no plans to expand my business for now. The money I've earned is already enough for me to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Mr. Yang, if there's nothing else, please leave. Yang Yongin's face darkened, realizing that Xiao Fan must have brought Tang Ziqian no small amount of benefit. He took a deep breath and said, Mr. Tang, Xiao Fan is probably sharp-eyed when it comes to rough stones. But rough stones are highly speculative. Cutting them yourself in the long run is likely to result in losses. Cooperating with our Yang family can bring steady long-term profits. Tang Ziqian said no more, merely pointing to the door. Yang Yongin was furious. Given his status and position, Tang Ziqian's behavior was extremely discourteous. Mr. Tang, please think it over carefully. This is my card. Yang Yongin placed his card on the table and left, with Yang Rong following dejectedly. Even his own father's intervention had failed to move Tang Ziqian. What a fool, Tang Ziqian sneered inwardly. He picked up Yang Yongin's card, tore it up, and tossed it into the trash bin. Beep beep. Tang Ziqian called Xiao Fan. Mr. Tang, something up? Xiao Fan answered the phone. He was about to attend a dinner hosted by Zhao Guangyao. Tang Ziqian's voice came through with a laugh. Xiao, am I disturbing you? Just now Yang Yongin and Yang Rong from the Yang family came by. They seem to be looking for trouble with you. They even tried to bribe me to cut ties with you. Xiao Fan squinted. The Yang family still hadn't given up on targeting him. Xiao, do you want me to help you deal with the Yang family? I have a fair amount of capital and can help you attack the Yang family in the stock market. Tang Ziqian said. Xiao Fan replied, Mr. Tang, thank you, but there's no need. It's just a minor conflict. I'll talk to Yang Yongin when the time comes. All right then. Xiao, you go ahead. Tang Ziqian hung up. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Since Yang Yongin had personally stepped in, it must have been Yang Rong's mother who pushed him. If Yang Rong had come alone, Yang Yongin likely wouldn't have bothered. Wait, last time I was near the Yang family villa, Yue called me. At that exact moment, Vice Principal Xue was caught for bribery. Could it be that Yue helped me? Xiao Fan muttered to himself. He felt that was highly likely. Su Yue must have gotten the information and had her hacker friend find the evidence. I thought you backed off after Vice Principal Xue fell. If you still want to target me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Yang Rong had come after him. His mother had bribed the school to expel him, and now Yang Yongin had gone to Tang Ziqian to cut off his source of income. Now the whole family was against him. Xiao, welcome. Xiao Fan drove to the same hotel as before, where Zhao Zongxiang was waiting at the entrance. Go park Zhao's car properly. Zhao Zongxiang instructed his staff, and Xiao Fan handed over the keys. Xiao, my father wanted to greet you in person, but he also invited another guest to introduce to you. That guest arrived early, so father went upstairs with him first. Zhao Zongxiang said. Xiao Fan entered the hotel with Zhao Zongxiang. Who's the other guest? Zhao Zongxiang said with a smile. He's the big boss of our Leishan County. Although our Zhao family has some influence in Leishan County, we're still under his leadership. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The big boss of Leishan County. That was someone worth getting to know. His hometown was Leishan County, and he had built his warehouse there. Xiao, I hope you don't mind us taking the initiative. My father felt that since you're a busy man, a simple dinner would waste your time. Zhao Zongxiang said politely. Xiao Fan smiled and said, I'm no big shot, just an ordinary person. As a member of Leishan County, it's my honor to meet its big boss. Soon the private elevator reached the top floor. Xiao, you're finally here. Sorry for not coming to greet you. As Xiao Fan entered the private room, Zhao Guangyao immediately stood up to welcome him. The big boss of Leishan County was named Gao Jingxian, in his 50s. Seeing Zhao Guangyao rise to greet him, surprise flickered in Gao Jingxian's eyes. The Zhao family had assets worth billions, and Zhao Guangyao was an old man. Even if someone with assets of tens of billions visited, he wouldn't need to stand up, and that person would still respectfully call him Old Xiao. Xiao Fan was just a young man in his 20s. Surname Xiao. Which family's young master is he? Gao Jingxian thought to himself, simultaneously rising and putting on a smile. Old Xiao, you're too kind. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Zhao Guangyao chuckled. Xiao, let me introduce you. This is our Leishan County's big boss, Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao, this is Xiao Fan. Hello, Xiao. Gao Jingxian extended his hand proactively. Mr. Gao, you're too polite. I'm no Xiao, or anything. I'm just an ordinary student. Just call me by my name. Xiao Fan shook hands with Gao Jingxian. Zhao Guangyao led Xiao Fan to the seat of honor. Xiao, please take a seat. Mr. Gao Xiao saved my life, so today's feast is specially for him. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, not at all, Gao Jingxian said quickly. He grew more and more curious about Xiao Fan's identity. Given the Zhao family's influence in Leishan County, they were usually not this courteous even to him. After 3 rounds of wine, Gao Jingxian asked, "Where do you work, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Fan replied with a light smile, "Boss Gao, I'm still a student, a junior at the university. In a little while I'll be a senior and have to face the harsh realities of society. Who could possibly bully you, Mr. Xiao?" Zhao Guangyao laughed heartily. He had heard from Zhao Zongxiang that even bullets could not kill Xiao Fan, who possessed both strength and wealth, and undoubtedly had a powerful backing. Zhao Zongxiang said, "Boss Gao, that warehouse our Zhao family is now fully building belongs to Mr. Xiao. It's a survival base he created." Oh, Gao Jingxian was surprised. He had actually inquired about the warehouse from the Zhao family. Building a warehouse with the ground and outer walls both a meter thick using high-grade concrete and wasting steel bars. What was the Zhao family up to? Though the Zhao family had since cleaned up their act, they had a shady past. Xiao Fan chuckled, "Boss Gao, I really invested in that warehouse. I'll be stockpiling a large variety of survival supplies soon." Gao Jingxian clinked glasses with Xiao Fan and asked, "Mr. Xiao, may I ask why you're spending so much to build a survival base of this caliber? Our country is still relatively peaceful, and supplies are plentiful." Xiao Fan was silent for a moment, then said, "Perhaps the world will not remain peaceful in the near future. It's wise to prepare early." Moi. Zhao Guangyao and the others looked at Xiao Fan with confusion. Gao Jingxian's expression turned serious. "Could there be war?" Xiao Fan shook his head. "It's not an ordinary war. The specifics are hard to explain right now. When 2 worlds make contact, beasts from another world, even beings not particularly powerful from that realm, might cross over, inevitably causing chaos. But it's hard to say when such an event will occur. It might happen soon, or the worlds might just brush past each other and drift apart, never to intersect." Zhao Zongxiang said, "Mr. Xiao, you've really piqued our curiosity." Xiao Fan smiled lightly. "President Zhao, some things aren't suitable for you to know yet. And some events may never happen, so I can't speak recklessly. Boss Gao, I'd like to ask a favor." Gao Jingxian replied, "Go ahead, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Fan said, "When supplies start arriving at the warehouse, you can inspect them before they enter. But once they're inside, could you refrain from further inspections?" Gao Jingxian didn't agree immediately. "I'm afraid long-term exemption from inspections is not feasible. How about an annual check?" He considered for a long while before speaking. "With a 20-acre warehouse wall so thick that no sound leaks out, what if they were processing contraband inside?" "All right." Xiao Fan nodded. He believed that a year from now his strength and influence would far surpass what they were today. Even if someone discovered the warehouse was empty, so what? 2 hours later, Xiao Fan left. He had drunk 2 or 3 gin of white liquor, but with his physical constitution and dragon chi, alcohol had no effect on him. "Elder Zhao, President Zhao, what exactly is the background of this Mr. Xiao?" Gao Jingxian inquired. He had also drunk about 1 gin, but as a seasoned drinker, he was still quite sober. Zhao Zongxiang handed Gao Jingxian a cigarette. "Boss Gao, our Zhao family might have some influence in Leishan County, but if Mr. Xiao wanted to destroy us, he probably wouldn't need 3 days. Gao Jingxian's pupils contracted. "That formidable?" Zhao Zongxiang nodded. "I'm not exaggerating. In fact, I might even be overestimating our Zhao family. We'd likely not last a single day." He recalled the scene of Xiao Fan blocking bullets. In an hour, Xiao Fan could probably send all the important members of the Zhao family to meet their maker. And afterward the police would likely find nothing. "Boss Gao, if you can befriend Mr. Xiao, you might climb higher in the future." Zhao Guangyao added a remark. In his view, Xiao Fan must have a powerful backing and strong connections in the political world. "Thank you," Gao Jingxian said. If that were true, today's introduction by the Zhao family was a favor he would have to repay. After drinking, Xiao Fan had Zhao Zongxiang's men drive him directly to Z City. Xiao Fan did not go to the Yang residence immediately. During the day, Yang Yongin and his family were probably not home. It would be better to visit them in the evening. No one's home. In the evening, Xiao Fan arrived near the Yang family villa. The villa was dark and he used his X-ray vision to check. There was no one inside. "You're lucky today," Xiao Fan muttered. Since Yang Yongin and the others weren't there, he had to return home. The next morning, beep, beep. At 6:30 m, Xiao Fan was woken by his phone. He picked it up and saw it was Su Yue calling. His expression immediately changed. If it weren't something serious, Su Yue wouldn't call him so early. "Yue, what's wrong?" Xiao Fan answered the phone quickly. Su Yue said urgently, Senior, the cars have been vandalized. The property manager just came to the door personally, saying the security patrol found both of your cars completely smashed. I'm coming downstairs now. I'll send you a photo right away. Xiao Fan's face darkened. The vandals were almost certainly from the Yang family. Yue, don't panic. It's just 2 cars. Don't come downstairs yet to avoid danger. I'm on my way, Xiao Fan said. Su Yue replied, Senior, the property manager Mr. Xiao is here along with 2 security guards. I'm safe. Please be careful yourself. After hanging up, Xiao Fan soon received the photo Su Yue sent. Both cars were smashed beyond recognition. There was hardly a single intact spot on the entire vehicles. All the windows were shattered, and the interiors were splashed with red paint. Quite ruthless, huh? Not coming home last night. Probably creating an alibi. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He knew with absolute certainty that the Yang family was behind this. He had other enemies, but would Sang Wei's men resort to such petty tactics? And the forces behind his parents' murder would never use such methods. Yang Yongin had gone to Tangzaiqian during the day, and his cars were vandalized that night. If the Yang family wasn't responsible, it would be a ghost. President Xiao, I'm sorry. The surveillance camera facing this area was broken during the first half of the night, and we didn't notice. We never expected something like this to happen. Xiao Bin, looking grim, said when Xiao Fan arrived shortly after. Xiao Fan waved his hand. It's fine. Just 2 cars. The property had some responsibility, but not a major one. The camera was broken in the first half of the night, and even if they needed to call for repairs, it would have been during the day. Senior, who would be so vicious? Su Yue asked angrily. Xiao Fan shook his head. He knew it was the Yang family, but there was no need to tell Su Yue. He would confront Yang Rong and the others directly. President Xiao, you should call the insurance company quickly. Maybe they'll cover it. Xiao Bin suggested. Xiao Fan shook his head. The cars only have compulsory liability insurance, no commercial coverage. Xiao Bin was stunned. Even with insurance, vandalism might not be covered. But without it, if the perpetrator wasn't found, the loss would be entirely his own. Xiao Fan said calmly, Manager Xiao, I'll handle this myself. You don't need to trouble yourselves, and I won't hold you accountable. Whoever did this, I'll make them pay 10 times over. Su Yue said urgently, Senior, the property management company bears some responsibility for this. The sound of the car being smashed wasn't exactly quiet. Didn't the security guard hear anything? Xiao Bin quickly interjected. We at the property management do bear some responsibility. Xiao Fan waved his hand. The guy who smashed the car was quite experienced. He must have used hydraulic cutters, window breakers, and probably patted the hood with towels or something. The sound probably wasn't that loud. Su Yue looked at Xiao Fan in disbelief, wondering whose side he was on. Yue, the property management company, is also owned by Lao Si's family. Xiao Fan said to Su Yue. Oh. Su Yue instantly understood. Since the property company belonged to Shun Chen's family, Shin Shun would know that the compensation wouldn't be a small amount. Even if Xiao Fan took the money, he wouldn't feel comfortable. President Xiao, let's call the police. Our property management will fully cooperate with the investigation. Xiao Bin said in a low voice. Xiao Fan shook his head. No need. Even if we find the person, they'll just be a scapegoat. Besides, the perpetrator is experienced in such matters, so the chances of finding them are low. I roughly know who did it. I'll just go directly to them. Su Yue was stunned. Senior, is it Yang Rong's doing? Xiao Fan nodded slightly. Him or his father? Senior, I'm sorry. Yang Rong is targeting you because of me, and now your expensive car has been smashed. Su Yue's eyes turned red as she spoke. Xiao Fan quickly said, Yue, why are you taking the blame on yourself? Even if I became enemies with him because of you, it's his own fault for acting recklessly. Manager Xiao, please find something to cordon off the area. Yue, let's go. Su Yue seemed dazed, lost in thought. Xiao Fan reached out and took her hand. Su Yue, dumbfounded, let Xiao Fan lead her away. Senior. As they entered the elevator, she finally snapped out of it, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, you weren't responding just now. Xiao Fan quickly let go of Su Yue's hand. Her hand was soft and tender, and he was a bit reluctant to release it. Senior, I'm sorry. They went upstairs and entered the apartment, where Su Yue apologized again. She had been holding back tears, but now they streamed down her face. The 2 cars together cost over 20 million yuan. She felt a significant responsibility. What's wrong again? Xiao Fan grabbed a few tissues and handed them to Su Yue. This really has nothing to do with you. In my heart, you are far more important than those 2 cars. Su Yue stared at him blankly. Stop crying, or you won't be pretty anymore. I'm a looks-oriented person. If you're not pretty, I won't ask you to be my girlfriend. Xiao Fan said with a laugh. Senior. Su Yue threw herself into his arms. Xiao Fan's body stiffened slightly, then his hand slowly fell to her waist, gently embracing her. Senior, I don't want to wait 3 months. I want to be your girlfriend now. Su Yue mustered her courage, lifting her head and gazing at Xiao Fan with determination. Xiao Fan looked down at Su Yue's exquisite face. Yue, are you sure? If you're sure, I won't hold back. Su Yue's face flushed. Senior, I'm sure. If you don't want me, I'll move out immediately to avoid causing you more trouble. In the next second, Xiao Fan kissed her. Neither of them had any experience, but the kiss lasted a full 5 minutes. Hello, girlfriend. Xiao Fan said cheerfully. Hello, boyfriend. Su Yue giggled. One more time. Xiao Fan said, leaning down to kiss her again. After a while, he finally let her go. Su Yue said, Senior, I'll have my hacker friend find evidence about the car. We must make Yang Rong and his family pay the price they deserve. Xiao Fan smiled and said, Yue, don't involve your friend in this matter. I can handle it myself. Su Yue looked at him with confusion. Xiao Fan said, the cars were given to me by a big boss. Smashing them is like slapping that boss in the face, and he will take care of it. Senior, but, no buts be good. Xiao Fan pinched Su Yue's soft cheek and smiled. Su Yue nodded obediently. Xiao Fan said, Yue, I'll go back now. You have many classes in your sophomore year, so attend them during the day. In the evening I'll invite Fatty and the others, and we'll have a meal outside. Let them be envious. Su Yue said, Senior, be careful. The Yang family is not an easy bunch. Xiao Fan nodded. Leaving the Zijing residential area, Xiao Fan took a taxi straight to the Yang family villa. He couldn't wait until tonight, so he decided to stake out Yang Yongin and the others there. Shuiyin the senior and I have confirmed our relationship. Inside the apartment, Su Yue sent a message to LV Shuiyin, smiling foolishly. If the senior can't deal with the Yang family, I'll just agree to join the national team under Feng Wang. I can take less money, but I must have freedom. Su Yue murmured to herself. If she joined the national team, her income would skyrocket, and she could soon buy a new car for Xiao Fan. Moreover, it would be much easier for her to target the Yang family. Traffic was smooth early in the morning. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan had arrived near the Yang family villa. Xiao Fan spotted Yang Rong sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Rolls-Royce was just driving into the villa. Xiao Fan immediately activated his clairvoyance ability. Inside the car were 4 people: the driver Yang Rong in the passenger seat, and Yang Yongin and Zhang Hongying in the back. Honey, smashing Xiao Fan's car isn't enough to vent my anger. Hire someone to break his legs. I want him to become a cripple, a beggar. Zhang Hongying said through gritted teeth. Their car had a privacy partition, so she wasn't afraid of the driver hearing, but Xiao Fan was using his psychic power and could hear her words clearly. Don't worry, I never show mercy to my enemies. Yang Yongin said in a deep voice. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed coldly. Their car moved out of his psychic range, and he could no longer hear them, but those few words were enough. Invisibility. Xiao Fan turned invisible and entered the neighborhood right under the security guard's nose. Soon he was outside the Yang family's villa. Xiao Wang, we won't need the car today. Get some rest. Okay, President Yang. Yang Yongin's driver left. Dad, I'm going out to play. Yang Rong drove his sports car out, a Porsche 911. Yang Yongin frowned. You're not going to find Xiao Fan now, understand? Dad, I understand. Why are you going out? Don't go. Zhang Hongying blocked the car. Mom, I'm just going for a spin. I know my limits. Yang Rong said impatiently. Just then he felt his head spin. Without applying force, his foot slammed the accelerator pedal hard. Viru. The roar of the sports car echoed. In an instant, the accelerating car slammed violently into Zhang Hongying. Zhang Hongying screamed. She was thrown into the air, the bones in both legs shattered. Bang! The car crashed into a tree, its front end severely deformed. Yang Rong wasn't wearing his seatbelt, and the airbag slammed hard into his face. At the moment of deployment, an airbag expands at roughly 300 kilometers per hour. Even a soft cushion at such velocity delivers devastating force. In an instant, Yang Rong felt his mind go blank. His chest tightened, his vision blurred, and blood trickled from his nose. Beside him, Yang Yongin's expression darkened dramatically. How could such a thing occur right before his eyes? Wife, how are you? Yang Yongin paused momentarily, then dashed toward Zhang Hongying, whose face was twisted in agony. The low front bumper of the sports car had struck squarely against her shins. She could plainly feel with chilling certainty that both of her leg bones had been shattered. Don't move, my legs are broken. When Yang Yongin attempted to help Zhang Hongying rise, she erupted into a blood-curdling scream. Bear with it, I'm calling an ambulance now. Yang Yongin hastily dialed emergency services, then rushed back, wrenched open the car door, and dragged Yang Rong out. Dad, I. Yang Rong attempted to stammer out an explanation, but words failed him. Any defense would ring hollow. Your mother tried to stop you from leaving, and you deliberately drove at her. You unfilial brute. Yang Yongin roared. He spoke while delivering a crushing slap to Yang Rong's left cheek. Unsatisfied, he followed with another vicious blow to the other side. Hidden in the shadows, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Well struck. With a subtle flick of his psychic power, he gently ruptured both of Yang Rong's eardrums. Yang Rong clutched his ears, shrieking in torment. How dare you maim your own mother, and then scream like a slaughtered pig over 2 slaps. You won't see a single cent of your allowance this year. Yang Rong stared at his father in sheer terror. He could see Yang Yongin's lips moving, yet no sound reached him whatsoever. Dad, I can't hear anything. I can't hear at all. Yang Rong cried out loudly, though he could not hear his own voice. You're still pretending. You could hear perfectly fine moments ago. 2 slaps and both ears go deaf. Yang Yongin refused to believe it. Slaps could certainly damage an eardrum, yet the probability of 2 strikes simultaneously deafening both ears was no greater than winning the lottery. I truly cannot hear. Yang Rong screamed in terror. The tremendous commotion drew neighbors from surrounding residences. The villa's security guards also hurried over. Mr. Yang, what is going on? The nearest guard inquired. They all recognized Yang Rong as their employer's son. Yang Yongin drew a deep breath and said, My son accidentally struck your mother with the car. She is fine. I have already called an ambulance. Everyone please disperse. With such a spectacle attracting onlookers, Yang Yongin felt his dignity eroding. That I truly cannot hear. I can't hear a single sound. Yang Rong cried out in panic, terrified of becoming permanently deaf. Outside in the chaos, Xiao Fan phased through and entered the villa. He deployed his psychic senses to survey the entire residence. Within moments, Xiao Fan made a remarkable discovery. There were two surprises. First, Yang Yongin had concealed a ledger containing detailed records of his bribes, names, amounts, account numbers, and dates. Second, he found a USB drive hidden within Zhang Hongying's bedroom. It was concealed quite adeptly, suggesting valuable contents within. Time to depart. With the USB drive and ledger secured, Xiao Fan slipped away effortlessly. Soon the wail of ambulance sirens echoed in the distance. Zhang Hongying was stretchered into the ambulance while Yang Yongin drove Yang Rong to the hospital himself. That I truly cannot hear anything. When I become deaf. Once inside the car, Yang Rong cried out in fear. Shut up! Yang Yongin roared, his patience frayed. Barely out of the residential compound, Yang Yongin slammed on the brakes. A figure stood directly ahead. It was Xiao Fan. Dad, it's that bastard Xiao Fan. Yang Rong spat. Xiao Fan said coldly, Mr. Yang, I was looking for you. Your men demolished my 2 cars. Perhaps you owe me an explanation. Get lost. Yang Yongin barked through the lowered window. He was in no mood for conversation. Deliberate destruction of property with substantial damages. If evidence exists, you too could face imprisonment. Xiao Fan remarked coldly. Yang Yongin sneered. Xiao Fan, watch your words. Without evidence, slander invites a lawyer's letter. Mr. Yang, you've calculated that I cannot possibly hold evidence, haven't you? But evil deeds invite retribution. Yang Yongin's expression shifted. He never believed in karma, yet what of the earlier incident? Be gone. Yang Yongin commanded sharply. Xiao Fan smirked and stepped aside, allowing the vehicle to speed away. If you wish to play games, we shall play properly, Xiao Fan thought to himself. Upon returning home, he quickly powered on his computer. He inserted the USB drive and discovered its contents, dozens of adult videos. Quite the lifestyle, Xiao Fan mused, clicking on one. The footage featured 2 individuals, Zhang Hongying and a young man. Brutal. Xiao Fan opened several more. In each video, the woman was Zhang Hongying, while the man varied from clip to clip. Pathetic. Yang Yongin built an empire worth billions, yet his wife parades her infidelity openly. Extracting the USB drive, Xiao Fan dialed Tang Ziqian's number and asked him to come to Z City. Xiao, what has happened? Tang Ziqian and Yang Jun arrived in Z City around 2 that afternoon and met with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan handed the ledger and USB drive to Tang Ziqian. The car you gifted me was demolished by Yang Yongin's men. These were retrieved from his villa. Tang Ziqian's expression darkened. The car he had given Xiao was destroyed. Xiao, do you mean for me to expose this? Tang Ziqian asked after flipping through the ledger. The network implicated was vast, releasing it could bring serious trouble upon himself as well. Xiao Fan replied, the ledger need not be made public. The USB drive contains evidence of his wife Zhang Hongying's infidelity, over 100 videos with different men. Tang Ziqian pondered. Yang Yongin will surely realize the ledger is in my possession. It is his fatal weakness and can be used to control him henceforth. He wrecked the car I gave you. I have every right to retaliate. Leave this matter to me, Xiao. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Do not act too hastily. Your team requires time to mobilize. They have already suffered consequences and likely remain at the hospital. Tang Ziqian gazed deeply at Xiao Fan. Not karma, he realized, but deliberate retribution. Mr. Tang, I intended to host you dinner tonight, but I have already invited friends to celebrate my relationship with Yue. Let me treat you tomorrow instead. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Tang Ziqian replied warmly. Xiao, congratulations on your union. I will handle affairs today and join you for drinks tomorrow. Third brother, what occasion calls for dining at such a place? Shinshin asked as the 3 stepped from the taxi. Xiao Fan had reserved the same expensive restaurant they had visited previously. Today marked the day he and Su Yue officially confirmed their relationship, certainly worth celebrating. I'm off the market now. Consider this a meal for you 3 singles, Xiao Fan said cheerfully. Shinshin and the others exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned away. Lost my appetite. I suddenly remember I have homework. I'm on a diet. Shinshin and his companions prepared to slip away. They would not afford Xiao Fan the pleasure of tormenting them. LV Shuyan is joining us as well, Xiao Fan added with a grin. Instantly Shinshin and the others pivoted back around. Third brother, since you've finally found a girlfriend, I have to drink a few glasses with you even if I don't have an appetite. Exactly. I can do my homework later. I'll start my diet tomorrow, Shinshin and the other 2 immediately changed their attitude. They really liked the type of girl Lu Shuyan was. You guys are so disloyal. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. Third brother, let's hurry inside. We can't keep our sister-in-law waiting. Shinshin pushed Xiao Fan along. Soon they entered the private room. Seeing Lu Shuyan, they all scrambled to sit beside her, and Yi Fei won the spot without a doubt. He was a martial arts practitioner, so Sun Tzu and Shinshin could compete 100 times and still lose. Xiao Fan, we took a look at the menu. The prices here are way too expensive. Should we find another place? Lu Shuyan said. Su Yue also said, Senior, let's find somewhere else. A regular restaurant would be fine. Two cars were smashed. In Su Yue's eye, Xiao Fan had already suffered a huge loss. Yue, it's fine. I've earned quite a bit recently. The cost of a meal is nothing, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Shinshin chuckled. Sister-in-law today, you can't let third brother save money. He left us to find a girlfriend, so we can't let him off easy. Su Yue nodded and turned to Lu Xuyan. Xuyan, let me tell you, if you're looking for a boyfriend, someone like Shinshin is absolutely out of the question. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Shinshin quickly said, let's switch places. Even a street stall would be fine. Xiao Fan laughed. Today is a good day, so let's not change places. I know the tastes of the others, including Lu Xuyan. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Lu Xuyan shook her head. Alright, I'll just order directly. Xiao Fan picked up the menu and walked out. If he ordered in front of Su Yue and the others, some dishes were too expensive, and he worried their hearts might not be able to take it. Sister-in-law, where is third brother's car? Shinshin asked in the room with curiosity. He loved cars, and even though he couldn't drive after drinking, just sitting in the car and feeling it would be great. Su Yue's expression changed. Lu Xuyan also looked at her with confusion. They had come by taxi. Let the senior tell you himself. Su Yue said. If it was only Lu Xuyan, she could tell her, but Shinshin was also here, and the property management company of Zijin Community was run by Shinshin's family. Xiao Fan quickly ordered the dishes and returned to the room. He asked with confusion, what's wrong with you all? Shinshin said, third brother, you didn't drive here. Did something happen? We need to drink. If you drink, don't drive. And even a designated driver might not want to drive that car. Xiao Fan glanced at Shinshin. Shinshin stared at Xiao Fan. Third brother, tell me the truth. I can find out the property manager's phone number and ask him. Xiao Fan was silent for a moment. The cars were smashed. The surveillance cameras in the area were damaged in the first half of the night, and both cars were destroyed in the second half. It was probably the Yang family's doing. Xiao Fan said it out loud. Shinshin's face changed instantly. What the hell are the property management doing? Can't they fix the cameras once they're broken? And are they deaf, boy? I'll call my dad right now and have him fire the property manager. Then the compensation plus insurance should be enough to buy 2 brand new cars. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Stop. Your dad gave me a house. If I asked for compensation for such a small matter, would I have any dignity left? Manager Chow of the property management is pretty good. Don't fire him. Kong Su said solemnly. Third brother, you said the Yang family. Do you mean Yang Rong's family? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. Don't worry about this. The boss who gave me the car has already arrived in Z City and said he would negotiate with the Yang family. Kong Su said, third brother, if you need help, I can find someone to assist you. Severely damaging someone else's property is no small matter. Xiao Fan smiled. If this isn't resolved in a few days, I'll ask for your help. Don't let such a trivial thing dampen our spirits. Beep beep. Just then Xiao Fan's phone rang. It was Tang Ziqian calling. I need to take this call. Xiao Fan stepped outside and answered. Mr. Tang, what's up? Tang Ziqian's laughter came through. Young Master Xiao, I did a paternity test for Yang Rong and Yang Yong'an and just got the results. Yang Rong is not Yang Yong'an's son. Surprise flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He hadn't expected such a discovery. Mr. Tang, you're truly impressive. That thought never crossed my mind. For Yang Yong'an, this surprise is really something. Xiao Fan laughed. Young Master Xiao, I'll start the operation now. I guarantee tonight will be unforgettable for him. Tang Ziqian said cheerfully. Good. Yang Yong'an returned to his villa with a weary expression. He had spent the entire day at Shani. Zhang Hongying's leg had been broken in the collision and he had to arrange for treatment. Yang Rong's eardrum was truly ruptured, requiring a series of examinations and then scheduling the best specialist for a repair surgery. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Yang Yong'an frowned. Who would come at this hour? Who are you? Yang Yong'an asked. The person outside was Yang Jun. Mr. Yang, I have something good to give you. Shall we talk inside? Yang Jun said with a smile. Yang Yong'an said coldly. Take your things and get lost. The property management is getting more and more useless letting anyone in. It concerns your wife and son. Yang Jun said. Yang Yong'an's expression changed. You'd better not be lying and you'd better not have any malicious intent. I have 24-hour surveillance here. Mr. Yang, take a look at this first. Yang Jun pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Yang Yong'an glanced at it and didn't react. What's the meaning of showing me this? Yang Jun smiled. Mr. Yang, it's the paternity test report for you and your son Yang Rong. Nonsense. Yang Yong'an shouted angrily. He had always trusted his wife. Although she was a bit extravagant with money in his eyes, she was still quite devoted to the family. Mr. Yang, there's something else good inside. You'll understand once you've seen it. The report has my boss's phone number on it. As Yang Jun spoke, he handed Yang Yong'an a USB drive. Bang! Yang Yong'an slammed the door shut and quickly went to the study where he turned on the computer and inserted the USB drive. Soon Yang Yong'an saw a series of short videos. Zhang Hongying, you slut. Both of you deserve to die. Yang Yong'an roared with uncontrollable fury. He was a billionaire, yet his wife had cuckolded him over 100 times, and even his son wasn't his own. Uff! Yang Yong'an spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already been exhausted and heartbroken all day, and now this crushing blow struck him. Wait! Suddenly another thought struck Yang Yong'an. He hurried to the place where he hid his account books. Damn it! Yang Yong'an was terrified. The account books he had hidden had vanished without a trace. He could divorce his wife, and since his son wasn't his, he could find a young woman and have another child. But the account books were the most deadly. If they were exposed, they would surely blow him to pieces. How could this be? Yang Yong'in's face turned extremely grim. He had hidden the ledger so well. Even Zhang Hongying could not possibly know of its existence. Beep beep. Finding the test report he had tossed to the floor, Yang Yong'in dialed the number on it. Who are you and what do you want? Suppressing the unease in his heart, Yang Yong'in said. On the other end of the line, Tang Ziqian spoke calmly. Yang Yong'in, can you recognize my voice? Mr. Tang. Yang Yong'in exclaimed in shock. Tang Ziqian said, you actually dared to have someone smash the car I gave to another person. You're quite bold. Do you take me, Tang Ziqian, for a soft persimmon to be squeezed? Mr. Tang, I absolutely did not mean to target you. I was only targeting Xiao Fan. Yang Yong'in quickly said, without denying that he had ordered the car to be smashed. You came to me, and when I didn't agree, you struck from the shadows. Impressive. Just wait to die. Tang Ziqian hung up after saying this. Yang Yong'in's face turned pale. His mind was in turmoil. Tang Ziqian didn't need to expose everything. Selectively revealing some would be enough to ruin him. Mr. Tang, name your terms. As long as they aren't too excessive, I'll accept. We're both businessmen. Nothing is off the table for negotiation, isn't it? After a long pause, Yang Yong'in dialed Tang Ziqian's number again. He had figured it out. Tang Ziqian probably didn't want to destroy him completely. Otherwise, why not directly expose the evidence? Tang Ziqian said in a flat tone, Blackstone Group has assets of 13 billion, and you hold a 41% stake, making you the largest shareholder. Yang Yong'in said coldly, you want to seize all my shares? That's impossible. If you do that, we'll both perish, and you won't get off easy either. Tang Ziqian said calmly, are you sure? I'm being merciful here. You can still live. You still have plenty of personal savings. You can find a young and beautiful wife and live comfortably. If you force a fight to the death, I'll at most suffer some losses in business. Yang Yong'in gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Tang, must you be so ruthless? Live or die, it's your choice. Give me a definite answer before midnight tonight, or some inboxes will receive emails tomorrow morning. Tang Ziqian hung up again. Yang Yong'in slumped to the ground in despair. He had kept the ledger thinking he might use it someday, but instead it had backfired on him. Time flew to the next day. Tang Ziqian arrived at Xiao Fan's place. Young Master Xiao, I've reached an agreement with Yang Yong'in. He will transfer his 41% stake in Blackstone Group to you, then you'll become the largest shareholder. Tang Ziqian said. Xiao Fan was taken aback. Having fallen out with the Yang family, he had naturally investigated Blackstone Group. It was not a listed company, but had assets over 10 billion, and Yang Yong'in's shares were worth several billion. He had intended for Tang Ziqian to give Yang Yong'in a stern warning, but Tang Ziqian had gone far beyond that, squeezing Yang Yong'in down to the marrow. Mr. Tang, please arrange a meeting for me with Yang Yong'in. Xiao Fan said. Knowing that Yang Rong was not Yang Yong'in's biological son, his hatred for Yang Yong'in had actually diminished considerably, and he even felt a trace of sympathy. Certainly, young Master Xiao. Tang Ziqian nodded. At noon, a Xiao Fan met Yang Yong'in at a hotel. Yang Yong'in seemed to have aged considerably. I've already agreed to transfer the shares. What else do you want to say? The transfer won't happen overnight. We need to convene a shareholders meeting, which will take at least 6 months. Yang Yong'in said coldly. Yang Yong'in, you'd better show some respect to young Master Xiao. Tang Ziqian barked. Young Master Xiao. Yang Yong'in looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment. He had assumed the transfer of shares to Xiao Fan was just a cover. Xiao Fan sat down and said with a faint smile, Mr. Yang, by now you must have confirmed that Yang Rong is not your biological son. So in truth, we have no real grievance. In fact, we've even helped you uncover the truth, so you won't live your life in confusion. Yang Yong'in nodded slightly. From that perspective, it was true. Xiao Fan said, I only intended for Mr. Tang to give you a stern warning. I never expected him to go so far as to force you to transfer your shares. If you follow my lead from now on, the shares will remain yours. How about that? Yang Yong'in looked at Xiao Fan in surprise. Really? Xiao Fan said calmly, I have no reason to deceive you, and I'm not afraid of you trying to fool me. If you do, you know the consequences. Yang Yong'in took a deep breath and said, Young Master Xiao, I'll follow your lead. Tang Ziqian laughed heartily. Brother Yang, we're friends after a fight, as they say. From now on, we'll follow young Master Xiao together, and our future will be bright. Yang Yong'in nodded. Although he would have to answer to Xiao Fan from now on, this outcome was already quite favorable for him. Since even Tang Ziqian obeyed Xiao Fan's identity must be extraordinary. Xiao Fan smiled and said, you can kick Yang Rong and his mother out with nothing. Can you do that? Definitely. Yang Yong'in nodded. Zhang Hongying was at fault in the marriage, and Yang Rong was not his son. If Yang Yong'in couldn't manage that, his decades of life would have been wasted. As for my car, you still need to compensate me. How you do it is up to you. Xiao Fan said flatly. Understood, young Master Xiao. Yang Yong'in naturally had no objection. Compensating for 2 cars was nothing. 2 hours later, lunch ended, and Xiao Fan left first. Mr. Tang, what exactly is young Master Xiao's background? Yang Yong'in inquired. Tang Ziqian took a puff of his cigar and said, though we have some money, we're still ordinary people. If a big storm hits, we'll be left with no place to die. Young Master Xiao is no ordinary person. Yang Yongin stared at Tang Zitian in shock. His words were terrifying. Don't doubt me. If young Master Xiao wants us dead today, we won't live to see tomorrow. The power behind young Master Xiao is beyond your imagination, Tang Zitian said calmly. In his judgment, Xiao Fan was backed by a powerful hidden sect. Xiao Fan himself was already formidable. How formidable must his sect be? Brother Tang, please put in a good word for me with young Master Xiao, Yang Yongin said. Tang Zitian laughed. Actions speak louder than words. Yang Rong and his mother treated you like that. If you make them suffer, it will surely please young Master Xiao. Oh, I have plenty of cars at my place. I'll lend you two to compensate young Master Xiao first. Yang Yongin nodded repeatedly. Good, thank you, Brother Tang. Brother Tang picked the most expensive ones. I'll buy them and return them to you as soon as possible. Fine. Tang Zitian nodded. The cars have actually already been delivered. After I learned that young Master Zhao's car was smashed, I made arrangements. They arrived in Z City this morning. Yang Yongin inquired, Mr. Tang, what are those two cars? Tang Zitian smiled faintly. Knowing that young Master Xiao fancies Lamborghini, I went to great lengths to acquire a Lamborghini Veneno costing me 80 million. The other one is a Ferrari LaFerrari which was cheaper at just over 20 million. Yang Yongin nodded. The two cars together amounted to a bit over 100 million, a fair compensation for Xiao Fan. Mr. Tang, thank you, Yang Yongin said. Tang Zitian waved his hand. As long as young Master Xiao is pleased. You should know his parking spot. The cars have been transferred to his name, and the vehicle registration certificates are in the cars. Make a note of the car transporter driver's number. Senior, the property manager, came by a quarter of an hour ago and delivered the car keys. Someone sent two cars. Xiao Fan woke from his afternoon nap, and Su Yue spoke to him. He had been sleeping in the Zijing district apartment, but not with Su Yue. He was a formidable hacker, something Su Yue didn't want Xiao Fan to know for now. Xiao Fan also had his secrets. It should be compensation from the Yang family. Let's go downstairs and check out the new cars, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Su Yue looked at him in astonishment. The person who sent you the cars must have immense influence. The Yang family actually compensated with cars so quickly. He does have considerable influence. Xiao Fan chuckled. Soon they arrived at the garage. The Zijing district was an upscale neighborhood, but even so a crowd had gathered around the two cars with security personnel stationed nearby. President Xiao, you're here. Seeing Xiao Fan, the property security guard quickly bowed. Handsome, is this your car? Can I sit inside? A pretty girl asked with sparkling eyes. Xiao Fan stepped aside and the girl immediately saw Su Yue behind him. Handsome, forget I said anything. The girl said awkwardly. Her looks were decent, but she was several levels below Su Yue. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all neighbors. You're welcome to take a look anytime, but please don't crowd around. Thank you, Xiao Fan said with a smile. He pressed the key fob of the Lamborghini Veneno, and soon he and Su Yue were seated inside. Viru. He started the car and drove off swiftly with Su Yue. A Lamborghini Veneno, rumored to cost 100 million. I never thought I'd see one today. Compared to that, we're all paupers. Those who could afford homes in Zijing district were wealthy, yet they were filled with envy. What kind of fortune must one have to drive such a car? Senior, this registration certificate has your name on it. Is the Yang family's efficiency always this high? Su Yue asked in surprise. Xiao Fan glanced at the certificate in her hand. Yang Yongin couldn't have moved that fast. These two cars must have been prepared by Tang Zitian. Yue, are you feeling better now? Oh, and I also heard some news. Yang Rong is not his father's biological son. He and his mother will likely be kicked out, Xiao Fan said cheerfully. Su Yue's eyes lit up. Then he won't be able to cause any more trouble in the future. Xiao Fan nodded. Suddenly Su Yue said in surprise, Senior, you're heading toward the university. Xiao Fan laughed. I'm taking you to class. I don't have many classes left, but you still have quite a few. If you get out of this car, fewer people will bother you. You can tell them you have a boyfriend. Just don't say who it is yet. I'm not used to being watched by many people. Su Yue nodded. The Zijing district was close to the university, and soon the car stopped at the main gate. Many people looked at the car. Come on, give me a kiss, Xiao Fan said with a grin. Su Yue blushed, leaned in, and quickly pecked him on the lips. Soon Su Yue got out. It's Su Yue. It's over, my goddess is gone. Yang Rong regarded Su Yue as his exclusive property. This guy is in for trouble. Su Yue hurried away while many people buzzed with discussion. One car enthusiast quickly looked it up on his phone and exclaimed in shock, damn, it really is a Lamborghini Veneno. Online it says it costs 100 million. Whoa, some people around gasped. Then even Yang Rong has to step aside. The Yang family's assets are worth billions, but there's no way they'd spend 100 million on a car for him. His car is a Porsche 911 worth less than 2 million. The news quickly spread to the university forum. Someone even took photos. A Lamborghini Veneno. My family's entire assets could only buy this one car. Su Yue is out of reach. Many suitors at the university had pursued her, but the Lamborghini Veneno brought them deep despair. If Su Yue had gotten out of the Lamborghini Aventador, Xiao Fan used to drive, some might still have hoped to compete. But getting out of a Veneno, they truly couldn't. Their family's assets were at most a few billion. Yue, about what happened before. I apologize. Song Jia approached Su Yue, her heart filled with anxiety. Su Yue had found a boyfriend even more powerful than Yang Rong. If he wanted to target her, it would be a piece of cake. Su Yue frowned. Song Jie, you should switch majors. This major isn't suitable for you. I think you'd be better off in media studies. Otherwise transfer to another school. Song Jie's face turned pale. Su Yue now had the power to have her expelled. I'll change majors. You're right, this major isn't for me. Song Jie said. It was midnight and Xiao Fan was sleeping in his old house. He didn't plan to live with Su Yue for now. The news had exploded on the school forum today, and he wouldn't be able to visit her for a while without being noticed. Even though with his current influence exposure wouldn't be a big problem, nosy people might dig into other things causing trouble best avoided. Trouble was best avoided. Knock knock. A large mirror in the bedroom was tapped, a mirror Xiao Fan had bought later. Grandpa, why are you calling me at this hour? Xiao Fan hadn't slept yet, he had been training his mental power until 11 at night. Xiao Hai smiled at him. My good grandson, your method worked perfectly. I smoothly took Xingyuan City, a super metropolis. Xiao Fan asked curiously, how powerful is Xingyuan City? Xiao Hai said, Xingyuan City is the fourth most powerful city in the Xinyan Empire and the top city in the empire's northwest region. With Xingyuan City secured, I can take the entire northwest in a bit more time. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up with surprise. The larger the territory Xiao Hai occupied, the higher the chance of success. Grandpa, how big is the Xinyan Empire, and what's its population? How many soldiers do you have now? Xiao Fan asked curiously. Xiao Hai chuckled. The Xinyan Empire's territory is about twice that of China with a total population of 250 million. I currently have 300 soldiers. If I take the entire northwest, I'll likely have 500. Xiao Fan was secretly amazed. 500,000 soldiers. That was impressive. My good grandson, the roads here are blocked by heavy snow, so we can't advance for now. My main focus next will be to improve your strength. Xiao Fan said, Grandfather, I'm not in such a hurry here. You must have clear days on your end too, right? You won't attack all winter, will you? Xiao Hai chuckled. It will take some time to capture the entire northwest region. Even then we may have 500,000 soldiers, but many of them are of questionable combat effectiveness. They still need extensive training. Xiao Fan nodded. Grandfather, what do you need next? Xiao Hai thought for a moment. Once we take Xingyuan City, a few more cotton-padded garments would be best. If not, it's not a big deal. What we'll need most in the future is armor. Tang swords are also needed. Xiao Fan nodded. Xiao Hai said, My dear grandson, those Tang swords of yours are made from the finest special steel, aren't they? After several battles, the blades show no nicks. Such swords must be expensive. For steel armor, ordinary steel will suffice. Xiao Fan smiled. Grandfather, if soldiers use better swords, their casualties will be lower. As for armor, using special steel would be too costly. We can't afford it. Grandfather, would you like spears? I've seen in movies that soldiers often use spears. Xiao Hai thought it over. If you have enough money, buy a batch. Just the spearheads. After I transfer them, I'll have someone fit them with suitable shafts. What about horseshoes? Xiao Fan asked. Xiao Hai cleared his throat. Your grandfather invented horseshoes a few years ago. That invention even earned me a promotion back then. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Hai and chuckled. What a fine invention. Xiao Hai glared. What are you laughing at? This world doesn't have them and I came up with them. So it's an invention, isn't it? I've discovered other things too. Getting worked up? Grandfather, you're getting worked up. Calling yourself old man in front of me. Doesn't that lower your own status? Xiao Fan said with a grin. Xiao Hai rolled his eyes. Right, you should read more history books, especially imperial autobiographies, and learn the art of emperorship. Your grandfather only has this level of education. It's fine to conquer a realm and play emperor for a while, but if I rule long, the country will surely be ruined under my mismanagement. You've been a good student since childhood. When the time comes, you come over and be the emperor. Xiao Fan replied irritably. Grandfather, first conquer the land, then talk about that. By the way, there should be many other nations beyond the Divine Flame Empire. After you take it, you can expand its territory. Xiao Hai's eyes lit up. Being emperor was a bit of a stretch for him, but expanding the realm was something he was happy to do. My dear grandson, your grandfather will surely carve out a vast empire for you. Xiao Hai said cheerfully. After chatting for a while, Xiao Hai's figure vanished. This time, he neither transmitted Dragon Chi to Xiao Fan nor granted him any special abilities. Last time, Xiao Fan gained the teleportation ability, which would take a month to digest. The Dragon Chi he had passed on to Xiao Fan was also not yet fully refined. A few days later at Chongkong Group, Yu Shorin called Jiang Wen to his office. Jiang Wen, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to hire an assassin on the dark web to kill Xiao Fan? It's been so long and the assassin hasn't acted. Xiao Fan is still alive and well. He even drives a new sports car now, Yu Shorin said in a deep voice. Jiang Wen looked puzzled. I don't know what happened either. The assassin should have acted by now. There are only 2 days left until the deadline. Xiao Fan's car was a gift from Tang Zitian. Yu Shorin frowned. Tang Zitian gave Xiao Fan 2 sports cars earlier, and now he's given him 2 even more expensive ones. Jiang Wen said, it must be because Xiao Fan is exceptionally skilled at jade appraisal. Yu Shorin was silent for a moment, then said, if he's still alive in 2 days, hire a more formidable assassin. Spend more money if necessary. Understood, boss. Jiang Wen left. Yu Shorin thought for a moment and dialed 6th Master's number. 6th Master, the assassin hasn't succeeded for some reason. I'll definitely have Xiao Fan killed as soon as possible. On the other end of the line, sixth master said gravely, Yushorin, I had someone check Xiao Fan's bank account. He now has 400 million in it, and he's also had financial dealings with the Zhao family of Leishan County. Don't underestimate him. With that, sixth master hung up. Yushorin's eyes showed surprise. Xiao Fan actually had 400 million in his bank account. Tang Zitian giving him that much money in top-tier sports cars. Something's off. Yushorin thought to himself. Even if Xiao Fan was outstanding at Jade appraisal, there was no reason for Tang Zitian to offer such great benefits. It felt to Yushorin as if Tang Zitian was almost trying to ingratiate himself with Xiao Fan. If I don't get rid of this guy, he'll become a major threat later. Yushorin muttered to himself. Late at night, Su Yue hacked into Yushorin's phone. After the first intrusion, she had left a backdoor, making subsequent intrusions effortless. Soon Su Yue extracted a significant amount of audio data from Yushorin's phone. Little did he know his supposedly secure phone had been recording everything he said. Every night before bed, Su Yue would check. After 5 minutes, Su Yue's eyes lit up. She heard the conversation between Yushorin and Jiang Wan. A dark web assassin. Su Yue's expression turned serious. Jiang Wan hadn't accessed the dark web from her own phone, so Su Yue couldn't trace who she contacted or where the assassin currently was. Ding! Xiao Fan's phone notification sounded. On the Divine Eye app, Hacker God had sent a message. Just found out that Yushorin and his people hired a dark web assassin to kill you. The deadline is 2 days. Be careful. Xiao Fan saw the message. He thought to himself the dark web assassin Harris should still be in the hospital morgue. Thank you, God. Do you have any information on the forces behind Yushorin? Xiao Fan messaged. Not yet. Su Yue's eyes showed worry. If the dark web assassin failed to complete the task by the deadline, he would lose points. It was very likely the assassin would act in the last 2 days. Having not finished listening to the audio file, Su Yue continued. Senior has 400 million in his bank account. Su Yue was stunned. She had also obtained the recording of Yushorin's phone call, so she heard what sixth master said. Having dined at such an expensive restaurant, Su Yue knew Xiao Fan must have some money, but she estimated at most a few million in his account. She never expected Xiao Fan to have hundreds of millions. I was thinking I'd earn more money, so that even if Senior lost money on Jade gambling, we'd still have a good life. I never imagined he'd already made so much. Su Yue murmured to herself. With her position on the national team, she could earn over 10 million a year, but even then it would take 30 years to accumulate 400 million. Xiao Fan had earned that 400 million in just the last 2 or 3 months. Phew. After a long, while Su Yue let out a deep breath. She realized she probably couldn't match Xiao Fan in earning money, but in hacking she had strong confidence. She could definitely help in that area.